baka ang puso ko'y mapagbigyan. Mahiwagang salamin, kanyang ba niya aaminin? Kanyang tunay na pagtingin. Mahiwagang salamin, ano bang dapat gawin? Bakit ang puso'y napipitin? Salamin, salamin sa dingding, nasa na pag-ibig? Salamin, salamin sa dingding, pwede mo pang sabihin. Salamin, salamin sa dingding, nasa na ang pag-ibig? Salamin, salamin, kailan niya pa ako papansinin?
Mirror, mirror on the wall, please tell my Prince Charming I'm waiting for his call.
Bakit pa ba sikot-sikot para bang pinapaikot-ikot talaga? Mag-isa na ba talaga ang next move mo? Gusto ko lang naman malaman, ano ba ang katotohanan?
Oh, better say it now, it's not too late. I'm ready to be called a princess. Hey.
Ayokong umasa sa paniniwala. May pag-asa nga ba na baka ang puso ko'y mapagbigyan? Mahiwagang salamin, kanyang ba niya aaminin? Kanyang tunay na pagtingin, ano bang sasabihin? Ano bang dapat gawin? Bakit ang puso'y napipitin? Salamin, salamin sa dingding, nasa na ang pag-ibig? Salamin, salamin sa dingding, pwede mo bang gawin? Salamin, salamin sa dingding, nasa na ang pag-ibig? Salamin, salamin, kailan niya ba ako papansinin?
Right now, you're listening to all your music on shuffle mode with a Spotify free experience.
Gotta be S tier.
This is S
W
tier.
goated.
I'm pretty sure Michelangelo gooned after finishing this one, man. Like, he looked up at the ceiling and he was like, I've done it. Hello and welcome to another episode of Trash Taste. I'm your host for today, Gant. Joining me once again are the boys.
Yeah. What's up?
And how you guys been?
Chilling?
Got a bit of a interesting shirt on there, Connor. Is that...
I've had the shirt.
you can choose the option there, or if you want to get rid of it, click the Get Started button under Reset This PC. And now what you get to do is choose a few options. So if you want simple and easy data and security, and then
for ages. I just haven't worn it.
I don't think I've ever seen you wear that shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's from a party. I've never worn it before.
If I look around and you're not wearing the same, purple and white shirt, it's like something's Connor's feeling a little adventurous
Are
today.
you feeling celebratory today?
Yeah,
Or something?
say something.
Is something
Is
good
there
happening?
something special up in Connor?
I just walked to the office and I thought, you know what? It seems like it's kind of short sleeve, perfect weather. It was not. It was just too swampy outside.
It is a bit swampy
And
right
the
now.
moment I got outside, I was like, it looks like it's going to rain. And then right before I got to the office, it started raining. So I was like, but I made it just in time.
Okay.
But yeah, no, but not been up too much. Went back to Europe, went to Wales.
Yeah, I saw you went back to your hometown and home country.
I did. Yeah, I also went to, I did like a day in like Belgium and Amsterdam because I was like, you know what? The plane was going to stop there anyway. And I was
Right.
like, fuck it, I'll just spend a day, vibe it out. I had some friends there as well that I was going to meet anyway. So I was
Yeah.
like, all right, fuck it, I'll spend a day and see how it is. It was good. Actually, I was going to, I was just such a wild way to start the episode. I went to the Anne Frank Museum and I was going to wear this. And then I thought, as I was putting it on, I thought,
Yeah.
maybe not the best day to wear this. I was like,
It's a lovely summer day. Let me get my Hawaiian ass shirt with some sunnies.
I didn't think anything of it because I thought, oh, it's a nice Hawaiian shirt. And then I looked
Yeah.
at it and it's just like funny girl women.
Yeah, just
I
funny
thought
girl
maybe-
woman.
It's a lot of titty on
Yeah,
there.
maybe I'm sure people do. I'm sure people dress some interesting things when they go to it. But I was like, maybe it wouldn't be good.
So you went to a house, right?
yeah,
that
well,
one?
it's just a house. Yeah,
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
went when I was really, really young, and my parents always made fun of me. I wouldn't say make fun of me. Just they always tell me stories about how I didn't want to go. I was
Yeah.
like, you know what? I'll actually go of my own volition.
Yeah, but how old were you at that
Oh,
time?
like 12.
okay,
Okay,
that should
yeah.
be fair.
And as
You know.
as a 12-year-old,
Yeah.
I'd much rather play a Game Boy than hear one of the most depressing stories of my
Yeah,
life.
it's hard to convince a 12-year-old to be like, go into this random house.
Yeah.
Well, so I was getting to the age now where I'm like, actually, maybe I should check out a museum or two.
Sure.
Has it changed for you going to the Anne Frank Museum?
Yeah, it was actually, it's such a cool museum in the way that they've like set it out, not the subject matter. Sort of
Yeah.
very depressing.
Yeah.
But I remember when I went when I was a kid, it was very different. This time I went, you got like an audio thing that it was free, and then because normally you go to museums, they're like, you have to pay like $15 for an audio tour, and I don't
Yeah.
want to fucking do that. And they're like, please go here, and they'll talk very slowly, and I'm like, this one. You kind of like scan this thing when you go into a room, and then it plays the story in order, and you kind of have this. It's really cool, really well done. It was very interesting, very depressing.
Did you learn anything new from the tour?
I think so. I think I knew most of it.
So I learned that there was this girl called Anne Frank.
Yeah. I think the only stuff I didn't. I guess the most big moments of the thing I knew most about. But I just wanted to go because I thought, you know what? I thought, fuck it, I'll try. I'll see if I like museums.
Oh, I
See,
I went there like what 3-4 years ago, I think. Like
Yeah.
the second
On
time I
your
went
It
to
was
Europe
so
with them.
busy,
Yeah.
bro. It was.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
like, this is
It's
insane.
very sobering moment though when you go in there because like even if
Yeah.
you've heard of the whole Anne Frank story, which I'm sure a lot of people have, like
Yeah.
actually going there and being like, oh, this is where all this messed up stuff happened.
Yeah.
It's a very sobering like, oh, okay. Although the last time I went to the Anne Frank house, I was there with Aki and her family as well. And I guess Aki's sister was like really adamant in going to the Anne Frank house for whatever reason.
Okay.
She was like, I really need to go to the
To
Anne
be
Frank
fair,
house.
to be fair, it's really good, and then it's super all of the information is delivered so like well.
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
But
so
see,
concise.
if only it was that wholesome. Like
Yeah.
I was, because I asked Aki's sister, and I was like, why you don't seem like a history buff or anything like
Right,
that? Like
right.
why are you so adamant in going to the Anne Frank house? And she said,
Yeah.
I heard they have the best toasted cheese sandwiches in all of Europe.
That's why she wanted to go to the museum. To the
that is so wild.
And I was like,
That's insane.
I was like, excuse me. And yeah,
That is so out of pocket.
it was so. I couldn't.
Okay, can we at least go to the reviews? And if
Yeah.
it's not in the first 10,
Yeah.
that's out of pocket.
I mean, I didn't go with her at that time, but then she sent Aki a picture of her eating like a toasted cheese sandwich or some kind of
toasted
like
cheese
cheese
sandwich.
sandwich of some kind.
I would
Right.
like to think that is probably
I don't think it's at the Anne Frank house. I think it's near the Anne Frank house.
There is a really nice cafe.
Oh yeah,
at the
okay.
end of
It must
the
be there. then.
museum. It's
Yeah.
it's actually really stunning. You get like a view of like the canals. And
Oh,
stuff.
apparently that cafe has
is that the one
best-
you went to as well?
Afterwards, I because you leave the museum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? I really want a coffee, but I didn't really want to
Have it in the
coffee.
house.
I was kind of like, I just don't want to have coffee here. It just feels weird.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. I get why it's there, but I was like, I just don't want to have the coffee here. I
Yeah.
was like, I don't want that in my mind, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
that's why I thought it was really weird when she sent a picture to Aki and all it was just her just like eating this like toasted cheese sandwich in the Anne Frank house. And I was like,
there was like
Okay.
there was a non-0% chance that she just walked through all the museum really fast.
yeah.
most likely, yes.
To just get
It's just like, where's the cafe?
why does the audio not have any of the toasty recipes? This is so weird.
This is when you go to like Disneyland just to try like the turkey
The
legs.
turkey
Like,
leg, yeah,
you're like,
exactly.
I don't want any of the rides. I just want to try the turkey
Yeah.
legs. That's all I need to do.
Oh, it's not
Well,
on the
I
reviews.
just
but-
I just know that like I recently I did that what every white person does eventually, where they eventually get recommended World War II YouTube videos. Like, oh, this stuff's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's kind of cool. The history aspect of it, obviously not the other aspects of
Yeah.
people get recommended on YouTube of it. Hey, these guys have great ideas.
This was someone thought of a great idea back in the 90s.
You get recommended a bunch of Kanye clips. So let's see what this guy has to say.
Fucking okay. Someone did eventually post the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, oh,
Of the
okay.
cafe
The
itself.
cafe.
What was it? Okay, someone did eventually post the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, oh,
Of the
okay.
cafe
God,
itself.
The cafe.
What was it? When was it that we recorded the thing? And it was that clip where Kanye goes, "I'm not going to say what my doctor was."
Yeah. He was a Jewish doctor.
So fucking bad.
I love that meme of the QuickTime event.
Yeah, the QuickTime event.
Edit of that. So
Hold
good.
on, please play it.
The thing about the red hat that drove me to a point of exhaustion, which was misdiagnosed by I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media it went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor.
But yeah, no, I wanted to. I don't know. It was kind of like it's kind of strange history because I feel like when you learn about historical things or historical events, especially something so documented like World War II,
Yeah.
I feel that like I have all these like very separated pieces of knowledge of this thing and no like clear, concise timeline in my head of how all this stuff kind of played out.
Yeah.
And so I think that like I like going to the museum, seeing all the stuff, and then just kind of like, just hearing all these concurrent stories and trying to like piece them all together, and just trying to like I don't know, just kind of appreciating what it must have been like going through all that.
Yeah.
It's such a powerful museum, rightfully so. I mean, it's one of the it's definitely one of the best museums I've ever been to. And even though I
Right.
know it's super famous and
Is it because of the story that it makes it so good, or just the way it was laid out?
because I've been to, I mean, you go to like the British Museum or something like that, which obviously is just a bunch of stuff that we stole.
Yeah.
But like, I think the problem with that is that a lot of the time when I talk to people, even like, I think I went to go look at some like, actually I really like Rembrandt. I think his shit is fucking fire.
Yeah, it's great.
He's kind of good at art. I'm not gonna lie. He's kind of good at it. He's kinda,
This guy has a bit of a knack.
But what makes it good, Connor?
dude, it's
What
just so
emotions does it
grand.
evoke?
It's the vibe.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. Actually, you know what? Okay, I went to a bunch of museums because
Holy shit, you are reaching that age.
No, because I, you know what? I'd realized that I feel like I'm uncultured in so many ways, and I was like, I want to see if I just don't fuck with museums,
Yeah.
Sure.
or maybe I'm just neglecting myself art.
Yeah.
And culture.
Yeah.
But obviously, I knew I was going to like the Anne Frank Museum because I think and what I was going to say was that I think when you have a museum dedicated to one thing and more of a concise story to tell, and obviously when it's a story that takes place over like 10 years,
Yeah.
it's a lot easier to tell more of a story that's a lot more easy to follow. I think when I went to the National Museum, I was like, dude, it's just a bunch of random stuff.
Yeah.
It's old. It's like, okay, cool.
So
And
you
then-
prefer the ones where it's just like one focused topic?
yeah, because it's like everyone's just like walking around being like, oh, that's nice and old. Wow, that looks really old.
Did you go to the Van
That's
Gogh
cool.
Museum?
Yeah, I went to that one
Yeah.
too. So then
I like that one a
eventually they had like one of the Knight's watch, the Rembrandt thing on display, and it was
Right.
just like every single fucking tourist ever was just taking selfies with it, and I'm like, all right. I mean, that you can't look at it. There's just so many people trying to take pictures.
Yeah.
Of it.
I think that's what my big problem with museums is
Yeah.
that whenever there's a museum
It is
about
huge.
like a subject matter I'm interested in, same thing with like most big tourist attractions in general, which is just, I could really fuck with this topic, but it kind of ruins the whole like immersion aspect when it's just a bunch of fucking tourists being like, hey,
that's like
taking
the-
like a million pictures.
That's the one good thing about I guess Anne Frank House in that sense is that people rightfully understand that it's not the place to take pictures. So it is just people just experiencing it, right?
Yeah,
And it kind of sucks in the sense that it takes such a somber topic for people to just be like, hey man, let's just like let's just do it.
Yeah.
Because I'd be like looking at this thing, and then someone would just walk right in front of me, super fucking close, and just start going and I'm like, you are not a photographer. Fuck off. I was just trying to look at it for 2 seconds, and you just walked right in front. I wasn't even that. It's not like I was like super blocking everyone else's view. I'm just looking at it. And
Yeah.
obviously, like we're all trying to like me and a bunch of other people are trying to like stand away from it. It wasn't even like it. I understand when it's like the center point, right? It's like the Rembrandt, whatever it is. Cool. But like when it's just like a little thing that I was just trying to like check out, just trying to look at the details. And then someone just walks right in front of me. I'm like, and starts taking pictures or selfies. I'm like, dude, what the
Dude,
fuck?
come on, dude.
But I like to go to museums, and I like to like, I don't like to like look at everything. I don't know how you guys do museums. I like to sit there and look at one piece that I find really interesting for a long time.
Yeah.
And just trying to feel everything.
No,
trying to figure
totally.
out why he drew everything that he drew.
Yeah.
I mean, that is literally art.
I think you're actually doing it in the intended way.
Yeah.
Because I'm like everyone's like trying to go through everything. Like, okay, I just want to
Yeah, it's there's different like ways where I'm assuming we're talking about art museums here and not like natural history
or even
museums.
like because like I don't know what the one in.
Well, my favorites are the contemporary arts museums because I just go in. Well, for one, it's definitely way less people than your average art museum or like history museum. So like you actually have the space to like look at things and like not be disturbed by 100 people trying to take selfies or whatever.
Yeah.
But the other reason I like contemporary arts museums is because like for the most part you look at like a Van Gogh or a Rembrandt painting, right? And you're like, okay, I know I see the title, I see the painting. It's not that like difficult to understand, but you still can take a lot of time to like gaze at it and just be like, okay, well, let's look at the techniques. Let's see how I feel about this.
Yeah.
Contemporary arts museums, though, on the other hand, it's kind of the same way where it's like most of them are very simplistic, but you definitely spend 10 times the amount of time just sitting at it being like, so why did they make this? What? Like, am I just stupid? Or like, do I just not get this?
Oh no,
or-
I don't even think that deeply. It's like looking at art is like the equivalent of like beeps and boops for the eyes, where it's
Yeah.
just like sometimes you look at a picture and you're like, I don't know why this is making me feel things or think things, but
But the one
I don't
time you're at a
know.
contemporary arts museum
Yeah.
and you look at something that for the first split second is just absolutely nonsensical and it's like, why would anyone make this?
Yeah.
But then you stare at it for long enough and you try to like contextualize it and you're like, when it clicks,
yeah.
you're just like, oh my God, I am an art buff now.
Wait, what does that? What does that entail? It's never clicked for me.
Okay, so there was one, for instance, that took like 3 years, I think, to build or something, and it just opened up this year. So Aki and I were like, all right, let's go check it out because we like contemporary arts museums.
Yeah.
I'd say 90% of the stuff in there was like, I don't know, kind
That's
of.
how I see it in my head.
Yeah.
Art that isn't like normal, I would. Yeah, okay. It's more like I guess
It's-
like provocative in the sense that
it's-
like
Blobs and bloops.
It's the art where you're like, that's weird.
That's weird.
Like, that's fucking weird.
Yeah.
right. So whenever you see anything online that's like strange,
Yeah, something
Yeah.
like whether it be like a painting or a sculpture or like some contemporary arts are like they take an entire room
dude.
and they
Oh
turn
my
it into
god,
the-
I read about this woman, the Japanese woman. Her whole
Which
thing
one?
is circles, and she's like hella racist.
Oh yeah.
And all her
something
art is just fucking blobs, and I'm like, wow.
Yayoi,
Wow.
Yeah.
Yayoi something I think her name was.
It's, dude,
Kusama Yayoi, yeah.
dude, if you just Google her name with racism, there's like so many stuff that came up. I was like, wow, this is quite the resume.
the resume of racism.
I was like,
Oh Jesus.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
and then like I was like, this is like peak everything I don't like, because then it was like a collab with like it was some kind of like Louis Vuitton shirt that cost $900.
Oh yeah, no, she did do a collab with Louis Vuitton.
and
I
it was
remember.
like it was like contemporary art, and it was just polka dots, like polka dots. I was like, okay,
that's a thing.
that's your
Yeah.
thing.
That's a thing.
Here's $20 million for designing that. No worries. But
I
yeah.
mean, no, not all of them are like that. I hope.
But I was just like, wow. I was like, wow.
짠짠 I tinky tinky bam bam I tinky tinky 짠짠 I tinky tinky bam bam I tinky 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 bam bam
Is like you look at it. Right?
tinky bam bam 짠짠 I tinky tinky bam bam I tinky tinky 짠짠 I tinky tinky bam bam I tinky 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 bam bam
Any piece of art.
Yeah.
So this guy Marcel Duchamp,
Any piece of art.
was like,
Yeah.
okay,
So
I'm
this
gonna
guy
test
Marcel
the limits of
Duchamp
and
and
literally
just
was
threw
like,
it.
okay,
So
I'm
this
gonna
guy
test
is
the
not
limits
a
of name.
Duchamp.
So
And
basically,
literally
this
just
is
was
this
like,
is
yeah,
I'm
post-
posting before shit posting.
Right, right.
Well, that's fair enough.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
that's
So when
fair
you
enough.
see that,
But
you're
again,
like, okay, that's cool.
yeah,
But if you don't know the backstory, you're just like, it's a fucking Europe.
that-
But
that's-
that's what art,
that-
like contemporary art seems to be, from my
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
recognition. It's just stories that are contained within an item that
Yeah.
Exactly.
the like almost like a journal and an RPG. When you click on the
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
like, this is the story about this, and this is why you care.
Like, did you see the art piece where it was just like some guy taped a banana?
Oh yeah, on a wall. Yeah.
On a wall, and I don't know what the story was behind that, but I guess that's why it's so easy to make fun of the contemporary art world, because you just see a banana on a wall and you're like, it's a fucking banana
yeah,
on a wall.
well,
Pay $1 million for that.
I think also contemporary art obviously does very well in
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
modern
the art world's great banana.
yeah, and this is something where like obviously the internet loves this shit.
Yeah.
because this is so easy to share.
$120,000.
Yeah, again, like this is the most internet story of all time. Like
Yeah.
if you are a journalist, you saw this, you're like, this is the easiest free article that we
Clickbait.
can
Yeah.
write.
Yeah.
This episode is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Do you know that little guy with the hat and glasses when you're doing your late night research?
Oh, yes, I am.
I don't know what you're talking about, Connor.
Well, good thing that he knows how to keep us,
VPN.
Express Van Gogh Museum. Dude, I just didn't like it that much.
You don't like
it
Van
was
Gogh?
so busy as well.
Oh, that's
and
true.
also, I don't know. Van Gogh stuff, I'm like,
Too mainstream for you?
I'm looking at it and I'm like, nah. I think I don't like his style that much.
Okay.
It feels like, I don't know.
Do you think it's
It's
because
probably like what the equivalent of like an anime artist is in the like 1990s in the US to back then, probably. It's just kind of weird.
What do you mean?
It's very unorthodox at the time, I imagine, his style.
Oh,
That's the weirdest analogy I've ever heard.
Well, I imagine if you were drawing anime in like the 90s in the US, they'd be like, the fuck is this? And now they're like, this is anime. It's from Japan.
And then everyone's like, oh, shit.
No, I don't know. And also, I felt like he had such a good story. And then I was like, I didn't know much about Van Gogh, and I thought there was some. Actually, I really liked his some of the pieces I did actually like, but the museum itself and how it was laid out, I really didn't like.
Was it just a bunch of paintings stacked on top of each
No,
other?
no, no.
kind of-
To be fair, they tried to lay it out interestingly, but I felt like it made this weird kind of like everyone was going in like walking in different ways. It was kind of like a really like awkward way to. I felt like I personally, at least, I didn't really enjoy that.
Last month I went to a Van Gogh exhibit in Tokyo, which was a lot more, I guess, like interactive in that sense.
Okay.
So instead of just like a bunch of paintings on the wall, they would project the artworks into these rooms, so you could actually walk through it.
Yeah.
And I think like more art museums, at least for like popular artists like Van Gogh and stuff like that, like stuff that everyone's fucking seen
Sounds like
Starry
some
Night.
Iron Man shit, man.
Yeah, but it was cool. Like it was
yeah.
way more interactive, and it was like even though I've seen Starry Night 100 million times everywhere, it actually just felt cool to be like I'm inside the painting now, and it's like ooh,
I really liked.
You know what I mean?
I think it was.
It's such a Starry Night.
Yeah.
I think it was his final work that I liked the most. I don't know. Type in like Van Gogh.
The self-portrait?
No, was that his last one?
I don't know.
think
What
it
was Van
fine.
Gogh's last
I
painting?
think let me double check. I hope it's the right one. It
Yeah.
should be like the one with the like trees. That was one I actually kind of like. Look weird as fuck. Okay, it wasn't that one. No, I'm wrong. I type in like just like cherry blossom.
Van Gogh.
It looks like
Van
cherry
Gogh.
blossom.
He's
but-
done a lot of like Japan
yeah,
stuff.
type in like cherry blossom. See what comes up.
Yeah.
The story was something like how because his brother had like bankrolled his entire life. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, that one,
The
right.
almond blossom.
Yeah.
Yeah. His brother had basically like bankrolled his entire life because obviously he was very mentally ill. Obviously, so mentally ill, he cut off his own ear.
Yeah.
And this was basically the gift that he painted for his son-in-law.
Yeah.
Son-in-law? No, nephew.
Family member.
Yeah, his brother's kid. As like a thank you for like supporting his entire life.
Oh.
And then the museum just ends, and I was like, and he's like, and he died, and it was like, how? And then I googled, how did Van Gogh die? It was like, shot himself. And I was like, is that why we didn't put it in the museum? I was like, I feel like we're all big boy adults here.
Yeah,
we can discuss him cutting off his ear, and why would we gloss over that? It felt like for some reason
He cut off his ear.
Yeah.
he cut off his own ear. Yeah, he was very
That's
mentally
why in his self-portrait he doesn't have his left ear, I believe.
Yeah, he cut off his own ear. He was
Oh.
very mentally ill.
Yeah, so
Okay.
right ear, yeah.
Okay.
And obviously back then, mental illness wasn't so chill.
Yeah. Yeah.
It wasn't so chill. Not that it is nowadays, but it definitely wasn't
2024.
chill.
Mental illness is chill now.
It's a lot more chill now.
Yeah.
And again, like I kind of felt like he has such an interesting life story, and it did in some way at the end. I was like, oh man, why did they like sanitize it? I felt like they at least
Well, I feel like you
maybe,
guys-
maybe I missed something. I might have missed something, but
I
definitely was
mean,
reading
I
all
assume it's like an all ages exhibit.
Yeah,
at
it
the
is.
museum. You know, they got to make sure that everything is family friendly.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
but they probably covered him cutting his own ear off, right? That's
yeah,
like, that's
yeah,
like,
yeah, that was there.
that's not
Okay.
family friendly.
So, like a lot of the museum, I feel like art is normally the one time we kind of were like, look, we have these 1600 paintings, 1700 paintings from the Renaissance, where dudes are just getting stabbed or crucified, or
Yeah.
there's a bunch of naked people. I forgot what. There's like somebody. There's one.
And all the babies in those Renaissance paintings,
yeah,
like old men.
I don't know if it was a famous painting. There's one painting where it was like when oh god, I don't know who it was. It was either like Caesar or Judas or someone ordered like it might have Judas. It was like kill all the kids in this one village. Can you Google?
I have never heard of this before.
Judas kills all the kids.
Judas
There was
kills
like a
the kids.
painting where they recreated the order from one of these people to kill all the kids, and it was a really fucking gruesome picture. Where was it? No, was it Judas or Caesar?
Man, our company computers Google search is
You
wild.
have
It's either Caesar.
Judas kills all kids.
Oh man,
What kind of search history
Dude,
is
this
this?
is such a bad thing to remember like this. They type in Caesar.
Are you sure it was Judas?
Yeah,
it might have
might
been
be
Caesar.
Caesar.
It's one of those
Yeah.
guys.
All
One
right.
of those guys.
Caesar kills all kids.
No, this is.
I mean, there's a lot of
Caesar's
like
death.
Caesar in perilous situations, but
Yeah.
It was like someone had ordered for some reason killing all the boys of this.
maybe type in painting after
This
that.
is such a this is such a funny tangent. I'll know the painting when I see it. It was very like intense.
Massacre of the Innocents.
Yeah, maybe it was the Massacre of the Innocents. That sounds about right. What is this?
Massacre of the Innocents.
Wikipedia. What is that?
Yeah,
Open it
yeah,
up.
what is
click into
that?
Funny enough, there's a lot of those in history.
Yeah.
Narrative of the Gospel of Matthew.
It's a
Male
biblical
children.
story.
That is the one. What is the execution of all male children? You went, yeah, this is it. This is it. This is it.
All
There
right.
was some really like cool painting that I feel like no, I'll recognize it. What is it
Do,
called?
do you know
What's
who painted it?
What's it called?
It's
Massacre
called
of the
Massacre
Innocents.
Massacre. I'll go on my phone and I'll see.
Yeah, Massacre of the Innocents.
And this shit goes hard. Like it is just. It is like I was looking at this painting for ages, thinking like, this is so fucked. How did you sit there and paint this for so long? But I was like, this is something that like
Images that go hard.
like it's like you're looking at it.
Yeah, maybe don't scroll down because I saw some fucked up things.
There was like this
Yeah, yeah.
one.
Be careful what we show on the screen, please.
Maybe censor all this movie just in case.
Oh man, there was just this one painting. I mean, I think there's a lot of paintings of this actually, but there's this one painting I saw in this museum that was like huge of it, and it was like these women were killing these warriors. It was there's like a dead
I mean, that
baby.
painting
There's-
just right
yeah.
there is sick as hell as well.
Yeah, some of these
That was
things
so
were
cool.
like, I don't know why we went on this tangent. I think the point was is that there was this one. I was like, this is very widely accessible into a normal museum.
Yeah,
right? Like I
yeah.
think that this is stuff that I don't think that you should be sanitizing this kind of artwork.
No,
It's
no,
like let people see this stuff, these paintings.
I get it, which is why I think it depends on like the vibe of the museum you're going to, which is why a lot of the more I guess popular museums
Yeah.
they always feel like this is made for mass market, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
Because that's, you know,
Yeah.
a lot of people are going to these kinds of museums. And then sometimes you get really niche museums that kind of, I mean, God, I remember this one time, this is going on another tangent. I remember this one time, this was when I was living in Thailand, actually. And I was like, oh, honey, do you want to go on a date? Is there like anywhere you want to go to at all? And she's like, yeah, this is one museum that I've been really, really interested in. That's in Bangkok, actually. And I was like, sure, okay, we'll have a little museum day. Let's sure. Which museum do you want to go to? So there's this museum in Bangkok that I think it's the Death and Medical Museum.
Oh my god!
I think I've heard of this actually.
Yeah.
I've heard of this.
And it's definitely probably not safe for YouTube to show anything, but it's basically just in a hospital, right? And they have kept a record of a bunch of murders and a bunch of real dead bodies and like deformities.
This is the most Sydney museum.
Yeah, that's the thing. And
True crime podcast.
basically
museum.
true crime podcast, but it is like the thing about censorship in Thailand, right, is that they are a lot more lax when it comes to censorship of, let's say, accidents and things like that.
Yeah.
Because you can just be watching the news and, you know, you can go on a news article in Thailand and they will straight up show a person dying in like a horrific traffic accident with no censorship whatsoever. They don't cut. They
It's
just
like some
show-
live leak shit.
Yeah. Literally
Yeah.
some like live leak shit. So this museum had just like real like dead bodies and
Real
real
conversation went. Hey, how we know horrible accident? Horrible. Could we have the body?
That's, I think that's in like kind of Southeast Asia in general. I feel because like I remember when I went to Vietnam for my mom's birthday, and it was on her birthday day, right? And like we'd already like planned a dinner the night, but we was free during the day. And we were in Ho Chi Minh, and we were like, "What's your birthday, mom? Like, 60th birthday? What do you want to do?" And she's like, "I want to go to the Vietnam War Museum." And I was like, "Are you sure about that?" And she's like, "Yeah, I want to know about like the history of it."
Very depressing.
And so I was like, okay. So we went there, and you know, innocently enough, like you know, the outside has like a bunch of like you know really cool like you know Vietnam War like artillery and like airships and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's like really sick. And then you walk inside, and the first floor is all about Agent Orange, and you just see the most absolutely horrific images of like Agent Orange. And my mom's just like, "This is a good day." It's like maybe this was a mistake. I've just seen some shit that I'm gonna see in my nightmares for the next 10 years. And it's like, and again, it's like it's a lot like the museum in Thailand where it's like they don't fuck around. Like obviously, you know, they need to be historically accurate and show how terrible it all is, right? But man, some of those
You gotta
images.
go show that stuff.
Of course,
right?
you know, and I respected it for that, absolutely, because it really, you know, gave a very powerful effect when I was there. But my God, some of those images, holy.
I did find the image really nice. Snabby.
Oh, okay.
Let's see it.
Yeah, pull it up.
No, because I'm used to going to like exhibitions like in London about like, oh, the Tower of London and all that shit. And it's always like, you know, little fun recreations of, oh, this is the kind of torture that existed back in the day, you know?
I think people just think that like, pre-1900s, just like, it was just different species, actually.
I just built it.
Yeah. And then you see some of these like exhibits where obviously in Southeast Asia, they don't have the budget to make fun props or make fun little recreations of dead bodies. So here's just a real dead body that we've preserved that's been cut up for you to show. And it's like, Jesus
I
Christ.
do love like weird museums as well. Ones
Yeah.
that like dedicated to like strange topics.
Yeah, let's see this picture then.
It's kind of gnarly.
All right, let's see this.
All right, let's see how hard this image is on a scale of 1 to 10.
I mean, how hard does it go?
How hard it goes.
How hard?
Honestly, okay, the image I sent doesn't do it justice because it's got like a watermark on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But imagine it in like it's like 8 foot. You could just it's like immaculately painted. It's like ridiculous.
Damn, all right.
And it's just so grotesque. Look at this image.
God damn.
So like look at
Yeah,
it.
that goes hard.
That does go hard.
That's
Like a naked dude stabbing a baby. There's a you have to like bleep all of this. I mean, like
This looks like something out of Fear and Hunger, probably.
yeah, I mean, well, you know, like
This is like a black metal like album cover.
There's like so much about it. They're explaining it, and they were like, yeah, well, because the women obviously protecting the kids, and you see like there's literally a soldier with his eyes being gouged out because they're trying to kill
Jesus.
everyone. It's just like Christ, like. Imagine painting this sitting down. You know, you brew a coffee. Obviously, coffee maybe everyone's drinking like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
You brew a tea. Time to get to work. All right. Like, the butt streak, immaculate on this one.
I gotta finish off this ass cheek.
Bro, that guy is caked up while massacring, man.
God damn, bro.
Did they have to
Look
give
at
him
that
such
ass.
a cake?
Jesus.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no,
Bro.
that goes hard.
Yeah.
I will admit that goes hard.
Do you think back in the day when artists were like painting something like this, you know, do you think they knew they were about to drop a banger? You know, do you think they knew?
They went to the client and they're like, "I've got a singer. Hear me out."
Obviously, we hear about some of the most amazing pieces, right?
Yeah.
And these fantastical, like stunning, amazingly religious and grand paintings.
Yeah.
All like reminiscent of this. I don't even know what the style is because it's been a style for so long. I don't think there's. They're all like very like religious.
I
in
mean,
nature,
I would have just called this a Renaissance
But,
painting.
I think Renaissance is. I don't know if I could be wrong here. I could fact check. Absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
Isn't that more like the Italian style of?
Like Michelangelo and stuff like that.
I thought that was what that referred to. I could be wrong.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Point being, we don't know art, so don't
Yeah.
do anything. But I mean, it's fun. It's fun talking about it. And just seeing old shit is so cool.
It
and
is.
then I'd see this painting, right? And they'd be like, yeah, this is one of his more unremarkable works. It's from, I don't know, it would be like 1657.
Yeah.
And I'll look at it and be like, this shit is so insane. And I'd be like, yeah, it's only really worth like 50,000 nowadays. Like, that's fuck.
That's like
this shit is so insane.
That reminds
Why
me
paint like
of
this?
when I went to the Louvre in France, and you know, obviously massive museum, right? And
Yeah.
obviously 99% of people were there to see the Mona Lisa.
Yeah.
And so the Mona Lisa, I don't know if you guys have been to the Louvre or seen the Mona Lisa, but like it's in this room where it's basically only like
Oh yeah, I've been to live. Yeah.
yeah, it's basically only there's two paintings
see it.
in this room.
I was a kid.
Yeah, there was the Mona Lisa on one wall. There's the Mona Lisa, which is fucking tiny, by the way,
Right.
and like really far away. And there's obviously a million people clamoring over to like take a picture.
Yeah.
Of it. And then on the other side of the room is what's considered the most rejected painting of all time because it's in the same room as the Mona Lisa. But the thing is that like for one, it's such a stark contrast to the Mona Lisa because the Mona Lisa is this tiny thing that you've seen everywhere. And then on the other side, it's kind of like this. There was this giant, like, 10, 12 foot long painting
Insane. Just
that looks,
insane
that is
work.
so much more interesting and so much cooler than the fucking Mona Lisa.
Yeah.
So like, while everyone was taking a picture of the Mona Lisa, like, I was just fucking chilling looking at this like giant thing. I'm like, why is no one looking at this?
Well, why is the Mona Lisa the most famous painting in the world?
It's because of the story about how it was stolen. It was
Right.
like it was stolen at one point, and then I think there was a whole like news thing about. Because I think it was a rather unremarkable painting when it was first released. We wanted to fact check, but I'm pretty sure what kind of pushed it into being one of the most popular ones was the fact that it was stolen and it had such a huge news. Story around it.
Yeah.
And then it was retrieved.
Do you-
and then
Do you think like the art community back in the day was like similar to like the anime community today, where they saw the Mona Lisa and like, that's mid, overrated.
I
Mid,
know. I
mid,
genuinely think like it was kind of a like I said like
you know what I mean? It's like it's
Too mainstream.
Yeah. What are the top 10 most famous paintings in the world?
Mona Lisa.
Mona Lisa obviously number one.
Probably Mona Lisa.
Yeah.
Go with the pearl earring.
Because I have no knowledge of art at all.
Last
so-
Supper, Starry Night, Van Gogh. Go with pearl earring.
There must be a list. There must be a list.
I think my brain is broken with the
Yeah.
Van Gogh Starry Night.
Yeah, all right,
because I just see Lord of the
CNN.
Rings.
Top 10
Well,
most
I just
famous
see-
paintings in the
I
world.
just see like the Tower of what's not Sauron. It's
Yeah. Tower of Sauron.
That's all I see. And like, can you show Star? I mean, sorry, not be on this list.
Yeah,
actually.
yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
go
All right,
scroll
Mona
down.
Lisa.
Shit.
Mona Lisa's number one.
Mid.
Last
Last
Supper.
Supper.
It's.
That's
Have you
aight.
actually seen the Last Supper?
I have seen Last
It's on
Supper.
like some like dingy fucking wall.
Yeah. What?
It's like some. I don't.
It's in Santa Maria, right?
Yeah, yeah.
it's cool.
I
It's
fuck-
cool.
okay, actually, Last Supper, I fuck with it just with how much is going on.
Yeah.
In this one, this like Mona Lisa is like, oh, it's a fucking girl, innit? Oh, that's it's.
I mean, I like
The
it.
eyes follow you wherever you
yeah,
go.
oh, fucking mid. All right.
Whereas Last Supper is just Jesus like, boys, we eating good tonight, baby.
it's like me and the boys. Me and the boys
I was
rock
trying
up.
to be contrarian.
All right. Number three. Starry Night.
Dude, it doesn't. I just can't unthink of Lord of the Rings when I see the
Eye
Tower.
of Sauron?
All I can think of is the Tower of Sauron. I cannot unthink. And then the fucking bright ass sun. I just think this is some kind of Lord
I
of
think
the Rings
that's the
shit.
moon, I
believe.
No,
That's the
I know,
moon.
okay, whatever. Sorry, I just think of the fucking tower. I don't know what's wrong with my brain.
I mean, it's alright.
I think it's just you've just
alright.
seen it everywhere
It's
now, where it's
alright.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's fine. It's
I just
whatever.
like, okay,
I
one of the biggest things is like story for me. So I'm like, it looks visually, this looks cool, but I can't really like, I can't really garner any like emotion looking at the Starry Night.
I'd love to
He was
know.
living in an asylum apparently.
You know what?
Okay.
I bet there's, and I don't know.
Oh, the Scream? Okay, this one goes hard. This one.
This one's cool.
This one goes hard.
Edvard
Scream?
Munch?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one goes hard.
Where's it being held? Tokyo? Oh, it's in Tokyo. Oh,
That's
that was the picture was in Tokyo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No way.
All right,
I-
Scream, not overrated.
Yeah, that's
Guernica.
Guernica.
Okay, that's
I've never
Picasso.
heard of this before.
Oh, really? This
I've
is probably one of the most famous Picasso
I've
paintings.
never seen this one.
Okay, never seen this one, and it's number 5 already.
I think this one goes hard as well.
This one,
interesting.
okay. This okay. I would go to an exhibit like this, look at this, and I'm like, this is interesting. I can't think of any other word to describe this other than interesting.
I feel these kinds of paintings really straddle like traditional art and contemporary art.
How long would you have to look at this before you're like, all right, I think I'm getting
I
something
already
here.
don't like it. I've looked at it too long.
I don't know. This one's trippy and cool. I like
Yeah,
it.
it's kind of like, huh.
Like the more
if-
you look
if
at
your-
it,
if your kid drew this, you'd be like,
they'll be like, all right, put it on the fridge. I guess.
Did we just call Picasso a fridge painting?
hey,
Put it next to the macaroni art.
There's a bunch of fridge magnets. All right, let's go next one.
All right, next one.
Oh,
The Kiss.
My
I've never-
parents have this hanging up in their bedroom, and I've always wondered what this was. The only thing I can see in this is that they referenced the Nelson Lead in the opening. Which is
I don't feel anything when I look at this.
I don't feel anything. I was going to say
it just
this.
reminds me of home. when I
Yeah,
see this.
yeah. I don't. I'm not getting anything
Alright,
from this.
next
All
one.
right,
Next one. What's the next one?
next one.
Go with pearl earring.
Mid,
I've seen this one.
mid. And if it's just a paint,
Okay, the cool thing about Go with Pearl Earring though is that it's like a fucking mystery of how you're, because there's an entire movie based on this.
Yeah.
I think the biggest mystery from what I remember is that for one, I think the person in
This
this
doesn't
painting
exist,
doesn't exist.
Yeah, so apparently it's like a weird painting thing where like you paint something made up.
Yeah, because in 1665, no one could get a hand on a pearl that big,
Right.
without it
Yeah.
costing like $1 billion. So
Right.
people were like, so is this a self-portrait or is this just Vermeer just like making something up?
bro, just
But it's weird that it'd be making something up because for that era, no one was doing paintings like that. So there's the whole like mystery of like, so is it an actual
And I-
person or is it
yeah.
Vermeer cracked?
I also
Like,
think back then they preferred to paint like things that were there and real.
yeah.
okay.
There was like a big emphasis on that, I think.
Yeah.
So bro was like, I
was
can,
like,
I
yeah,
can
yeah.
paint something from my mind, and the world was like, yo,
He kind of was
ain't
the
no way, ain't
first
no way.
painter with a domain expansion. That's what kind of made it legit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the backstory's cool. The painting itself is just like
Yeah,
whatever.
painting
I
itself is
think,
like,
if I'm not mistaken, okay, I feel like I know more than I should about this, but Vermeer was famous because he was, if you look at his work, it's impeccable how he drew, like painted light. Like if you look at any of his work, how he like understands light is insane. There's one or two examples of like where I think he does it maybe more interestingly. But like, yeah, look at the woman with the jug is also
Oh,
really
that
famous.
one's really famous.
Right.
Yeah.
So open up like a big version of it. Like look at it's kind of fucked up because you're like, how did this man? It looks almost real.
Yeah.
Like the way that the light bounces
Bro,
off
I
everything.
know why the girl with the pearl earring is the most famous painting of his.
Why?
Because it looks most like a YouTube thumbnail. You know how they say?
No, it's not.
You're like, look,
No,
look.
look at this shit. The light, the use of light on that is fucked up.
Yeah, but if one thing
how do you do that, bro?
If there's one thing I've learned from
RTX
YouTube,
was on.
if there's one thing I've learned from YouTube is that you like if you need something marketable, you need someone's face right in front center. This shit, people look at this and they're like, I don't.
On YouTubers are like, thank you for the perfect thumbnail.
Look at the fucking
Bro
basket.
perfected thumbnails in the 1600s, man.
Look at the items. Look
Yeah.
how good the lighting is on them.
It looks like a photo.
You literally can't tell the difference between like if it was that blurry, if that was real or fake.
Yeah.
You took a little. It's scary.
That's cool, but like these kinds of paintings, I'm like, it's cool. Like the technique is cool, but it doesn't make me feel anything because it's like, this is like a photo back in the day. You know?
That's fucked. Look at that. That looks
Yeah.
real.
That does look
Could you
real.
imagine seeing that in the 1600s? Your mind would
Yeah.
be fucking blown. You'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Give me your paint. Let me sniff it.
And then they invented the camera and they were like, they made what?
He's like, I'm out of business. What the fuck? I'm out of business.
For me, it's just like,
it's like I painted this in 4 years. It's a screen, and you're
like,
just
we
like,
made this in 4 minutes.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
and I'm just like, I just took a screenshot. All right,
like that looks insane.
Well, I think like the reason why Van Gogh came popular after his death is because it was something to do with like how weird his colors were and how unusual that was.
Okay, Birth of Venus.
Oh, this one's mid.
This one's good.
It's used too much. Overused now.
Yeah.
No, it's cool. Though.
It's cool.
1400. That's fucked. How do we
Yeah.
keep stuff around that long? We bought Nintendo fucking GBA games. You've seen a Nintendo GBA box when you were a kid? No, I never saw it. Threw that shit away. How do they keep this shit around for so long? All right, carry on.
All right.
Well, I don't know this one.
I don't know this one either.
Diego Velázquez, 1656.
I'll take not famous. Never heard it.
Looks like.
W painting. W's in the chat for this painting. All right, what's the last one? Oh, absolute
Oh,
W.
great. Oh my god, what a
Gotta be
W.
Such a hard image.
Gotta be S tier.
This is S
W
tier.
goated.
Holy shit, this is
Would goon
absolutely
too.
good.
I'm goon max with this one.
Paintings that go hard, man.
I'm pretty sure Michelangelo gooned after finishing this one. Man. Like he looked up at the ceiling and he was like,
Kind of crazy that he painted it on the ceiling.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just an absolute mad lad.
Wasn't he also like? I think I saw a bunch of YouTube videos on like how this came to be. Like I'm pretty sure like
Yeah.
Michelangelo. There's like bits and pieces of this painting that the church originally didn't want in,
Oh, wow.
but to like retaliate against the church or something, he like hid a bunch of like not anti-church, but like stuff that the church wasn't a huge fan of in the paintings. And I guess like the church was like, yeah, good.
Man, Adam got done dirty with his dick though.
Yeah, that is.
Absolutely not a shower. That's for sure.
But holy shit, that pose though. My man was listening to the Giga Chad song when he was like, Michelangelo was posing Adam Malik. Look at that shit.
It is, yeah. Could you imagine? Because it took 4 years to paint.
Yeah.
Just imagine like being one of the churchgoers or whatever, just seeing it come along. Must have been the coolest shit ever.
Yeah.
Coming in every like week of Sunday, like damn.
I can't imagine.
This is
I
gonna
can't
come
imagine how fucked his neck would have been afterwards.
Yeah,
though.
right.
Just like doing this for 4 years. Like
Absolutely mad lad.
Yeah.
But yeah. No,
that goes hard.
I'm glad we all have some appreciation for art. As I get older, I guess you come to realize, yeah, we kind of need this shit.
Yeah, we do. Well, to me,
Yeah.
art is like, to me at least, everyone has a different definition of art. To me, art has always been about communication. And it doesn't matter what kind of media, whether it be paintings. The thing that makes paintings hard to appreciate as a kid is that I feel like whenever I've really appreciated a painting, I've definitely needed more than just a quick glance. You know what I mean? It's something,
Yeah.
it's like you watch a piece of, you watch a movie or something and you're like, okay, you're sitting down for this duration of this movie and then you will get some kind of emotional response. Same thing with music. You listen to the entire song. With a painting, there are so many different like layers about
How
how
the historical, the time, like
The
the
time.
perspective, like showing you what the kind of what was popular then. Like you
Yeah.
get a real sense of like what was like the style, and like you
Yeah.
imagine people being like, this is shit. Or,
Yeah.
This like Picasso. I'm sure was kind of really out there at the time.
Yeah.
You probably get a feeling for that when you look at it, because even now you're like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, but like
Picasso,
what
you did, bro?
But one thing I do like about some pieces of art, which is just like I think it's the rawest way to really get a sense about what someone's inner emotions is sometimes, especially with some more of the modern arts. I don't know how it classifies itself, but sometimes you just look at a different combination of lines and squiggles and some shit, and you're just
Yeah.
like, what were you feeling?
I feel that way about every Salvador Dali painting.
Yeah,
I guess
yeah. Why is Dali not on here,
Well,
man?
I see here it says persistence of memory is the ones that came close, which is
All right.
probably his most famous.
Let's see that one.
Oh,
yeah,
the
yeah.
Nights Watch that. I saw that one too.
Yeah.
And that's why I said some museum, because if you try to
It's the
pronounce
melting clock one.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Oh, I do
yeah.
like that one.
That one was. This is cool as fuck.
so
man.
sick.
All right, this is.
That goes so hard. Look at
I
that.
do like
that does go hard.
Fuck yeah.
Does feel like something that belongs in a Courage the Cowardly Dog episode. That whole painting. I don't know why. I mean,
I just realized Joey likes anything that could
Weird.
pass for an album cover.
like acids.
Dude, this is an album cover. Is it not?
Of course it is.
This is such an album
This is
cover.
an album cover,
This
man.
is so
Like,
sick.
okay, you know what? Like, I think I'm very fortunate. I've never had to go through some like really, really like tough hardship in my life. Right? I've been very. I think almost that's why as well. Like Van Gogh, right, doesn't connect with me as much, because like I think art in a sense is like, man, as you get older, you're like, man, I'm so, even religious, like, I'm so fucking, I love God so much. Anyone else love God so much? And you see this picture of like Adam and Eve, you're like, fuck, I get it. I feel so good about this. And same with like Van Gogh, you're like, man, I'm going through some shit right now.
Yeah.
I just need to know if anyone else has felt this way, because everyone else felt so fucked up. And then you see a Van Gogh painting of him doing a self-portrait when after he cut off his ear, and you're like,
Everyone's like, preach.
I mean, like, I imagine like that's how it is. Right? As you get older, you can appreciate stuff because you're like,
Yeah.
I can now I've gone through some of these aspects of my life.
Oh, you know
I
what
can
kind of-
I can see the art. Like
Yeah.
I imagine I'm sure when I'm like 60 and I've either maybe I've had some real fucking hardships or I've lost people I care about.
Yeah.
Probably seeing the Van Gogh of him after the self-portrait after he cut off his ear. I'm sure that'll feel so fucking raw.
I feel like with art, it's so hard, as humans, right? We can we can sympathize a lot of the times, but it's, you know, we get the true connection when we empathize. with
Yeah,
something.
absolutely, yeah.
Because like the first time, you know, I really felt this was, you know, it's, you know, to me it is a piece of art, which is like watching the ending of Evangelion. You know, what you watch it as a kid.
I need to bring up anime.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm kidding,
it's you know, it's the first,
it is.
it's the first time I like something like my brain chemistry changed to be like, oh, this is some stupid artist pretentious shit.
That'll be a,
Yeah.
a portrait of Asuka in a museum in 400 years. They'll be like, this is one of the first examples of this style.
I really want to,
anime.
in 400, if I could time travel 400 years from now and go to an art museum and just see the frame of like, Shinji come in his hands. Like,
That'll be this in like the National Museum.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Like,
okay.
this is one of the first Hideki Anno amazing pieces
Yeah.
that really evokes
preserved for 400 years.
What do you think? Like, it's like, do you think like in terms of influential people and influential culture, right? Do you think the people that are living in our generation will be looked back upon as like, you know, as influential as some of the people in the past? Because
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
think of some, not even with artists, but you know, some scientists as well. I mean, like, Nabi, can you?
People talk about like, you know, stuff like, I don't know, like Charlie Chaplin, like that, right?
Yeah.
You know, someone of kind of recent history, but so much is credited to him, and so much like people talk about him and about his
Yeah,
stuff.
Nabi, can you search up the smartest picture ever taken, or something?
Okay, I think I know the one you're on about.
Yeah, and you think like the photo of the most intelligent people ever taken.
Oh, I have seen this.
Yeah,
yes.
it's can you find one where like they have all the names on? Because you look at this picture and you think, and you look at some of the names on here and you're like, these people all existed in the same time period.
yeah.
And
There we go.
you think this is like this picture has got to be one of the most stacked pictures that has ever been taken in like the history of like
as
photograph.
Planck, Einstein, Picard,
Lorentz,
Schrodinger,
Heisenberg.
Curie.
Heisenberg.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, right.
Dude, collectively, there's about
Picard.
90,000 IQ in this picture.
Bro,
Oh,
this
okay, like
this
that.
is my
Yeah.
entire like physics and chemistry textbook in a picture, and you think all these people existed at the same time, just like
Me and the boys changing history. That's what this picture is.
Look at this shit, man.
That's so stacked.
And you think to yourself, damn, are there this amazing are there this many amazing people that exist in our time period that could
just
like
right
come
out.
together?
I'm sure because like, you know, there's still like every single year, you know, like you hear about certain discoveries being made, which like at the time of them, you know, being discovered and being presented to the public, like you think to yourself like, oh, okay, that's a cool little discovery, I guess. But then, you know, 5, 10, 50, 100 years from then, you realize like, oh, wait, actually this tiny little discovery that everyone thought was just like yeah, that's kind of a cool thing. Ends up being something that just like completely changes the trajectory of history, right? Or like
Yeah.
technology or something like that. You know, like the Japanese guy who discovered the blue LED. You know, like at the time everyone was like, yeah, this is pretty cool. But now you realize, oh wait, everything fucking uses a blue LED now. You know?
I didn't.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know
Also
that.
watched the Veritasium.
Yeah.
video.
I didn't. I know about blue LEDs, but I didn't realize there was.
I didn't know either
Did you know
of
the name of the guy?
Fucking like Tanaka Taro. I don't know.
solid bet.
Solid bet.
Solid bet.
Shuji Nakamura. There you go.
I feel like I always hear Nakamura's.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's a very common
That
surname.
lineage gets a lot done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't hear a lot from the Satos.
No, Sato's a lacking,
They
bro.
started, bro.
Come on, man.
And too
Sato's-
cozy.
Come on, Sato's. Get with it.
So
Yeah, so that was, I guess, the museums. I didn't know we were going to go talk about artwork in museums so long. But
I didn't know.
I can keep talking about
That
it.
was the first time I ever talked about it. I guess there's other stuff I did too, which we can talk about. But I guess, you know, I don't want to bore people too much about artwork. 'Cause I'm sure they're sleeping. I think the last thing people want to hear from us is artwork. Maybe like 3 people in the comments. Are very
Yeah.
happy.
No, but like I do agree. As you grow older, you build more of an appreciation of all kinds of art because you get to experience more kinds of emotions, more things in life that allow you to empathize with some of the emotions that these artists were feeling. Because I do feel some of the most powerful art, unfortunately, is made by some of the most fucked up people or people going through some of the most strongest emotions in their lives.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think, you know, unfortunately, the stronger the art, the more shit the artist was going through back at the time,
Yep.
Especially in modern day art
I
as
mean,
well.
we're obsessed with the tortured artist trope. Is a like, people,
Yeah.
For some reason, we love that.
Yeah, and a lot of times, you know, torture and just going through bad shit brings forward the strongest pieces of inspiration as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
I also got like giga scammed. Well, not giga. I scammed myself.
Right.
What a tangent.
In Belgium.
Would you like to explain?
Yeah, so I was gonna have a friend. I was gonna have dinner with a friend, and because I wanted to look. I didn't really know anywhere to eat. I was looking up at Google where to go eat, and I found this restaurant that had super good ratings and looked cool. And I had a bunch of stuff planned that day. So and the restaurant didn't have any bookings available at dinner, so I was like, oh, let's just get a lunch. It'll be chill. And so I guess the thing about this restaurant that made it like interesting was that it was like in a church.
Okay.
They like redone a church. I was like, oh, that's cool. That's cool. And so there's like no reservations online at all. And I was like, oh, okay. And so I clicked lunch and there was like one available at like 12:30. I was like, oh, cool. Awesome. And I want to try Belgian food, and of course it'd be great. Let's try a ton of Belgian food.
Yeah.
And so I went at 12:30, and I thought it was odd when I booked online because they needed my card for a deposit. And I was like, that's a little unusual, but not unheard of. Some
I mean,
restaurants
it's
do
normally
that.
like
It's for like a course.
okay,
You know,
Like
yeah.
a nicer restaurant.
Yeah,
I was
some-
like-
some really
I was
expensive
like, oh, it's a little bougie. So I put my card details in, and I didn't think anything of it. And then I you know, on the way over there, I was just looking at my bank account and seeing like, you know, because I was, you know, just feeling good about myself. No, I was like, I was trying to do some. I was trying to look, 'cause I couldn't find a payment for something else. I noticed that I was like, what is this payment that I don't recognize? And it was the restaurant that took a charge to secure the deposit. They'd taken 300 euros out. What? I was like, what the fuck? 300 euros for 2 people? That's insane.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, that's fucked up. So I was like, okay, Christ, all right, Jesus Christ, what is this fucking restaurant? But I was like, oh, maybe they like it's like a prepayment thing.
Yeah.
So I won't have to pay or they'll use the money or whatever. And I was like, okay, well, a little expensive, but hey, I'm on holiday. I'll splurge. a bit more than I intended to today.
Right.
It'll be all right. So I get there, and like I can tell, all right, this vibes are a little serious, and I'm definitely a little underdressed. Turn up in a t-shirt. I was like, all right, this is a
Turn up in a
little
trash taste hoodie.
yeah, it's a little more serious than I thought it was going to
Yeah.
be. And it was like a very open thing, and there was so many staff. I was like, what the fuck? And I knew I was in trouble before because when I checked into my hotel, the guy was like, sir, where are you going for lunch today? I was like, I'm going here. He's like, oh, very nice. I heard it's hard to get a reservation there within 3 months in advance. I was like, what? What?
Okay.
I booked it 2 days ago. What do you mean? So much to cancel or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay. So I go there, and they bring out these 3 like snacks that are tiny. One of them was just a sushi piece, very bougie sushi piece.
Okay.
I was like,
I have one of those
I was
places.
like, please don't tell me I booked Japanese food
Yeah.
by accident.
Yeah.
I'm gonna end my life. And so the first thing comes out, and he goes, this is what is known in Japan as a maguro, and they didn't say tuna. They said this is a maguro,
Maguro.
with a umeboshi residue, using a bit of dashi. They were pronouncing everything like way worse than I am.
Yeah.
Right? I was sitting at them like, okay. So I eat this. I'm like, don't get me wrong, it was very good.
Yeah,
sure,
I'm sure
yeah.
it was.
So I have and there's some of the I took pictures, and I can send you them all now. I don't know how you should share them. Actually, I'll send them in post. I'll show you. I'll try and show you boys a couple of them.
So what I'm hearing-
So 3 pieces come out, right? And I was like, all right, I'm in a little trouble.
Yeah.
And they come over to me and they go, yeah. So that was the snack. Are you ready for the 12-course meal? I was like, the what? The 12? I was like, was that 3 of them? She goes, no. That was the introduction snack. I was like, oh. And then she goes, here's the full menu. And I was like, okay. And I was like, that's a lot. And I look at the bottom, it says the price, €300 per person. I was like, oh no, what have I done? And then they go, is 4.5 hours okay? I was like,
4.5 hours
lunch?
I was like, I'm dinner booked at 6. It's like, it's 1 a.m. It's 1 p.m. and I've got dinner booked at 6. That's so over for me. And then it's just like every course comes out, and okay, don't get me wrong, every course was amazing. It was so delicious, but it was not worth €300.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think any meal was worth
Yeah,
300
and every single item, they just go, this is the negi. And I was like, you can just say leek. Just say leek. I know what leek is. Stop. I was like, how dare you say negi? Just say leek. You know this is leek. Don't lie to me. And again, it was amazing food. And if I was a billionaire, I'd be like, great, this is great value for money. Sure. I have $1 million. And
So was it all Japanese?
No, but like I'd say 8 or 9 of the 12 dishes all had like some Japanese word that they would use. And like one of them was like, this is seared bonito. And I was like, okay. And then there was one where it was like, and I knew they were just waffling. Because at one point they said, I wrote in my notes because I remember I was very aware of this. Because I really want to talk about it. And I thought you'd find this funny.
Okay.
They had like 3 items that were all hamachi, right?
Okay.
Problem is, hamachi is very not clearly defined in what it is, right?
Yeah, it's just a whitefish.
Yeah, so if you actually, interestingly, if you Google hamachi Japan, and each area of Japan actually calls hamachi something different.
Yeah.
So different fish sizes. So if you now just Google like hamachi, local types, there's like names. Like there's like all of these fish are completely different.
No, not the Hamachi network.
Like images. There's like I had a good chart that I found online where it was like. Okay, this is not very helpful. Maybe you might type it in Japanese. Basically, like Osaka, hamachi is something totally different to what it would be in like Niigata. And there's even more local variety where it's just like, what is this? Like this is so not even defined. You might need to type it in Japanese for the local names, like I don't know, if you did like Niigata or something. Like all this stuff is so like, yes, if you don't know anything about Japan, it sounds really cool.
Yeah.
But was just like,
But then you realize it's all the same fish.
Yeah.
yeah, and you're like, like it's. Did you know this as well?
I didn't know about it. I don't know any of the other names though. I only know.
Yeah,
it's
look at. I want to
Hamachi,
put the sheet up when we start talking about it.
Oh, yeah, so there's Buri, Mejiro.
Yeah, so Buri is also hamachi is just Buri but kid.
Yeah.
But every
Buri is a big Hamachi.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But each area of Japan calls hamachi and classifies it differently. So whenever you go to like Osaka, hamachi is different to what it would be in what it would be in like Niigata or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
So I was like, this is not helpful at all. Like, what is this? Like, can you tell me what this is? Because you're charging me so much fucking money
Oh yeah,
for
there
it.
we go. There it is. There. So it's like Hamachi, Tsubasu, Fukuragi, Inada. It's all the same fish though.
Yeah, it's all the same fish, but they're all different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mejiro.
So if you so wherever you got it from, it'd be like totally different.
Yeah.
And kind of coming from Japan, in paying bonito. Bonito is such a cheap fish.
Yeah.
Like getting like a seared bonito is like fucking
Yeah.
$1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, like I'm sure it's a little expensive to get it. And I'm like, come on, man, come on. And it was just so expensive. And I the whole trip I was just like, why? Why did I do this? Why did I spend so much? I couldn't enjoy it. The best part is, you know what I've learned now?
What?
And it had, by the way, I didn't know this at Michelin stars.
Yeah.
Yes, it did. Every single Michelin star restaurant I've ever been to has the most bomb bread ever.
Oh, yeah,
the bread
I
is absolutely off the charts. Probably my favorite thing.
That's it. I don't know if I mentioned this in like a previous episode, but it's every time I see or hear someone going to a Michelin star restaurant, it's just what always fires off the alarm to me is when they can only talk about the fucking bread.
The bread was godlike.
How was the bread? Yeah, it was
they
godlike.
brought out smoked butter. I never even heard of that. That was so
I
godlike.
don't even know what that is.
Oh, dude, actually, one of my favorite parts of this whole thing. Okay, number one, right? I absolutely viscerally hate it when restaurants do this, especially when you're paying so much money. He's like, the bread comes out. Do you want some olive oil? I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? He goes, okay, puts the little thing tray down, and then goes from like such a height and pours olive oil, and it's like splashing on this thing and pissing. Like, you piss on the bowl, and you're like,
Yeah.
little thing. I'm like, what are you doing? what are you doing? Stop. Just pour it in the thing.
It's like getting on your face.
I am
It's
not.
like,
I'm not 2 years old. I'm not amused. Oh wow. Oh, oil goes pours down straight.
Yeah, what do they expect you to be like?
And then I thought that to myself, and the table next to me, they were like laughing. They loved it when they did it. I was like, this is such an unserious thing to do. It's such like, are you trying to tell me about all this negi and bonito and umeboshi and dashi that you use and everything? And you sit here and spray olive oil all over me, and I'm like, why? Just give me the olive oil. Fuck off. Don't pour it like I'm in some kind of budget circus. I'm not amused by
It's
this.
like, you know what? I can pour it myself. It's fine. You
Give me
can
the
leave.
give me the- Stop pouring it like that, you fool. And so then the main course was like this like chicken, right? And so this guy, you know how it is. This is my least favorite part of Michelin star restaurants. The yap, right? They love to yap.
Yeah.
If you've never
Especially in European ones.
if you've never been to a Michelin star restaurant, don't. A lot of the time, I just think it's not worth it. You take so much goddamn time,
And
they
they're
just
so
yap,
expensive.
and then you lose all your money.
Yeah.
I just wanted to spend a normal amount of the meal. I didn't realize I spend that much. So he comes out right, and he goes, "This is the most expensive chicken in the world." And I was like,
Bet.
I was like, sure. He goes, every chicken has 10 square meters each. And I was like, yes, like at a Japanese apartment.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not-
why do chickens get so much? He's like, they get raised for this long, and then he's like, we cook the chicken breast 6 different times.
Oh
He
my
was like,
God.
we sear it in water, we sear it while boiling it, and then do all this shit. And I was like, okay. And then I ate it, and I was like, this is really good. But my whole time I was thinking, yeah, but my guy in Tokyo, he does a fire negima, and he cooks the chicken so good, and I think it's better than this.
And that's just like 200 yen.
Yeah, it's like 300 stick. I'm like, I think this is just not worth it. But they did bring out this one thing they did bring out, which again came with the bread.
Yeah.
It was chicken butter.
Chicken
It
butter?
was like I don't know, like grinded down chicken into butter, and it was smoked. It was godlike. That was the best part. I was like, get rid of this. Stop making this expensive chicken. Give
Yeah.
me the chicken butter. Just
Yeah.
give me a whole vat of this. I will eat that.
Now, definitely all they did was just grab some fucking Devondale butter and then just put some chicken salt in that shit.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then mix it up, you know?
So
I can make that in
I
Australia.
had the most awkward dinner at 6 o'clock. I was like, I'll just have a starter. I'll just have a little nibble.
Can I have some water and
Everyone's
bread,
like,
please?
what's wrong? You don't want to have like food? I'm like, no, just
God, that reminds me of like the most disappointed I've ever been at a restaurant as well. Because like,
worst. I didn't want to go to a Michelin restaurant.
yeah. Well, maybe you should have done your research.
should've. I just-
Always
you know,
find yourself in
you know?
one.
I just thought I'd book it. It'd be nice. Fun.
Yeah.
to eat.
Because I remember, because like one of the most disappointed I've ever been to a restaurant is, so there used to be a restaurant actually that me and Sydney discovered one day.
Oh yeah, another one. Yeah.
And it was like, it wasn't exactly like a bougie restaurant, but it was like, let's say like mid-range, you know, there was, we went to this place and it was kind of like a bar, like a kind of like a bar/restaurant kind of deal. But, you know, you could tell that the chef was really, really passionate about his food. And so he goes to this bar, you know, have a few glasses of wine, and then, you know, we got to know the chef. Like we got to know the chef pretty well, because he'd always like make us try these, you know, different dishes, and it had, you know, it had some really, really good fucking dishes. I remember he was like trying some really experimental stuff. We had like a ostrich katsu, which was one of the best fucking katsu I've ever had in my life. And he made wasabi ice cream, and I was like, this is
Dude, wasabi ice cream goes hard.
I was like, this is some weird ass shit. I don't know if I like this. Had a bite, and I was like, this is one of the best scoops I've ever had. What are you cooking, sir?
I'll cook it.
Yeah, and he said, you know, one day, a few years ago, he said, oh, unfortunately, you know, we're shutting this restaurant down. And me and Sydney was like, why are you shutting this place down? And he goes, oh, I'm actually opening a new restaurant. And it's going to be like near Ebisu. So, you know, much more central than where we are now.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, cool. We'll come visit you one day, because you do some bang ass food. And it's like, the chef was like really, really personable as well. So we just really liked the vibe. So it was the first time we were like, damn, okay, new chef. We're gonna see what this artist cooks up next.
We stand.
Yeah.
We follow wherever you go.
I'll follow this artist, you know. I'll follow this cook. I'll follow the chef. And so a few years passed, and me and Sydney were, you know, we wanted a date, and we just remember this chef that we met here, and we remember the name of his bar here, and we were like, oh, let's see if he actually opened up his restaurant. Search up the name, and lo and behold, he has opened up a new restaurant with the exact same name of the old restaurant. So we're like, great, all right, opened up a new place, he's made it. Let's go. Like, I remember he was such a nice guy, great food. Let's go check out his restaurant. So one of the big weird things at first was like we tried booking a seat, and there's only one time available, and they say you have to arrive 15 minutes or 10 minutes prior to this booking.
Okay.
And we were like, me and Sydney was like, that's a bit weird, but you know, maybe he's trying to go for some higher class restaurant. Okay, we get it. Chef trying to make a name for himself, whatever. Let's go give it a try. And so we turn up on the day. And we soon realized that there are only this is when the alarm bells start ringing. There's only 15 seats in the entire restaurant, and the restaurant is just one single room. And then you have like the kitchen and the chef, and it's just a square counter around the kitchen, and there's 15 seats, and everyone has to turn up at the same time, because they are going to prepare for you a kind of like a 7-course meal or something, and it is literally like something out of the fucking menu. And I have never been like more uncomfortable and more disappointed in my life, right? Because the food, I knew I was in for a disappointment when like we get the first course, and it's like a snack, like, you know, it's like the first course snack as Connor experienced. But I remember he He revealed
Oh
the
my
meal
God.
at the same time. You know, everyone sits down. Everyone's like, you know, really quiet, sits down at the same time. To me, I'm fucking awkward as shit because I'm like, I don't know who any of these people are.
Yeah.
Everyone gets a dish at the same time. Everyone fucking gets revealed the dish at the same time, and I see caviar and gold flakes, and I'm like,
That's like the biggest red flag.
oh
Just bullshit.
god! And you get like the 7-minute long explanation, and
Like, these goalies were handpicked from the mountains of Toy. I'm like, I don't care.
yeah, and it turned from, you know, the old place where the chef was all obviously like very passionate, trying some experimental stuff, to just like the most bare bones basic. Yes, here's some caviar with some gold leaf, and we use some French cooking techniques to make this soup that goes along with it. And I'm like, bro,
So did the food quality, like obviously the menu changed, did the food quality get
no,
more expensive?
The food got more expensive, but that was only because he was using more expensive ingredients.
Right.
Chef fell off, and I have never been more disappointed in my life. This was like, I didn't know you could get this feeling, but this was the exact same feeling as following an indie band, and then they make it big and mainstream, and they start doing,
suck.
and
start selling out.
and then they start selling out and make like mainstream pop and shit like that. I was like, where is the ostrich katsu? Where is the fucking wasabi ice cream that you cooked up earlier? No, I don't want any of these fucking gold flake shit.
This is like watching an anime and you love season 1, and then post time skip, you're just like, oh, it's not the same.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
like, I remember like
The Ebisu arc is a bit mid.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
feel like if I have to spend more than like £50 or
Yeah.
like, I don't know, like $50,
Yeah.
like even like $60, I guess, on myself for like
Yeah.
my entire meal at like a nice place, I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, now we're getting in territory. I'm like, this gotta be worth it now.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like when I was in Italy, every meal I had was amazing, and it'd be like 3 or 4. It'd be like 2 starters, or main, or maybe like 2
Yeah.
pastas, a main, and dessert. No, it'd always be like reasonably, like $40, $50, if that. Honestly, a lot less. Sometimes.
Yeah.
And that was always like the best food ever, and like the best dining experience, because you're there for a reasonable amount of time. I don't want to be in the restaurant for like 4 hours. I just don't. I'd rather go
Yeah.
drink somewhere else, either do something else with our friends, or like
Yeah.
whatever it is. Like I don't want to be sitting there having awkward explanations. Yeah, sometimes you want a cool experience. I can understand that, but I mean, come on.
Yeah, that is always the worst feeling, isn't it? Where it's like you've been repping this place for so long and you're like recommending it to people. You're like, yo, this place is the shit, and then they just make that one change where it just like all goes to shit.
Because I can see on like a business, and I guess if you want to make a name for yourself as a chef, it's like, oh, okay, let me open a new restaurant and let's up like the class. Because I think what I loved and what I love about, you know, the Japanese cuisine scene in general is that there's so many like independent places where it's just like a guy who just really is passionate about doing this one thing. Maybe it's like making yakitori, or maybe it's like making different types of dishes or meals, and that's what I love. And I was like, you know, I found this one guy clearly passionate about what he did. Fucking sold out.
Yeah, I had the same thing with one of my favorite like skimming places when I was living up in Saitama at my uncle's place growing up, and like this place was like right next to my uncle's house. Used to go there every lunch because he would just make this like the most amazing spicy skimming ever. And
Yeah.
I don't know what he was putting in this thing, but it just hit so much different to any other thing. And you know, this is like a relatively like down to earth kind of like, you know, skimming place, right? Like it's like less than 10 seats, and there's just one dude in there who's just making it all. And like, you know, you go there often enough and you get friendly with the dude and you start talking to me like, okay, this guy just clearly wants to make something like cool and delicious or whatever. But then I remember after years of going there, I went back one day and there was like 3 other people behind the counter, and the dude wasn't even there. And I was like, where did the guy go? And he's like, he didn't feel like coming in, and he just hired all of us to like teach him the stuff. And when I tried it, man, I put the half mast up, and I was just like, funeral time for this place. I was like, this is not the same anymore. Goodbye. And it's the worst feeling when you lose like that favorite place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like you know, someone trying to replicate mom's cooking. And
Yeah.
it's just like, you know, sometimes you try to do it, and
It's like, I'm sorry, man, but you're not my mom.
Yeah.
you can't replace my mom. Man. You can't do that.
you're not my dad, man. Go on.
Nah, can't do that.
Went to Wales as well. That's fun.
Yeah, how was
Good stuff
Wales?
as well. Yeah, Wales was great. Got to I actually went around Wales this time. I was like, I'm gonna drive around and do some touristy stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
And see the stuff that I saw when I was probably a kid.
I saw you went to the longest town name again.
I did. Yeah, it was super close to me, so I was like, you know what? And
Is
there's,
there actually anything to do there?
there's a giant gift store.
Sick.
What are they gifting?
That place? No, there's a lot of stuff nearby. Gifting. There's like a giant gift store filled with like all kinds of stuff. Because
Giant
giant.
bank on the town name though? Or
Yeah,
does it, like,
because
actually have
the train station, they'll get like when I went there just at close, but when I went there last time, there was like 8 buses, giant buses filled with tourists. They just come to take pictures of it. But also, obviously, you know, because there's a lot of stuff in the area you can come see as well. A lot of really cool castles that are UNESCO heritage sites and stuff like that. And like, there's like tons. There's like 5 really cool castles, all within like a 1 hour driving circle of that area.
Nice.
And there were some good rock climbing gyms around there too that I went to once. Nice. Fun.
We just climbed the castle walls.
I walked around. It was really cool. Just getting to see all the really. Man, I forgot how cool castles are. They're so fucking
Yeah,
sick.
they're pretty dope.
Yeah.
And there's like one that I really like, which I liked a lot when I was younger as well. It's like Conway Castle. It's literally like, I've sent the picture on Twitter, but it was the one where like you literally drive under the castle gates at one point and drive right next to it. And it's so cool. The whole town's in like a walled off area. It's just really sick. It was just fun. And get to see my family. It was nice.
Yeah, that's good.
I brought my nephews a whole suitcase full of Crane Game winnings. They're obsessed with Pokemon, as every like kid is. So I just brought them Pokemon, and it was like, I imagine this is what it would be like when drug dealers like finally give their like drugs away. I don't know how drugs.
You drop it off. The load is off my shoulders now.
It was like igniting a fusion reactor. They just were like limitless energy for like 4 hours because they got a Snorlax.
Yeah.
They were unstoppable.
Well, do you not remember what you were like when you got new video games?
I don't think I was screaming and running around. I think I played the game.
No, I was definitely screaming
Oh,
around.
I was screaming when I got the game, and all my
Thank
energy.
you, mother. I will now play Pokemon Red.
I think the first time I got Pokemon Emerald, I think that was the first time I nutted. I was gooning when I got that. I popped it into the.
I had a lot of fun in Wales, and it was just great. Yeah, but I was just kind of chilling with family, which I don't really get to do. So that's great.
Yeah.
First time I got to spend some really good quality family time.
Right on.
Rare.
Right on.
I mean, it's rare to just get a holiday where you don't do any work and you just
It's
get
awesome.
Yeah.
I went to speak to my school again.
Oh,
Oh, you went back to your school?
Yeah, I emailed them. I was like, "Yo, what's up?"
yo, your boy's in town. Your boy's in town.
Guess who's back?
I hadn't gone in like 3 years.
Yeah.
And I kind of wanted to just say hi because I was really friendly with some of the teachers. I was like,
Yeah.
"Yo, what's up, I'm back?"
So wait, you did like a speech?
Yeah, he was like, because I think there was. I basically spoke to the year 7, so the 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
it was.
Did any of them like know you? They were like fans of you? Or?
Yeah. So this one kid goes, "He's not bald," and I was like, "I'll fucking kill him." So I did a little talk for like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I didn't really prepare anything.
Yeah.
Spoke to they're like 12, and then I was like, "All right."
What do you talk about to a bunch of 12-year-olds?
I mean,
I would basically explain what I do now, how I started doing it. Then I'd be like, questions. Anyone have any questions? And then they would try and like, I think because I look old, they were being like, they said, "Where'd you go?" And I'd be like, "I've been all around the US." And one kid went, "You been to Ohio?" I was like, "Yes, I met the final boss." And they were like, "How does he know memes? How does he know this?" I was like, "It's my job." And one of the kid, it just evolved into like, "Do you know this person? Do you know this person?"
Yeah, of course,
And I was
of course.
and I was,
Did they ask if you know Mr. Beast?
of course they did. And I just lied and said, "Yeah, we're best friends." And they like fucking lost it. All the kids were like fucking, I was like, "What the fuck?" It's like, "I'm 1 degree closer to Mr. Beast now." I go, "Yeah, we're really good friends." I would just say yes to everyone. And then one
Hear
kid,
this, Jimmy?
and then one kid fucking caught me out with it, little shit. Because I just started saying yes, because I was like, I don't want to deal with this.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to be like, who is that? I was just like, yeah. And he goes, "Do you know who this guy is?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course I do." And he goes, "That's my channel." I was like, "Nope." Don't know who it is. Live.
I would have loved it if that kid was like, "Oh, really? Name 5 videos."
He caught me out, little shit. Oh, fucking shit, those little kids.
Let's play 40
Yeah,
chess.
they were so nice there. And then, they were really cute. It's just me. It devolved into like, then they were like, do the voices. And I was like, "What am I going to do?" He's like, "Can you do like any characters I know?" Like, you know Stewie Griffin? So I was like, Lois. And he was like, "Oh, that's Stewie Griffin." I was like, "Yes, because it's just my voice."
I don't think I've ever heard you doing
No,
stuff.
that's stupid. And he's like, "Can you do Smeagol?" I was like, "Everyone can fucking do Smeagol."
Yeah, everyone
I was
can do
like,
Smeagol.
"Okay,
Did you introduce yourself as a voice actor?
No, I said that like I'm a YouTuber, but I've voiced in some stuff. And they were like, "You voiced it? What have you voiced?" I was like, "Nothing you'd heard of, all made." And I was like, "I voiced some anime." He's like, "Can we see it?" And I was like, "No."
No.
And then I was like, "Sure, fine." Played them the clip, and they're like, "Wow, you sound evil." I was like, "Yeah, this is funny. Look, kids are fucking funny."
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's.
They got brain rot though, bro. They asked me about thumbnails and stuff. I was like, "What?" the fuck?"
How? Wait, were they actually?
Yeah, they because
Were they like genuinely interested in like the process of making YouTube videos?
some kids were. Yeah, some kids. So I did a speech 3 years ago, and I asked if the kids had any questions. None of them. I'd given they were like 16. So I think
Yeah.
you know when
Their dreams have already been crushed.
I think they'd realized that YouTube wasn't for them. So let's say like there's a 7-year age difference now.
Sure.
I could very much tell the energy was so different
Yeah.
between like what they were into nowadays. It was very weird. And
Yeah.
they also they chirped up a lot more. I don't know if it's because they were younger. They were just talking over each other and talking. And I was like, "Shut up." I don't know if I was allowed to. I was just like disciplined and I was like, "No." I was like, "Wait your turn." It was strange because all of them, one kid goes like, "I got 1,000 subscribers. How do I grow my channel?" I was like, "You got 1,000? I was like, how have you not been bullied out of existence?" And I realized they're all doing it.
Yeah.
They're all making YouTube videos.
Right.
He's the cool kid.
If I said I had 1,000 subscribers and I wanted, everyone makes so much fun of
Oh,
it
yeah,
in my school.
100%.
And one kid goes like, I don't know how to make good thumbnails. I was like, "Oh, this is weird.
Oh,
this is weird."
this is going too
I was like,
far.
"This is so weird." And like they were starting asking stuff like that. And then they were doing. One kid goes, "Do you make thumbnail faces for your thumbnails?" I was like, "Oh no, it's over. It's over. All these kids know."
They're all
and then
Oh.
I go, "What do you mean?" They go, and they all in unison, like 10 kids go. I was like, "I'm scared. This is weird. This is so weird."
They know too much.
I was like, "Why do they know soy faces? How? Why do they know this?" And they all know it. Like it's like it's like a Cartoon Network show for them.
Yeah.
It's so strange. It was very fun though. It was very fun.
So when they were asking if you know this YouTuber, aside from Mr. Beast, what other YouTubers did they name?
Who did they bring
Yeah,
up?
who's hot? with
Obviously,
the-
Mr. Beast is like
Yeah.
a big one.
Just
but-
like every like weird, like I know some of them, but they were just definitely like targeted towards kids. I'd say.
Yeah.
Like Mr. Beast seems to be known obviously by everyone.
by everyone.
But it seems to be very heavily like all the kids know Mr. Beast. Like,
Yeah.
It seems like kids all know about it. Like, but a lot of them I'd never even heard of. So like I'm like, damn, there's a lot of these YouTubers that are just kids.
Were they all like Mr. Beast kind of like style videos?
Yeah, all of them were like,
okay,
all of them
okay.
were the same style.
Yeah.
So strange.
Yeah.
So I went back and watched some of these YouTubers afterwards. I can't remember who they were, but all of them were very Mr. Beast style.
Right, right. Was it like the Sidemen or anything like?
No,
were they?
not Sidemen. I was surprised.
That's
by that.
surprising,
I
considering
think
how-
Sidemen humor is maybe a little older.
Yeah, maybe a little older than 12 years old.
I don't think kids are watching those Tinder videos.
They'll find out about 3-4 years time, I'm sure.
They're good
Yeah,
kids.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
No, they're good kids. Have you settled down as your role now as the cool uncle? You think,
yeah,
so?
dude.
You think so?
Yeah, because one of the nephews, he's 6.
Yeah.
He's addicted to Balloons Tower Defense 6, which I've also played an ungodly amount of. And I was like, show me. Bring me your iPad. What are you doing? He's like, I can't get past this. I was like, you're boosted. This is unacceptable. You are from my lineage.
Yeah.
You can't be bad at this. And so I was like, let's sit down. Let's go over this. And I was like, show me what you do. He's putting all these monkeys down, not upgrading them, no cohesion. He's like, I know a trick there. You can get free money with a banana farm. I was like, I know. I was like, show me what you're doing with it. And I was like, no, it's just so poorly optimized. I was like, there's no wonder you can't do hard. Let me show you. Let me show you. And we're going through. He's like, but I want to see what the helicopter. I was like, no, focus on the hand. Stop putting down towers. We need to upgrade the ones we have. And he's like, I can't do it. I was like, well, you will do it. I will teach you how. So hopefully he'll be fine now.
Yeah.
Actually, let me show you.
Like, don't go too harsh on the kid though, because then you're gonna like plant a seed of trauma.
I was nice, because I could tell when I'd be like, I really think we should do this. I could tell when he really didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, I just think you will do it.
Yeah.
You will, now.
You will do it. Whether you like it or not, you will do it.
Yeah.
This is.
Oh, cute.
I was playing. Look at me like I'm
like
in the war room, coach.
You're like, all right, you need to do this. You need to do this. Oh yeah.
You're like a war general being like, all right, first line of attack.
First line of this. Yeah, because I remember I had like I had a similar experience when I saw my nieces when we were on like our US tour. So I hadn't seen this niece since basically for like as long as like I can remember. You know, it's been a very, very long time. And you know, for me and my family, I'm an only child, but all of my cousins are really, really close. Yeah. So I see them as like my bigger, younger brothers and sisters and stuff like that. So their kids are my nieces and nephews as well. Right. And like my cousin was telling me, oh, you know, she's a little bit shy, you know, she doesn't talk too much. So, you know, if she's a little shy, don't worry about it. And we were all at a family dinner and she was just sitting on a phone, just like playing a game. And I was like, what game are you playing? I look over and I was like, it's Genshin Impact. Oh. And I was like, oh my God, it's in the blood. It is literally in the blood.
I was really happy he was playing Balloons because even though it has microtransactions, I think it's probably one of the like fairest games you could get into. Yeah. So I was super pumped. I was like, thank God you're not playing like Google ads like slop games where they really shit at the game.
Dude, if I caught my fucking nephew playing that, I'd be like, I'm telling you, mom.
Oh, what characters were you using? Was he using any
what was his build?
optimized?
So it was as optimized as you could be for a free to play.
Oh wow, okay.
Free to play.
Okay.
So
did you give him some polls or?
Yeah. I was like, I saw they were playing. I saw she was playing Genshin Impact. I was like, this is my time. This I'm gonna be the cool uncle right now. I'm gonna be the cool uncle. So I was like, oh, what game is that? And she was like, oh, it's an anime game. And I was like, is that Genshin Impact? And you could see like you know when a kid gets called out and they have this realization of, oh my God, an adult knows what I'm doing right now. And she's like, yeah. And I was like, what characters are you using? How many 5 stars you got? Yeah. And it was like, to me, I felt so like happy and proud because it turned from like her kind of like, you know, being a little quiet, being a little reserved to just like spilling everything. And I was just like, you know, I saved up really, really hard to get, you know, Raiden Shogun and I pulled her and these were like the 4 stars that I'm using right now. Yeah. And I was like, I had this moment where I literally said, don't tell your mum, but do you want to get a free 5 star?
Gawa was like,
you introduced gambling to this poor kid.
Gawa was like, let me show you a really cool in-game trick. Pulls out credit card.
That's what we're gonna bring. Wow, the gameplay in this game is so good.
Yeah. It's like don't tell your parents because on Genshin you can gift. You can gift like Prima Gems. So,
Sure.
so I didn't pull out the credit card in front of her, but I did under the table gift my little niece a few pools, so we could do the pool together.
Whatever,
And-
sends their regards.
Did you get a 5-star?
we did.
Hell yeah.
And at that very moment, I knew that I was just like, all right, I'm the cool uncle in this one.
100%.
I'm
100%.
yeah,
You're
because like
forever gonna be the
yeah,
coolest.
because my cousin didn't know what's going on. We were just like, all right, we'll do a few pools together,
Yeah.
right? And so sent us some Prima Gems, did a pool together. We're like, I didn't get the 5-star. You know what? Don't tell your mum. Let's just do one more. Let's just do one more. And Gacha God smiled on us. We got it on our second 10 pool,
Hell
and
yeah.
I think when we were like, oh, that's some core memory shit. I think I just made a core memory for her
Yeah.
where we pulled together and we got the 5-star, and her face lit up like. I don't know. For me, I was just like, oh, this is what being like a parent feels like.
Yeah.
Just seeing a kid's
the best
face.
part of it,
Yeah,
right?
just seeing so I'm the uncle. I don't have to go through all of the stuff. I don't have to go through the baby
I don't change
phase of like
diapers, yeah.
changing diapers
you
and
got
all
the
that
best
shit.
moment.
But I saw her face light up, and I was just, it was just such a good
Hell
feeling.
yeah,
I was best Prima Gems I've ever spent.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Gives nephews.
yeah, gifts and nephews as well.
Use money, no.
Yeah,
The gift of gambling.
Get to gambling.
and I met my nephew in England as well, and then I talked to him as well. He was also a little bit shy. I don't know why everyone's shy in my family, but
Kids are normally shy.
Yeah, kids are normally shy, but I found out from my auntie, or from my cousin, that he has been reading One Piece. So I was just like, you know what? Sydney brought like the first 20 volumes of like One Piece and just never fucking read it.
Yeah.
So let's
She won't know this is going.
so I was like asking Sydney, do you want to have the opportunity to be the cool auntie?
Yeah.
You can be the cool auntie with one simple trick, baby. All you need to
Give
do,
them gifts.
yeah, give them gifts,
Yep.
basically.
Works on politicians. Why would
Yeah.
it work on kids?
Exactly.
So basically, the secret is just bribing your nieces and nephews to be the cool uncle, and
Works every time.
works every time, baby.
And they say money can't solve all
every time.
problems.
How was Thailand? That was good.
Thailand was good. I also took a trip to Thailand as well because it was technically a honeymoon.
After all this time.
It's been like the most anticipated honeymoon of all time.
Yeah, right?
Oh, yeah, I mean,
The generations have been hearing about
yeah, I mean, it's been like 2 years and just never had a chance to do it because of scheduling, basically. Because we got married and we had like a mini moon where we went to Bath, but love Bath. It's a great little town, but at the same time, it's fucking Bath. It's
The
Damn.
strat seems to be keep having mini moons and it's been like, we'll do it someday.
Yeah.
yeah. So we got married, had a weekend in Bath, which was a good little break mini moon, but it was only like a weekend. And the reason we did that was because we had to fly to LA,
Yeah.
literally like the day after
Oh,
or
yeah,
something like
yeah.
that. So we wanted to celebrate sometime, but so we were like, oh well, we'll have a honeymoon.
That was the
someday.
entree before the main course.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have a honeymoon someday. And then we just never had like a good 2 weeks where I was like comfortable being like, all right, I don't have trash taste. I am ahead on videos. I'm ahead on my main channel. I can take these 2 weeks off, and that just never happened for 2 fucking years. And another reason was as well, I don't know why, but just the pressure of booking a honeymoon. You know what I mean? It's like
it's a lot.
the honey. Where'd you choose? Where the fuck do you choose? So we were like, oh, we're gonna go somewhere we've never been before. Maybe we're gonna try something in Europe, maybe Iceland, maybe and then
But we got to make sure it's like a great experience.
Exactly,
You don't want to like
exactly.
risk it with like a potentially shitty place.
Exactly.
Right?
We want to go somewhere new, experience somewhere new, but it's got to be the honeymoon. It's got to be somewhere at least a bit more luxurious than just a standard trip or something. We want to do something to treat ourselves, and there was just so many different factors that I just kept pushing it on and on and on until I was like, honey, fuck it, let's just go somewhere we know, like Thailand.
I know a place.
Honey, I don't know if you know this, but I think I know a place. I know a place, and I think we're gonna like it, and I think we can have an opportunity to treat ourselves and do some things we've never done before. So we ended up going to some of the islands in Thailand and just having like a week and a half just to ourselves. Some days going out and basically exploring some of the more beautiful sides of the Thai islands. I went snorkeling for the first time.
how was that?
It's so fun, man.
Yeah, right.
It's like super clear and blue.
We were really lucky on the day because so we ended up going to Thailand, unfortunately, during like one of the worst heat waves in like the history
yeah.
of like Asia.
That sounds bad.
Which was
I mean, how hot are we talking?
bad, like 40 degrees Celsius in 100% humidity. It was bad. It was bad.
Not fun.
But it wasn't as bad on the coastline and on the island.
Yeah, at least you got the sea breeze, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so we went snorkeling on the first 2 days, which was pretty damn hot. But thanks to that, the water was very, very clear. And I think I got like a baby version because of snorkeling, because they were like, okay, we can go for like a bit more adventurous, or we can just stay on the coastline a little bit more and not have anything dangerous and just stay near the boat. And I was like, I want the easy version. I still fear the ocean. I'm still fucking terrified of the ocean.
Yeah,
Give me the baby version. But have you guys ever been snorkeling before at all?
Yeah, love snorkeling.
Like, of course you have in Australia. Yeah.
Like every weekend. I used to go.
Yeah, like every weekend. And
I've done it in some real fucking nasty waters, like real dirty, gross.
really?
like where?
Like lakes.
Oh, you can snorkel. Is this in the UK?
Yeah, you can snorkel anywhere.
You can snorkel as long as the water's deep enough.
You want to snorkel in the UK? Do people do that? I have never heard of anyone snorkeling in the UK.
No, I mean-
There's loads of, if you go to any seaside town, they always sell budget like snorkeling kits.
What can you see?
Nothing.
It's just mud.
Nothing. I also did a lot of pool snorkeling.
What the fuck is pool snorkeling?
Snorkeling in a pool.
Instead of goggles in a pool, you just wear a snorkel, and then you
and
see the bottom of the pool.
I
What the
just-
fuck can you see? The piece of shit, just like that
Just
10-year-old?
You know, as a kid who really enjoyed swimming, being able to put the flippers on was kind of like fucking cool.
Yeah, I could not get used to the flippers.
What? They're so fun. You just go fast.
Yeah, you feel like a mermaid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when you get older, because you get the big flippers, bro. It's so cool.
And then when you learn to like kind of do like shallow
Yeah.
dives as well, like holding
Yeah.
your breath and like kind of doing the dolphin kicks, bro.
Yeah, I never learned any of that stuff. So I was like, I was like, every time our instructor was, because I had to have like a life jacket on, because they were like, if you're a beginner, here's a life jacket.
Yeah.
oh wait, you had to snorkel with a life jacket on?
No, just having a life jacket with us.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah. So what we were allowed to do was
So how do you go underwater?
no, yeah.
Your face is like
Yeah, you're like, that was just so emotive.
So what they gave us was a life jacket that we could hold while swimming around, and if we wanted to dive
Oh,
deep,
okay, yeah, that makes sense.
then we have the life jacket on top and we dive down just in case the life jacket says
Right.
to any boats, hey, there's going to be if in case there is someone underneath here, just in case.
Yeah.
But that was required. But I could not for the life of me figure out how to dive down deep with these flippers on. I just could not get used to them. Yeah, because I don't know. What's like the right technique? Are you meant to like just?
It's one of the things I never really thought about. Just gotta do it.
I basically just go head
Just
in,
swim
and
normally,
then the
yeah.
moment I can feel that like at least a part of my flippers is under the water surface, then I kind of just start doing
Yeah,
dolphin
because you
kicks.
pull yourself under with your arms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you just start like fucking going for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't want to, because I was afraid of like, okay, when I was afraid of going too near to the coral, so I didn't
You
want
can
to.
hurt yourself.
Yeah, you can definitely hurt yourself with the coral, but just
Sharp, right?
It's very sharp.
yeah, I mean, I do hate this thought, but it was like the first time I went underneath and just saw all the fish and all like the sea life just
so sick.
swimming around me. It's sick, but then also I hate myself that my first thought was, this is just like Subnautica.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
And it is pretty accurate actually.
true, but
I remember I used to do it in a lake, and I really hated it because I couldn't see the floor.
Yeah.
And so sometimes I would keep paddling, and I would just slam my head into the fucking ground.
oh god,
But I put my hands out, and I would get my hand caught in all the like gross like bottom seaweed.
Yeah.
the slimy.
Yeah. And then I remember like one time I don't know why, I was just fucking such a stupid kid. I
Yeah.
was just grabbing all the shit off the floor, and like a fucking fish just flew out of it and like, hit me in my shoulder. It scared the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
But also I hate how when you go like pretty deep, I really couldn't get used to the pressure on my head.
No, I didn't go that deep to be fair. I mostly stayed. I dove a little bit, and then I never went too deep right on like the seafloor or anything like that.
I'd be like paddling, you know that Akira meme where his head? It's like, I'd be doing that while I'm going down, like, oh, fuck, this hurts. I don't know how people get used to it. It hurts so fucking much.
I think
got
the
a big
deepest I've been was like 10 or so meters.
head. Without like an oxygen tank, just straight up.
Yeah, well, I
10
was,
hurts a lot.
I was
man.
doing like the astronaut helmet, like.
Oh,
walking.
well, that
Okay.
won't hurt your head.
Yeah.
I mean, it's my
Oh,
head that hurts.
No, it will though, because you still have to get used to it, because the inside of the helmet is the same pressure, so
Oh, is it?
you still
Right.
feel, you still have to like,
Wait, is it
open
not-
up your ears and stuff like that.
Is it not pressurized to the? I actually don't know how this works.
It's
I don't
you
know.
have to
It's-
gradually fall down so that your ears, you can get your ears to
Oh,
pressurize.
wait, does
as
the
you go
oxygen
down.
not pressurize to?
I don't think so. At least the one I did in the
How's that work?
Philippines didn't. Yeah.
I don't know. Wait, no. I don't know actually.
I don't know.
I don't know how this works.
Yeah.
Either way,
Yeah.
it fucking hurts your head when you dive too deep.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I mean, it was just cool seeing all the different fishes. I'd never seen this many fish in my life, because I'm so used to being terrified of the ocean, because sometimes you dive in and you feel something at the feet.
Oh, fuck.
And I'm not used, I'm used to just not having water clear enough to see anything below me.
Yeah.
And that's when I get fucking terrified.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I wouldn't mind if I can see it.
Mhm.
I'd be like, all right, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
But whatever. But knowing that anything could be there freaks me out.
Not knowing what it is.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just step on a jellyfish and just have the worst pain of my life in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm just like praying.
Have you ever you stepped on a jellyfish before?
No, I'm terrified of it though, because it just sounds so bad.
Yeah, I'm fucking terrified of that as well.
You
I've been
have?
stung by one. Yeah.
I've just heard the pain is excruciating.
Did you get a mate to piss on it?
He just did that.
You had to think about that. You had to think about
no,
that.
He just asked me to do it.
The
Yeah.
first, the first
Yeah.
time, yes.
The first time, yeah.
and then the second time I didn't, because I learned from the first time that it doesn't do shit.
I just don't got a full tank ready to go. Like if you're freaking out, I don't think I can perform. I think I'd be like, try him. I think it'd be
Like
really
you're in
awful.
excruciating pain. It's just like I have stage fright.
No,
I
no,
can't.
as in like me, the pisser. If I was the
Oh,
pisser,
I see,
I
yeah.
feel like I just don't think I could piss on demand.
No, I couldn't.
If I need to piss, especially if I'm in the ocean.
Also, it doesn't-
I probably pissed like 4 times.
Yeah.
already.
Yeah. Also, it doesn't do shit, so
No,
it
it
doesn't even matter anyway. But yeah, it's
like
terrible pain.
It's like the shaking a Polaroid picture levels of advice. It's like
Yeah.
everyone knows by now it doesn't help. But some people are like,
Outcast lied to us, man.
do it.
You're not supposed to.
yeah.
Yeah, and we basically just were allowed to go island hopping as well. So,
fun.
so we had a whole boat to ourselves, and they were like, "Where do you want to go? Do you want like a guided tour, or sometimes we'd see
Point to an island. we'll
yeah,
go
yeah,
there,
Or if you just you point a general direction, point to an island, and then we can go explore that." And that was I don't know that was
It's kind of neat.
that was fucking cool. And I finally I learned kind of how a sail works as well, which I don't know. I guess like I had we had an engine, but we had a sail as well, and I was just like, the wind's going not the direction that we're going. And I don't know, like my little baby brain was just like, okay, well, how do sails work if the wind isn't going kind of like the direction that you're going in?
This is not how it worked in Wind Waker.
Yeah, that's not how it works in Wind Waker. You have to literally change the direction of the wind. And I probably should have known this from like ages ago, but asked the sailors, so how the hell?
Zigzag.
Huh?
They zigzag normally, right? Don't they?
No.
Well, in his
it's
case, he had an
Oh,
engine.
it was an engine.
no, it was an engine, but we had a sail as well. And for a lot of the times, unless we were going directly against the wind, we'd have the sail,
Right,
give us
right.
some extra propulsion.
Yeah.
But actually, the boats would go faster. The boat would go faster if the wind is not going directly behind you.
Yeah.
It's when so you angle the sail so that the sail creates a different pressure between like the angle of the wind that will create lift in a like a directional in one direction that is not forward, and the rudder at the bottom will create lift or with the water resistance will create lift in the opposite direction. So you go
Kinda cancels each other
so
out
they
and
cancel
goes
each other out and you go forward. I was like, oh, that's interesting. So it doesn't. So unless you're going directly against the wind, you can use a sail to you can use a sail with the wind going in most directions to propel yourself in a completely different
not know
direction
that.
forward, which I didn't know that.
When I was sailing, you could go into the wind, but you'd have to zigzag. So if
Oh,
the wind's
okay.
coming this way, you'd have to go like 45 degrees.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
And then turn 45 degrees.
Right.
So you kind of have to do that. Obviously, you do it for quite long stretches. It's not like you're always doing it because obviously
Yeah.
turning is a fucking pain in the ass. Did you have, was it a sail where you had to duck under it or?
No.
okay.
It was like
I kept fucking hitting my head when I used to do it. It's so annoying. Probably that's why I'm like this now.
How many brain cells have you lost? Getting your head on a sail.
Because you sit down, and when you're sitting down, it's head level.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
you have to
Lean
throw-
back.
lean back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Underneath it, quickly just run to the other side and then sail.
Jeez.
I love sailing. Sailing was so fun.
yeah, it gave me an appreciation of just the kind of like the sea life and the sailor life, because you look one direction and there is just fucking nothing.
Yeah.
Ocean as far as you can see.
Take that, flat earthers.
And then you just imagine the excitement of just you're going to sea or something. You're at sea for a while. You just see a piece of land and you're just like, let's go fucking check that out. What's on that piece of land? What's around
This is
there?
just like one piece. I feel like a pirate.
I mean,
This is how it must feel.
I mean, people were insane sailors back in there. Imagine navigating the world by just a compass. That's fucked.
It's not even a compass.
sextant.
Imagine navigating the world
Yeah, I'll leave it
using the position of the stars.
Yeah,
And-
that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, because they were telling me we can't do it, but we know some sailors who can have memorized the positions of the stars, and obviously you can tell by the time of day it is as well. And some people are able to navigate using the North Star and their knowledge of like the constellations and shit like that. And I'm like, that's fucking insane.
That's crazy.
That is absolutely insane.
Just
Um,
built different.
And here I am. I can't remember the same road that I turned off 500 fucking times after these Google Maps.
And here we are, this generation where kids have memorized every Mr. Beast thumbnail. We are not the same.
real shit. Real shit. But that's still nowhere. Like I'm still terrified of the ocean. I remember there's one point where they stopped us in the middle of the ocean. They checked. Number one, I was like, is there anything dangerous around in these waters? And he's like, oh no. There's nothing too dangerous. And so he was like, oh, do you want to dive into this in the ocean? I was like, cool, that sounds cool. And he's like, okay, just a moment. I just got to check if there's any jellyfish around. And I was like, thought you said there wasn't anything dangerous in the ocean. And he's just like, oh no, these kinds of jellyfish, they probably won't kill you. It'll just hurt a lot. So
Well, he was technically correct. He was just avoiding severe.
It's like, it's not going to kill you. Stop being a pussy.
it's like, what is the level
Stop
of
being a
like,
little bitch. Yeah,
yeah.
water.
Oh, no, you don't understand. I'm British. Anything that causes pain to me is a higher level of danger than anything you guys are used to. But yeah, I remember we stopped in the middle of the ocean and he was like, okay, do you want to jump? And I was like, can I say no? Can I say no?
Nope.
So they had this entire thing where you have like the proper pirate experience where they had like an entire plank and the ship was a pretty big ship. It was like 2 stories, and just imagine what the fucking pirates felt. Where you had a ship, it's the open ocean. I can't see shit, and anything could be in the water. Fucking jellyfish. Said there might be baby sharks around as well, which apparently aren't dangerous. But
I'm so upset that was the first thing I thought of.
yeah, but he was like, all right, do a jump, and I was like, do a flip, do a flip, and he was like, do a pose for the camera as well. And so I go out first, and I'm on the plank, and so I turn around, I look down, and I was like, I don't know, this is a ship, but that looks a lot higher than what I'm used to. But I was like, Olympic divers, they dive from like much further heights. It's whatever.
Yeah.
And so I turn around and Sydney's like, go on, you pussy, go on, fucking do it.
Oh
Go
my
on.
lord.
What?
How
You're
aggressive.
not going to get a picture for our honeymoon? Go on, do it. And so I was like, all right, 3, 2, 1. I jump. I turn around and I try to do like a fucking pose like that. So as I'm doing this pose, I didn't realize I shifted my center of gravity. I start spinning, and I was like, okay, I should correct myself.
Oh, no.
As I'm correcting myself, I in some moments you are stuck in 2 minds. So I'm starting to swivel, right? So I'm like, do I try to go head first, or should I try to go against the momentum and just try to pencil it?
Oh, no.
And being stuck in 2 minds, what ends up happening is I try to do both at the same time and realize that was a massive mistake. And before I could correct myself, I just have the biggest fucking belly flop in my life.
That must have fucking hurt.
Yeah, I felt like I got hit by a truck.
Well, it's, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
basically concrete at that point.
Yeah. And I think that was the biggest belly flop I've had in my life. No, I've done it in pools before, right? But not from like a massive ship. Mind you, I'm also in the middle of the ocean as well. So I just luckily it hurt as hell. Find my
God, I would pay to see that.
Did you catch it on video or
Huh?
picture?
I got it. We have a picture of it, but he didn't film the whole entire video.
Damn
Swim
it.
back to the boats. The guy brings me back up with the biggest smile on his face, and he goes, "Do you want to go again?" And I'm like, "No, I'm good. I don't need to jump again."
So you just ate shit, dog.
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh my lord.
I would have paid to see
Yeah,
that footage.
but did that. Went deep sea fishing as well, which was fucking cool.
Man, you're
And-
checking off everything.
yeah, I mean, when you have
True
like,
amount of time, man.
Yeah.
when you have just a boat, when you have a boat, I was like, I want to do all the cool shit at
Yeah,
sea.
for sure.
And that was fucking
Great
cool.
honeymoon then?
Yeah, good honeymoon.
Right on.
Yeah, I was, had a few other things that we did, but probably save that for another podcast because that's going to be a whole fucking
All right, okay.
long deal. And
Yapathon.
we've been yapping already.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we've
guys
been
have
yapping.
enjoyed our yapping, though, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hope you have enjoyed our opinions on becoming cultured and art appreciators.
This just was not on my Trash Taste bingo card to talk that long about
Yeah.
contemporary art.
I would never. I've not been on this
Never.
season 5
No,
predictions.
not at all.
But hey, thanks for watching. Look at all these patrons, though.
No.
You know they're cultured because they support an amazing podcast called Trash Taste. And
Yep.
you guys can do the exact same thing if you go to patreon.com/Trash Taste because every single week we release Patreon exclusive content. And this week we have a brand new one for you guys as well. Check it out.
Before cooking, you have to top and tail, maybe de-string the runner of these types.
What?
Uh,
Oh,
what carrots? Fuck, I don't know. Fuck, I don't know.
I think it's.
Is it the?
Motherfucker! How are you guys so fast?
What?
Okay.
But hey, if you want to check that out, as well as a bunch of other stuff that we do on Patreon, then patreon.com/Trash Taste is the place to go. Also follow us on Twitter, send us memes on the subreddit, and if you hate our face, listen to us on Spotify.
And we will see you guys next time.
Bye.
Bye. I think Hide Your Kid, Hide Your Wives still holds up to this day.
No, it doesn't.
It's a banger.
No,
man.
it doesn't.
It's a banger.
When you look back,
it's
no,
a
I
banger.
feel
Either.
Al- I feel
Banger.
embarrassed as a species when I look back at the remix era, and that was like all we had. And I was like, "What is
Yeah.
The
this?"
Double Rainbow still goes hard.
Yeah, it goes hard. man.
rainbow all the way across the sky.
Oh my god! What are you,
So intense.
what are you giving this one?
I'll give it a C.
Do you know what Sydney does that I find disgusting? Like, I don't know why she does do this when she's hungover, but she will drink the pickle juice.
Ew.
Like, just straight up drink the pickle juice.
Nah, I f with that.
Oh, fuck off.
I f with that.
No way.
Yeah, pickle juice, bro. Goes hard.
You know who's gonna say that?
Oh,
You saw me do the f***ing pickle juice shots in Melbourne, remember? I did like 3 of them. Because
forgot.
you wouldn't do it.
I forgot about that.
I've done it before. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's great.
Pickleback.
Yeah, pickleback, yeah. It's awesome.
I hate it. I should drink whiskey.
I would do that any day over like a Jaeger bomb.
No.
No.
Yeah,
Jaeger
yeah.
bombs are 20%.
It's not about the percentage, it's about the taste.
I don't want to get. Oh,
Well, that's your issue, bro. It's got nothing to do with me. Also, why'd you f***ing throat goat that sandwich like that? That was disturbing. You're like a pelican eating that shit.
we recording?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna put
Oh, well, what?
I'm sure Mudan used some of that for the intro.
Most of this is
We've heard about the modern memes. Today, we saw this really interesting Reddit post, and we thought actually it would make a fun little, at least a segment of an episode. Or
You're
maybe
not
a whole
gonna
episode.
introduce us, bro?
You're not going to even say hello and welcome to Trash Taste?
They already know.
Are we really gonna
Hello
start?
and welcome to the episode of Trash Taste. I'm your host, Connor, joined in by the boys, and today we're going through Reddit. No, not a cesspit. This time someone made a good contribution to society.
that's rare.
Oh.
And documented all of the memes to ever existed. Well,
This is a
not-
meme review.
This is a meme review
So-
throughout history.
They're going through the memes as they've gone through the ages.
Yeah.
And, we're a big fan of memes. I think you guys are a big fan of memes.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
seen
I
a
mean,
few.
I think
I'm a huge fan of
it's ironic that you are hosting the meme episode.
No, I think it's
No.
perfect that he's hosting a meme episode.
Oh yeah,
'cause
I guess I used the word ironic.
I
ironically
feel like I'm familiar with, without even seeing this list, I'm going to say I'll have seen like 90% of them.
Okay, there's
Yeah,
probably a
I can
good
tell you.
chunk then. That,
So
yeah.
first off,
Yep.
what is the actual definition of a meme? Is it like an idea?
It's an idea that gets iterated and changed slightly, right? Isn't that the traditional
I think
definition of the word meme?
someone wrote that in a book one time, coined it.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Because it's a really-
can you search the origin of the word
Because it's an
meme?
old word, I'm pretty sure.
Like 1920, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Meme word origin. 1970s.
it's the
never mind.
1970s.
Yeah, 50
An
years.
image, video, piece of text, etc., typically humorous in nature that is copied and spread rapidly by internet. Oh, that's the current.
That's the current definition of memes. But I
Oh,
know.
here we go. An element of a culture or system of behavior passed from one individual to another by imitation or other non-genetic means.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, hee-hee-ha funnies that we all like.
Yeah.
And we all reproduce. So,
I mean,
we go,
it doesn't have to be funny, right? I mean,
normally, yeah.
normally now, yeah, I guess.
So are like cat drawings memes?
Well, let's find out.
Let's
All
find
right,
out.
let's
I'm
find
sure
out.
at one point it was.
Anything that is shared and replicated is
Yeah.
normally considered a meme.
Okay, so,
All right, so first off, we're starting in 1921, which is like oddly terrifying how close this is to like the Giga Chad meme.
This
or
is like modern day. We've come full circle.
yeah, we have come full circle. Look at that shit.
100 years of
Look at
memes,
that
we've come
shit.
full circle.
So there's a drawing on the left that says, "Here's what you think you look like." And
Literally the first like looks maxing meme.
this is the Chad versus Virgin meme.
I like this because I think our humor hasn't changed much. If anything,
No,
they're
no.
still laughing at the same shit.
Yeah, I mean, you could see this kind of image going around on the internet today. In fact,
I think
Yeah.
I have seen this before. Actually,
have you?
I'm pretty sure I've seen this before.
I've definitely seen this before. I just don't remember where or
Oh
when.
yeah, the context speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just good, isn't it?
Yeah,
The drawing
and-
is so good on the right.
And I just like how even today it's just like, okay, look at the, obviously like we think of like the Virgin and Chad meme, but it's just like they got like the lack of jawline on like the left on like the right side
Yeah.
perfectly encapsulated. It
It's
looks
perfect.
Yeah, the idea looks like we've just repeated ourselves
Who is
over
the
and
genius
over.
that came up with this in 1921, man?
I say underneath the house painkiller.
When
When a flashlight is taken.
you think you look when a flashlight is taken?
Oh, that's pretty
Oh,
good.
like a flash
Is that what they
photography.
used to call them? Flashlights?
Oh,
guess so, yeah.
Okay.
And then of course Kilroy. Do you know this one?
I don't know
I've
this
seen
one.
this image. I don't know the origins though.
Yeah.
I don't know what if it came from here, but I know that in World War II, the soldiers would like carve this in everywhere. It's kind of
Right.
like an in joke amongst all themselves. So they'd be
Okay.
going around. Obviously, maybe someone else is, sometimes a lot of the time you're waiting.
Yeah.
Just carve this in. So when other soldiers would come by, they'd see it and be like, ah.
Is there like a phallic
fucking Kilroy.
subtext to this, or
No,
does
no.
the
I
guy
think it's
just have a long nose?
I think it's just very easy to draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
One thing, okay, so I see like we're in the 90s right now. Does this count as a meme? Okay, because I don't know what the origin of this is, but it's the S. Do you know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
Oh, the Superman one, like the 3 lines.
I
in
don't
one?
think that's from the 90s. I think it's before the 90s.
Is it before the 90s?
I think that's like 80s.
I think someone made a video trying to figure out where this came from, and
Yeah.
they couldn't figure it out. Like, there's no documented history of who did the cool
Because
S.
surely that is a meme because I don't know where I don't know what the origin of that is. I don't know, but it's like spread beyond cultures, beyond borders.
Dude, that was on every
I'll type for you
single.
right now.
Look, we
that was
live-
on every single school desk.
we
growing
lived
up.
on opposite sides of the world,
Yep,
correct?
yep.
And yet we both
Okay.
know what the 90s S
three
is.
lines,
Here's the first page of the Wikipedia. The cool S, also known as the universal S, it is unknown. The origin is unknown, but became prevalent around the 1970s.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
But it is
okay.
unknown where it came from.
Damn.
It is
And who
unknown.
made it?
Aliens. Aliens.
Aliens.
You know how
Aliens.
you know how every conspiracy theorist is just like, well, dragons are in every culture and every time period, even without any communication. The S is just our dragons. The S is just the modern day dragons for us. We don't know where it came from. We don't know where it started from, what culture it came from, but it's in every culture
Yeah.
across the world.
But if any fucking boy from any culture could figure out one thing, it was the fact that this was the coolest fucking S that you could draw. All the boys came together and were like,
Yeah.
this is a singer. This one slaps. That
Every textbook.
Did make you feel like you could draw for a brief moment.
Yeah.
was my phone. But 1996, then we jump
Is
about
this-
50 years, and this is the baby dancing
Is
gift.
this the baby dancing? I
Yeah.
wonder what this is from. What is the name?
Okay, we can't say that for every single meme.
Well, I guess the more that memes come up, the
Yeah.
more recognizable they will be. But I've always seen this GIF, but I don't know. I mean,
I didn't realize it was that old.
Yeah.
There's a good video, I think, because there was a video about the skeleton trombone one that is a very similar style to this.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure if it's the same author or not, but I think for a long time it was very unknown who made these. I think I could be wrong. We don't fact check. Is it wrong? That's either a good fuck or a bad fuck.
Yeah.
It was weird. What a weird meme to circulate though.
Yeah, but it was absolute. I mean, I guess people in 1996 were like, "This is the greatest thing I've ever
While we're
seen."
doing this, Grant, I will preemptively, if I have no idea, I will Google it for you.
Okay.
So while we're doing this, I'll be Googling on my phone. Just so
Okay.
we can
Yeah.
I mean, these next couple of ones I have seen before.
Okay, now we're getting to memes that I do
Yeah.
recognize.
So
which
we
is,
have
hold
the
on,
so we have the
Dancing-
demonetization.
are we reviewing the memes? Like,
Yeah, actually we
Yeah,
should.
we should.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is
Okay,
a
let's go back. Let's go back.
Go
Let's go
back.
back.
Go back.
Pull it back up.
Pull it back up.
All right, first
meme. 10 out of 10.
That's a 10 out of 10.
This is a meme that has clearly transcended time.
This guy went to the future and was like, "I have to go back and show my people."
It's actually so uncanny looking at this. You know, sometimes you see some old photos that is like proof of time travelers. I swear, this
This
is
is
like
proof
the
of
meme.
time travel.
This is the meme equivalent of that. Someone
There's a time
took,
traveler just took all the good memes.
yeah,
spreading them.
Someone took the Virgin and Chad meme and went, I'm going to travel back in time and publish this in the newspaper. And here
My
we are.
boys in the 20s can relate to this one.
Yeah. So
That's a 10 out of 10 for
I think
me.
it's just S tier.
S tier.
Oh, we're doing tiers?
I think
Okay.
yeah, we tier.
All right,
This-
sorry,
this
this
is
is
S
S
tier.
tier. This is
S
S
tier.
tier. Kilroy?
It's just what a meme should be. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's about having a little in joke that you can spread.
But what is the in joke?
I think just knowing what it is. That's what the meme. I mean, I feel like that's a lot of referential humor as well. It's like
Yeah.
a lot of references,
Which is a lot of memes are,
which is
you
just
know?
knowing what it is.
Yeah.
And like a lot of the time, like Stinky is so fucking stupid. But for some reason, you're like, I just know what it is. And That's
Yeah.
funny. So I think that's gonna happen a lot. Which I think for that it can go C or B. I think.
I was going to say C, like
Okay.
kind of like mid tier.
Yeah, it's mid tier.
Okay, so the Dancing Baby Gone. It was from a LucasArts animator, and there was Autodesk apparently used to sell like pre-animated sequences that you could put models on.
Yeah.
And he put a dancing baby on a cha-cha.bip file, a bit file, and then posted it online as an AVI. And apparently it went viral.
Oh, okay.
So people could put anything on this dancing thing.
Right, right.
So yeah, I guess that's the history of it. I guess why on earth it spread, I
I
don't
mean,
know.
it's just a dancing baby, you know?
It's kind of a shit meme.
Yeah,
Do you
but
not think it's shit?
yeah, but you also have to understand this is 1996,
Yeah.
and the internet was
I guess it's
barely
pretty mind-blowing
forming.
back then.
It is mind blowing that you have a funny looking dancing baby.
Also, 90s
and then,
humor is so different.
Yeah, and then you can just put any music to it,
Yeah.
and then you can send it to your friend, being like, "Ooh, he's dancing to this song." Ooh.
Yeah, or it's like, you know, the Spider-Man dancing one as well, where it's like, this Spider-Man's dance sequence will fit any song you put on it. And then people tried and they were like, oh my
yeah.
God, it's true.
Yeah, look. Can you really say that this song is any different to, you know, something like I put "You Say Run" over this random scene, you know, or you know what I mean? I feel like the idea of this might seem primitive, but I feel like it's evolved.
It's just creepy, isn't it? It's creepy. I don't like it.
I mean, yeah, it's very 90s for sure.
It is very.
I still
90s.
don't think I want to put it higher than B.
I was going to say B anyway.
I was gonna say B. Yeah, I was gonna say B.
B for
But
baby.
Here's the thing: you still see some kind of like replication of the general idea
Yeah,
of
the
this.
fact
meme.
that almost 30 years since this was created, that people are still kind of like utilizing the idea of this meme.
Yeah.
I think it deserves a cred.
It'd be even better if they still used it. They don't.
No one on the internet today would look at that and be like, hell yeah.
All right, okay. All right then. Next up
right.
is all your bases are belong to us.
Oh, classic.
One of the most well-known and prevalent internet memes of all time.
Yep.
Yes.
Of course, poorly translated sequence from Zero Wing.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't really understand what's context this meme should be used in. Like it was.
I mean, this was just a common example of like just funny English. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
and
that's all
I
it
also
is.
think it has the same energy of like I'm trying to be a villain, but I'm messing it up.
Yeah.
And so I think this was shareable in that aspect. I actually really like this one. I
It's
don't know
fun to
why.
say.
Yeah, I think that's probably why it went
Yeah.
very spread. You're just like all your bases are belong to us. You're like, I like it.
I like this one.
Hey, I don't know. I never really got the appeal for this one because this is like, it's like what's the funny? I guess.
What's the funny?
What's the funny?
I
Yes.
don't know actually. I think it's just something in your brain that goes. Ooh.
It's just iconic at this point as well.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm willing to give that like a B,
Ah,
like a high B.
Okay, put it top of B tier, man.
Okay.
Don't you agree?
I was gonna say C, but it's
Okay, it's the
what's
middle of
like
B then.
mid tier? What's like mid tier?
B is mid tier.
Is it mid-tier?
Well,
C is
C and mid
mid-tier.
tier.
Yeah.
Well, depends how many
How many tiers we
Fs,
have?
yeah.
I was gonna put it mid tier, so like C tier for me.
All right.
But I can do like low B, I guess. I can do
Okay,
low B.
B it is then.
Motivation.
Motivation.
Motivational posters. I mean, people still make edits of this today.
Yeah.
But now it's just. But now we've evolved from just using images to now in video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it being used in videos.
Yeah.
I feel like it's such a funny way of like using video format to show the final form of this meme.
And it's almost always paired with the.
I love it so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising to see how long this meme has stayed on for. You know, not even just that, but you know, it kind of had a resurgence in the cyberpunk memes as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come.
Yeah. Exactly. I just feel like it's a very simple meme format that is just effective, and people will find ways to repurpose it.
I mean, it's like as bare bones as you can get.
Yeah.
Right? It's just, I mean, more so it's just captioning.
Yeah.
So in that sense, very lazy. But I think because of the amount
But
of
of the creative freedom
the
you
creative
get with
freedom
it.
you have, and
Yeah.
you know, I think that's what's so good about some of the memes. Like I think as we get to the more 2000s and we go through a lot more memes, I think that's one thing that we'll start to realize is that memes became less creative and more referential. I think this is the prime example of like when memes were meant to be a creative expression that was shared around, and more so of an expression of enjoying the format as opposed to enjoying the individual joke.
Yeah, but that's the most professional thing that's sounded in your life. What the fuck is this break?
Listen,
Yo,
I love memes.
Connor, when
I love
talking about memes.
I love memes. All right, I love memes. What
Sounded
can
like I
I
was
say?
listening to like an art critic.
Yeah, I was like,
I
am
love
listening-
this is my art. This
I
is
was
my
like,
art.
am I listening to a university professor break down?
like,
Listen,
is this your thesis?
science of,
I
like-
would have done a banging thesis if it was on this. So yeah,
Professor of
I,
Demology.
for that reason, I think it's got to be S tier.
I'm gonna give this an S.
It's just one of the
Yeah,
best.
yeah. I mean, it is still around today, which is a big kind of telling point about how effective memes are. So I'll give it S tier. All
Next
right.
one I don't understand.
What is? I've never
Hamster
seen
dance.
this one before. Hamster dance.
I have no idea what this is. I feel like is it the one with the revolving images of them all doing the same kind of like bobbing thing? Can you
I
Google this?
believe
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
I
So
have-
this
I
is
think
from 1990.
the hamster dance song.
Yeah. It was paired with this song.
The hamster dance. Can you play the song?
Yeah, let's see this. So, circa 1997, dancing hamsters.
Why does
online.
circa make something seem so weird?
I don't know.
Oh my god,
this
this
song.
fucking
Oh.
song.
Okay, so I think this is less the. This is more the song, right?
This was at the beginning of the what I like to dub the LOL random era of just like let's just like get a bunch.
This walk so crazy frog could run.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. It's
basically.
like let's just pair a really annoying like earworm of a song and
Gummy
match
bear
it.
song.
Yeah.
and match it with like some kind of like cute or like funny imagery that has nothing to do with the song and just mash them together and see how people react.
God, it's so shit.
Yeah, this
What
one's
a shit
I
meme.
didn't get this like around the early 2000s when I first saw it. I still don't get it now.
Probably because you're like 15, you never heard anything like that.
Yeah.
You're like, that's funny.
I guess.
I mean, it's I feel like.
I saw this when I was like 10 and I was like I still don't get it.
Well, it's the song, isn't it? It's the song.
Yeah, but like I saw it with the images as well and I'm like what is this? But the song I thought was just fucking annoying.
That's the whole point. I feel like how is this any different from Skibidi Toilet?
It's not.
Explain to me this versus Skibidi Toilet. What's the difference? I
Hamster
feel
Dance ran so Skibidi
no,
Toilet walk.
that's what I'm trying to say. Where it's just like
Nah, Skibidi Toilet's a little more creative at least. They made like 80 parts with a storyline. I'll give them credit. I'll give
okay.
them some credit.
I'm saying Skibidi Toilet has evolved, but the skeleton of Skibidi Toilet
I
is
disagree.
this.
Hamster Dance.
Is this?
disagree.
It's like hee funny song and XD random images.
Yep.
That's the core concept
Yep.
of this meme. We might say
We'll
this-
agree to disagree. Anyway, D or F tier?
I'm giving it an F.
I think it's an F.
I'll give it a D.
I don't like A, so we'll do top of F.
All right, on top of F.
This video is sponsored by Vessies.
You guys know we can't go outside without a fresh pair of Vessies.
I
We'll
don't think
bust
my
instantly.
feet will allow it anymore.
No,
I think
no.
they've accustomed to the Vessies.
Do you
Yes.
know why? It's because Vessies is fit for any time of the year.
Rain, sleet, or snow, walk like a king with Vessi.
Or you can run like a king as well.
And as that's, oh yeah.
The only one I recognize is Shrek.
So this is the, we'll go, I think I know half of these.
I think this is where we start seeing memes come
Actually,
from.
okay, I think I know all of these, I think. All right, so
Right.
the one on this one, that's Techno Viking. Do you know
Oh,
Techno,
Techno Viking. I
Can
remember
you pull up
Techno
Techno
Viking.
Viking? Can you type
Yeah.
Techno Viking? I don't know why. It actually has a really sad story as well, because the video went viral, and he's a German dude, and he just didn't want it to go viral, and I think there's a few lawsuits over it. So let's show it. But no, this was just the meme, and it was just this guy walking through the street, just vibing to techno, and he looked like a Viking, and that was the meme. That was really the meme. Fast forward. 20's walking. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, I have seen this.
Yeah,
video.
you probably have seen
You've
this one.
this.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's just dancing.
Fuck yeah, dude.
You know
Look
what?
at that.
It's just the energy, you know? It's just the pure masculine energy.
Dude, I want to party with this guy.
Yeah,
Plus
fuck
back
yeah.
in like viral videos, this is like kind of the first iteration of when they start getting shared around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But obviously this guy did not want it online.
This is sick as fuck. Hell yeah, dude. Damn, he's built like a brick shit house.
Yeah.
But he's probably looking so different now.
Yeah, this is 20 years ago
think,
now.
Yeah, so there
2001.
was a whole. I mean, I'm sure as we go through these, some of these memes we quite had a bit of sad stories. I imagine. Yeah, that was one of them where I think he didn't really appreciate the meme hood that he'd been thrust into.
Right.
Yeah. Which you'd hear about a lot, especially with early meme faces.
And I think a lot of the memes we'll be going through will be something like that, where it's like it'll be like we'll have a lot of videos I imagine now that that pop up that are kind of like it's just a video that got shared a lot.
Yeah.
and that was it. And
I mean,
like,
that's
is
the
it a
thing. It's
meme?
like I'm thinking like with the Techno Viking thing, right? Is like that's a cool video. I fuck with it, but is it a meme?
Well, here's the thing,
Not
right?
sure.
I think because videos like that were just so much rarer
Mm.
back in the day that if you had one, I mean, you can find a million videos like this on TikTok nowadays, and it would maybe be a funny clip for a day,
Yeah.
and then you'd move on, and then it'd be something you'd share.
Sure.
I think actually back then having a camera, knowing how to upload, and all that stuff was tough.
Yeah,
I'd say-
like it's the same thing with the rabbit with the pancake on his head.
I've
Or-
never seen that one.
It's just,
I've seen it, but I don't. I think it's. I think
Is it
it's
literally
a video.
just
It's
a bunny
just-
with a pancake?
I
on
think
it?
it's
I think it's a video.
it's a video.
And it's just a cute video.
Can you type in rabbit with pancake on,
Yeah.
on head? I think the Viking one is just a prime example of like a C tier meme.
Yeah.
It's neither good nor bad, but fun
Yeah.
to share around.
Pancake Bunny is the name.
A Japanese
Oh, it's
rabbit
a
is
Japanese
trained
rabbit.
by his owner to balance objects on his head. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it is a picture.
I like
thought it was-
Doge era, I see.
Yeah. Okay, so it wasn't a video. For some reason, I think I just
was a video.
imagined.
I still have
this-
the pets.
Yeah,
Pets
yeah,
is so tough to tell.
I just imagined this video that didn't exist.
I mean, this
apparently.
is the kind of stuff you'd see getting viral on Japanese Twitter today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is no different. This is like the primordial, weird, cute animal video.
Yeah, I almost feel like it's hard to judge animal memes.
because animal memes are never going to go out of style.
Yeah,
people
I mean,
always.
it's a picture of an animal. It's
Yeah.
like I can't really judge. How about we agree to not rate animal memes? I feel like they'll all just be like B.
Yeah.
Where would you put this?
I mean, animal
Yeah.
memes.
I was gonna say
S.
C.
What?
What? S?
Yeah.
You just like animal pictures, gone. That's
Yeah,
not a
that's
meme.
here's
Okay.
the thing, Connor. When is there going to be a time period where animal pictures, cute animal things are not going to be used?
Yeah,
Never,
but at that
never.
point, at that point, I would
We're
argue,
not
is it
rating the
even
meme. We're just
at
rating
that-
animals.
Yeah.
We're just rating cute
Is that
animals.
even-
That's the secret.
No.
That's why they're never going to die.
You can have it in S in yours, and we'll just put all animal memes in B, unless it's a recreatable meme,
Yeah,
right?
it's like B or C, I'd say.
All right, so oh, my balls! I shit my balls. My phone. Oh, so YTMND. Do you know that one?
Nope.
YTMND was a.
What does it stand for again?
I did Google it. So I forgot what it meant. You're the man now, dog.
You the man now, dog.
And it was a website where you just shared memes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
very,
it's
very early
like,
on.
is this before or after I has cheeseburger?
I
Or is it
I
around the
think
same time?
it seems like it's around the same time.
Okay.
You the Man Now Dog is an online community in Memetic Hub sites. that
Memetic
hosts-
Hub.
Memetic Hub site that hosts
Ooh,
user-generated
fancy word.
remixes and parodies of popular cultures. I mean, this, from what I remember, this was basically like early YouTube poops.
Yeah.
That kind of like meme.
Okay.
And
I
I'd
guess it's
say,
just more so reminiscing of the community.
yeah,
Sure.
I'd say laid the groundwork for a lot of early memes that you'd see, especially on YouTube.
Yeah,
because
right.
a lot of this was kind of like,
I mean, this was before YouTube.
yeah, this was before YouTube. I think it eventually transitioned over to YouTube.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
C tier.
Yeah, I'll give it a C.
All right, next up. Do you know this one? The song?
Nope.
Yeah, you do.
Which one?
Let the bodies hit
Oh, okay. Yeah. I do know this
because
one.
I remember because when I became when I started trying to upload YouTube videos when I was a really young kid. I remember that there's like only like 4 or 5 free songs
Yeah.
that you could
Yeah.
use in YouTube, in the YouTube editor, or whatever. And this is one of them. And everyone used "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor."
Right.
Let the bodies hit the floor.
I didn't know it was by Drowning Pool.
I don't know. You've probably like if you are over the age of 20, you've definitely heard this.
Yeah,
at some
for
point.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that song's
It was always accompanied with like because back then on the internet. A lot of the meme videos uploaded were kind of like You've Been Framed, whatever it was, like the versions of like the people sending in home videos where they
Yeah.
fell over.
Yeah.
Because those TV shows were
It was all,
very,
like,
very popular.
slapstick, yeah.
And so I think this became very popular because people who had gotten used to submitting their videos onto those TV shows were like, wow, it's shown on YouTube.
Yeah.
And they would always, so many of them would put this song when someone would fall over.
Yeah.
So we'd have
Yeah.
the like, and then when it would kick in, they fell over.
Yeah.
And that was very common.
I mean, yeah, I respect it.
I mean,
It hasn't aged all that well, but
I just
No.
love how ubiquitous it was once in its day.
I mean-
I have a soft spot for this one because I used
Yeah.
it. So I
you did.
yeah, I used it in a video of like, I don't know, my brother falling over in a hammock that I uploaded somewhere. Probably somewhere on the internet deleted.
I mean, this was like, I guess, the first meme kind of song that was
other
very,
than Hamster Dance.
I mean, it's different, right? Because Hamster Dan was just XD random song, which I guess there's going to be a lot.
Yeah.
But Let the Bodies Hit the Floor is more of just like, I remember this playing on like so many AMVs as well. And so
Yeah,
many,
yeah, yeah.
It was like
It was free.
The sheer context this was used in was
Yeah.
just everything, all over the spectrum.
Do you remember on YouTube when every video used to be like, when you used to upload a video,
Yeah.
it would be like blocked in Germany, always. Do you remember that when you used to upload videos?
No,
Always.
no.
Whatever, any song you use would be blocked in Germany.
Okay.
Do you remember this?
No.
What the fuck? How do you remember this? What the heck? Can you Google blocked in Germany
Yeah.
on YouTube?
Because I remember like the Bodies Hit the Floor was always used for like, okay, you search up an anime fight scene, and it's always the anime fight scene, but it had that song over it for some fucking reason, and they claimed it as an AMV.
Okay, the authority that controls musicians' rights in Germany, according to the German magazine, of the top 1,000 highest rated videos in the US, 61.5% are not accessible in Germany.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, whenever I used to use any like music, it would always be like, it's blocked in Germany now. I'm like, what?
Damn.
Yeah. Anyway, where would that go? Maybe a C.
I was
I
gonna
feel like
say
although I have a soft spot for it, it wasn't utilized as much as maybe we'll see some other musical memes.
Yeah.
were. But I think that's also the tools being more primitive. That's just
Yeah,
such a harsh
for
way to say
sure.
it. These primitive savages in the year 2001 didn't have the editing capabilities we have now. And then obviously the GOAT.
I mean, at Triple S tier,
It's got to
right?
be the. I mean, how the hell?
The
did
fact that
such a
people are
ubiquitous
still
meme culture-
using All Star and just All Star.
Shrek in every capacity.
Any Shrek scene, like SpongeBob, any scene in Shrek can be a meme.
Okay, I feel like Shrek was very popular and has been for a very long time. But do you remember this very distinct jump that happened? And I could be remembering this wrong. It was with the Shrek is Love, Shrek is Life video. Do you remember that video?
I love that video.
I have never seen that video.
You've never seen that?
No, you have.
It's
you
one of
have.
my favorite videos.
I
on the
feel like
internet.
this video is what caused the massive resurgence of Shrek
Absolutely.
memes.
Yeah,
You've
absolutely.
seen this video. You've seen this.
Have you seen this?
There's no way you
I've
haven't
never
seen
seen
it.
this.
We have to show
Oh,
it.
I've
my
never
God.
seen this.
There's no way you haven't. Okay, can we play it? Play the original.
Play it. It's like a minute or something.
Okay, yeah, they'll play the original video. You haven't seen this?
No, I haven't seen this.
Wait,
I feel like when did this come out? This meme, 2013. I want to see if that meme spiked.
It's age restricted.
Age restricted, maybe.
No, this is the dramatic reading, right? Are you talking about the Gmod animation?
Yeah, the Gmod animation.
Yeah, go back.
So
Go
some
back.
Shrek is Love, Shrek is Life.
Animation.
I don't know. I feel like Shrek was always culturally relevant.
It was, but I felt like the meme side of it really took off.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, there we go.
I pray to Shrek every night before bed. Shrek is love, I say. Shrek is life. I lay in bed and it's really cold. A warmth is moving towards me. It's Shrek. I'm so happy. He whispers in my ear. This is my swamp. My dad walks in. Shrek looks him straight in the eye and says, it's all ogre now.
Oh, I love that video.
So the Google Trends, as I thought,
Yeah.
Shrek memes were non-existent before this. That's the Google. That's when this came out.
Damn.
That's when Shrek memes didn't exist, and then they were everywhere. So this is what like really sent, which is such a stupid video.
I don't know.
But back then, 10 years ago,
Well, I never saw that video. Where was it posted on YouTube?
YouTube.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
on YouTube.
And
right?
Facebook, everyone on Facebook as well.
Because to me, Shrek occupies the same space as something like SpongeBob, which
Yeah.
is just something that was just so a piece of media
feel
that
like-
was so culturally prevalent and relevant to so many people in just our generation.
I feel like you're remembering it wrong, though. I feel like you're equating all of that from when after this was.
Okay, but like,
Because I know Shrek was popular, but I
Yeah.
know the Shrek memes really didn't kick into overdrive until that. That's when everything became Shrek.
what is the meme then? Because
Just putting Shrek in everything. I mean, that was like
Yeah.
the meme. Shrek was always
Or
putting
like
everything.
using All Star on everything.
Yeah.
yeah, I feel like I don't know. I feel like to me after Shrek aired and became popular, there was always a point for someone to quote it or someone to say something, someone to reference something to do with Shrek, and I feel like it was always going to just be like evolve into like memehood, because ever since it released, I feel like everyone always referenced Shrek, and I don't know why it's specifically Shrek, because I didn't see this in cinemas, but for some reason I have this like memory of every time. Like at the end of like school term,
You get to
and
watch a movie.
You get to
Yeah,
watch a
yeah,
movie. For some reason,
Same,
For
with
some, I
Shrek,
don't know
yeah,
why.
yeah.
It was always one of the Shreks, and it was.
were good, they were good.
They goaded. That's why.
They all got it. They all got it.
They are absolutely goaded.
I'm not saying that the Shrek was culturally irrelevant until Shrek was very popular.
Yeah.
But I think like just the brand that we now associate Shrek with, the imagery online,
Yeah.
and that kind of memery, I think really kicked off, especially after that. I mean, I could be misremembering, but I'm near certain that was the case. But either way, it deserves an S plus tier.
Yeah, Shrek is S.
Probably one of the most long-lasting memes, which, even though it's not that funny anymore, occasionally can be funny
Shrek is
when
love,
used
man.
correctly.
Yeah.
Shrek is life.
It's peanut butter jelly time. This was the fucking Bluetooth phone era when it gets shared around.
Everybody who had a mobile phone during this time had this as their ringtone, and I hated it.
Yeah, it was almost like a virus.
fuck's sake, Joe.
It was like I wouldn't call it a meme, just a virus.
It was like a virus. It was like a virus that people willingly downloaded.
Yeah. I mean,
I remember like seeing this.
It's better than the hamster dance.
I think
way
it's,
better.
I think
It's
way
better than the hamster dance.
But I don't think it's that great either.
It's
Like,
not
I feel
that
like it's still a C tier.
Yeah,
this is
it just
a-
hasn't aged well either.
I didn't know this until Family Guy. I watched Family Guy when I was a kid.
Really?
And Brian did it, and that was like the version I heard. And I didn't know that it was something else before. So obviously they were referencing this, but
Yeah.
obviously I'd only consumed it through Family Guy. So I thought it was a Family Guy joke.
Yeah.
See, I saw this, I think, when it came out, because this was around the time where I was on Newgrounds a lot. And this
okay,
was at
okay.
like the front of Newgrounds.
Yeah, I remember this
and
being
like every
used.
Flash Game Portal website.
I remember this being used for so many Newgrounds animations and so many Newgrounds
But
games.
being British and Australian, I don't think we could appreciate peanut butter jelly.
Yeah, I,
Yeah,
I, mean,
yeah,
I,
I was
remember,
like-
I remember as a kid, I
yeah.
was like, peanut butter and jelly?
yeah,
That
I
sounds
remember-
gross.
yeah, I was like, okay.
Why the banana as well?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
I
know.
was like, where's the jelly?
C tier. C tier.
Yeah, I'm happy with C tier.
Actually, I've seen this image, but I have no idea where it's from.
It's from a Yaoi.
I could have guessed.
Yeah, I can see that. Is
It's really
it?
impressive that a Yaoi image was shared around in 2002.
I didn't know this one was this old. I thought it was like close to like the 2010s.
I feel like is it just the reaction image face
Yeah, it's
that
a
we're
reaction
talking
image.
about
Yeah,
now?
yeah,
Because
yeah.
I don't remember this face being used that often.
No,
that early on.
I saw it on a ton of memes. Again,
Oh,
on,
really?
on Newgrounds. Yeah, these. I feel all of this era of memes was very prevalent on Newgrounds.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, reaction images are always like a solid C or B tier. They're never like
Yeah.
good, never exceptional. Just normally like
Because then
yeah.
this Yaoi face evolved into the Yaoi paddle, in like the like.
Yeah, I mean every I
mid-2000s.
think this is like also like the template for like you've probably seen the black and white face.
Yeah.
and that's the
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the template of that. Yeah.
um
So I mean, it's still used to this day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's-
still,
yeah,
still
yeah.
you still see this
I mean,
face.
all those faces are
Yeah.
still used to this day.
Yeah, exactly. You still see these faces to this day.
Mm.
And
I mean, it's brilliant.
I mean, it's yeah.
and then obviously I remember this cat one, but I remember not really liking it that much.
I've never seen this one.
Every time you
Masturbate, God kills a kid.
wow, fair enough. Please think of the kitten it says.
This is
Very funny.
this is such a Facebook mum
It's
meme.
such
It's
good
it
shit.
actually hurts.
Should I be
It
upset?
actually hurts.
Should I be upset at the fact that I laughed at this 22 years later?
Hey, I think
kinda
I
funny.
think it's
It
funny.
is not
I-
funny,
No,
Joe.
I think it's funny because it probably was funny.
Yeah.
that's why it's funny. 'Cause it's funny thing that people laughed at this shit.
Yes.
D tier.
Yeah. Also, what does that have to do with Domo? Like, why is Domo good?
I don't know.
No, it's just like I don't know, cute cat
Probably
image.
stock cat images getting shared around.
Yeah, I
yeah,
guess.
like D tier.
This is like what Christian mums would like send to their children to be like.
Don't forget to go to church. Yeah, I'll give that a D.
Yeah.
All right, what's next up?
All right, next up.
2003.
2003.
Okay, so I know the
Zoom in.
O'Reilly Owl.
Yeah.
That was a very, very popular reaction image
Yeah.
back during this time. Also, Badger Badger, classic Newgrounds
That's classic.
animation.
Yeah.
And I
Star
think-
Wars kid.
Star Wars kid, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Didn't someone copy the Badger Badger recently? There's a lawsuit. Someone kind of copied the
Really?
concept. I don't know if it was a lawsuit or just the guy complained.
Yeah.
But someone copied it, and I think they had to pay money. A big company kind of copied the idea. Can you
Yeah.
just Google it real quickly?
The guy who made Badger Badger as well, he made a ton of other Newgrounds animations that are
Didn't
just
you do
as
the
weird.
epic battle of cartoon characters? The rap.
I think that was someone
no,
different.
that was someone else. You're thinking
Oh,
of
this
Ultimate
is-
Showdown.
Ultimate
of
Showdown of
History.
History.
He's the guy who did the Potter things as well.
Yes,
Same
yes.
guy. Corn Paste Animator who ripped it off. There you go.
Oh wow.
Okay.
There's some other stuff
That's
too.
pretty
I think.
recent. Stuff like
Yeah, I think it's like the idea of all these animals like bobbing their head.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, again, this
mean-
was another one that was fucking everywhere.
Can you show the original? I want to feel nostalgic for a moment.
Yeah. Play Badger Badger. Oh god. I'm gonna go right back to 8-year-old me.
God.
Oh no, I was 9. I think when this
Yeah.
came out.
Oh my God. Joey, stop. Joey, stop.
No, it's just crazy to think. Like I'm just reflecting. Like retrospectively looking at this, it sucks. But I remember just back in the day, man. Like I was like, hell yeah to this. The snakes. It's so bad, but I love it. It's like it's the so bad that it's good category now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
See, I feel like we're gonna look at, we are like,
Weeble, I think was his name.
yeah, Weeble. I try to think of like, we look at memes like this now and we're like, oh, we're so much better than what we were producing back in the day. But then you look at,
Oh
you
no,
know,
it's gonna be worse than this.
Oh,
yeah. You look at some of the memes coming out today, and you're like, can we really say that memes are any different today than they were back then? They're just like repackaged, you know? They're just repackaged. We've always had brain rot, and every single generation will go through a period where we have brain rot. This was our brain rot, you know?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
The owl.
The owl is
kind of a mid reaction image.
I
Yeah.
feel there's a better. Also,
Way
the,
better, yeah.
also,
Yeah.
also the lead speak. Of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
lead
yeah,
speak, like
yeah.
that has not aged well.
Yeah.
Badger, I'll give A.
Badger's an A for me.
Star Wars kid, it's all right. I mean, I feel bad because the kid got like super bullied for this
Yeah.
video.
Yeah.
And it was like some kid had, like a kid in the school, like a bully or something, had found this.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
like,
really?
uploaded it of him. It wasn't even him who uploaded it, I don't
Yeah.
think, to my knowledge. So he didn't even want to be online. It was
Yeah.
for him.
I mean, now with the age of the internet, you saw this back in the day, and you're like, haha, this funny kid. You laughed at him.
Yeah.
And now I feel like, at least I think people have become a bit more sympathetic towards anyone. Kind of. Okay, here's the thing.
It's changed. It's like, I think it was sympathetic in some aspects
Yeah.
and a lot crueler in others.
I feel
Yeah.
like cringe culture has shifted a little bit, whereas it's not so much, you feel a lot better laughing with someone than laughing at them a lot of times. That's why a lot of these things are, a lot of things and the memes and clips that we laugh at are sometimes like ironically done,
Well, he has his own Wikipedia page.
Yeah, lawsuit. Yeah, there's a lawsuit.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
a lawsuit? Wow.
He sued the schoolmates who uploaded it.
Oh shit.
I think, if I'm not mistaken.
250,000 Canadian dollars. God damn.
Yeah.
Did he win?
Well, you got it.
Oh hell yeah. That's a W for Star Wars kid.
Oh, no, wait, sorry. That's good. Legal proceedings against one family will quickly drop. Lawsuit is scheduled to begin trial in April. Settlement.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
settlement.
As most lawsuits do.
Yep.
Yep.
But
I'll give that a
I just feel like I just don't like the meme. I just don't think it's funny. I never really got it when I was younger either.
C or D then?
Yeah, I mean, E.
E?
Yeah,
We got an E. We got F.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
fine with an E.
yeah.
All right. This episode is sponsored by Shopify.
When I started my clothing brand, I needed a place to sell my clothes. We're living in the 21st century. Everybody sells their stuff online. But how do I make a store online when I have no knowledge whatsoever on how to do that?
I'm dumb.
Launch
One meme that has stayed prevalent throughout all
Oh,
of the
what a
ages
fucking banger meme.
is the reaction image of the boys.
four boys.
The four boys.
Do you know where this comes from?
I actually don't know where this comes from.
I actually know where this comes from.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. So this is part of 2 reaction images.
Yeah, there's the one where they're like,
Yeah. So I believe that this is the team from a Nintendo magazine or some kind of gaming magazine, right? And so the 2 images come from E3 presentations, right? So there was one year where they had the E3 presentation, and it was the first image where they look completely bored.
Yeah.
And this image, I believe, comes from when they announced the Legend of Zelda. The 3D Legend of Zelda
yeah.
it turned out, and when that trailer dropped, and apparently this was that reaction image when the Legend of Zelda trailer dropped.
That's awesome.
So you have the juxtaposition of someone's completely bored at an E3 presentation to next year. Holy shit, it's fucking popping off.
3D Zelda,
Yeah.
baby.
That's so good. I love it. I love this one. I mean, this one is
Still used today.
yeah. It's just so well done.
Yeah, it's perfect.
It's amazing it's not staged.
Yeah.
It's just like genuine.
ARS,
That's an S.
ARS,
That's an
Yeah,
S.
S tier, man.
Next one. Here's the next one.
I don't know this
I
one.
don't know this one.
Reverse image search it.
Star shirt, red t-shirt, creature.
Is this like another web series of some
It
kind?
looks like a web series, right?
It looks very Newgrounds. If you
Yeah.
ask me. I mean, it's around the peak of Newgrounds, so. What the fuck was the name?
No, I don't.
Homestar Runner.
Homestar Runner, that's it. Which got immense popularity in the early days of Flash animation. Yeah, so it's a Flash series, basically.
Yeah, like, I mean,
Because I've never seen it, but I've definitely seen that character before.
Maybe we could just watch a quick little 1-minute clip of it. See what it's like. I think it's a kid animation, right? So like kids. Am I wrong?
I have no clue, bro.
Just
I'm going to stop talking because I know nothing.
I'm okay
about
being
this.
wrong.
I know you are.
What happened to Homestar Runner? Oh, okay.
it's all cool. We can just skip this one.
sure.
We've got.
Yeah, skip it.
I love this video.
Still around today. Actually in Fortnite as well. The dance.
yeah?
Him going like that.
Yeah. Also, I will say this song has aged pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think at first this song came out when everyone was kind of poking fun at the kid for being like, oh, look at this fucking fat kid dancing to this random song. But like,
Yeah.
the more time this is taken to kind of grow, I feel more people who now look back at this video and was like, yeah, that's a fucking vibe, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think there's a big difference between this and Star Wars Kids, where no one was laughing at him, we were laughing with him, and
Yeah.
now it was just like,
Yeah.
now you look back at this and you're like, man, this is just a good vibe, you
Sure.
know? This is
I'll give it A tier.
I'll give
As
it
for
an
being
A.
one of the first YouTube video. Well, not
Yeah.
it's not YouTube, but one of the first like kind of in the vein of a YouTuber.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Next one I do not know.
Harry Potter
What?
puppets. I love this one.
There's no way you don't know this.
I don't know this one.
You don't know
I
this?
don't know this one.
This is the one that's like Snape,
Oh.
Severus.
How do you not know this?
Dumbledore.
You don't know this?
I don't know this
Why?
one.
God, you've been on the inside longer than any of us. What the fuck are you
It's got
doing?
that first one there. Potter puppet.
How many views does it have? It's got to have like a fucking 100 million or something.
205 million views.
105 million? Okay.
I think this is. I honestly think this is one of the first memes I ever saw on YouTube.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Everyone in my school would watch this.
Yeah,
and say it.
everyone watched this around me.
Severus Snape. Dumbledore. Snape. Severus Snape. Dumbledore. Snape. Severus Snape. Snape.
This is fucking brain rot, man. this is brain rot.
Harry Snape. Harry Snape. Harry Snape. Harry Snape. Harry Snape. Harry Snape. Harry Dumbledore.
All right, I've seen enough.
Wait, no, you gotta watch the ending.
gotta watch the ending.
The ending?
Done.
I found the source of the ticking. It's a pipe bomb. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Voldemort, Voldemort, ooh, Voldemort.
S tier.
All right.
S tier.
S tier.
Well, this is like peak Harry Potter as well when
Yeah.
it was out. 2000.
I always despised Harry Potter, so
Because you didn't have fun. You didn't have fun as a kid. Right? Just say it. Just say you weren't fun.
I mean, I wasn't the biggest fan of Harry Potter.
But I love that.
This made me a fan.
That was, I don't know why. Everyone at my school would like quote
Yeah.
it, even though it was like beyond. Like this is, we were quoting it like 70s after it came out.
Yeah. When I meet a new person, I don't ask how old they are. I just start singing the song, and if they turn around quickly, then I know.
S tier.
well, I didn't see this one,
Well,
so you know.
you're the odd one out.
No,
there.
and I'm reviewing this meme through fresh eyes.
Well, it's
you could
it's
say.
sheer creativity. He forced a meme into Will.
Yeah.
Like there's just it's impressive. I don't know.
It's simple. It's funny.
S tier.
S tier.
I'll go B.
Okay,
I'll go
it's an
B.
A then. Fine.
I'll go
All right.
B.
I don't know what this Indian one is.
Oh, it's the.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah.
How are you getting these just from still images?
I thought
Have you
this.
seen this one? Gone?
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Yeah.
It's like I think it was like, and there's a really interesting story about this guy
It's like a Bollywood
where they
show,
were. I
or-
think because you know, this is such a stretch in my memory if this is correct. I think that the story goes that he made a lot of music that was with really pretty women, and the reason why he made this was because it was just criticism. He made all the songs had like beautiful women in them.
Yeah.
People only listen to his music
Right.
because all the videos had beautiful women. So he made this to be like, fuck you, no, and
Yeah.
just made it all the people in it him, and it turned out to be his most popular song.
Chad. Hell yeah, dude.
Okay.
Isn't that cool?
That's swag.
What a cool law.
That's
this,
swag.
this is just a really catchy song. You know?
Yeah. It's just referenced so much. All right, okay, I'm gonna be still gets used today. It's got to earn at least a B. I mean, it's still used today.
I say A.
I'm
Yeah.
willing to give it an A.
I'm going to give it an A.
As we realize, we are an hour in, and we have not gone through nearly 10% of the memes.
Yeah.
Great.
So we've
So-
got to speed this the fuck up.
Yeah, so now we've gotten to a point where there are a lot more memes than just singular ones. So I think we should change this over to tiering what we think this era of memes,
Yeah,
how well it stacks up
I
today.
like how they just have Reddit and YouTube.
Yeah.
Like memes. I know all of these memes except for I know the image in the bottom right, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I think
the
that's just
image
like a funny image.
Yeah, I mean I know what it's from, and then the top left I also don't know.
I
what
don't know the
that's
top left one.
from. No, I actually don't think I've ever
I
seen
mean,
that one.
okay, so there's Leroy Jenkins, there's Chuck Norris, there's Church of the Flying
Yep.
Spaghetti Monster, there's Me at the Zoo, there's Yu-Gi-Oh.
What's Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster?
It's this weird cult that was created.
Well, no, it was like the first like mock religion.
Oh, okay.
It's
I
like
know what
made
you're talking
fun
about. I know
of.
what
Oh,
you're
was
talking
it?
about. I know what you're
It was
talking
a
about.
No, it's a fake religion.
Yeah,
Oh,
now
I
that you
see.
say that, I re-remember.
Or they'll tell you a real religion.
Yeah.
Oh, did Uwu start in this year
this
as
is the
well?
year of
Oh
the
my
Uwu.
god, no, okay, fucking effed it.
No, but there's the Mike Myers Kanye clip, which is my favorite.
George Bush hates black people. Such a good clip. It's just so
Kanye has just been a meme since the inception.
Yeah, but the reason that was so good is because Mike Myers looks so uncomfortable.
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why that video is so. If it was just Kanye on his own, you'd be like, "What is this?"
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
seeing Mike Myers go like,
It's like, why did I agree to this?
obviously Chuck Norris was like dominated the internet.
Yeah.
Hey Ya, I love Hey Ya. I still love that song.
Yeah, still a great song.
Yu-Gi-Oh, obviously.
yeah.
Great.
Was
Still memes today.
this in reference to Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Abridged?
Abridged, I believe,
That
yeah.
started the big
You
Yu-Gi-Oh!
think so? I don't think it started in 2005.
It was pretty early,
Because
if I remember.
that's start of
Yeah,
YouTube.
maybe.
Or it might have been like...
I mean, he did start at the beginning of YouTube,
But
I feel like. I feel like Martin started at the beginning of YouTube.
2007.
Ooh, okay.
There was
Wait,
also
that's
Maritime
formally
Council as
launched.
well, which is the
Yeah.
other one.
Formally launched July 2006.
July
Oh, wow.
2006.
So pretty close.
It's pretty close, pretty close.
But I feel like in 2005, 2006, Yu-Gi-Oh was the hottest thing.
It was the big
Yeah.
show.
I mean, because that was when I was 9, and I think that lines up because I remember that Christmas, I must have just all I wanted for Christmas was Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
I had
Yeah.
a fuckload
And
of Yu-Gi-Oh
my mom was like, "What?" And she didn't want to buy me them because normally you get these Christmas gifts, you want them to look good on the tree.
Yeah.
And they would just be like
a box.
a box of cards, and then while they had like giant boxes of
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think you know what, I really like this era for the simplicity.
There's only a few. Like the only things I think stand out now is like Leroy Jenkins.
Yeah.
That to me is the first classic meme clip. That's
because you reference it, you'd also
Yeah.
reference it, right? So the video is very funny.
It's just
You
fun to
also-
replicate as well.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
people still use they still reference it when someone goes in.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think for
And
that reason, it's
even though it's like come out that this was faked, I like the fact that we know it's faked and it doesn't lose the magic of it because
Yeah.
it's more of like the idea of
yeah,
this
we've all
thing.
had a friend who's done it.
Yeah, yeah, we all have a
right?
friend who's done it, which is great.
I'm willing to give this era a B.
B. Okay,
I think B's. I think
B.
B's
Yeah,
fine.
I'll agree B.
Yeah.
And then I guess expanding on this era a little bit more, we have
Yeah.
some more. If we scroll up,
2006.
like 2006. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, okay.
Just
Okay,
now, this
this,
is like when the internet started really kicking into high gear, especially with
Yeah.
videos. Obviously, because we have.
AVG and
Yeah.
Fred obviously were big on YouTube at the time.
Oh my
the
God, this
History
is-
of Dance, Dick in a Box,
This is awful. This
Charlie the Unicorn, over 9,000.
Is that RuneScape as well up there?
I believe. What is that? I don't know what that is.
No, that's not.
Yeah.
Oh, it must be the fucking. You require more minerals.
Yeah. What's the unicorn one called again?
Charlie
Charlie the Unicorn.
Charlie the Unicorn. Dick in a box.
Holes closed meme as well. That one was great.
Yeah, Fred.
Fred. Oh, God.
This is such a like golden. Like I think this in the next year will be like such a golden time of the internet when it was a
Yeah.
little simpler.
Definitely.
I'd argue I think it was a bit too simple.
No, that's what I like about it. It was because everyone was just trying to figure out
Yeah.
what the fuck this internet thing was.
At this point in,
In
the
like a- in
history,
the modern way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at this point in the internet's history, I think nobody actually was perfecting internet humor, and that's why you
Yeah.
got such an array of like really, really iconic funny shit, and also just a lot of stuff that just died as quickly as.
Yeah, but
it
like,
Also, the
out-
Lonely
out-
Island.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, out of all of this stuff, what do you still find funny? What do you think has aged well?
I still think, even though it's cringe as fuck, I still think some of the Lonely Island songs are kind of good, even though they're so cringe.
Yeah,
They're so unfunny.
Some of them are bangers.
But some of them are just like, that's good. At least, I just had sex is still popular, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
It's over
like,
9,000 is still kind of.
it's over 9,000 is more of like an idea. It's an idea.
Can't kill the idea.
Yeah, you can't kill the idea.
Lolcats. That
Lolcats,
makes
no.
me viscerally
No,
that
angry.
makes me
Yeah.
wince,
Do you remember the giant enemy crab meme?
Yeah, I remember that.
That's
I think
so fucking
yeah.
dumb.
Here's this giant enemy crab.
Angry video game nerd. Obviously.
I still think Charlie the Unicorn.
It's kind of good.
Oh, that was good.
I think.
I
Maybe we should go
thought-
back and watch it one day and be like. Yeah. Anyway,
The only thing I remember from Charlie the Unicorn is the end of the first episode where he's like, fuck, he stole my kidneys. that's the only part I remember for some reason.
I feel like just the voice actor of Charlie the Unicorn was just really on
Okay.
point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
do we all agree with what the worst thing was from this era?
Fred.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%. 1 million percent.
It's a shame that Fred was probably the most popular thing here.
Yeah.
Because my God, was that just a horrible time?
Oh
on the
my
internet.
god.
Yeah.
And it spawned
And,
like a whole copy of other things afterwards, as well, which I'm sure we'll see. But
And the history of dance is
God.
not,
that's just a fucking amazing video.
and it's not as much of a different format to exactly what we're doing now,
Yeah,
just with memes.
exactly.
I just think it was a really cool video.
Yeah.
It was very well done.
Cool
It was
idea.
a cool idea, very well done. And
Boy could dance.
yeah, I mean, I think it deserved the top spot of the YouTube most viewed
Yeah, it
video
was for ages,
for
wasn't
the longest time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely
Alright.
see why.
Wow, what era? What are we giving it?
Oh, it's so tough because there's like S tier material, but there's also F tier
This
material.
is
Yeah,
some
right.
of this is
Some of the best, some of the worst.
some of the best, some of the worst.
Maybe like I'd say also a B.
Okay, fine. We can't be doing B and D. All right, B.
I'm gonna go C.
Okay.
Wasn't enough stuff that have stuck around.
Man, okay,
to be
alright,
fair.
okay.
You know, this is not the nostalgia one,
Sure.
but
All right, 2007. Let's go next year.
yeah.
All right, we got
All right, now
Oh
we're getting
my.
into some like.
So okay, so
Actual-
IS Cheeseburger has not aged well.
Do you
Gummy
like
Bear
Mud-
song.
Do you like Mudkips?
Oh, do you like?
Do you like
What's
Mudkips?
that one?
It's just-
I don't know. Just do you like Mudkips?
People drink. Okay, so this I believe this was
So I
around the
heard
time
you
when
like Mudkip.
Ruby and Sapphire, like I think it was close to when it came out, something like that.
Yeah.
And people were just infatuated with Mudkips, and so I think it came from like a forum post or something of just someone said, "So I heard you like Mudkips," and then someone just took that and made images of it.
Oh my god, can I have cheeseburger?
Yeah, Can I Cheeseburger, the frightened hamster, fucking Soldier Boy, the cat playing the keyboard. Rick Roll was around this time.
God, I love
Yeah.
the hamster one is so OG.
Rick
Yeah.
Roll, Charlie Bit My Finger,
Cake is
Chocolate
a
Rain,
lie.
Yo Dog.
Yo Dog. I still like the Yo Dog memes.
I still do.
I still love the Yo Dog.
see,
that one?
see, I look at this and okay, some things haven't aged well, but I feel like this is the perfect mix of like simplicity, but
Yeah.
still ideas that we still use to this day. Rick Roll hasn't died.
Did you used to watch the exhibit show?
I didn't. No.
No, I didn't.
So you know where this meme comes from, right?
No.
Is it Pimp? No,
Yeah,
it's not
Pimp My Ride.
Pimp My Ride,
Yeah,
yeah.
Casey
Oh.
used to be the host of Pimp My
Yeah.
Ride.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Back when Pimp My Ride was a thing, which I
Yeah.
don't know if people even know that anymore.
Not sure. I mean, this was as the graph says, this is Tumblr era memes, definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
Fucking
Obviously, Leave Britney Alone.
Leave Britney
Remember?
Alone.
Leave Britney
Do you know
alone.
when that was like referenced in like movies? Or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah.
What was that? They made like a really shitty, scary movie, or but like a YouTube parody. So weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that.
I actually, you know what? I do think for as many stinkers there are here, there's more bangers.
There's more bangers.
Yeah.
I feel.
A tier.
I give it an
As,
A.
you know, considering that some of these memes are still used today,
Yeah.
and the fact that it has Rick Roll in it, which is the gold standard of memes
True.
that will never die, this deserves at least A tier.
Yeah.
True, true.
me.
I
All right,
agree.
next,
All
next
right.
era.
2008. What do we got? Oh, we got Mega Milk. I hate that. That's the first thing I saw.
Rage
It
Comics.
just looks like Aki.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Basically. Fire My Laser, that was probably my favorite. And this was the beginning of Trollface and all the Troll faces.
Yeah,
Roro
compared to
Power.
last year, this one hasn't aged as well. Look at
No, no.
this absolutely has not aged as well.
Only the only one that's aged well is the Fuck It, We're Doing It Live.
Yeah,
yeah.
probably.
2008, I guess.
Jizz,
George Bush.
like Jizz in My
also.
Pants was.
That was so popular.
That
So
was.
popular.
Do you
That was
remember
so
that?
popular. Just in my pants.
I have definitely used that in some of my old videos as well.
Yeah, I think everyone
Which
has.
just shows how dated it is.
Is this where the wolves came from?
I think
is that
this-
when it started? Like wolf T-shirt?
Yeah, I guess so.
No.
And the
Because this
Xbox-
evolved into the I have two wolves inside of me.
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, the only one. Okay, there's actually. Okay, I take it back. Trollface has kind of aged very well. I mean, it's literally the face of Troll.
I mean, it's
do you
it's
mean?
the face of the
Troll
internet
face.
memes.
That's like that kind of, and all of those faces are still
Rage
used.
comics.
Rage Comics.
Yeah.
Yeah, still kind
Rage
of
Comics has just evolved into Soy Jack.
used. Yeah. So
You know, it's
Smash
the-
Melee. Is
yeah,
that me?
it's like a history repeating itself again. 2008, I guess. Melee was a thing.
PC Master Race. I guess started at this time as well.
Oh,
I didn't
wow.
know
Yeah, because I think it was Zero Punctuation that started that meme.
that.
Yeah.
And Cool Story Bro. I didn't know that. That was a long time meme.
Actually, I think my favorite one is the 4chan then who was phone meme. Do you know this one?
I've never seen this
No.
one.
It's basically, it was a submission on a 4chan Reddit, 4chan post of someone whose first language was clearly not English, who was trying to write, because this was around the time when creepypastas were really big.
Oh.
So someone had written a creepypasta, but like, you can just read it, and it's just so funny. My dad is dead. Then who was phone?
Oh, how is baby formed? Oh, right on the cavemen. that's like a tiny hidden away meme. Like
Yeah.
when everyone was asking about Yahoo questions.
Oh,
I miss
Yeah.
Yahoo
babies.
questions so much.
Where do babies come from?
Yeah,
Is,
yeah.
is that the beginning of like all of the people misspelling the word
Yeah, yeah.
pregnante?
Pregante.
Oh my lord.
Oh, yeah, and then there's also the someone throwing a shoe at George Bush.
Yeah.
So I think there are some good ones here, but there's so many stinkers.
There's way too many stinkers and
Yeah.
things.
I
that
hate
we don't
Lost.
use.
Is this Lost?
Which one?
Lost. Fuck the fucking 4-page comic.
Oh, yeah.
What?
A series, Lost, also known as Cadbortions, a series of parody based on a dramatic cartoon strip from the webcomic series Control Alt Delete, in which the female lead suffers a miscarriage.
Oh.
So anytime it's like a 4-page, I think,
Yeah.
I hate seeing it.
I hate it.
Why do you hate seeing it?
Oh, there, that's it. Literally this, right? It's like the meme is that there's 1, 2, 2, 1, and then you're like, is this Lost?
Oh,
You've seen
yes,
it.
I have
You've been
seen
on
this.
Twitter, you've probably seen this
I
before.
have seen this.
It's literally just like whenever there is a 4-strip panel with 1, 2, 2, 1, and one person dead, it's like, is this Lost? I don't know why, but whenever you're on Twitter and you see people will go out of their way to do subversions of
Yeah.
Lost. So they'll try their best to not like show that it's a Lost meme. It's so weird. I don't understand. It's one of the aspects I've always been like fascinated by, but never understood fully.
Yeah.
That is a different level.
And it's
right
still
there.
today, to this day, it's still done.
Yeah. God, I can't believe Gurren Lagann was in this era, man.
Needless to say, I think either B or C, probably high C, just because I really don't like some of these.
Nah, some of these are way too much stinkers. I'd say like C, low
Yeah,
C.
all right, I'm happy
For
with
me,
C.
like,
Oh, there are some good ones though too.
No, well, that's what I'm saying, man.
Fuck, there's some amazing ones. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, actually, there's some really good ones. Nah, I'm firm on B now.
Okay.
you going B?
Again, we'll do B again. Sure.
I'm
B again.
sticking with C, man. No,
Alright,
this
low
is
B then.
no way this is as good as the one that came before it. But yeah.
Well, this is the thing, right? Is that like the we have more bangers, but we also have more stinkers. So
Yeah,
I feel
that's the
it's
thing.
kind
I
of
feel like the
same.
ratio of
ratio's
bangers
staying
to
the same.
stinkers
Yeah.
is much more higher towards, or much
Alright.
more leaning towards
Next
stinkers
up.
for this one.
Oh my, was
Oh.
2009 Slenderman?
Slenderman, Minecraft, Annoying Orange. I'm gonna let you finish.
Fucking Susan Boyle.
Susan Boyle.
Gilgamesh. This is the Gilgamesh meme. It was 2009.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Son, I'm disappointed.
Chris
Ask your
Chan.
mother. I'm on a boat, Lonely Island.
Oh yeah.
Isn't it crazy how prevalent Lonely Island were?
Yeah,
Oh,
pretty
dude,
much. I mean,
yeah.
there wasn't much competition for just like
Oh.
parody
Is
Is that
songs.
Susan Boyle on the
Yeah,
top?
that's Susan
and then
Boyle.
Balloon Kid.
Oh,
Annoying Orange.
Oh yeah.
Lord of the
damn.
Rings.
Yeah.
No, not Lord of the Rings. Sorry, I thought there was Lord of the Rings in the top.
Wow. This is just taking me back, man. I think the best one out of this bunch for me is definitely I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah, but I actually don't think many of these memes are good.
That's what I'm saying. Like out of all
I know them, but I don't think they're good.
I also have a special place for Gilgamesh. Just 'cause-
That one's good, and I like that one, but I can't give this higher than C.
No.
Maybe even a D. These are kind of
I actually think this is weaker than the
it's
one,
weaker,
the one that
Alright,
came
D.
before.
All right,
Yeah.
let's put it in the D.
All right.
Okay.
Next up. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna let you finish the still quoted.
Yeah, I'm gonna-
2010. Okay. Oh wow, there's a lot. Okay.
Okay, so
Wow, there's a lot.
Keanu Reeves has made his first
Sad
Sad
Keanu.
Keanu.
Sad
Do you remember
Keanu.
this guy? Remember this guy?
The rent is too damn high.
The rent is too damn high.
Rent is too damn high.
I do love the image of him struggling to hold.
Yeah. How do I hold all these apples?
Yeah.
Skeleton dance.
What is it? Oh, is that the Old Spice?
Old
Yeah,
Spice.
that's Old Spice as well. Double
Double
Rainbow.
Rainbow. Hide your kids, hide your wife. This was definitely the era of what the fuck? Shmo Yoho.
Yeah.
Yeah, where they did all those like remixes.
Well, this is when like the remix era started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gingers do not have soul.
Soul.
Do have soul. Sorry.
Yeah.
Of
Gingers
course,
do have
quoted in
soul.
South Park.
Aliens, Quap.
Happy Leonardo as well.
Epic Sax guy. Remember him?
Yeah, I remember Epic Sax.
Which one is that?
The guy.
Oh yes.
This one
yeah.
goes,
like,
"Duh, duh, 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 duh."
Yeah. I remember that
One of
one.
the legends.
What's the
Yeah.
one next to that?
I don't know those two.
Yeah.
I know the happy. I don't know these ones.
Yeah.
I kind of like this one.
Yeah.
This was a lot of remixes to songs. that
Yeah.
I think Hide Your Kid, Hide Your Wives still holds up to this day.
No, it doesn't.
It's a banger.
No,
man.
it doesn't.
It's a banger.
When you look back,
I know
I
it's a
feel
banger.
embarrassed as a species. When I look back at the remix era, and that was like all we had. And I was like, what is
No,
this?
Double Rainbow still goes hard.
Yeah, it goes hard. man.
Rainbow all the way across the sky.
Oh my god. What do you
so
think-
intense.
What are you giving this one?
I'll give it a C. I'll give it a C.
All right. I'm
I
okay
have my
with C.
favorites, but I think in general, a lot of these have not aged well.
I mean, Aliens is still, even though it's a text format, I feel like
Yeah.
it's still. I mean, we literally quoted it like last episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess.
I mean, you don't even need the aliens.
Yeah.
You just need that guy.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
every
Just need
conspiracy theorist just
you don't even
needs
need an
it.
image, you just need to do this.
Just this. Right?
Old Spice was such an unfunny meme. I think memes that have really proven to not be funny are ads.
Yeah.
Ads that have been shared around a lot of their time.
Definitely.
And then we look back on, we're like, all right.
I mean, I feel like one of the things that made the Old Spice ads impressive was just because I remember this ad because like I think the behind the scenes video of this was just so fucking cool.
Yeah, it was a cool ad.
And I still respect the ad campaign that they went through, which is like
I mean,
way more.
I couldn't even get Old Spice in the UK. and I
Yeah,
knew what it was.
exactly right.
That's cool.
But yeah, aside from that, a lot of this is catchy songs.
Yeah.
Catchy songs is the biggest thing that came
Yeah.
out of this era.
Why you know? God damn.
Why you know?
Why you know?
Oh my
Remember that one
God.
too?
Yeah.
All right, next up. C.
All right,
C.
C tier.
2011.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Okay, so this is where a lot of the
Oh.
text-based ones.
Wow. Okay, so we have what was the guy on the top left called? What was the name of the meme? I know the
I'm
one,
not
but the
sure.
Wonka below is condescending Wonka.
Yeah.
Yeah, condescending Wonka. Took an arrow to the knee. Is the one next to that? I have the power of God and anime on my side.
No,
No, that's
that
not
is
that
where the
right.
guy picks up the kid and slams him on the floor.
Yeah.
We
have-
that one's from the Queen.
yeah.
I've never seen that
Oh
movie.
my God,
but-
Planking was 2011.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Honey Badgers. I don't know what the meme was. That was.
I don't know either. There's Dual Barrel Roll from Star Fox
Yeah.
64.
Oh my God. Friday.
Friday.
Right. The guy who had the
Golden Voice.
and then I think he went on to. I think he killed someone.
I think, yeah, I remember that.
I didn't want
as
to say
well
that. I don't want to throw that information out there, but I'm glad you also know.
It was something like
Yeah.
that, yeah. And then there's the what is it? Oh, the Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. I think.
Yeah.
Is the one
Yeah,
next to
yeah,
the
yeah.
Obama one.
Mama, you don't say.
Oh, Nyan Cat.
Young
This was
Cat.
Nyan Cat.
PewDiePie.
PewDiePie. Rise of Let's Players, I guess.
Yeah.
Is that
You don't
Breaking
say.
Bad?
I think so.
I think it is Breaking Bad.
Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, that does make sense.
God, this was a bad era.
We were so uncreative. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Felix.
Yeah. Sorry,
Felix.
Felix.
But it's fascinating, isn't it?
This is
'Cause I
shit.
remember back in the day, I saw all these memes and I was like, this is the peak of the internet.
No, these are all like the similar style, but I feel like we're
Yeah.
getting worse at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like not good.
Yeah, I feel like now looking back at some of these memes, at least earlier memes had some creativity
Yeah,
rather
yeah.
than just ooh, funny image with some text on it. You know, that is half of these things.
Yeah.
which is just a reaction image, but with much less
Yeah,
creativity.
it's
you
got
know,
to be a E or D tier.
Yeah, I'd give it maybe like a Scumbag Steve. That's it.
Scumbag Steve.
That's his name.
Yeah,
Fuck. Scumbag Steve.
Yeah, I'll give this a D. I
D.
reckon.
D.
yeah. Do we still use any of these?
Hide the Pain Harold is still used.
Which one's that?
Oh yeah, Hide the Pain Harold. You know,
Next to
the
Namcat.
historian
Oh, yeah.
character.
Yeah.
I think he's the only one. Aside from like Breaking Bad, but I feel like Breaking Bad started.
We'll see more, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll see
we'll
more, but
definitely
like
see
the
more.
memes didn't get prevalent until way later.
Emojis, I think, started around this era as well.
Oh, is that what the smiley thing
I think
is?
so.
Oh,
I think
okay.
Emojis started around this time. It used to be just like all the text emojis.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
think this is when we started getting emojis.
The ASCII art.
Yeah.
I know.
All right, let's go
spot on.
2012.
2012.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
One
This
does not simply walk into Mordor. I remember
This
fucking
is
that meme.
just the continuation.
Yeah,
from-
continuation.
So Connor Dioda, Bad Like Brian, Gautier, Obsessed Girlfriend. What else is there? Dolan Duck. Coney 2012.
sings.
Coney 2012.
Miranda sings.
Oh my god.
Do you remember the caption that went with the guy who has a beer up there? Do you remember that one?
Which one?
The caption with the guy with the beer next to Coney?
Oh, what was that one again?
Isn't it like, I don't always do, but when I
Oh,
do.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. Oh,
Yeah.
my God. I think my favorite one of this is the I got bronchitis.
Oh, yeah.
Which is really fucked up that became a meme because it was part of like a really sad
It
story.
was the fire, right? And
Yeah,
then
like-
Shimo Yoho did a remix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just love that original clip though. I got bronchitis.
I think my favorite one is probably the Ainsley Harriet one.
Oh, yeah. boy.
I mean,
Do you remember
I
the,
still say that.
Oh, yeah, right.
Do you remember the Jesus one?
Yes,
the
I do.
restoration?
Yeah,
I
the
love that.
restoration
Okay,
one.
that was just a funny storyline in general.
Oh, there's also next to that is Call Me Maybe by Carly
Yeah.
Rae Jepsen.
Yeah.
My Honey Boo Boo. Oh yeah, that was a show. Remember
yeah,
that?
that was a show.
Was she only like chicken nuggets?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like okay, looking at this as a whole,
Dumb Ways to Die. Remember that too?
Dumb Ways to Die. Yeah. Oh my god.
like some of these are real stinkers, but there are some ones where I'm like, okay, I still find that funny.
Do you remember the one next to Bad Luck Brian?
The
Which one?
guy?
Yeah, do you remember this one?
Yeah.
The meme was like that he's the most photogenic.
Yeah, the most photogenic guy, right?
Yeah.
Right.
That was just the meme.
Yeah.
The meme was that he was just photogenic.
This, like some of these are just Reddit posts. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Where it's just like mildly interesting. Oh, look, it's a photogenic guy.
I hate
Oh.
that I know all of these.
I think I know. Yeah, I think I know.
I
all
hate
these
that I
too.
know all of
Yeah.
these.
And
And oh my
The
god.
baby with the beer on the top as well. That one.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
Saw
Too.
that
Yeah.
everywhere. What's the one below Morpheus?
The monkey in the thing.
No, the one below that.
Oh, the woman.
What's that one?
Oh, isn't that the straight to DVD exercise video from a woman who did teach you how to exercise by being a horse? Why do I know that?
I don't know.
So
I don't know.
fucking weird.
I don't know what you're talking about.
so specific.
I have
That's
never
so
seen this
specific.
one.
There's a woman who did like a, because you know back in the 2000s and 90s,
Yeah.
work at home videos are really popular.
Yeah,
Work at
yeah,
home,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Work out at home horse.
Also, shout out to Gautier. Man dropped an absolute banger and then just fucking.
You
peaced
didn't
out.
have to cut me.
He knew he peaked.
Yeah.
He was like, I don't need anymore.
Prancercise.
Prancercise.
Original, a fitness workout. Basically, you just prance around like a horse. That's the meme. What
the fuck?
I've never
60
seen
million
this.
views.
No.
Why do I know that?
Why
I
do you
hate,
know
I
that?
hate that I know what that is. My brain is. I can't remember what I did last week. Why are you holding on to this information, brain?
Oh my god. I will.
I
give
just-
this-
I just-
I actually hate that I know every
Yeah.
single one of these.
I-
That's worrying, right? Just
I
my brain.
am coming to realize I hate the era where the era is here is an image and here is some text above and below.
Yeah.
You know, because I feel like that kind of meme format has died off now. And
I mean, it was so overdone.
Well,
Yeah.
I think what made it, I think this is when it started to become very, very, I mean, it used to be easy before, but like extremely easy to add your own captions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's why it became back in fashion.
Yeah, I mean, this is around the time where like there were dedicated websites where you could like make these.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Made with iFunny.
Yeah.
Oh my
iFunny.
God. This is the iFunny era.
Yeah.
Basically. I think this one, they're all kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
And I felt like we didn't really have a lot going for us.
Yeah.
Although
We
I
got
did love the Wonders Not Simply. I will say, as teenage me,
that is a good one.
Wonders Not Simply eat all the oranges or something like that.
I think my favorite
yeah,
out
but-
of this one is definitely Year Boy.
But it's got to be, I think it's got to be a D or a C.
I would rate it higher than the previous tier.
So C.
C.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy with a C.
Yeah, there's still some things I quote from here,
Yeah.
but
All right,
on the whole,
Next up.
All right.
yeah.
Still in the classical meme era.
2013.
Draw My Life.
Draw My Life. Oh, Super Hot Fire. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, of course.
The Rav
I mean,
one?
that's still referenced today.
They're still making them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this video and image is used all over.
What does the fox say?
Doge, rest in peace, man.
Miley Cyrus.
Fuck
Yeah,
yeah.
Doja just passed away.
Just passed away recently.
Yeah.
Half-Life 3 confirmed.
Science bitch.
Science bitch. Oh, the Miley Cyrus at the VMAs.
Oh, wow! I didn't know that was
Yeah.
2013. Ted is
Yeah.
the Zodiac killer.
the Zodiac Killer one. Yeah, that's right. Jesus Christ. What is? Oh, Darude Sandstorm is the one next to you.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Harlem Shake.
Harlem Shake.
And
Wow.
then during the Toy Story one, remember the caption of that one?
Oh yeah,
something.
blah blah, blah, everywhere.
everywhere.
Oh wow, yeah, Miley Cyrus Wrecking Ball.
Yeah.
Oh man, a lot of these.
A lot of these have aged very well, and a lot of them have aged horribly.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like more.
Yeah, that one has definitely not aged well.
Oh, the.
Yeah, I can't repeat it.
Jesus
Which one?
Christ.
that guy, the rapping religious man.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yes,
yeah,
you have,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Okay.
Again, as the graphic says, this is kind of the beginning of Vine era memes.
So this is the end of the classical era.
Yeah,
After
yeah.
this is where memes kind of change drastically.
Yeah, this is end of Tumblr era onto
and,
Vine
and
era.
you can kind of see because some of these have like remained. You know,
Yeah.
I still see the clip of that black kid who's just like shifting his eyes, being like
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
very
yeah.
just
popular.
awkwardly shifting his eyes.
I still see Super Hot Fire. I
yeah.
I mean, Darude Sandstorm's still brought up to this day.
Yeah, and I feel like you can definitely tell it's the end of the last era or the classical era because you can see people getting tired and a little bit more creative.
What's the one above Half-Life 3? The kid.
Oh, isn't it that he drinks the whole glass of Coke in one go and then has like the fattest burp? Is that the video?
thing.
Yeah,
I think that's. I swear that's. Or he spills it every. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to try and do the thing. Also, you know what's weird? My phone, right? When I was in
Yeah.
Europe, shutter was taken off. The noise.
Oh yeah, because it's
Japan.
Isn't
Isn't that
geodependent.
crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fucked. Okay, let me.
Oh no, yeah, I think it is just him burping.
Burping, right? Let me just. I'm going to just quickly. How do I do this again? There's like a weird command on my phone where I can like search things by like.
Reverse image search.
No, if I just like swipe up in a certain way, but it's so finicky.
Oh.
Why would they do it like this?
Can I zoom back out again?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did it. Okay. Let me.
That
Yeah.
Beyonce pic is
Okay.
something.
Okay, actually, now I remember this one. Listen to this.
Pepsi bottle, a Coca-Cola glass. I don't give a damn.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
this.
I
I don't give a
just
damn.
remembered that one.
I don't give a damn.
When was the my longest year boy ever? That was like a.
I think it might be the year after.
You think so?
Yeah.
Alright, let's have a look.
It'll
This
pop
era
up.
though, I don't like that much. Like there's some bangers, but there's some.
C, I reckon.
High C. I'll give it a high
Okay,
C.
high C.
Okay.
I agree with
It's
that.
almost the same tier as last time, just a little bit better.
All right, okay.
Okay, let's go up. MLG was during this time. What was there?
MLG,
Jacksepticeye,
Fucker in the
Markiplier.
pussy.
Oh, what's 9 plus 10? Death Stare Luigi, remember that one?
Death Stare Luigi, I love that one.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, hell no.
Hey, F.
Is this when Karen started?
Really?
Why?
Wait, which
The
one?
Karen starter pack.
Oh shit, it might be.
Oh wow, yeah, it might have been.
Holy shit.
Oh, we've been saying Karen for that many years.
I think so. I
10
think
years.
so.
Oh, the fucking vein pop meme on the top left. I love that one.
This is the
Kermit as well?
iPhone testing snapping
Yeah.
videos.
Yeah.
Because remember which iPhone was famous for bending? It must have been this one.
was
Do you
like
remember
7,
that
I
one? Yeah,
think,
you remember it,
something
you
like
remember
that.
it. It was everywhere. And also the press F to pay respect.
Oh my god, dick butt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, like Kim Kardashian photos everywhere. as
Oh,
well.
the
Yeah.
fucking kid interview, the bottom right one.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What does he say in it?
Is that's not the one where it's like the no, it was the oh fuck, what was it? It was the one where like the kid interviews about something about he like reviews the amusement park that he's at, but like the comments he gives is like way too mature.
Really?
Something like that. What was it?
I don't know. I remember the crackhead kid. That was the name they gave him. Poor
Yeah,
kid.
yeah, from Vine.
He
right?
remade it not too long ago as well.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
What's the Chosen Six?
I don't know. Do you remember that in my mum's car?
In my mum's car.
That one there?
I remember that one.
I mean, I feel like a lot of these are like kind of like Vines and shit like that as well. But I still think some of these have aged pretty damn
Oh,
well.
it's the apparently kid. Apparently.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
That's that one. Yeah.
You know what? There's some good ones. Some eh.
Yeah.
We still use the vein popping head
Yeah,
one.
I still think
Yeah.
there's more good than air.
Yeah, I'd agree. 9 plus 10. I still
Yeah,
quite
9
that.
plus 10.
10.
Still use the vein
The
popping.
Shaq one people still use.
Yeah.
YouTubers in general, I guess.
Yeah.
Kermit is
Yeah.
still used. That photo on the bottom
I mean, obviously,
left is
obviously Karen.
The photo on the bottom left, I think, was
the most liked Twitter. Yeah.
Twitter post.
yeah.
I don't know what the goat one is.
The goat one is just them. It's like a really steep hill or really steep
It was a very
mountain.
popular video, right?
Yeah,
When they
yeah,
did
yeah.
David Attenborough,
Yeah.
And
things.
somehow they are just climbing it.
It's like an 85% incline.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Just like there.
I'll give it a B.
Yeah, I'd say this is at least a B.
Okay,
You know,
okay.
there's still a lot of memes we use today, and some of this is
Alright,
still
let's
aged very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the Michael Jordan crying one.
yeah.
I thought it was Shaq.
No, it's
Oh
Michael
my
Jordan.
God.
Oh,
It's not Shaq.
I thought it was Shaq.
There's yeah, boy.
yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy. Oh, this is the era of dabbing, bro.
Oh no, get it away, get it away.
Hotline Bling, Netflix and chill. You can do it.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
John Cena.
Gotti.
Oh, the skeleton with the trombone I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dedicated wham.
What are those?
What are those?
Oh, yeah, these nuts. The burger. Oh yeah, when
Oh, yeah.
he's like, I'm gonna take this, and then they all do like all the funny meme edits where he like disappears.
yeah.
Yeah. We got the is it
Knowledge.
red and blue or blue and
Oh, yeah.
was it no, it's fucking golden.
I saw the other day. I don't know if this is real or not, but I saw the other day on Twitter that the person who created this meme was recently arrested for like stabbing their girlfriend or something.
What?
The dress meme?
The dress meme. He got like arrested for something. Oh, is that the hi, welcome to Chili's
Yep,
meme?
yep,
Yep, yep.
A lot of Drake memes.
Yeah.
Putting water in the frog. They're making the frogs
Frog's
gay.
gay.
Yeah.
It's time to stop. Oh, the Pulp Fiction one.
Yeah.
Hi,
Yeah.
Felicia. What's the one above the Yeah Boy one?
Don't talk to me on my son ever again. Which one?
The one above Yeah Boy.
Oh, that's where he goes.
Yeah. Hi. Hey.
Oh,
yeah, yeah. Do you remember like
pans.
It's
yeah.
like, hi.
It's just like some nice background. It pans.
The one
also-
next to that is the why the fuck
Yeah,
you
yeah.
lying?
Still referenced.
Yeah,
Also
still
the
referenced.
face one. I love these memes.
Oh, the face one, yeah.
Yeah.
Pain.
No, I like the one where they edit some like hands on it. It's like panic.
Panic. Don't talk about. You know what? These are probably some of the still most referenced.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
was such a
ones.
golden era. of
Some
memes.
stinkers. This I sexually identifies an attack helicopter. Not very funny.
Yeah.
Especially his aged extremely poorly.
Yeah.
Um,
Dabbing is no longer used.
Yep.
sad
I'm
about
sorry,
that.
Joey. I'm
The
sorry. I'm
Jurassic
sorry.
Park with the. I still actually I think I referenced that.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
Like you look at here, you look at these are like Netflix and chill, Yeah Boy, and like
Gotti.
it's, yeah,
Pepe,
exactly.
Pepe.
Pepe
Yeah.
still used. Yeah. One of those is still used.
Hotline Bling.
I would say out of every era we've been through so far, this is the era where, or this is the year where
Most
more
of these are
things,
still used,
most of
yeah.
these
Yeah.
things are still used.
Remember the wow.
Wow, I still use that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, I remember the This Is Bill copy pasta.
I don't remember that one.
What is that one?
It's the bottom right one there next to the Drake one.
I think I've probably seen it. I just
Yeah,
never
this
thought it
is
was
a
funny.
copy pasta that was started on 4chan where like it was just shared everywhere. I remember at one point you could go into any YouTube video and the comment section would just be filled with these.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
just more annoying than it was funny.
Well, fair
Yeah.
enough. Well, good era. Good era.
I give this a
I get
A.
I give this an A
yeah.
at least. Yeah.
All right. Let's continue.
2016 Vsauce Pokemon
Oh,
Go. Pokemon Go. Damn.
wait,
No, not
that's
that
two
one.
eras.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
too
the
far.
Arthur Fist meme. Classic.
Oh my god.
PPAP. H3. Kazoo
So-
Kid.
Why are you running?
Oh, yeah, why are you running?
It's free real estate. I love that meme.
Yeah,
free
that's-
real
that's
Vsauce,
good.
Pokemon Go.
Oh, Bottle Flip, I think.
Yeah, remember that kid who made those horrible songs? His parents like forced him to these like crappy music
Oh,
videos.
yes, I do remember
Oh.
that.
Bottle Flip, Evil Comment, Arthur. This
Oh,
is
the
fine.
Arthur Fist meme.
Yeah. love that
Vape
one.
Nation.
Yeah.
PPA MLG. Is that Harambe?
I think that is Harambe.
Harambe.
Yeah,
Well, 2006 it was a very pivotal year in the internet and well,
Yeah.
culture
Oh,
in
is
general.
that fucking the two next to Harambe? Is that Scarce Face reveal?
The white one is
The
Scarce
white,
Face Reveal.
yeah,
The
Scarce
guy
Face
between Harambe and Scarce is the humongous.
Oh, humongous, yeah. Oh my
Kazoo
gosh.
Kid. That guy, I can't remember that video is like some like really shitty YouTube intro that was mocked to death.
Right.
Right.
Oh, Dat Boy and Sanic.
B-movie.
My two favorite memes.
Boy, God fucking.
Oh
damn it,
shit,
Joe.
what up? It's Dat Boy.
It is kind of crazy how much of this year was dominated by YouTube and YouTubers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John Tron.
But it did
Filthy
feel like
Frank.
a lot of the memes referenced were Filthy Frank.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Ken Bone?
Yeah, Ken Bone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Ken Bone.
Also, I love the Squidward dabbing one.
Yeah,
Oh,
was
yeah,
good.
that was good.
Do you remember what's the name? Cash Me Outside.
Oh yeah, Catch Me Outside. How about that?
Pen Pineapple Pen. Can't remember that one. Big Cheese as well.
I mean, I'd say it felt like at
Damn
the time-
Daniel.
Oh, that is Damn Daniel.
Yeah.
Damn Daniel.
I fucking. This is when the mainstream media started to pick up on memes.
Yeah.
I remember like the Damn Daniel kid going on Ellen.
Oh
And
yeah, that's
you know,
right.
you know.
Yeah, Caveman
As-
SpongeBob.
Yeah.
Classic. Yeah, God, this era was. I think looking back, this is one of the most poorly aged.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was
All the
I
eras.
was going to say I think the previous year had more things that have aged and that we still use now
The
compared
only
to
one
this
I
era.
think
Lazy Town.
I think the only one I use now is probably Deja Vu.
Yeah, Deja Vu.
Deja
That's
Vu.
just a banger song.
Deja Vu's aged well.
Yeah.
Arthur and maybe This Is Fine. Obviously,
Yeah,
Vsauce is
yeah.
great, but
Yeah.
but like even then, it's mainly
I mean,
Arthur and-
taking out all the YouTubers.
Why are you
right?
running? Why are you running?
Why are you running?
Why are you
Yeah.
running?
It's
But
great.
taking out the YouTubers, not a lot of this is
Well, this is
there.
MLG era, kind of the start of it.
Yeah.
And the MLG era is probably one of the worst eras of all of memes and comedy. So I think for that, I'm happy to put this in like E or F.
I'll give it an E, I reckon.
E?
You think it's that low?
Yeah, I think it's that bad. The memes
It's
is
just
that,
they just haven't aged that well.
it's
Yeah,
so
it's-
bad.
I was gonna say D, but
E.
E?
Let's do E.
Yeah,
Let's
not
take-
taking
Alright.
into account the YouTubers again.
all right,
Yeah.
let's go on to 2017.
Yeah, 2017.
What do we got? Pickle
Oh
Rick.
my god, Wendy's.
I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Okay, let's go.
Keemstar.
We have
All right.
Pickle Rick, Wendy's, Mind Expansion.
Yeah.
When you see things, you're opening a phone, but you're cracking open a cold one with the boys for the phone.
What?
And Fast as Fuck, Flex Tape, that was
Flex
everywhere.
tape.
Yeah.
Oh, fidget
Fidget
spinners.
Man's not hot.
Man's not hot.
But I guess the girlfriend told you not to worry about it.
Yeah.
This fucking SpongeBob memes became an overnight sensation.
Yeah.
Yeah, still used.
Szechuan sauce.
Oh,
Remember that one?
God.
I don't remember the dog one. Guys,
I don't know that one thing.
That's still great.
He protect, but he also attack.
Yeah.
Doki Doki, which is fucking crazy.
Wait,
to say.
that was
That was
2017.
2017.
Yeah, yeah,
No
yeah.
fucking way.
That was way later.
Start of the most. This is like where we'll see a lot more anime memes.
This is
like,
the My One More Shin.
yeah, My One More
One
Shin
More
stuff.
Shin.
B.
B.
I love the B.
Yeah.
What's that one?
Is it?
Apple cider vinegar?
I thought it might have been that.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Uganda Knuckles.
Ugandan Knuckles.
Long
Oh my
time.
god, that was big for like a month.
Bone pizza.
Bone,
Do you-
yeah.
do you pizza boneless or not?
Yeah.
Is that Astuff
I
movie?
think it's Astaf. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say that. It Clown.
Stonks.
Stonks.
Still
Salt Bay.
Salt
Tide
Tide
Pod.
Pods.
You eat my spaghetti. Yeah, that
I
one.
love that one.
I don't remember this one.
Oh no, I think that's Despacito.
Oh my. Okay,
Yeah.
and then this one is this is very popular.
Yeah, it's still very
Hot
popular.
dog,
Dancing
hot dog
Hot
from
Dog.
Snapchat.
Yeah, I had to do it, Tom.
Still love that one.
It's
Yeah.
everyday, bro. J.
Oh,
Cole,
the
the Italian memes.
Oh, those are the boys. Okay. You know what? There's some I like a lot, and there's some I
Yeah.
absolutely
This
look
this
back
is-
on and discuss.
This has been the biggest like era of A tier and F tier memes
Yeah.
all in one.
This is like a combination of LOL random
Yeah.
stuff that I don't. Some of it's aged well, some of it hasn't,
I'm
and
gonna
then
I'm gonna count the ones I like real quick.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're still funny. Oh,
But like the fucking the Rick and Morty fan base has
No.
just completely
Ruined
ruined this year
I agree.
of memes.
there's maybe 6 that I still kind of like.
Yeah, I like Man's Not Hot.
I like the
Guzzler,
brain expansion.
Brain
Yeah, brain
expansion.
expansion.
I have a soft spot for B.
Uh,
Eating my spaghetti.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Guys
it's
literally only
kind
want
of-
one thing.
Yeah.
And it's fucking
Well,
disgusting.
And I feel like this is where all this brand of internet humor kind of died.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is the fidget spinners felt like the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
Of like we gotta mix shit up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, oh, here's a popular trend, and well, it's not even creative, but
But
we're gonna make it a trend.
I remember because B felt like almost like the gate into what I felt is like the next generation of humor, which is surreal.
Like the fried memes.
Yeah.
the deep fried memes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
B was like felt like the perfect like transitional point.
Yeah.
Because B was there before the deep fried, and
Yeah.
it was used a lot during. Because do you remember that one deep fried meme, which I'm sure is on the next one? I'm gonna guess it's the fucking Markiplier Lord Farquaad E. I love that one. It's so dumb.
I love it though. It's so dumb.
And I felt like the internet was like, what do we do? It's such weird. Tide Pods, spaghetti. I don't know. We'll figure it
Yeah.
out. And it felt like the gateway to the next year. But I felt like this one was bad because it was trying to figure itself out.
I'll
Yeah.
give this maybe like a
C or D?
I think it's a C.
Okay,
C.
C, C,
Oh,
C.
It's not as bad as some of the previous series, I
Yeah.
think.
All right.
All right.
Fucking flex tape.
2018.
Everything
All
was
right, let's
flex tape.
go to
Great one.
2018. So,
Whoa, this is a big-
Jesus
That's a big-
Christ.
Whoa, okay.
Whoa.
Okay,
Okay,
so
let's-
well, we have E.
it is
we
E.
have E.
Is E there? Where's E?
Yeah, yeah. Right.
Oh,
right.
E. Oh, okay, okay. Let's. Can you go zoom in and then we'll go through them all.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And I
there
think I know most of these.
Yeah.
what's the first one?
Isn't that like the Russian fucking like stupid like joke copy pasta where it's like I can't remember what it's called. I remember seeing it though.
There's
Wait,
bitch
was this bitch
lasagna.
lasagna was
lasagna?
this year?
Yeah.
Allows
Okay.
to introduce yourself. Still kind of referenced.
Yeah.
Where's the door, Josh?
Oh right. The
That's right,
GameCube
right.
intro meme.
Surprise
Surprise Pikachu.
Thanos truck.
I've never seen that one.
Holy shit.
E.
I remember this one.
E. I don't remember the cereal cat one that much.
No,
The
it's
Patrick
Patrick
remember.
one's classic.
Yeah.
Logan
Logan
Paul.
This
Paul.
Logan
Crab
Paul, Forrest,
Fortnite
Dancing
Kid.
Frog.
Fortnite Kid dance. The Orange Justice.
Oh,
I always
yeah.
dance that still.
Megalomania.
Yeah.
Sans.
Danny.
Yanni
Yanni
Laurel.
Laurel.
Oh, this
Ricardo.
is fucking Ricardo.
Ricardo.
Steam
Steamed
Hams. What's the Spider-Man one?
Is it like everywhere I go I see him?
Oh, you're right.
Fucking dancing alien. Sojourner Grey.
Surgery on a Grape. Is Coco
Um,
Melon?
Oh, there was that one channel that did all the weird shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pixels.
God, no, not Pixels. Emoji Movie.
Oh, Emoji Movie. That's
Sprite
right.
Cranberry. You remember this movie?
Yes,
This
I
fucking
do,
movie?
I do.
Ninja. Wow, this is so weird. This
Burger King foot
this boy
lettuce.
can fit so many things. In it.
Oh yeah. What's the turtle one there?
Oh, there's this horrible like. It was really weird. It was like a foreign. I think it was a Spanish song.
Yeah.
It became like
Yeah.
a copy pasta.
Cat,
Upvote
Tabby,
thing
Spider-Man one.
Spider-Man.
Changed my mind. Burger King foot lettuce
Burger
classic.
King foot lettuce.
Fortnite just in general.
Um,
Yeah.
there's
Old
an-
Town Road.
Yep.
Lil Nas X.
Despacito 2 confirmed.
Bowsette.
Yeah, about oh my god, remember that?
The
Oh my
Bowsette
god,
memes.
Bowsette's
Yeah.
everywhere.
This is America. Charles
Thanos.
Gambino. Thanos.
Little
Little
Miss.
Miss. What's the fucking cockroach one?
Isn't it the fucking? I forgot what it's called.
It's
There's a name for it, but I know the one.
Yeah, the live action cockroach. Terraformers, that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Terraformers
Okay, this is the
cockroach.
beginning of
TikTok.
TikTok. Oh,
Big Chungus.
Moth, the Chungus.
Moth
Oh
one.
yeah, the Adam Driver scene from
Yeah.
Star Wars that made him look so
Like
weird.
The fucking White Adam.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Del
Del
Delphine.
Do you remember what this guy says? The one who's shouting.
No.
BitConnect.
Oh, my favorite one is
Yeah.
that. Damn boy, he's thick. And then is this?
Oh my
Is this
God.
a?
What is that again?
Is this what is it like? I can't
It's the
remember.
original one.
I can't remember, but it's yeah, I know the meme format.
Yeah.
where
Is it like,
it's-
is this a butterfly?
Is this? It might be. Is this a butterfly?
It is a butterfly. He's like looking at it. It's
Yeah.
like very clearly a butterfly.
yeah.
But then I think people use it. I don't know. I think that's what it was.
No, is this a pigeon?
That's
Is this a
right. Is this a
pigeon?
pigeon? Right.
That's
Yes.
right, yeah.
God, you're so right.
that's
See,
the one.
our meme coverage, all of us, we know all the memes. Right?
Is
This
a
one,
pigeon?
this
was
one had such a
everywhere.
lifespan.
Yeah,
this was like I felt like a 3-year lifespan where this was constantly.
Forbes did a fucking article on it.
Yeah, is this even the original subtitle? Or is this something that just they subbed
Well,
on?
they have a Forbes article about why no one really seems to understand where
Yeah.
this. I don't think it needs to even be like the actual caption for it to
Yeah.
take off as a meme.
Yeah.
All it needs to be is be funny.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that.
I mean,
looking back at the era,
Yeah.
there are some that have not aged
Oh my
well
God.
at all.
But some of them, man, I still love.
So this was the.
But
This
that's,
was
I
also
feel
the.
like I feel like that's because of the sheer volume of
Yeah.
the memes.
Right,
here,
right.
right?
Oh yeah,
As-
there's too many.
Yeah, there is far too many memes in this era, and I don't think comparatively, if you take the ratio of them to some of the previous years, I don't think as many of them are stuck around.
Wait, oh, is this the alien one?
Tanto cosita, ita. This one.
I don't think I've seen this one.
I haven't seen.
We'll
this
get
one.
copyright claims if you play it.
Yeah.
Just play quickly for them so they can see.
I'm a bus driver, I don't even care. Driving this shit in my underwear. No, I didn't check my pants, I would never do that. Wait, let me check. Should I think I did?
That's so dumb.
Okay. I've seen enough. I mean, I still love Big Chungus. I still love Damn Boy He Thick.
TikTok, yes, doing TikTok. It had just become
Uh,
TikTok when, it
yeah.
was Musically before.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is when the hit or miss started as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
That was everywhere. Holy shit, that one was so big.
I mean,
damn.
I don't know. I feel like obviously we have way more memes this year, and I feel like this was the you look at the steamed hands memes.
Yeah.
That was
and
good.
that was like. Okay, you're taking one scene, and the amount of creativity that came with like the editing
Oh,
of
dude.
that meme
The
was
music community
insane.
popped
It just goes to show
Right?
that like the base material doesn't need to be exceptional.
Yeah,
Just let people go crazy with it or go
Yeah.
ham,
yeah, go ahead.
and they'll go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, steamed ham is like a meme that hasn't stuck around, but I feel like it is still like an S tier meme,
Yeah.
just because of the amount of like fucking
Creativity.
amazing things we got
Yeah.
out of that meme alone.
100%.
Saying that though, I do think the memes were shit.
Yeah, the
was one of the only
majority
good
of
ones.
these have
Yeah.
like.
This is when we were really like getting like hyper speed in terms of the lifespan of memes.
Yeah, I feel like the memes that have stuck around in this era are more just because of how many memes came out,
Yeah,
rather than the quality of the
yeah, I
memes
agree.
themselves.
C or D.
I think it's like E tier.
Really?
I think most of these are bad, very bad.
Yeah, I think the only one that I think is a good meme, can you scroll up again, is steamed hams. And
The GameCube one.
The GameCube ones, there were
GameCube
some pretty
ones,
creative ones.
Yeah, I'd say for some of the creativity of some of these memes, which I think this started the era of really creative memes.
Yeah.
I'll put it like C tier.
I was gonna say C.
C?
Okay, let's go in the middle. Yeah, let's go in the middle then say D.
Okay, D. All right, all right. Scroll
I
up.
have a special heart for a lot of these, but
Oh my god, Shaggy using 1% of his power.
Okay.
Oh, we're getting in
think
Mr.
about-
Beast era now.
Already?
And Dream,
Oh.
yeah. Do not ask who Joe is, because Joe Mama.
oh yeah.
The girls
and
boys.
boys. That one's still used.
Still
that one's
used.
still used. It's like right now. I love that one.
That's
Dragon
the
Ball
Three
still
Dragons,
used.
still
Still
used.
on.
Here we go again. Still used.
Bird Box fell off.
Yeah.
That's how Mafia works.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's how
ads,
Mafia works.
Sonic movie. The
still
Winnie the Pooh still used.
Yeah.
Batgirl.
bathwater.
Yeah.
Oh, the white. Are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Just, Shaq
Shaq
is
doing
still
the
used. Got it right
spicy.
this time.
Yeah.
The cat one's still used.
What's the Emperor's New Groove one again?
It's like we go.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we
Oh,
could use this. Or something. Yeah,
Yes,
it's
that's
used in a
what
bunch
I'm
of ways.
talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It ain't much, but it's honest
I
work.
remember that one.
Mr. Beast. Oh yeah, the SpongeBob ascending one.
That was the
I love that one. Oh, the
Naruto one.
Naruto running. Creeper. Oh man.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Soul
the
Jax.
It's all coming together. That's what he says.
Oh, yeah, it's all coming.
Yeah,
together.
Oh
that's
yeah,
it.
it's all coming together.
I still have a special D for. I'm gonna head out.
Yeah. Honestly, a lot of these, and the no, I don't think I will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I still use the Mike Wazowski one. Well, yes, but actually no.
Yeah, you get what you fucking deserve. Peace was never an
Baby
option.
Yoda. Oh,
Yeah.
Duolingo bird. I'm gonna do what you call a pro gamer move.
You're breathtaking, Shaggy. Some really shit memes here, but some really good ones.
Yeah, some
absolute bangers.
I'd say a lot of these have still remained to this day.
Yeah.
I can't believe the Tesla truck thing was 2019.
Yeah, that's scary.
I'd say, you know what, I'm happy to put this as A.
A?
I'm happy to put it as A.
Yeah, I think
just
it's
for
been
some of
one
the
of
quality.
the strongest years.
Think
so
about how
far.
many of these memes still are used today.
Yeah.
Maybe in like 2 years, I'll look back at it and feel like how we did about the previous years.
Yeah.
But maybe, it's too
do you
close.
think this is like recency bias?
Probably
Yeah,
some.
probably.
But then again, I hate some of these. Like I really hate the Shaggy one. I feel like it's unfunny. The egg. Remember the egg liking on Instagram?
Yeah.
That was shit. Elon Musk smoking. It's like whatever. Baby Yoda. Who cares? Duolingo. It's like overdone.
Is there any? Okay, here's the thing. If it's A tier, is there any memes that you'd say are creative?
Scroll up.
I just think memes have changed. But I would say there is no real creativity.
I look at this and I'm like, okay, some of these are good ideas, but I feel like the creativity of this year was just not up there.
Yeah, I think the creativity isn't there, but the ability to reference is very strong. With
I'm
these.
also surprised that Cars was this recent. I thought it was. It feels like way older.
No, I think that's from the. I don't think that's not from the recent movie. I think Cars has had a resurgence in memes because I think that well, people who grew up with Cars now have got to the age where they can
Make the
use
Use the
editing
memes.
software and do that kind of stuff. So I think that's why we've seen a resurgence in Cars memes.
Right.
Yeah, I think this year is the most quotable era.
Oh,
or
okay,
quotable
Boomer
year.
was this year as well.
Yeah,
Jeez.
I still think A or high B.
I'm more inclined to say B.
All right,
I'll say high B just because there's not much creativity,
All right,
but it is
okay.
very quotable.
All right, high B,
Yeah.
high B.
It is very quotable.
All right, 2020,
All
start
right,
of the pandemic.
2020.
Oh my God, don't say that. Oh, this
The
is
last
good.
year.
This last year.
So we have Django Leonardo, the Will Smith Pain. We have the
Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah, Sunny.
Yeah.
They don't know meme.
That's still used. So is the.
Always has been.
Will you shut
I mean,
up? man?
this isn't that long ago, to be fair.
No.
Tiger King.
It is interesting to see when you see all of them together, though, which ones are still used and which aren't.
Yeah.
Fucking the German face.
German one is
the sus
terrifying.
when the imposter's sus. The Linus one is so good.
Oh, the coffin dance.
Oh,
I still love that one.
God,
great. That's not gonna-
I love how you know the rules and so do I. It had a resurgence.
Yeah.
And also the stick bug still kind of gets used for a rather underwhelming meme.
I don't know why Stickbug was ever a meme. It's just
Like,
not.
the resurgence of Karen.
Yeah.
Um,
Are you winning, son? Are you winning, son? Was 2020?
Yeah.
I thought it was way before
Yeah.
that.
Oh, was Jotaro and Dio walking towards each other? Was it that recent?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it feels like that's been like ancient.
Yeah,
So
right?
JoJo obviously, was popular, but
Yeah.
I think if I'm not mistaken, the first really popular JoJo memes were the Steam sale edits. Steam sale edits.
Yeah.
You know when the fight between Jotaro and Dio,
Yeah.
when he'd throw the knives.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they'd
yeah.
edit it like the Steam sale where you're like your wallet was the one being like
That's so good.
because they would put all the discounts.
But I feel
and
like
then I
this-
think after that is when JoJo memes like this
Yeah.
one and other stuff became
Well,
really
I
popular.
feel like that was like the JoJo memes was like, all the edits before were like really within the anime community. That's what I felt.
Oh no. The Steam sale one was not anime community one focused. That was outside.
Okay,
But
because this
after
was
that,
this was the image where I saw just like the amount of times this image got replicated by different photos, different people taking pictures, and just like fan art as well of this one.
I think it just goes so hard. The
Yeah,
framing.
the
framing
framing
of this
just
manga
goes
panel goes
so
so
hard.
hard. And like whenever you recreate it in real life, it equally goes so hard.
Yeah.
Like, it looks fucking
Yeah.
cool. I love the fucking Bilbo Baggins meme. It's so dumb. It's like you can't have it. It's mine or something.
Yeah.
It's,
Oh, yeah. I like the GTA one too, even though I can't repeat it. Well, that one got big because of what's it face?
VTubers.
Yeah, the VTubers. Yeah,
Yeah.
Sakura
Yeah.
Miko, right?
Yeah.
That clip.
Um,
Also, the Linus one.
fucking Linus.
The Draw 25 one is also good.
Yeah, Draw 25 is good. The
I wonder
Leonardo clip is good.
how many of these will fall out of relevancy in the next coming years. I
don't know.
Because a lot of these are still used.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? The Leonardo DiCaprio one I feel like was everywhere at one point and is now rarely used on the
I
top
mean,
left.
the other one, right, is more used nowadays.
Which
It's the Draw 25, the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah, that one's
Leonardo.
Yeah.
Damn, 2 points to their fucking TV.
Yeah.
Like, what?
I do like the astronaut one.
I do like
I
that.
don't know why. Something about it.
No, the other version of that I like is the one with like the don't trust anyone, not even yourself.
Oh yeah, that one.
I think that format's a little bit better.
Where's the you want with the kid with the gun to his
Yeah,
feet?
yeah,
that's
yeah.
the one. Yeah,
Front of the
yeah,
gun,
actually,
yeah.
that one's better.
That one's
But that's more so like fucking yourself over.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Damn, some solid fucking memes.
Yeah.
All right. What would you rate 2020? Maybe a B.
It's hard to say. I feel like age will tell us.
Yeah.
But I think B for now.
Yeah,
B.
I'll say B for that one.
What do you think was the strong? I don't think we've given anything S, have we?
Yeah, we did give it an. Oh, we
We've
got
given
an era.
individual
Yeah.
memes S.
I think literally the first meme ever created, we gave an S.
We did.
Yeah.
They got it right. They got it right all back
kind
then.
of had a bias because it's like, what's the era? Oh, there's one meme in this entire era.
Banger.
And absolute banger, honestly.
1921 was the peak of memes.
Yeah, what do you think? Okay, let's go back there. Let's go back. What would you say is the strongest year of memes?
Oh.
Looking back now, because I think we were pretty reserved in what in what score we
I
were
like
given.
2011. Maybe 2010 was it? I kind of like 2010 a lot, but it's kind of just because I think like it's such a golden age.
Yeah,
I would say 2010.
Yeah.
I think 2010 was when
Yeah.
the concept of a viral video
Yeah.
was first being cemented.
And it was like some of this is like way more effort than just your standard hee funny image.
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
You know,
The remix era definitely
It's
was
the
I think the peak of meme creativity.
the remix era started, laid the foundation for so much of like the fucking impressive high quality memes that you see nowadays.
True. What do you think was the last good meme edit song, like in the Shmo Yoho style, like auto-tune edit?
Double Rainbow.
That was the last good one.
I think it was the last
There
one.
was
Actually,
no.
no. I think my other favorite one was Titanic, the JonTron one.
Oh yeah, they did do that.
Yeah,
didn't
that one was good.
they did the. Do you remember the Charlie Sheen one?
I
So
do.
winning.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just
yeah, I
winning.
remember that
God,
one.
that was so
Yeah.
insufferable.
That one was annoying.
God, dude, just internet's such a weird. Feels like a surreal looking back at it all, just
Yeah.
knowing this was what used to occupy your brain
Yeah,
space.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, damn.
Um,
I
but
feel like I'm back in school again looking at these, man.
When I get to like 60, I'll think, wow, look at all the mental illness I experienced. Look at all the brain rot I experienced.
think that's one thing I've realized going back through all the meme eras is that brain rot will always be prevalent.
Yeah, there's like
Yep.
it's just a different form of it now.
Yeah,
like
it's-
when people complain about it, it's like we've always had it.
Yeah,
we sit there for hours laughing at troll. It's
Yeah.
like, what the hell? You know what I mean?
It's like I just had the realization where we did the hamster song, and I'm like, wait, this is annoying as fuck.
Yeah.
but it's just evolved. It's evolved
Yeah.
to a different kind of brain rot.
Yeah, we're just like, who let this happen?
Yeah,
But
and now we like get annoyed by it, but the young generation is just like, oh my god, hamster dancing.
I'd be interested to know from the comments. This is probably a good way to start wrapping it up.
Yeah.
One, what was your favorite era? And two, was there a meme on here that you really wish that wasn't on here that you really wish was on
You
here?
know what's one? Crazy Frog wasn't here.
Oh, it
Yeah,
was.
Crazy Frog wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's. Am I wrong? Was Crazy Frog global or was it more European?
I feel like it was internet.
No,
Really?
it was definitely
Was it
big in
global? Okay, I
Australia.
wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I noticed that there were memes that were very popular in UK that weren't popular in
Right.
America. I've always had to like discern the difference between
Yeah.
the two. But obviously the internet, those barriers kind of went away a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
But let us know down below what meme that you wish was on here and what era was it from and tell us why.
Yeah,
we will actually go through the comments, so
Yeah.
please tell us.
Also, what's your favorite year of memes? Let us know that as well.
But thank you so much for watching this episode of Trash Taste. Joe, take it away.
Meme review. Hey, look at all these patrons though. They, I'm sure, have impeccable taste in memes. I don't know about that.
We don't
That's
know.
just
Well,
kidding.
maybe.
But we love you guys, and hey, if you want to support the show, because that part is not a meme. In fact, it's very serious. You'll
Very
support the
serious.
show, and not only that, you can also gain access to weekly exclusive Patreon content. We have one for you guys right now as well that you can check out after this episode. Move on, play a clip.
Play it, but
Time's running out. Okay, well.
what the is this?
What am I looking at? What am I looking at? What is that? But hey, if you'd like to watch that video as well as a bunch of other Patreon exclusive stuff and support the show at the same time, then head on over to patreon.com/trashtaste. Also follow us on Twitter. Send us your memes on the subreddit. And if you hate our face, listen to us on Spotify.
Let's start a new meme generation right now.
Are you sure you want to ask our audience to do
No,
that?
no. We will see you in the next episode.
Bye.
I just love the idea of getting the most like banging coffee in the morning and just chatting with
Yeah.
people. Just being that, I want to be that old guy who just talks to everyone.
It was like back in my day.
I want to say outrageous stuff and then have everyone just think like, he's old. Don't ask about my taxes in 2024. We don't talk about it. We don't talk
I
about
can
it.
just imagine you like just recounting like old memes and stuff like that, and you're always like, I'm not gonna say what my doctor was. He was a Jewish doctor. No. Oh, Santa Gone, do you think there'll ever be an Anituber that hits 10 million subs?
Maybe through shorts. That's more likely.
Yeah, from shorts.
Yeah.
But I think like hitting like 10 million views a video, like main channel video,
Yeah.
like a long form, I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's like movie reviews, right?
How did that happen?
Think about like movie reviews, right?
Yeah.
Like, the biggest movie reviewers, like maybe on like a big video they can pull 10 million, but like no movie reviewer or TV show reviewer is pulling 10 million every episode. A lot of them just get like a mil to like.
No, I'm saying 10 million subs.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think someone will get 10 million subs. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. I think if like the three of us had like fully committed to like clickbait and shorts and all that stuff easily.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's not worth it.
I just think like because we started when the grind was a lot different and like gaining subs was a lot slower.
Yeah.
So like I think if we did our grind, but like today,
Yeah.
it would look a lot different. I think the subs would be different too.
Cakewalk. 10
No,
million
no.
subs, cakewalk.
No. I just mean, you know.
Honestly, if I feel like if I just went, it's ironic. I feel like if I went back to giving up on everything but my main channel, I think like I'd find it so much easier to grind out videos now.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Sure.
But I don't think you producing like 2 videos a week would make any difference to like subs.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, YouTube has also devalued subs so much.
Yeah.
So I don't think it works.
That's true. All right, are we rolling? Okay.
Oh, shit.
Alrighty. Hey, welcome back to another episode of Trash Taste Podcast. I'm Joey, and I'm with the boys, Connor and Gon, as per usual. Did you just nut?
Are you recreating the Joey nuts?
No, that's my favorite thing of all. If you guys haven't watched that, it's on screen right now.
Why are you putting it on screen? I'll just do it.
It's just how raw it was. It felt so raw. It felt so real.
I did.
I genuinely think you did not.
I probably did.
I think I've never even like done that. I've never like come down that hard. Oh god, we're getting demonetized.
I love how we're just starting off this episode with nut talk.
Yeah, so what have you been up to?
Not
whole
much.
lot.
Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot.
We are do something. Do something.
Here's the problem, Connor. The things I've been up to, I can't talk about yet.
Yeah,
Like a lot of stuff is like eventual. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's happening like later in the year for me, but like I can't talk about any of it yet.
I got a question to ask. When the fuck did you get a personal trainer?
Yeah, you said you got a personal trainer. I mean, you mentioned it offhandedly.
You mentioned it offhand, just like upstairs, and I'm like, when does this happen? What?
Oh, I think I started going. When was it? I think it was like March this
Oh
year.
shit.
Yeah. So
I'm telling the boys now. This is like you're like trialing it out. You don't want to like tell us unless you were sticking to it.
I didn't think it was that
You're
important to talk about.
I can't tell the boys. No, that's serious.
No secrets.
It's like a relationship. I can't tell them about it.
It's like, honey, I've been waiting to tell you this. I have a personal trainer.
trainer.
No, so Aki and I have been going to CrossFit for the past 3 or 4 months now.
hell yeah.
She's been going a little bit longer now.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing that made me like click over to be like, okay, I really need to start actually physically working out now was this is so pathetic to talk about, but back in February I went to Hokkaido for a day, right, to film with the polygamist family.
Yeah.
Right. And the entire day I was carrying around this backpack with like all my camera equipment, like microphones and everything. It was a fucking heavy backpack.
Yeah.
We went, we ate, we did the interview, we finished, and then we had a bit of time before our flight back to Tokyo. So we were just kind of walking around exploring Sapporo because Sapporo is a dope city.
great,
Yeah, it's a great city. And then somewhere along the way, I guess I pulled my back out like really, really bad to the point where I couldn't walk.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and it wasn't like a regular like back pulling where it's like, you bend over and then you just suddenly feel like the twinge in your back.
Yeah.
No, it was like this gradual pain that just kept getting worse and worse and worse
right.
throughout the night. And by the time I got to the Sapporo airport to fly back home, it was so incredibly painful. Like I was barely able to walk. I got back to Tokyo and managed
I
to
brought the wheelchair for you.
it was close, man. It was literally
Holy
close.
shit.
Like it was really bad. And I went into a taxi, went home, and I was basically bedridden for about 2 or 3 days. Like I physically could not
What the
move
fuck?
at all. It was really, really bad. And it was at that point where I was like, okay, Joey, you are so fucking not fit.
Yeah.
And you're approaching 30. You need to do something about this. If you're pulling your back out at age 29, that's a bad sign.
This is the most I'm hitting 30 moment
Oh, dude.
I've ever heard in my life.
That shit hit me like a truck. So, I did that. And then it was a couple of weeks prior to that Aki was like, I'm going to start, going to
That's the
CrossFit.
real reason. Yeah.
What?
My girlfriend started going.
Well, no,
I guess
she
I
was-
gotta start
no,
going.
no,
You can't your girlfriend's better than you or something.
No, she was going to the CrossFit, and at first I was like, oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it because whatever. But then after that whole back
Well,
situation
yeah,
happened, I was like, okay,
yeah.
I think I need to
Yeah,
start.
but, I think that's how it always happens though when you get really into exercise. You need to have like a wake up call that makes you think like,
Oh, yeah.
I'm horrifically out of shape.
Yeah. Also, like just thinking about my past couple of years of going on and off of the gym,
Yeah.
I found out that I'm the type of person who is definitely not self-disciplined
You need
enough
someone to, like-
to actually go. Like, I
Like, if
need
you book
someone
something,
there.
you'll go.
Yeah.
Right,
If
yeah,
I book
yeah,
something
yeah.
and there's someone there that tells me exactly what I need to do
Yeah.
to stay healthy, to stay fit, then I'm much more capable of maintaining that.
Yeah.
Fitness is tough, man. Fitness is tough.
It is tough, man. Like the first time I went, because like I didn't really know anything about CrossFit like at all.
yeah.
Like I'd heard the name, but I didn't know actually how intense it was. So the first session I went, I fucking after the hour-long workout or whatever it was, I threw up. Like I was physically sick in the toilet, and the guy was like, "Yeah, well, that makes sense because you haven't done a lot of physical exercise recently, and then you're suddenly jumping into this very extreme form of exercise.
CrossFit's
Like,
intense.
yeah, your body is going to
what
like."
is CrossFit?
So CrossFit, from my understanding, it's basically just like it's like gym combined with a lot of like athleticism.
Okay.
So it's not just about like like building muscle and stuff like that, but it's in Japanese, great.
It's a lot of moving, but also like lift. So you're like doing a lot of intense, like high intense, like cardio while
Yeah.
doing like weightlifting.
Yeah,
Okay,
weightlifting, cardio. It's basically entire package. It is, I would say, the quickest shortcut to getting the most fit in every aspect.
I think doesn't Nick Bates, the K1 fighter, Chris's boxing coach. I think he owns a CrossFit gym.
Oh, okay.
in
does he?
Tokyo.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
He's
yeah.
also insane.
Mm.
He's just unhinged.
And like every single year, I think they do like these CrossFit championships. So they bring out
Right.
all these CrossFit athletes from all over the world, and they kind of do it in like a. So it's like it's usually like a time trial. So it's like you have to like lift this many times, travel this amount on a handstand, and then do a bunch of all this kind of stuff every single year. And it's fucking intense.
So it's kind of like a intense workout session with a little bit of everything.
It's basically everything. Yeah. So I go there now like once or twice a week with Aki. We have a trainer there that tells us everything. The dude we have is like he competed at like the top level CrossFit like a couple years in a row. So this motherfucker's fit as shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been going to that now, and I just went yesterday, and I am below 10% body fat for the first time in my life.
Hell yeah, dude. Nice,
So-
yes, man.
Nice,
and
nice.
Shockingly, haven't thrown my back out since.
I mean, if you get like fitter in general, right? Stuff like I guess generally will happen. Like, so you
Yeah.
can always go overboard.
Yeah, and I've always wanted to do it either way because
Yeah.
I've been that one kid who I think like genetically I just have that kind of body where it's like it's really easy for me to drop fat,
Yeah.
but it's also really easy for me to drop muscle as well, and
Yeah.
really difficult to gain muscle because you know how like there's a lot of
You've
people.
never really been like muscular from when I've known you.
I mean, this is
I was
like-
skinny as shit.
Yeah,
when I
yeah,
first
yeah.
met
You used
guys,
to be very,
remember?
very skinny. Too
Sometimes,
skinny though.
Yeah.
sometimes I look at like episode one
my
of
God.
like Trash Taste. And, like,
Yeah.
when like you see your mate every week, so you don't notice like the small change, and you're like, nah, Joey's always looked the same. I go back to episode one, and even myself, I was like, was I that thin?
Yeah, I look
as
that
well.
too, yeah.
Yeah, like,
I think during high school and uni, I was this height, and I was averaging like 55 kilos.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's just like no fat, but also no muscle. I was skinny.
You were just
bro.
skinny.
Everyone had that one friend in the friend group who was tall and skinny.
Yeah, I was, and I had like this. Big,
I was that guy as well. We have the same body type.
I was
Yeah.
tall, skinny with big hair. I was like a walking Q-tip, you know. Like, it was an eyesore to say the least. So like, yeah, so I've been doing that now, and I'm probably the most fit I've ever been in terms of like muscle mass and everything. But and I think as well, the great thing about CrossFit, at least the one that I'm going to, is that like unlike a lot of fitness programs where like the guy obviously or the guy or girl tells you like you have to do this amount of cardio today or like, this kind of weightlifting with the right movements, but a lot of them also kind of give you like dietary restrictions. So like to be like, okay, make sure you only eat this amount of carbs or this amount of fat or this amount of calories. The interesting thing about my trainer is that he doesn't do any dietary restrictions. He basically said like, as long as you're coming once or twice a week and doing the exercises to the standard that I set it, you will naturally want to eat healthy.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
your body
that's
is
a good
going to
way of
just get
approaching it.
constantly used to living this more healthier, more physical style. That once you start to see your body actually physically changing and how you physically feel day in and day out, you'll want to maintain that no matter what. So you won't be going out there like smashing a pizza every weekend. Like you'll want to be like.
I might.
I mean, you might. Look,
I was just an Indian for you. I'm never gonna say no to a fat curry.
bro. I mean, look, like I can't say that I haven't had my cheat days, every now and then, but I've definitely just personally just seen myself craving those kinds of foods less now, just naturally. Just because, like, again, like I'm.
Yeah, the more you take care of yourself, the more you don't want to ruin what
Exactly,
you're doing.
exactly.
You're like, man, I spent so hard to burn this 200 calories.
Yeah.
I don't really want to eat that chocolate bar.
No, totally. So yeah, I'm hoping I can keep that up.
And fitness is, anything that gets you in the gym or get you doing anything. Whatever,
Yeah, when did you take cyclathon? I stopped going to the gym now because I'm like, I don't have a cyclathon.
I did the cyclathon, and then immediately we had like a really busy week of filming, and then I went on vacation, so I did like no exercise. Although in Europe, there was one hotel I stayed at where I went to the gym every day because I had like this immaculate gym. Like I love exercising. Like if you give me like a blank 12-hour day and I can do whatever I want, I'm gonna
That's
exercise.
something I still don't understand. Dude, it's like
a meditation.
Do you like CrossFit? Do you like exercise?
At first I was like, this is the worst thing I've ever done in my life. Like I'm sweaty, I'm sore, I'm tired of shit. I want to kill myself. But then nowadays I'm getting to the point now where I guess because I am getting like fitter and my cardio is getting better and everything. Like at the end of each workout, I'm definitely feeling less tired and more fulfilled. Like I'm starting to get to that point now where like, oh, I'm able to like lift this now, or I'm able to go this long on the bike, or I'm actually starting to see like progression now to the point where it's actually fun now to be able to like hit that next goal for me. Like I don't know, it's like a weird like it's like grinding in an RPG.
But do you enjoy like the process of it versus like the results? Because I enjoy the results too. I enjoy feeling like I've made progress. I can run a little bit faster this time, or I can lift a little bit more weights. When I'm actually doing the thing, I hear people being like, yo, after you go to the gym a bit, bro, it becomes a part of you and you start to love it. I'm like, when the fuck does that happen? Is this a gym bro's trying to gaslight me?
I'm not at the gym lifting weights with like a massive smile. Like,
I think objectively, the gym is probably one of the most depressing places in the world. Because when you think about it, right? I have this. Sometimes I'm there lifting, like doing just curls in the mirror, and I have this existential dread where I'm like, I am literally in a room lifting things. I'm just lifting things.
No, that's me on the treadmill.
Yeah, well, treadmill as well, right? It's like you're sitting there, you're like, I'm just in a building training like some kind of
hamster wheel. Like it's literally a hamster wheel.
And I'm sitting here like, objectively, this is just not fun. Like, and I think that's my only problem with the gym is that it is probably the least fun form of exercise generally for me.
Right.
And I know that I'm jealous of gym bros who love it because I sit there and I'm like, there's no way that exists where I'm like, I'm doing like, let's say I'm doing a rowing machine. I would love to row, just row so much more in like the fucking river or ocean. Just like taking it all in. That's peak exercise for me. But in my mind, to be able to enjoy that aspect, like if I would, to do like a cyclothon, to be able to really enjoy that to the fullest, I need to be a level of fitness, and that requires me to go to the gym to then be able to enjoy it.
But I think that's why I enjoy going with Aki, is because like we can share that experience, and it's been a great bonding experience as well. Going to the gym or doing anything with your partner, obviously, especially that of which is not exactly like the peak of fun necessarily while you're doing it, but like it's a great bonding.
When you're doing it with a partner, I think
because you're suffering together.
Exactly. And you can like hype, you can hype each other up, and you can keep an eye out on your own progress, but also your partner's progress as well.
You also bitch out sometimes when you're alone. You're like,
oh no, 100%. Like that's why like again, like when I used to go to the gym by myself, I found that so much more difficult because it was just me in my own suffering and in my own thoughts, and like there was no one like remember like when you and I used to go to the gym together quite often, like at the start, right before the pandemic. That was great because it was like while you're waiting for while I was waiting for Connor to finish up on whatever machine he was on, I could like chat, we could chill out, we could catch up. It was a lot more like a fun interactive time than just like putting on headphones and just silently doing this for 30 minutes. Like it's not exactly the most fun, but
I definitely went way more back then because I just had way more free time. Like I think we hadn't started Trash Days. I had my main channel. I was uploading once a week.
We had one channel between all of us.
It was a lot easier to like. I could easily be like, I don't need to work for like 3 days because I did a ton of work the past 4 days. And then I could just go to the gym all day. And then when I was on vacation, it was great because the gym was like, it was like some kind of like Apple store, bro. It was so nice. They had fresh fruits and like sparkling water and weird teas that I'd never heard of.
Goddamn.
And I was like, shit, this is where I just want to chill out here. And also especially at the time there was a League of Legends thing was on.
Oh, okay.
Because I was just
listening.
Was
that when MSI was on?
Yeah, I was just watching the live MSI, like watching a live. And I was in there for like 3 hours, just doing like monkey workouts. I was like, this is great because I just want to do nothing anyway. But if I can do nothing
and also get
fit, because in my mind for some reason my brain categorizes like stuff into like work, social, and then nothing. And nothing. I don't know why I call it like nothing.
That's just a gap in my life where I'm like, this
nothing normally means just like procrastinating or fun, like or just relaxing.
This episode is sponsored by ShipStation. When we started off the podcast, we had no idea what we were doing, especially when we were adding new stuff like staff and different ideas and more equipment. There was just so much that we didn't know how to streamline.
We still don't know what we're doing, which is why we're glad for services like ShipStation.
If you run an e-commerce business, you already know that shipping can consume valuable time and resources, but ShipStation makes it easier. They're the multi-carrier shipping solution that integrates wherever you sell online and streamlines your workflow, so your businesses can grow even when you're on summer vacation. Go back to the episode. I find exercising.
I want you to stay till I'm in the grave.
Ano bang plano? Sana naman tayo dadalhin ng panaginip mo. Sabi mo klaro kung anong gusto na presyo ay ganun o eto pa tayong trato. Di na makita sa inyo, sa amin malayo lang di nagtatago. Meron tayo ng pinakabago, malandi matamis sa litrato. Bulaklak sa sapin pag ikaw mo. Magsunog kang magkano mang gusto para lang sa suot mo buong maghapon. Cause nobody get where you coming from. Baby, send text ako andyan. Baby, I'm next up sa your heads up at mahaba-haba ang pinahan. Ubod ng class, baby, mama, may na kung pangmastan. Duo, Versace, may nandiyo mati sa makabila. Tenga sa puso at liig, di maturo ang mali. At wala lang ang sakto para sa'yo, napakarami. Lungon yung flashlight sa champagne, gusto niya nights like that. O nasa sunroof, nakatungaw, she like nights like that. Riding skyway in high fashion, yeah, she nice like that. Kiss kung shota, yeah, she nice like that. Yeah, she nice like that. Oh, oh, yeah, she nice like that. Kiss kung shota, yeah, she nice like that. Oh, oh, yeah, she nice like that. Kiss kung shota, yeah, she nice like that.
Alam ko na kaya niya na mag-isa. Yung sarili niya ay kaya niya dalhin. Pero dama ko pa din na dama niya. Pagkasama niya ako, iba pa rin, iba maglambingan. Konsintihan tayo kahit sandalin. Kahit anong maisipan, madali nang gawin. Pareho tayo kaya magpaulan. Pareho pag tinitigan makinang. Kaya pati mga tao sa paligid, gusto tayong kamerahan. Baby, alam mo naman yung mata ng iba lagi nakaabang. Di sila makalamang sa'yo, bagay na bagay ka sa alabang. Girl, sabi ko lang nang kailangan mo, tas sumagot ka agad, ako lang. Parang sarap marinig o sige, bukas biyahe tayo pa Japan o kahit saan. Huwag ka na rin mag-impake, bilhin na lang tayo ng bago sa Louis Vuitton. Prada, Versace, Gucci, Balenciaga, Dior, whatever you want.
Lungon yung flashlight sa champagne, gusto niya nights like that. O nasa sunroof, nakatungaw, she like nights like that. Riding skyway in high fashion, yeah, she nice like that. Kiss kung shota, yeah, she nice like that. Yeah, she nice like that. Oh, oh, yeah, she nice like that. Kiss kung shota, yeah, she nice like that. Oh, oh, yeah, she nice like that. Kiss kung shota, yeah, she nice like.
fine. It's cool. You can say that we ain't nothing, but you know the truth. And guess I'm the fool with their arms out like an angel through the car sunroof. I don't wanna call it off, but you don't wanna call it love. You only wanna be the one that I call baby. 'Cause I'm the poison Mars. Shoot another shot to stop the feeling. Yeah.
relaxing, but gyms, oh man, gyms are depressing. It's so
Yeah.
fucking depressing, man. But it's so good feeling fit.
Yeah, I mean, my gym is actually pretty good because, you know,
Mine's got no windows, bro. Mine's got no windows.
Oh, really?
Mine's got no windows either.
It's the most depressing shit.
Yeah.
Oh, mine is like full windows.
It's like, you have to go like it's underground. In fact, my gym.
Oh, really?
Because like my gym's like in the middle of the city.
Mine is like full windows, and the people who go there are like some of the nicest people. Because like you know, whenever you're like at that point in the exercise where you're like, oh man, I don't really want to do this anymore. I just want it to be over. Like the people at my gym are just like, you got it, bro. Let's go. Let's do it. And I'm just like, yeah, all right. You know what?
Everyone turns out round and claps.
And starts clapping. He's like, come on, champ. You got it, champ.
I think that's really- Are you going to like a more like a not a like big chain gym, or are you going to like a more local one?
I'm going to a more local one. That
Yeah.
also specifically is specific to CrossFit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so the
that's
people
why
who go
then,
there
yeah.
are like do kind of like big, you know, 5 to 10 people
I just-
CrossFit classes, or they do personal training stuff like Arky
Yeah, this Anytime Fitness that I go to is the most depressing shit. And I thought like, oh man, because everyone's just doing their own thing. And like no, and everyone's quiet. No one's making any noise.
Right.
And not that I want it to be noisy, but it is kind of nice just hearing people like pushing themselves.
Just grunting.
just having a grunt. Like this guy, I remember he grunted a little loudly and then did a louder sumimasen, like it's a sorry to like people around him. And I was like, dude, you just benched like 400 kilograms. It's good.
Sumimasen for being ripped.
Yeah. Like I missed that. I kind of missed that. Like the Hulk man in the
old gym.
Remember the old gym? The guy who like ran the place.
Oh, he was
yes, I
like,
do remember that.
He was like the gym dad. Every
Dude,
gym
he
needs a
would
gym dad who is like ripped as shit and just looks after everyone.
There was no way
man.
because I never really followed any gym stuff online because I think the online gym stuff is really weird. Like people talking online about fitness.
Yeah.
It's a very weird online space. And seeing that guy, I was like, looking back, I'm like, that guy, he definitely took steroids. This dude was absolutely yoked.
Our gym dad at our gym, he's this guy, a Japanese guy, who's like, honestly, you take one look at him and you're like, you look like a statue that the Romans.
This guy, our guy, right?
No, the one at my gym. Like he's like a Japanese dude, like 6'7".
I admire it.
Fucking ripped. It looks like Zeus. Like he has the body of Zeus, but he is also the most shy dude in the world.
That's
like,
always how it is, man.
Yeah, I'd walk in and I'd be like, hi Keta-san, and he'd be like, konnichiwa.
I mean, they're always the nicest people.
Yeah, they're
so
like the most wholesome people.
Because their loyalty remains to the gym.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They ain't got nothing to prove. You can see, you can see the fucking body. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
They don't need an ego boost.
I mean, everyone online as well. Whenever you talk about this kind of stuff, it's so annoying because people are like, "You have to do it this way. This is the optimal workout." It's like, dude, whatever gets you in the gym, bro. Whatever gets you eating healthy and in the gym.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
Yeah.
Were you was your family like a very like exercise focused family, or was it like?
Not really. I mean, my sister and I did a lot of sports growing up. Like I did a lot of like tennis and stuff growing
I
up.
feel like everyone did a lot of sports growing up.
Yeah.
That's just like you just have more energy as a kid.
No sports anymore.
Okay, well, at which point in your life, right, did you kind of realize, at least especially for you, Joey, at which point where you went through life and you're like, I can just live my life, not think about health at all, and I'm never gonna gain any weight. I'm never gonna change.
That
my
was me
body.
in high school. That was like when I was in high school. You know, like 6 foot, 55 kilograms, right?
Yeah.
Bro, I was eating like 8 sandwiches a day.
Yeah.
Like I was like, you know those like massive,
actually just loaves of bread.
Yeah, the massive loaf of bread that has like the 12 to 14 slices in it that you can buy at the supermarket. I would, in the morning, my mom would make like 6 to 7 sandwiches of that and just like refill the package with all of the sandwiches, and I would take that whole thing and I would finish that before lunch. And then I would come home, eat a massive dinner, maybe stop by at a Macca's on the way home after school with the 50 cents that I picked up from somewhere, right? Because I was broke as shit. And I'd go home, take a fat shit, not gain a single kilogram. I'm like,
it came in one end and went out the
I'm like,
other.
I am unstoppable. So when I, finally moved out and I started living on my own, and then, when I started, this is like mid-20s for me.
Yeah.
I thought in my head, well, my metabolism was this goated during high school and uni. It's going to keep going as usual. So I just continued to eat like shit and not exercise. And then over the pandemic, I was the heaviest I've ever been.
I think it was the pandemic that was the wake-up call for me as well.
I went from 55 kilos to 80 kilos.
Jesus Christ.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Like 80 for my height and age is not fat necessarily, but compared to what I was, it's fat.
I mean, I'd say you gained a healthy amount of. I'd say you were probably
I didn't get
underweight.
fat. I got fatter. I went from severely underweight.
Excuse me, you bulked actually.
I didn't go from 0 to 100. I went from minus 100 to 0, essentially. But I still wasn't happy with it because all that weight I gained was just purely fat. Because I wasn't working out. I never really had a lot of muscle in my body. So yeah, that's when I was like, all right, CrossFit it is. And then now I'd say I've got the most muscle in my body I have ever in my life, and I want to keep going with that. I want to be like the Zeus body.
I just want to work out to eat. That's
I mean,
all. I like this idea of just eating a fat curry, slamming a beer, and being like, all right, boys, just go and do a workout.
I just don't want to be like those 90-year-old like grandmas you see sometimes with the 90-degree backs. I just don't want to be like that.
No. Well, I mean, you have to go a long way to be like that.
I know, but after I threw my back out at age 29, bro, I was like, I'm one step closer to that than I think I am.
Bro, why is life so unfair when it comes to calories, man? You like it just feels awful where you work out, you feel like you've spent every energy within your body, and then you realize this is just one beer. I've been fine for my life for one beer's worth of calories.
Yeah, like you've been walking around like all day, your feet are tired, your back's starting to get sore, and you're like, oh man, I must have burned a lot of calories. And you check, and it's like you have burnt 1 bowl of rice worth. It's like cool, awesome, love it.
It's also kind of cool as well when because that's like a normal workout. I don't know, like if you did like a short run and maybe did some muscle, what's like 300 calories?
Yeah, it's
maybe
like 300-400 maybe.
So you're going like kind of. And the ramen must be quite a lot, but then you're like, well, that's still like an extra protein shake and a protein bar.
Yeah,
that's kind of nice. That normally fills me up.
That's true. That's true.
I don't know. I just like eating. So it's kind of
same, bro. Same.
Well, so
Who doesn't? That's just the biggest problem.
I did the Spartan race with Chris.
Oh yeah, how'd that go?
It was fun. Yeah, it was great. It was weird because
what do you have to do in it? What does the
what's the
Spartan race
criteria?
Yeah, so
entail?
it's not too bad. It's I think maybe I don't know the exact amount of obstacles, but about 20 obstacles and 5K run.
Okay,
so not bad. This one was in some German park in Chiba. I think it's a German theme park in Chiba.
A German theme
park?
park?
What's with these German theme parks? We went to one on our like
yeah,
Days special.
Exactly the same.
Yeah.
So yeah, you kind of so I did the 5K one because I let Chris handle it. So I got there, and then this Australian woman goes, "Oh yeah, I've been meaning to meet you." And I was like, "Oh," I was like, "Oh hi." And Chris goes, "Oh, that's the person who organizes the entire Spartan race."
Oh, it's organized by an Australian woman?
I was like, "Oh shit, she's really lovely and really nice." Sorry, sorry, I butchered your accent.
I'm offended for you. Don't worry.
Yeah, and then she was like, "Yeah, come do it." She was like, "Yeah." So we do it. I'm like, I don't really know what to expect. Other than I saw a bit of Chris's videos. Yeah, I know I got to climb a rope. Does it show you the obstacles?
It's kind of like a mock Sasuke race type of thing.
Is that a sack?
That's the kids' version. That's
okay.
you're looking at the kids' version. I didn't do the kids' version. All right.
I was like,
for the record, I would have beat all of them, all right? But I didn't do that.
I was like, I didn't know Spartans were like going across.
Yeah, I
recent
think I've
sacks.
seen a lot of footage from it. You have to like climb up a rope, do army crawl stuff.
Yeah, so you start off. We ran like 2K, which man, I hate running.
Same.
I could literally bike across Japan. Literally, not like, I cannot run. I cannot run.
Don't get the runners high that all these runners talk about.
You know, I think it's because from a very young age, I always used to get shin splinters. Like,
right.
Shin splinters.
Yeah, where your shin, the bone, right in the middle, like there.
Oh.
It starts to really fucking hurt.
Yeah.
And whenever I run, it just always hurts.
Well, it's because of the force.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm too dummy thick, right?
That's why you get
Your shins are cracking under the weight.
It's like my calves are great, my thighs are monstrous, but like it's all being put on like here.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's just not enough.
Yeah.
It's like you do kind of stuff like this. There's like
Look at this Giga Chat on the bottom left here.
Yeah.
God damn.
You don't have to do the date. You can just type in the obstacles.
Yeah.
You know, it's so we'd run like I thought it'd be more spaced out. So I thought you'd run a little bit, obstacle, run a little bit. This one was like you ran like a K, did a thing where you jumped over a fence. It was kind of inconvenient.
Yeah.
It's like it wasn't hard. It was very tiring. Jumping is tiring.
Yeah.
And then run like another 500 meters, and then you have to jump over like kind of like they called them what do they call them in the Olympics? The hurdles. They were just really big. I nailed one of them though. You can see in the Mudan VOD. Actually, yeah, we just pulled the Mudan video. Actually, yeah, Mudan made a fucking video like showing all the obstacles. This is why am I trying to do this? Mudan video.
I love the thumbnail of this Mudan video because you and Mudan look so chill, and Chris in the back is like,
dude, Mudan did it all in a suit, and there were so many crazy costumes. There were so many crazy costumes, and Mudan got the most compliments or like questions. Everyone's like, suits it.
Yeah, why is he in a suit?
And I was like, oh, you might kill us. You got to suit it. Like, all that. So we started the start line.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, yeah, whatever. We go through, and then we just run for ages.
Why is Mudan always wearing a suit?
I don't know.
I don't know. He's just dedicated to that salary, man.
Yeah,
It
he
was
is.
the day was roasting. Also, Chris was wearing the horrible shorts that you.
Which the one with my face on it.
Oh god.
Why?
So we're doing like a brisk little jog. You know,
Yeah.
it's just that. It's
Yeah.
kind of whatever. And then
What's the hardest part?
that's first obstacle. There you go.
Yeah.
So you just jump like the tiny little fence. You're like, okay.
Okay, that doesn't look too bad.
Yeah. Then you go.
Yeah.
So nailed it.
How many of those fences do you need to jump through?
Well, just one of those, and then you do a bigger one.
Yeah.
All right, it's like a wall.
Yeah, just a wall. Just a
Okay.
wall.
That's cool.
That's not too bad. You're like, all right, it's
Yeah.
chill, cool. And then you go. You might have skipped. Was that? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, good there. Is there a wireless mouse? I could just go through it for you. Oh, you skipped one as well.
Can't believe Mudan is doing all this in
that
a
wireless?
fucking suit, man.
Dude, I took him to a spot
This is
show.
wild, right?
You know the place in round one where you can do all the sports upstairs?
Oh, yeah?
He was wearing a suit for that as well. And people were just like, why is this random ass salaryman playing tennis in a suit? Like,
He is just too dedicated to that bit,
Because
man.
you got the perfect suit factory suit, and they have like the rebreathable.
The
stretch
cool
bits.
Oh, the
Yeah.
stretch
So
ball,
good.
the stretch
The
ball.
game changer.
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh,
All right, let's see this.
So once you do that, you immediately then run past some goats. That's me. Wow, Sugoi strong. Des.
Singapore strong.
And you go up another, go down. Man, some of these hills were dicey. Okay. And then you basically, I don't know what Mudan did.
Is this your point of view?
No, this is Mudan's.
Why did he throw that bottle like a frag?
I don't know. I don't know what he was hoping to like achieve there. So you jump over.
Hey, no, it's the suit
Why has he
bag.
got his bag on him?
Oh, nailed that one. So you jump over that. It's kind of tiring because you have to like really sprint at it. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you don't do it. This one's super of a joke. You just go under,
Right, right.
under then over. You know, just wow, Sugoi,
Yeah.
super Spartan, just like the Spartans.
Just like the
used to
Spartans used to do.
do. And then you're like, okay, it's just like tiring. And then you have to carry this like I don't know how heavy it was. It felt like 40 or 35 kilograms.
Okay,
Just
okay.
around, walking around a course. It was just
Right.
tiring. You're like, god damn it. It wasn't like tough. It was just annoying.
What a raving review.
Yeah,
Spartan
it was-
race. It's not tough. It's just mildly
And then
irritating.
you jump over this. Not too difficult. Yeah, I think
So,
like,
did basically everyone that competed, did they pass the
no,
course?
no. So a lot of people, if you just can't do it, you have to do like a punishment burpees thing.
Okay.
And then this was really easy, but a lot of Japanese people struggling with this. You have to pull like a 20 kilogram weight across the ground.
Right.
Okay.
And it's not too bad, as you can see. I'm next to Mudan there. I'm zooming
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
But like obviously you can see like a lot of the Japanese people were like really struggling.
Yeah.
But it wasn't heavy. I feel like if you do any muscle workout, it's not too bad. Like,
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
There's Connor single-handedly just breaking something else.
And then this one, then this one you have to do like pull a sack of sand up.
Mm.
Everyone was like, it's so hard. You have to do this crazy technique where you
use both your hands.
so you can see everyone's like really like using all of their body.
Yeah.
Like going for it and helping each other out. And it's just a sack of sand. So
Yeah.
like, I mean, it's it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Mudan was using his entire body weight and like falling on the ground. And then
How heavy is the sand?
I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's like
Doesn't look that
30. So I was just pulling it up. Not too bad. And then monkey bars. Oh no, this one you have to run up a hill. So,
Oh yeah, you gotta like
The
use the
threaded
rope.
hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, but you can. You don't need to use the hill. Well, you can just kind of like.
This looks like a Takeshi
Oh
Tatsuya.
yeah, you can do that as
Well,
well.
you can just go up it, and then you have to walk down it. It's not too bad. Like a lot
Yeah.
of these are kind of hard to fail. This one's definitely a little harder.
bars, yeah.
Monkey bars. Yeah. Was that Chris?
Holy
Dude.
shit, he's ate shit.
Yeah.
Dude, Chris nearly did it. I was so impressed because Chris said like he had no chance because obviously Chris doesn't do a lot of upper body workouts.
Yeah.
And he nearly made it.
Oh.
He ate shit though.
He did eat
Fuck.
I feel with monkey bars, you just have to go for
The
it.
problem was with this is that they were really sweaty.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
everyone had sweated them up. So I was trying. It was really hard to get a good grip. But I was trying to monkey it.
Yeah,
across.
yeah, yeah. That's how I would do it.
Yeah, I was swinging across, and I think no one else was doing that. Everyone was not using the momentum.
You knew how to monkey.
Yeah, I was
properly.
like, guys, come on.
Yeah, look at you, man.
Yeah.
Look
And
at
then you hit a bell.
What a
did
fucking
it.
natural.
But I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Then you carry another sack around. Just inconvenient.
Just a lot of sacks. Just a
So,
minor, just a minor
by far
inconvenience.
the worst one, and
Yeah.
not for the reason you would expect. Is that, look at the congestion. Look at this dude, bro. What is he doing? What is bro doing?
Blood's clanking, right?
There was like literally like there was one guy who was scraping his entire back. It was real barbed wire.
Oh shit.
Oh,
It's real barbed wire. So, and he was like, "What is bro doing?" bro did not want to get dirty. But like at one point, halfway, it got so close that even when I was on the ground, it was like scraping my back.
Oh shit.
And I was just congested, and obviously I'm dummy thick, so I'm like my.
So your ass is just
So your
puffed
ass is
up.
just like protruding through the
my
barbed
ass.
wire.
Look at that.
Oh, I can't believe that's actual.
Look at it's going. And then like I got stuck waiting, and then I was talking to a guy because the guy goes, "Hi, where are you from?" I was like, "UK." He goes, "Do you know Ulster?" I was like,
What?
Yes,
Ulster?
It's a place in the UK.
Oh, okay.
And he was like, "I've been there. Very nice." And then the guy behind me screams, like, "Go, go!" And I was like, "Bro, we all stuck. It's traffic."
Yeah.
By far the worst one because you're like, you couldn't even attempt to do it fast.
Also, you could like actually physically get hurt
Oh,
because they're
absolutely,
real barbed wire.
more monkey bars, but ones that swing.
Yeah.
Very, very.
These one
nice.
looks easy.
these one
right?
look easy.
Yeah, super chill. You can just swing across like a monkey, which
Yeah.
for some reason no one was doing. You can skip everything if you just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Climb over something, super easy. Also,
What's-
you've done a run, climb a rope to the top.
Okay.
So what's the hardest part?
Probably the rope one. Honestly, the rope is kind of tough because if you don't have any, like, you just can't cheat it.
Yeah, if
Like,
you don't have
yeah,
any
yeah.
upper body strength as well.
Yeah, I would
lift
fucking
yourself
fail
up.
at this because I have no upper body strength.
Everyone was doing some
at
kind of
all.
weird leg technique, and I was like, you know what, fuck it, let's just grab I'll just squeeze it between my legs and go up.
No, I mean,
What do you mean by weird leg
that's the right way
technique?
to do it.
Everyone,
Yeah.
you can kind of
Look at this dude on the left though. This is fucking
Yeah.
three-legging that shit.
Oh my god.
you can kind of do some like leg technique, I think, which maybe Mudan like this. You can kind of lock your legs to make like a ladder.
Yeah.
Just throw a javelin. You had to wait like 9 hours to do it. Pick up a ball that weighed 40 kilograms and walk around a pole.
Okay.
This guy's just chilling, man.
That's Parasynical's editor.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. This one, a lot of Japanese people struggled with.
okay.
Because I think a lot of the strength ones, Japanese people weren't as good at.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of them couldn't even pick up the ball. And I mean, it's heavy to be fair. And then my favorite part of the entire video, all this is watching Mudan walk up this.
Well, like straight up.
Look, wait, it's gonna cut. This is the best shot, dude. This guy when he passes this guy, he was in awe. He was like, "What the fuck is bro doing?"
He looks so out of place in that.
He walked up it, just straight up walked up it.
What a badass.
It's just a casual stroll.
So like, it's like a lot of difficult. Like, I was definitely very sore the next day because it's just a lot of like.
How long did it
carrying
take?
your weight? I think from start to finish, it was about an hour and a half.
Okay, not too bad.
Honestly, the worst part was just getting there.
yeah.
Yeah, it
I
is
mean, it's in
far.
Chiba, you said, right? It's like
Chiba, yeah.
fucking
And the traffic on the way back was miserable.
Yeah.
Would
It
you say
was
that was more like foreign people or like Japanese people?
Japanese people. There's definitely a lot of foreigners, but more Japanese. I would do it, but I think I would do the 10K next time. I think the 5K was a bit awkward because you kind of run a little bit and then you're like, I'm just waiting in line for a queue.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel very Spartan-like. You're like, who are we? DMV lines. Like, you're like,
That's the British race.
Yeah.
It's like, what are we doing? We're queuing.
You should. Do you know about the Ironman challenge?
oh
they
my
do in
god, that
Australia?
shit's fucked. Well, they do it all over the world.
Yeah.
It's like a branded thing.
Yeah.
That's
The
fucked.
Australian one.
It's like triathlon on like heroin.
Yeah, it is. It was a triathlon from hell, basically. Do you know about
It is, bro. It is.
No, I've never heard of this.
So the Ironman. Can you look up the Ironman challenge?
Actually, I can tell you how many calories I burnt on the day as well.
All right.
I'll tell you on the spot.
Yeah, the Ironman challenge. I had a friend who used to do these like every single year.
When I stream 16 hours a day. And it's 600 steps yesterday.
600 steps.
But yeah, there you go. Ironman Triathlon is one of the series of long-distance triathlon races consisting of a 2.4-mile swim, 112-mile bicycle ride, and a marathon.
Right.
Not bad. Not bad.
And you have to do all that. How many calories?
Not bad. 4,000.
4,000
That includes the daily burn of
Yeah.
calories. So,
Oh, okay.
so overall the day, I walked 21,000 steps.
Yeah, not bad at all. It's a good workout. Yeah, there you go. That's the next one you should do. Ironman.
Extreme Ironman.
Ironman.
But I think the thing is that I think if I prepped enough, I could do it slowly. But a lot of these things have like time limits. So
Yeah.
they got to wrap up.
No, that's true.
That's true.
Yeah.
I think I'm good at just when I get to a certain level of fitness, I can just do stuff, but not great. I'm not clean with it. But the fact that you do a marathon, fuck.
Yeah, that's after a 2.4-mile swim and a 112-mile bicycle ride.
Jesus Christ. No, thank you.
Yeah.
That's like how you'd have to. I think by far the hardest part would be the marathon for me.
Oh yeah.
The bicycle ride that would take a long time though.
Yeah.
You would know. You would know. Yeah. You probably know the best.
I mean, it depends how. My God, that's ridiculous. What is like the average finish time?
112
That's got to be like a
mile
full
bicycle
12-hour
ride.
thing, surely. I'm sure. Yeah. Okay.
12
yeah,
hours.
12 hours
yeah,
and 49 minutes. Jesus.
Well, yeah, because if I swimming for 2.4 miles is tough. My mum does insane amounts of swimming. I could ask her. She's done triathlons, not Ironman ones.
I wish I could do more swimming because I do actually enjoy swimming a lot, and also it's great just as a workout thing as well because
It's
it
like one
works
of the
every
best,
muscle in your
and
body.
it's non-impact, so it doesn't hurt your joints or anything like running
But the
does.
problem is, man, like going to a
Finding a
gym,
pool. Finding a pool.
finding
Yeah,
a
they're
pool,
really
in Japan and not paying out the ass is like level impossible.
There's a few members-only ones, but it's like, dude, if I have to like commute 30 minutes to go to the gym, it's already game over.
Yeah,
I'm not going.
Fuck that.
2.4 miles away. Oh my God, that's fucked. Dude, doing a marathon. Not even a marathon. 26. Why? Why?
This episode is sponsored by GamerSupps.
My father has taught me a lot of things in life, both good and bad, but the most important thing he has taught me is that I should be drinking Gamer Supps out of my Gamer Waifu cups, because that's what Chads do.
If you don't drink out of a sippy cup, you're a pussy.
Unlike Joey, I thought my father was going to leave me because he said he was buying milk and cigarettes, but he came back with GamerSupps.
It's 0 sugar, 0 carbs, less than 1 calorie. Keto-friendly, diabetic safe, and healthier and cheaper than alternative to energy drinks or soda. And they have caffeine-free options if you like that, if you're a loser and don't want to be up all night.
Yeah, what the hell, guys? Get the caffeine
And
ones.
everything tastes better out of their waifu cups.
Look at it, I got a cute little Egyptian hieroglyphic one that says, oh god, I can't say that.
Be bricked up while you sip your cup. And from June 21st, I'll have the scientist drop, which includes a cup, shirt, denim jacket, skateboard deck, and fingerboard.
Fingerboard?
Fingerboard?
There's nothing cooler than doing a sick ollie on your fingerboard while sipping down a good old glug of Gamer
I don't
Subs.
think of something, I guess. So go visit gamersubs.gg/trash taste. That is gamersubs.gg/trash taste. And don't forget to use coupon code trash taste. Let us know if you use the code, and we will personally handshake you.
My dad loves me because I drink Gamer Subs. Back to the episode.
That's fine.
Did you guys have did you have sports day in Australian schools at all?
Like an all day thing, like
Yeah.
We had
compete
sports.
against each other.
Yeah,
compete against
we
each
had
other.
one twice a year actually.
Oh shit.
really?
okay.
Yeah, we had one in the we had one in the spring and the autumn.
What was your sport of choice when you were a kid? What was it like? What's the one you represented?
For me, it was high jump and long jump.
Oh, okay.
Because I was always really good at long jump and high jump because like I've always had strong legs. Never any upper body.
Because of the fucking reach.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
He's got strong legs, huh?
I was fast as fuck. But yeah, I think for long jump, for like 2 or 3 years in a row, I held like the school record.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what was your long jump? Do you remember how long it was?
Long jump? My long jump, I think was, oh god, I don't remember. It was like 5 meters.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
You must have been good technique as well then to get 5 minutes.
No, I just ran fast as fuck.
Wait, did you not do like the leg swinging around thing where you land on your butt?
No, I didn't do that.
What the fuck? You
Yeah.
get 5 minutes?
Yeah, I think it was like just under 5 meters.
damn.
Yeah, when I was like 16, 17. And then for high jump, I think I got to like
Couldn't do high jump.
170. I think so.
Did you do like
about
proper,
almost
like,
my height.
Did you do like the proper like
Well,
kick technique as well? When
Yeah,
you,
I did.
Well,
the
the
flip.
kick technique is not proper anymore.
I
Is
did
it not?
I did
No,
the flip
boomer.
technique.
That's boomer.
Well, what's the technique now?
It's
flip.
like the flip, like flipping your back
Yeah.
over.
So you run. You run.
Right, I think that's not been
Are
better for like
you
4
talking about like
years.
the scissor
Yeah,
kick?
he's talking
No,
about
I'm talking about the fucking backflip.
Yeah.
Oh, you said the scissor.
Yeah, you said the kick.
Yeah, the kick.
I mean, you have to like.
It's called jump.
Okay,
Yeah.
the back jump, whatever.
I'll call that a kick.
Whatever.
Like universe, if you did the front flip, we'd be like, nice kick, bro.
Nice front kick. No, it's the whole like flipping behind.
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
You have to do that. If you do like the scissor thing, then the
That's
furthest
old
you'll get is like a
man.
meter.
That's old man, yeah. That man fell off.
Yeah. But yeah, high jump and long jump, I was always the best
What
at.
was yours?
Mine was the 100 meter.
Oh, did you win? Oh, okay.
Okay. I remember this. So I remember this one. I remember this one sports day. I think it was like my very first one. And so every kid has something that they're good at. I was like, I think I could like run mildly fast compared to a lot of my other like class members. But this was like the entire school. So I was like, so everyone was like, go on, you can do the 100 meters or 200 meters. I can't remember, but it was just a sprint basically. And I remember, did your parents come in for the sports day when you had the sports day?
For me, it was just students only.
For you,
Yeah,
students
I
only?
think when it was primary school they did, but not high school.
Yeah.
So for our school, it was like a parents come in, everyone watches, and
Like
so
a Japanese sports festival.
Yeah, like a Japanese sports festival. And my mum, so I was sitting with my mum, and I was like, my mum, obviously being a mum, is like super excited. Oh, I get to see my son compete and everything. And and I remember I told her I was doing the sprint, and we're waiting, and my mum like excitedly tells me, don't worry, you don't need to win, but if you do well, I'm gonna cook you your favorite meal, and I'm gonna come over and give you a big hug. And I'm like,
Say less.
And I'm like, wait, I'm getting chicken wings tonight. I'm like,
What do I have to do?
All right, what do I have to do to get chicken wings tonight, mother? I am ready for this race. So I remember I was like pumped up. I got on the starting line. I was like, I'm doing it for the chicken wings and my mum. I got to perform well for my mum.
Yeah.
So I remember whistle goes, I'm fucking sprinting. I've never sprinted so fast in my life. My legs start burning battery acid.
Yeah.
But I'm like so focused that I don't look like, I'm just like looking down because kind of like look down and then you look up when you're like running. So I remember this was like the hardest I've ever sprinted in my life. And I'm just like, holy shit, I fucking done it. I go over the finish line. I look up. I am so fucking far behind everyone.
No.
I was expecting my mum to be waiting for me at the finish line, being like,
she already left.
bro, you did so well. And my mum, I just look over to my mum, and she just has the most awkward smile in my life. And I'm like, oh my
I
God.
just like to think you cross the finish line, you look up, everyone you competed with is sitting at the bleachers, just like waiting.
The award ceremony's over. You've already given out the medals. Champagne's
It's like,
involved.
the next race has already started.
Please, God, get off the field. We're trying to start the next heat.
Yeah, I knew it was bad because I know my mom, and she's just like, no matter what, she's like proud of me. And this is the one time, this is the one time when she didn't.
Not my son. Not mine. Not mine.
This is the one time when she was like, yeah, I mean, if you came second, I would have come give you a hug. But
Wow, she wouldn't hug you unless you came second.
You did well. You did well.
Oh
I was
my
excited
God.
watching
You didn't even get the participation trophy? Damn, man.
I know.
Brutal. Oh my
But
God.
brought it back with the beanbags. We had a
Beanbags?
What?
Yeah, did you not have beanbags in your school?
Yeah, when I was like 5.
Yeah, this is like
Wait, what do you mean by
primary school.
beanbags?
You talking about primary or secondary school?
primary school.
Yeah, I think we had.
Wait, you talking about like a bag race?
No. Like there was like hula hoops, and you had to like
Yeah.
throw
That was
beanbags
like, we
into it.
didn't start doing like real athletic stuff until high school, secondary school.
Oh.
Yeah.
We kind of do like even the 100 meter. I think we did like 50 meters, not 100 meters.
Really?
Yeah. I
Oh,
think it's
damn.
100.
Yeah, we did 100.
Well, the kids can't run 100 apparently.
No.
That's too far.
I guess it's just like no, we can't do it.
Yeah, because like my high school was like a pretty sports oriented high school. So
yeah.
like we not only had 2 athletics days a year. But
Oh,
we also
wow.
had a
That sounds like I'm
but we
having
also
fun.
had a swimming festival,
What?
or like
Wow.
a swimming like competition.
Swimming
That
festival?
was like a swimming competition. So basically, we would go to the local pool, like giant pool area, public pool area, and the school would rent it out for the day and do like a swimming competition
cool.
of like different like breaststroke, backstroke, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then we also during the summer had a beach sports festival there because
Oh,
our
wow.
school was right next to a beach. So
What
all
the
the kids would go to the beach and do
What the
like
fuck?
beach flags and
That
like
sounds nice, dude.
yeah, and like volleyball and like all that kind of stuff. Like, but
We had to fight in the mud all the time. It fucking rains in Wales. It's all
I mean,
dust.
I participated in all of them except the swimming one because I was never a confident swimmer. So I always looked forward to the swimming contest one because it's not like it's basically voluntary. Like if you want to compete in like the 100-meter backstroke, for example, like you just have to like tell the teachers like I want to compete in that.
Yeah.
So like it's not necessary to compete in any if you don't want to. So it was great. Like me and my other friends who were like not competitive swimmers at all, we just like bring our DSs and just fucking play DS all
hell
day. Well, we're just watching people just being like, oh yeah,
Did you do cross country?
Yes.
yes,
Fucking hated
yeah.
it.
We had a thing called a walkathon.
Oh.
Not a marathon.
What the fuck is a walkathon?
Well,
When you just
A
walk.
walkathon. We had this walkathon, the St. Paul's walkathon, which they don't do anymore, which was a charity event that the school organized, where the entire school walks from Manly, which is where our school was, all the way till I believe it was Long Beach, which is about 20 kilometers one way.
Okay.
So the school would basically you would pay to like go into it, and then you'd spend all day just walking with the school from Long Beach all the way back to school. So it's a 40-kilometer walk,
Okay.
essentially. The reason why they got rid of it is because some of the seniors found a hack where they just would go so far forward to one point where no one else was behind them, including the teachers, and then they just call an Uber.
Oh, okay.
Then they just call an Uber, go to the checkpoint where they would get stamped on the hand, and then Uber back to the school. And then people, and the teachers are like, all right, we're getting rid of this. That's fucked up.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Exactly,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
They played the system, man.
I hated doing long
Yeah.
distance stuff. I always
Do you have
hated it.
a sorry?
I hated doing long distance.
Long distance
Yeah,
stuff.
long distance was like
I mean,
the
the
worst
walking
bit,
was
but-
fine, but yeah, if it was running, yeah.
Did you do it also in like September, October?
Yeah,
Yeah, we always
What?
did it in September, October.
The walking thing?
The cross country running.
Oh.
So it was always muddy. It was always wet. It was always cold. It was
Yeah, we
horrible.
didn't have cross country
Horrible.
running.
Fuck you.
Yeah, we didn't have that.
Yeah, you had beach days and ice
Yeah,
cream.
yeah,
Fuck
yeah.
off.
Yeah, we would walk
Oh,
along a stretch of
yeah.
5 or 6 beaches.
Oh,
great.
wow.
Oh, God.
We would try every craft tea along the way.
Yeah.
Every
Hey,
craft.
it was really hot, man.
We had to surf and frolic in the sand.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you guys have orienteering? Is that what it's called? The one where they teach you how to use a map.
Oh yeah, we did
Yeah.
that,
What? No? That sounds awesome.
They would just like leave us.
In like middle of a field.
Yeah, they would give us like 3 days, and they would be
Yeah.
like meet us at the checkpoint every day where you camp, and then you would just have to make your
That
way.
sounds sick as fuck.
Yeah, there's like no tracking devices back then, so the
Yeah.
kids
Yeah.
would literally just get lost.
All you had was a
You'd
good
carry a
old-fashioned.
massive,
Yeah.
massive fucking backpack as well.
Right. So you'd have to like carry the tents and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
That sounds, dude. I would fucking do that. Hell yeah.
Everyone, I always brought extra weight because I would always bring ice packs filled with like bacon, and so like everyone would bring like
I will not be able to survive out here without my bacon.
No, because
Bear Grylls be like, I drink my piss. Connor be like, I need my bacon,
no,
baby.
because like you can't imagine, right? Everyone's brought these like shit stuff that like is like campfire food that lasts like 3 days.
Yeah.
It's all bad. When you got the squad, right? You all had like 9 hours of hiking, and you're like boys, and you whip out a 12-pack of bacon. Everyone like it's electric, dude. Everyone's like, there's no shot you brought that over here.
Connor's like that. What's it? The Side Night in Happiness parody of Bear Grylls. The guys like reach all the way to the back to get the freshest milk.
Dude, everyone, you can't imagine the morale booster. Everyone fucking lost it. And I'd bring bread, like sandwich buns.
Oh,
so I would make,
oh,
sausage,
bro.
I'd make bacon sandwiches. in the
Bacon
morning.
sandwiches?
You can't imagine how ready for a 12-hour hike you are
Yeah.
after 2 bacon sandwiches. You
Yeah.
can do anything. I'm pretty sure like half of the UK is powered on bacon and sausage sandwiches. Like it was so fun. It was good. And
like a king, man.
Yeah, right.
yeah, it was the only worst part about it is I wish I did it in like I don't know Netherlands or something because shit in Wales. It's just fucking hills. You're like,
Oh,
oh,
Wales
great.
is nice.
It's nice, but have you seen the topography of Wales? Can you show the topography of Wales just to scare Joey who lives in Australia?
Well, that's why the English took so fucking long to take over
Yeah,
and they
'cause
just lost it.
I couldn't
They're
get
like,
can you show the images?
yeah, they're like, we can't hold
Look at that
this
shit.
shit.
Holy
We can't hold this
Yeah,
shit.
can't hold any of this. Yeah, whatever. It's fucked. Look at that shit. How can you
wild.
walk through that shit?
That couldn't be further from what Australia is. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
fucking flat.
Well, it's like you. And the worst part is, it's not even like it's one giant mountain. It's just constantly up and down.
Yeah,
So you're
right.
like, oh, I think we're going the right way. We climbed up 4 hills. And you're like, no, we're going the wrong way. Fuck.
Damn.
Yeah.
That sounds cool though. The orienteering thing.
Yeah, it makes me think about how many like life skills because you know sometimes I meet people then they don't know how to swim and I'm like
That's crazy.
Like my initial thought is like how the fuck do you not know how to swim and then I realized
Maybe
wait
they lived in a landlocked area.
yeah I mean like wait I only know how to swim because it was specifically part of my school curriculum
Yeah.
to to teach us how to swim.
Oh, so wait, how old were you when you learned how to swim?
I can't remember. I was in like primary school.
I don't always know how to swim. I don't know.
What the fuck do you mean you always know how to
I think
swim?
I was born.
My mother.
Get the fuck out.
I have no memory.
I had a water birth. I was swimming in my mum's
I have
room.
no
I had a
memory.
water birth, but the bath.
I have no memory of learning how to swim.
Connor had a water birth, but the bath was
My mum,
You had to swim to the surface, like.
and I would do it again. And I would do it again.
He gets bored and like his mum's just like, all right, chucks in the pool.
there you go.
What age did you learn how to swim?
I was like 4 or 5, I think.
I was definitely younger than that.
I was probably about 4 or 5
Wait,
as well.
4 or 5 is pretty young to learn how to swim. How
No,
old?
because I think my mum, when I was like 2, because she used to swim all the time.
She would throw me into the ocean.
She would take me to the pool as well.
Yeah, we started off. I initially had 8 brothers.
Listen,
we are the survivors.
Listen,
Yeah, we
listen,
survived.
The Spartans had it right.
The ocean-
They
the
had it
ocean
right.
took the rest.
Feed them, let them swim. If the water takes them, the water takes them. They weren't worthy. No, I think my mum used to take us when I was super young, like very, very young.
Right.
And would just like
No, but like if you're that young, you can barely comprehend where the fuck you are, let alone like, oh, I am in water. If I don't move, I will die.
maybe in Australia. Maybe in Australia. You know,
What?
Well, maybe he's a little.
So true.
So you have no recollection the first time you
No,
had to learn, get in water and be like, I have to float.
Yeah, you didn't have that moment where like you would go to your local pool or wherever it was you learned how to
No,
swim, and like you were so afraid to put your face in the water.
No, they kept asking me to stop doing that. I would not stop going to the bottom of the pool.
Blood was trying to drown himself at the age of 2. He's like, I'm done.
He's like half fish.
From like the earliest memory I have until I was like 16, they would constantly tell me off because all I would do is they'd be like, go swim over here. I'd be like, all right, and I would immediately go down to the bottom of the pool and then swim along the bottom of the pool to where they told me to go and come back up. And they were like, can you stop doing that? I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, why? It's boring.
That's
Did you
crazy.
not like going to the bottom of the pool?
No, I hated
that. Was
that.
like a magical place.
Oh, I hated it.
To me, that was like my happy place.
Bro, it took me like, I'd say it took me like 6 months to a year to actually finally like muster up the courage to put my face in the water.
I think
without goggles on.
Without goggles, oh my god! With goggles on, I was like, oh, okay, this is dicey. Without goggles, I was like, just kill me
I
now.
always remember really liking like swimming. So I think I don't think there was ever a point where I wasn't like, like going. Like, I think the moment they were like, they told me how to swim, I was like, let's fucking go in.
Man,
my mum is like, she's like a swimming maniac.
Yeah, right.
So I think from a very, very, very young age.
I mean, like my grandma would take me to like the beach and stuff like that when I was like 2 or 3 years old. But like, you know, she would never like fucking throw me into the deep end and be like, come back.
I think she would just be like, here's how you swim. And then I think I was like, I will now proceed to go to the bottom. You're not curious? I think I was just curious. What's
I
the
was
bottom
curious, but it was the biggest barrier for me was just my eyes. I was like, if I didn't have goggles
You just
on,
tank it.
Because the
You
thing
just go like,
because I still can't open my eyes under the water because,
I
because
can.
my eyes are
This
so
hurts.
sensitive
Oh,
that
yeah.
like if I even though for a little bit my eyes just become like I look like fucking Kaneki in Tokyo Ghoul. My eyes just become like and just all black and shit. It's the worst. I can't do it. Yeah,
I don't know, yeah, I think it was just a thing that you just have to get used to.
I guess so.
Just tank it.
I just didn't. I couldn't.
just tank it.
I'm proud of myself that I even learned how to swim at all. To be honest.
I don't know if I would have learned how to swim if I didn't. If it wasn't on my curriculum.
Yeah.
I had to have had like several classes.
Oh, my mom took me to like swimming school.
Isn't normally people who can't swim normally because their parents can't swim and didn't teach them? I thought it was normal.
I don't know.
It's either that or the fact that maybe the parents just like never
teach
thought
them,
it to
yeah.
be an important skill because
I would
maybe they're in a
feel,
landlocked area. you
I
know?
would feel like I would forget. That'd be something my son would get to like 7. Fuck, I forgot how to teach him how to swim. I knew I was forgetting something. That's definitely something I would do.
Like,
I told him to shave at 7 years old. Why did I do that?
Connor be the type of dad to be like, all right, son, go play in the water.
Actually, that's my dad.
shit.
That's my dad. My dad never taught me how to shave.
Yeah, me neither. No.
Oh, the moment I grew like a single hair on my face, my dad like comes in and is like, let me
Look,
cook, son.
your dad loved it. He handed you a Pinot Noir. I was like, drink this, shave this.
Yeah, drink that, shave that, cut yourself off.
I had to specifically go out of my way to ask my dad, how do you shave? Because there wasn't like this
I
natural
used YouTube tutorials. Yeah. I didn't know how. Because I thought, why does this shit hurt so much? And I was like, oh, I don't have shaving cream.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was hacking away at it.
Jesus.
But yeah.
Yeah, because I was on in Sydney as well, and I was like, how do girls learn how to do makeup? You know, it's because like similar to like dads teaching their sons how to shave. Because all the female audience can probably fill me in on this, but at least Sydney's experience was she was like YouTube tutorials as well. Because I don't think her mum taught her how to do makeup. She was just like self-taught.
Even if my mom was telling you, you're like, I don't know, but this person's got tummy and subs, mom. What she's talking about.
And her eyebrows are on fleek. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, and Sydney school didn't have a sex education either, which like to me blows my mind. Is it quite common in America?
More so now, I think they're trying to get rid of. I mean, even in the UK, they're trying to get rid of some of it.
Wait, seriously?
What?
Yeah, well,
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Why?
Well, governments are getting more conservative in America and Europe.
Okay.
So they're like, you can't teach our kids about condoms.
we need babies now.
Well, yeah, it's. I mean, yeah, they. I generally more governments getting more. I know in America.
Dude, some of my fondest memories is like that first sex education class that you went into.
Wait, fondest memory? Wait.
Well, I told you guys about mine when I came to it. No, I don't have fond memories. In fact, I have no memories.
My memory of, I think it was, when was it? It was like year 5, year 6. So we were like, what, 10, 11 years old, right? Like end of primary school. And I remember like we came to school and there was this teacher that no one had seen before. And we were like, okay, what the fuck's happening? It's like some kind of event happening. And the teacher was like, okay, class, we're going to be doing a very important class today. And we really want you guys to listen because this will be one of the few times we'll ever teach you about this. And it's really important, especially when you become an adult. And we were like, all right, let's go for it. The way the woman started it off was probably the worst way that she could have done it. She
Who's got a cock?
Whip your dick out. No, she was like, okay, class, get your index finger.
Oh, no.
Get your index finger, put it inside your mouth. Okay? Now feel the inside of your cheek. And we were like, okay, what the fuck? So we started doing that. And she's like, do you feel that? And we were like, yeah. And she's like, that's what the inside of a vagina feels like. And all the girls are like, ah! All the guys are like, yeah!
No, they were not.
I mean, I was like that.
For me, that was the biggest disparity of like, oh, I like video games too much. Because when they were talking about the class and they were talking about all this stuff, I was like, looking around like, you motherfuckers doing this? I barely held a hand. What the fuck's going on?
Like, y'all just don't spawn in.
I remember them talking about like condoms and stuff. And they were like,
what made you faint again?
So that was the moment we faint. And then, you know what? I remember the other day because I had questions someone else about it. They were like, why'd you get bullied in school? I was like, I don't know. And I look back and I'm like, oh, because I fainted in sex ed. Never thought I was scared of penises. So what happened was we were sitting on a table and they were talking. And so I have this aversion to like slime and grossness. Don't know why. Always have. They were talking about, it's so vile. Please, you can skip ahead if you don't want to hear this. They were talking about
we've talked about it.
They were talking about discharge.
Okay.
And I'd never heard of that.
Yeah.
And they was describing it and showing it on this like 80s educational video. They were like talking about sometimes a woman will get white goo that comes out of her vagina. And for some reason in my like kid head, I was like, that's the most terrifying thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. And then they had a video clip of like a girl looking at her pants. Discharge. Mom, I'm discharging. No, they had a video clip of a woman showing like white, like goo on her pants. And I was like, and I just fainted. And then slammed. And it was, I mean, it wouldn't have been that bad if I was in like a seat or something because I would have just fainted in my seat or slammed forward. But I fainted on the table, slammed my head on the concrete floor. Everyone screamed and ran. Yeah. And then it became a big thing. And I couldn't see for about a day.
I
my head so hard.
I just remember the video that it has scarred me for life. This educational video that they got.
It's always
these 80s and 90s educational videos are fucked.
Oh my god! Whoever was editing this educational video, they knew exactly what they were doing. So it was like this very boring presenter talking about childbirth, right?
I think I watched the
Did
same
you
one.
watch the same one?
Wait, describe it because I have an exact same memory of a childbirth video.
Okay, because you know he describes it in detail without showing it.
Yeah.
But then he gets the rubber bands. Did you get?
Yes. Oh, I know this video.
Oh my god,
we watched the same video.
I
Yeah.
think I've seen this one too.
Yeah.
Did we all watch the same one?
Probably it was the
It's
one.
probably like the one. Yeah.
Okay, because I remember him talking about childbirth, and he was like, and then when the baby goes out, the vagina does this, and then I remember the entire class going, oh. It's smash cuts to a baby,
yeah.
and that scarred me for life.
It was almost like it was a frame perfect cut of the guy's hand doing this, and then it smash cuts to a baby's head coming out of a woman. And it's just like, whoa!
I have no memory of this.
Oh my god, it must be the same video because I have that image of the baby's head sticking out, just ingrained into my memory.
I have
And
no
I'm like,
idea. No, I have no idea
it was
what it is.
terrifying. It was scarier than any horror movie I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, were you checking to see if that's what made me faint?
Yeah. Because
That'd be
that is like scarred in my memory.
Yeah.
I will always just remember that image of like the hand doing this, and then that's just like the crowning of the baby. I'm just like, oh my god, I never want to have children ever. This looks horrible.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ, yeah. How the fuck do we even get on this
I
topic?
don't know. We're talking about school, peaking in high school.
Schooling.
We're talking about peaking in high school.
Did you ever win any of your sports day events?
Again, only the long jump and high jump events.
Did you go like compete in like nationals like they do in the anime?
Nah, I never got. I did compete. When I was doing tennis, I competed at a state level one year.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I got fucking destroyed.
Yeah, me too. When I competed at state level.
I was
"Fuck
like the
this
best
shit."
in my class, and I was like, I am the shit. I am the next Roger Federer. Go to the state championship, get smashed match one, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna go. Yeah. And I think that was probably the last time I actually did like a proper like sport, like continuous sport. Because then after that, I went to, because I was like, what, 8th grade, 9th grade, so I was like 14, 15. And then after that, I was just like, yeah, I don't really want to do tennis anymore. I just want to like focus on doing music. And then, yeah, I think that was the last time I did sport.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Because I think, because I feel that's the same with like a lot of people, right? Like if you're not doing sport in high school, like if you're not in like your sports like rugby team or like your soccer team or whatever it might be, it's really difficult to motivate yourself to continue to do that sport, I feel.
Well, especially you don't have time.
Yeah.
You go to uni and you're like, well, I'm just drinking.
Yeah.
Also, you're probably not, like, if you have a lot of experience growing up with sport, you're probably less intimidated by the idea of starting a new sport or
That's
getting
true.
into it.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I think it's because you know what to expect. You know, you're gonna be shit. You know, you're gonna feel good or whatever. Like, you know the full range of what to expect.
Is there a sport you guys would want to start at your age now, currently?
I don't know.
If you had to pick one sport to start today, it could be one you've done before, it could be a completely new one.
I don't know.
Not including gym.
Well, there was always loads of sports that I wanted to do that were just too like circumstantial or expensive.
Yeah.
I want to do water sports. Always seems like a lot of fun.
So, like,
I would have loved to have done the skiing with the gun.
What?
You know, in the Olympics when they do cross country
Oh, yeah,
skiing
yeah,
and
yeah.
they shoot.
Yeah.
See, that would have been fucking sick. But I'm from a place where you can't fucking do that.
Yeah, how do you begin that?
You just live in Norway.
Yeah. there are some things or some sports where I'm just like, how do people get into this?
Just
like
you have to be around the right people growing up, pretty
Yeah.
much. That's how a lot of like a lot of certain sports, you have to kind of be born into it slightly, really.
Yeah, like I feel that way about when I see like F1 drivers. Like, how do you start that?
That's so true.
Like,
Right?
at what point in your life are you like, motherfather, I would love to drive a car
It's like
400
very
kilometers an
fast.
hour.
Like, you can definitely get into it if you have no background or anything like that. I imagine, but like obviously it's way easier if your
money.
dad happened to race cars in his spare time,
Yeah,
or
right.
maybe he owns he works at a sports track.
Or
I'm
unless you're
sure
like
they're,
that kid in Gran Turismo, right?
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
like
yeah.
win a competition.
Yeah, well, that's like a
Yeah.
once in a lifetime, right?
Yeah.
But like a lot of these are like you have to have some kind of connection that allows you to get into it easier. Like motocross. Like,
Yeah.
But like, how do you get into that? Like when I went to the UK, I like years ago, I had a friend in uni who did it. And I asked him how he got into it. He was like, "I just live on a farm and I had a bike. And all my mates had bikes." And I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, you just
Fair
have to
enough.
spawn in the right biome.
Yeah.
That's it.
I was like, 'cause I don't know anyone who did that. No one in me had it. Like, I don't know where the fuck you were doing this.
Me neither,
Because I'm
yeah.
sure fucking 15-year-old me would have gone crazy on that motorcycle. I would have risked it all for a flip.
Yeah, I would not have.
Probably have severe brain damage, but would have looked cool.
Yeah, I see. The moment where I realize I am definitely not like an adrenaline junkie in any way when it comes to sport is
you
when
hate
I.
theme parks.
Huh?
You hate theme
Well, I hate theme parks for one, but also when I used to skateboard, I was never that kid that was like, I'm gonna learn that next new trick. For me, it was like I just want to learn how to ride, learn how to turn, learn how to stop. That's all I want to do. The best I could do was like I landed a kickflip once.
I couldn't even do that. But like, seeing like going from that to like, seeing the video. Have you seen the videos of like the longboards where they're literally going like 50 yards
and they're
that's
like doing like
suicide.
prancing
Yeah,
on it and
it's
shit?
suicide.
Yeah.
Like, I see that, and it blows my mind, right? Because not only because like how impressive it is, because of how dangerous it is. How many times do you need to fuck up in your life to be able to get that good?
Yeah.
And how much hurt have you gone through to be able to get that good and still have no fear to be able to do
Oh
that.
no, I think like people who can do that have probably
Something wrong with their brain.
Yeah.
It's that, and also
You have to.
it's that, and also a little bit of like
Self-preservation.
like self-discipline as well. Like
Yeah.
just the fact that someone can go on a skateboard at really fast pace, fucking land face first on the concrete, right,
Yeah.
and then pick themselves up and go, let me try that again, is just insane to me. Like I can't. If I felt like that even once, I'd be like, I'm never touching this thing ever again.
Well, I think that's what makes people so fucking cool in a sense that we could just like turn off that part of our brain that's like, this is dumb.
Yeah, you
This
could
is
die.
dangerous.
You die now.
Like every
Yeah.
animal, like an animal would run away if it's in danger. Humans are like, I will now die.
Humans are like, well, I'm not dead yet.
It's so weird. It's
Yeah.
weird
I
that
can,
we-
I can keep going, baby.
Yeah.
I can keep going.
the survival urge we can turn off at will. It's just weird.
It's wild, man.
You have no interest in dying.
But I mean, I'd say out of the three of us, you are the biggest. Like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it.
I mean, like I like adrenaline stuff, but I don't like for me, there's a very clear distinction between like skateboarding and like bungee jumping or jumping out of a plane.
Yeah.
Because
You like the momentary.
it's
adrenaline,
momentary, but also like I know I'm gonna hurt myself a bunch on the skateboard until I get it right.
Right,
I know
yeah.
I'm gonna fall a bunch.
Yeah.
The bungee jump, if that cord snaps, I'm dead.
Yeah.
That's one and done.
So you're the kind of
And
person.
I'm not gonna be like beat up while doing it. If it all goes right, I won't be hurt.
well, you'll be dead.
I'll be dead. But like skateboarding is just like you're just perpetually being beaten the fuck up.
So you like the type
And
of
I don't
adrenaline.
really enjoy that.
Yeah, you're the type of adrenaline junkie where it's
So
if you
fuck up,
die, it's
just
a
wanna-
quick.
Yeah, you just want to die immediately.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to be hurt. Like I don't want to be like
Yeah.
like I would when you hear like these horrible accidents where like someone has a parachute doesn't
Yeah.
open up and then they're like they get turned into like vegetables. Or something,
Yeah.
so the brain gets like fucked up so bad from whatever. Well, it's like I'd rather just die.
Yeah.
I'd be like that's just rather not have to deal with the medical bills.
Sorry, not American. Yeah,
Yeah,
that,
sure,
that,
sure.
that joke doesn't
Sure.
doesn't pass.
Doesn't work. Doesn't work.
In Japan, they would, I'd probably die there because the ambulance would be like politely moving through traffic.
It's like, hold on,
Have you noticed that? Why do the ambulances not rush here? They drive at a normal speed through traffic, but they make everyone part, and then they go 30 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You're like, what the fuck are you doing? Someone's dying. Your sirens are on. Go faster.
Well, maybe-
Doesn't it
well,
stress you out?
well, maybe-
knowing that could be you.
Well,
You-
maybe-
you could be like waiting, dying, and it's just the ambulance like, see what
Oh no! What stresses me out is seeing an ambulance in Thailand, and you're on like the fucking highway. It is gridlocked, and then
I'd be like carrying you. Carry me. We got better. We got better odds.
Yeah,
We got better odds here. Come on, call the Uber.
just play coffin dance right now.
And then you see an ambulance come in, and it's just like got its sirens on, and people are like trying to get out of its way. The problem is
You just can't.
There is
Yeah.
no space to get. Every lane is taken.
I think you just get some cable ties and put me onto a bike and hope for the best, right?
Or again, just like get the EMTs to just like carry you and just fucking like in between the cars.
They must double up. I think,
They'd
like,
probably be faster.
They double up in the ambulances in Thailand. They're like, we have a funeral service flyer.
Yeah.
It's like, you're
Sign
not,
this.
you are not naked. If we don't help you, the paramedics, you're done.
Yeah, we're done. Yeah, we'll carry you.
It depends on the time of day. It's rush hour. Okay, we came with a coffin actually.
Like the outside transforms, like Transformers, like a blanket, like all the paint changes.
We're going from the hospital to the funeral director right now.
Yeah, the
depending on what
EMT
time
guys
it
like
is.
changing the suits.
They're like quick, turn the ambulance siren down 400%. He goes, instead of going, wee, he goes, you are now dead.
Damn.
Yeah, no, yeah, we would rather just die.
Have you ever like actually been in an ambulance before?
Never.
Never.
Never. Yeah, me neither.
No.
I've only ever been in an ambulance when someone else got hurt.
Hoping I don't get that either.
Yeah. I'm hoping. I mean, none of us has broken a bone yet.
I'm shocked you've never broken a bone.
I've
Yeah.
sprained stuff.
Yeah.
What's the worst injury you've ever had in your life? I think we talked about this
We've
before.
talked about this.
Yeah. I mean, I've had some bad tumbles, but somehow never broken. Maybe because I just drink too much milk. Calcium 2 OP.
My bones are like my ass. They're nice
Ever
and
had
thick.
a near-death experience?
Probably. Do you ever think like of like how many near-death experiences you've had and not realized it?
Yeah.
Do you ever think about that? Like, you know, like have you you've been driving in a car, like comes way too close to you, or you've been in a car while the car's just way too fucking close.
Yeah.
And you're like, that dude was not paying attention. But you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, but
I was in the taxi, right? The taxi driver, for some reason, there's a sidewalk, but the guy in Japan, at like middle of the night, he was walking in the road, like middle of the lane in the road. It's a free lane road. So 1, 2, 3, all traffic going in the same direction.
Yeah.
Japanese guy near the sidewalk. He was in the middle of the lane, not near the even the barrier, in the middle of it. And we were at a red light, and this guy, the taxi driver, was flashing his lights like straight forward.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's no way this guy can't see him, so I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Because I was like, there's literally a guy walking in the middle of the road.
Right.
And so the taxi driver starts going, and I'm like, oh shit, he doesn't see it. So I just start shouting non-verbal noises. I'm like, "Ah!" Because he's just going straight.
Yeah.
Taxi driver fucking quickly swerves into the next lane. Luckily, there's no other car in that lane.
Right.
Yeah.
It fucking throws it back, brakes really fucking. And like I was sitting there like either that guy would have died or we or someone else would have died
Yeah.
from crashing into a car if there was no other car there. It was super lucky.
Let me ask, how old was this taxi driver?
Oh, like 80. All of them are.
Yeah.
It's terrifying, dude.
Yeah.
I get in some of these taxis sometimes. Some of them I'm like, I don't think.
You should not be behind the wheel.
Well, because I asked them like, hey, my address is this, and then they're like, they can't even like touch the touchscreen. And I'm like, I just feel like you should be retired.
It's like, I'm gonna go walk.
Like it's just like not on you. Like I feel bad that you have to do, or maybe you want to do this job. I don't know, but you should be relaxing and enjoying your retirement. You shouldn't have to be 80 something years old in a taxi.
Totally.
Like, I feel bad, but also it's terrifying sometimes. And you're like,
No.
It's a phenomenon only found in Japan, I think.
Totally. You either die a villain or you live long enough to see yourself become a
Yeah, this
taxi
is why
driver.
when like people are like, man, what's the like how is Japan dealing with the ever-aging crisis? You know, it's going to be so interesting how they're dealing with it. I'm like, bitch, they're dealing with it. They make them work. Somehow. I don't know how the hell
Like
they
you
convince
either
them.
become a taxi driver or you become one of those dudes at every construction site that holds the sign or lets guides people to go in a certain
Don't get
direction.
me wrong. I think I'd always want to do something. Like, I think I'd always want to be doing some kind of work.
Oh, no, for sure. But
Even when
like,
I'm older, but I like, you know, sometimes.
but it doesn't have to be physical, you know?
Yeah, I feel that like there's got to
Especially
be a
at
better
that
job.
age. Yeah.
It's nice, right? I don't know, man. But
I know you like driving.
I like driving, but I don't think I'd like driving.
I've met so many Uber drivers who are just like, yeah, this is just my hobby. I just like
Yeah,
driving
true,
people.
true.
You know? Especially in like America. I've met a lot of taxi drivers in America that, you know, they do Uber just not even like because they need to. It's just like a hobby.
Yeah, it's just extra change.
Yeah. Because like, I have a successful business, but just didn't know what else to do with my time, and I love driving. And this is what
I mean,
wanna
dude, my dad, I remember he, like early this year, he finally retired officially. And I was like, Dad, what are you going to do for your retirement? And he was like, I was thinking about driving a bus. And I was like, what? It's like, that's not retirement. That's just changing jobs. And he's like, yeah, but I want to do something. And I'm like, and your decision is to drive a fucking bus? It's like, why? And he's like, well, I like driving and, you know, the bus seems challenging and fun. And then when I met up with him last month, I was like, you still going to drive that bus? And he's like, no. He's like, I've heard too many horror stories about bus drivers.
You're 65. Realistically now it's going to be 75 when we retire.
Yeah, probably.
People our age. You're 75.
Yeah.
You get to pick one job to retire in. What are you doing? You can be anything. It doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense monetarily or financially. What's the one job you do?
Author.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shit.
You're gonna be an author?
Yeah.
What are you writing about?
I mean, I've had 75 years of my life to live. Like, I can write about my experiences. I can write about anything that I feel like. You know, like at this point, like I feel even nowadays, like anyone can write a book about anything and people will read it, right? So, and it's
People are so fucking dumb now.
people
read anything.
people are desperate.
Chris can be a Sunday Times bestseller. Anyone can.
Yeah, I can do it, right? Fucking easy, whatever. Yeah, but like I think a job like that is good because it's not physically taxing, right? So it'll be a lot easier on me. And also, I feel like I would want to do the kind of jobs that use my brain to make sure that my brain is staying active and like I don't, you know, become like, where am I kind of old person.
Gans, how about you?
I don't know, farmer.
Fuck no.
Fuck no, you will not. You can't even be a farmer now.
No.
You are
like,
not physically able to farm
like,
right now.
Not like a fucking, you know, like a. You know,
What do you think farmers do?
just you know.
Do you think they just wake up and be like, oh, it's a nice farm? Anyway.
That's a nice, modest farm for one.
I'm going to go feed the chickens and then lie down for the afternoon. Like, they don't do that.
Yeah, they do. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, I think like if you were like farming for just your own.
Like, basically just like, you know, kind of
like for your own food.
Yeah. I thought we were talking about retirement here. I
would do that.
I think that's retiring. I'm talking about what is the job that you would do if you could retire. Like, if you had to have a job while being retired.
I would probably do the farming too while I'm being the author.
Oh, if I could have any job.
Yeah, I'll tell you mine.
Okay.
Mine, I would love to just open a coffee shop and just absolutely bleed money. Don't even care if it makes money.
Actually, yeah, that is one thing I have been wanting to do in my retirement is open up a record store.
Yeah, just something that I don't like.
Yeah.
Hopefully, like
I don't care if I make money off of it.
Yeah, the idea is hopefully that I've bought the land with the building that it's in, so I pay rent, and I can just like fucking be like, yeah, I don't give a fuck.
I just want one of those things where it's like the first floor is the store and then the second floor is where you live kind of situation.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah,
like
that'd be
I just wake up, I go downstairs, I'm in my store.
I just love the idea of getting the most like banging coffee in the morning and just chatting with people. Just being that I want to be that old guy who just talks to everyone.
It's like back in my day.
And then I want to
Inflation's
say, I want to say outrageous stuff, and then have everyone just think like, he's old. just say the wildest things.
It's like I'm not going to say what my doctor was.
Don't ask about my taxes in 2024. We don't talk about it.
I can just imagine you like just recounting like old memes and stuff like that, and you're always like, I'm not going to say what my doctor was. He was a Jewish doctor.
I will not be saying that, Joey.
He's not going to turn into Kanye.
This old man's crazy, but this coffee's so good.
I am not turning into Kanye. What the fuck, Joey?
Why? You're old. Who cares?
No.
No, I mean, I would love to just open maybe not a coffee shop, but just like a random store.
Coffee, so
yeah, you are addicted to coffee.
I've already projected my life.
Yeah, see, coffee shop makes sense. Record store makes sense. What store would you open in your retirement?
We're just opening stores now.
We're just
just you know something that you can do while also being able to bleed money and not have to worry about. Oh, can I make?
Did you see that video of that guy in New York who just like sells pigeons or some shit?
What?
No, it's just like the most random thing in the world.
Like a pet store?
I can't remember if he sells pigeons, but it's like a business to do with.
Wait, hold on, pause.
carrier
Is it? Oh, okay. I was about to say, are they alive pigeons or is it like pigeon meat?
No, a live pigeon.
Oh, okay.
Live
Okay.
pigeons. Can you search up like New York store pigeons or something?
Every time I see a video of New York, I just think that New York is some kind of like it feels like some kind of computer generating like place.
It's like a GTA city.
It like doesn't feel real. It feels like it's testing ground for everything in humanity.
It's a pigeon store. He just sells pigeons.
Well, you said people need pigeons. I presume there's a pigeon store.
Do people need pigeons?
Yes.
In fucking New York of all places.
Wait, you know there's competitive pigeon racing, right?
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, there's like people can race pigeons competitively. And like I think pigeons go for like horses. They go for so much money because getting the fastest pigeon like breed is really expensive.
Also, a lot of people have started to like own pigeons as pets as well.
Okay,
They're like I'm sick of like budgerigars.
I don't want to pet shit that can cause cancer.
I want to get on this level of niche where it's just like a
Play the
store,
video.
where it's like a store where you just sell something. It's just the most outlandish.
What do you want to
thing.
sell? Toenails. All right, play the video.
I want to sell.
Play that first one.
I want to sell lizards. Why not?
You just want a pet store.
Maybe I do want a pet store. Actually,
Pet store actually sounds lit.
Okay, okay, open it up. Okay, it's okay. Go
I
back.
came to Michael's store to learn how he keeps this business open.
Full screen?
We started on the roof where he has a coop of 600 pigeons.
Damn.
Oh god, you know this. Knowledge.
150 to 200.
Pigeon supplies right now is probably 50.
Pigeon supplies 50-50.
As pigeon sales fell, the store expanded to sell other pet products and even started renting out their pigeons for releases at weddings and funerals.
I charge them a fee. They take the birds to the cemetery. They let them go. And they fly right back.
It's like, how the fuck do you get started selling like a pigeon
Probably a
based
family business.
That's
yeah,
based,
yeah.
though.
Right?
I
Isn't this
love
so
it.
based?
Yeah, that's based. I love it. That's so cool.
Belgian pigeon racing is still somewhat popular, with winning birds going for over $1 million.
Whoa!
That I didn't know.
That's cool.
One way the store cuts costs is by having cats. Michael says they save the store $1,000 a month by protecting the birdseed from being eaten by rats.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah. You know what? I want to open a pet store. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, pet store sounds
Pet
fun.
store.
Pet store sounds like a fuck ton of work. You got to clean so much.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but you know, you'll be retired by then.
you get so many cool
You can hire
animals.
people to do
Oh
that, right?
no, fuck
You just be
no.
the owner.
maybe just a bird store. I'm kind of a bit obsessed with the idea of getting birds now. Every time there's like a pet store right outside our place, and
Yeah.
there's like every time they have like
I
new
think
birds.
even though your house is like no pets, I don't know, a bird's pretty chill. You can just easily get a bird, right?
Probably.
Because it's just in a cage, right?
I mean, unless you get a bird that makes a lot of noise.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
Like,
but yeah,
if
you
get,
live in
big
a
parrot or
house, so you chill.
Yeah. I mean,
you should be
I've
fine,
been playing, but you know, right now I travel a lot. So
Parrots would be fucking sick. Just having someone mimic you. That'd be so sick.
I mean, our parrot does that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
yeah. You guys think you have self-preservation?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
The ability to keep yourself
had,
alive.
Yeah, have you ever had a moment where, you know, something bad could happen, right? When does that moment happen? When that moment happens, do you feel like a switch in your brain to be like, oh, I'm just living my daily life, to like, oh shit, something serious is actually happening?
Yeah, I think one thing that I've been very grateful for is that I don't really ever panic.
Yeah.
Even in like very stressful situations, I'm around people that are freaking out. I'm like, all right, let's figure out what we can do.
That's a logical brain coming in, yeah.
Being around people who stress a lot, you're like, oh my god,
Yeah.
it's not get tiring being fucking panicking all the time.
Yeah.
Chill the fuck out.
I
bro.
mean, I'm kind of like that too, but at the same time, I catch myself to be like, maybe I should be panicking a little
Like,
more.
okay,
you know?
let's say for example, you feel an earthquake. You
Yeah.
know? At which point in your brain, okay, maybe you're in bed or something like that, right? Earthquake happens.
Yeah.
Start shaking a bit. At which point do you like switch off from just like, oh, there's just like another little shake, to like, what is the moment when you actually, that would actually get you out of bed to be like, honey, get under the fucking bed frame right now. Get under the.
For me, it would be if the earthquake throws me out of bed.
that's your line.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm too logical, but I live in an apartment building, and if anything falls on my head, I think it's like Donzo. I think the apartment's going to collapse completely.
Oh
So
yeah,
fuck.
that's true as well.
And maybe I'd have a chance to live through the rubble there if I went in the door frame, but like very minute still. But at that point, I'm like a Rick and Morty fan. I'm like, the odds of me surviving this are so low. Please just take my life.
So your logical brain is just like, I'm gonna die anyway. So whatever, right? Let's just like hit the snooze button.
Well, apparently there's an earthquake the other night. At nighttime. I don't think my phone went off. My phone hasn't gone off for any of these earthquakes.
No, me
I'm
neither.
kind of worried.
Me neither.
My phone went off.
Why does my
Yeah.
phone not go off?
Mine hasn't. There's been so many earthquakes this year, just within
How
this
does that
year.
work?
I don't know.
Like, why? I feel like this is something that we should know about. Like,
Yeah.
hey guys, my natural disaster stuff doesn't work. Anyone else?
Because I remember a few years ago, maybe even like just as early as last year, I would get woken up to these alarms. The ones that are just like, like the
All
most
the fucking time.
traumatic sound you'll ever hear in the middle of the night. And I'm like, oh fuck, here comes the earthquake, and it's like fucking nothing. I was like, was that it?
The problem with that alarm now is I heard it the other day when I was just like, we were sleeping. It was like early in the morning. But because I've heard it so much now, it's just conditioned me. It's like the boy who cried wolf.
Yeah.
You hear this alarm and you're
It's
like,
nothing.
and you're like, it's
gonna be fine.
It's gonna be fine. You know, and all it takes is that one fucking major earthquake to really fuck you up. So
Yeah.
it's just I always,
I didn't mean we weren't here for the 2011. So
Yeah,
I'm sure if we were
yeah.
here for the 2011, it might traumatize us a bit more.
Yeah.
yeah. So I always think, has there ever been a moment when something has switched in my brain to be like, oh shit, I need to like get into like self-preservation mode, or am I like, have you seen like the Belarus like explosion where like you see the explosion and half the people are just like by the window?
Oh, no, you mean the one in Lebanon?
Oh, sorry, is it Lebanon?
The,
Is it?
the nitrogen explosion?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Beirut.
Oh,
Beirut, that's it.
Okay,
yeah.
Beirut,
No,
sorry.
yeah, I have seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you think you are that guy who's like ducking under the cover, or are you that guy that's just like gawping at like this big explosion?
I'm sure
Standing on the window.
Yeah.
I'm sure like, if, we've all seen explosions. I'm sure
Yeah.
people just couldn't comprehend how big that explosion was.
Yeah.
So like, and also you see it and then you don't hear it. You see that the shockwave hits you before you hear it, right?
Yeah.
So I can understand why people would kind of be dumb and not realize that, hey, maybe just get behind cover and put your phone up there instead. Like,
Yeah.
just have a look,
Yeah,
Like,
totally.
it's fine.
No, because, like,
my
I-
apartment is done if there's a big earthquake, by the way, because I've got so much shit that is shoddily stacked on top of itself.
Oh, same.
It's GG.
Yeah.
If there's a big earthquake, my apartment is fucked.
Yeah. I mean, we've tried to like earthquake-proof our apartment as much as possible, but everywhere except my room, which has the most stuff
Oh,
in
me
it.
too, me too.
And
It's GG.
yeah,
It's GG.
the rest of my house might be fine. My room is GG.
What would be the thing that kills you think in your room?
In my
fingers
room,
fall over.
I mean, I have pretty much on every single wall. I have like some kind of thing hanging on it.
Yeah.
I have a giant figurine shelf.
I
That's
swear
like,
to God, if it's guts that kills you, that would be like,
oh my god, my
statue.
giant gut statue, just like the sword just comes down on me.
It's like a scene from Final Destination.
Yeah.
Joey's in an earthquake. He falls over, then the gut statue just
The
like
sword.
slices me. Yeah.
Probably will, honestly. That thing's massive.
Oh my god.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, something's gonna fall on me, like a shelf or something might fall on me, or like honestly, with the amount of like heavy stuff that I have in there,
Yeah.
it more likely than not, it's not something falling on me. It's me falling through the floor.
When is the mega quake predicted for?
I don't know.
Can you Google it? When's the mega quake? They've been predicting because obviously the plates
Yeah.
like slide up on each other.
Yeah.
So
30% in the next 10 years, 70%, 80% in the next 30 years, and around 90% within the next 40 years.
terrifying. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's in our lifetime. We're gonna feel that.
We're gonna be.
But they've
yeah,
also
for the
said
mega quake.
they've also said the same thing about Mount Fuji erupting as well.
Yeah.
Apparently, they said I think like 10, 20 years ago it was supposed to erupt, and it still hasn't yet. So
Japan
people,
just over if it erupts.
no, because the last time it erupted, I think was during the Edo period. And
Let's put
that
some water on it.
yeah, there's an ocean right there. Just fucking 1707 was the last time it erupted.
I wonder how violent it
I actually don't know.
Is it just like a little fart, like a little?
It erupted.
Remember when the one in Iceland erupted and the ash stopped like playing?
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
a week?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was insane.
Doesn't say how many the damage, especially the deaths from the disasters, plus the tsunami is hard to untangle. Oh yeah, because it caused a tsunami as well. Yeah.
Oh my! Well, at least maybe the tsunami would help put it out a little bit.
Okay, the estimated 8.6 magnitude earthquake likely triggered.
It's not a fucking house fire, Conrad. It's just
Get the hose!
God's like, all right, don't worry, I'm gonna put out this
It
fire.
does feel cruel that like with a major earthquake you also get a tsunami. It just feels like so unfair. It's like, hey, I know you guys might have just survived that. Here is a giant fuck ton of water.
Yep. Okay, so it says the earthquake triggered the eruption. So there is a chance that this big earthquake, this Nankai earthquake that is predicted to happen, might be the thing that sets it off. In which case, I don't know, man. We might be fucked.
Well, we're so fucked.
I mean, Tokyo is going to be fucked from the eruption, 100%.
Yeah.
Because like if the the lava flow will be fine, but the ash is
What's
going
the
to
Japanese plan? What's the plan of action when Fuji erupts?
Man, I don't fucking know. They haven't had to think about this for 300 years.
Maybe they build like a Mario Kart-esque track, right? And divert all of the lava into the ocean. They stack a bunch of obsidian.
Isn't that the plot to Volcano?
Is it really?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, that seems like a simple plan. Just
Like
divert
the
it.
moment they hear the eruption, the government's like, all right, play the song.
Everyone starts putting obsidian trails down to like lead the lava into the water.
Everyone goes like creative Minecraft mode. It's like,
I swear that
Bro, if they could find a way to unify train otakus to do stuff in Japan,
Oh my
this
God,
country's
yeah.
unstoppable. That's why the economy is going to shit because they haven't found a way to harness train otakus.
or just any otaku.
Mainly train otakus.
Yeah.
Because otakus don't leave the house, but train otakus they travel the globe for that.
oh yeah. And if you get in their way,
Oh my God, don't get in their
they
way.
will wish death upon you and your entire family.
I remember I played that arcade game, the one with the train simulator once.
Oh yeah.
Played for about 5 minutes. Came out and there was like 4 dudes in conductor's outfits, angrily waiting for me to be done. I was like, ooh.
Dude, that game is unironically fire.
Which one is this?
So in some arcades, there's a booth, and it's just a train conducting booth, and you pretend to be a train conductor.
It's just train simulator.
Oh yeah, there's no points.
It's
There's nothing. It's
pre-
just,
no.
It's
There's
very
one with
accurate.
the points, but it's really hard.
So
So
the one that was like no points. It was like a normal thing.
Oh, okay. I played the one where it's like you go into like a small little room and there's like 3 screens surrounding you. Yeah, the one on the left there.
Wait, is
yeah.
there points in this?
Yeah, there's points in it.
Oh, I definitely did this one, and I remember thinking
Yeah.
it was cool, and then I felt embarrassed because these guys look like really like, come the fuck on, you casual.
Yeah, it's really like finicky and it's really accurate to how the
Oh, I
actual
crashed
trains
it
run in
immediately.
Japan. Yeah, because what you have to do is like you start off at a
That's why they were
station.
angry.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
have to start off at the station and you have to basically go from station to station like a train conductor. But it's really difficult because not only do you have to
perfectly on
get
time.
to the station perfectly on time, but you also have to control how fast you leave the station, like the acceleration, and how slow you have to decelerate. And it's
cranked it.
so sensitive.
Do you think train otakus want to be train conductors? If they're going through this many hoops to play like a train simulator, why not just do your passion? Do your passion, right?
Well,
Maybe it's
I
not
don't-
as easy.
Yeah, you know, in Japan, following your passion has never been an easy thing to do.
No,
really.
no.
And then once you're normally in a job, you're normally locked in for life.
Yeah, that's
So I think that was just like, I don't know.
They're like, just the only way they can
Jen's
achieve
really
their
good at
goals.
coping. They're good at like professional coping.
Yeah.
They're like, well, I want to be a train conductor, so I'll just do it in my spare time and work a full-time job in a video game.
Yeah, no, legit.
But yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's no short. I mean, I don't know what the train industry is like in Japan, but you know, everyone needs train conductors. There are a lot of trains running.
I don't know, hard to say, man. Like, I feel, would there even be like job applications open? Like, how do you go and
How
find
do you get
a
into
job?
train conducting?
Yeah,
Can you-
yeah.
What is
Can you
the
Google
career path?
how do you become a train conductor in Japan?
Just curious, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah, but there is a part of me that's like, I kind of want to try it out.
seems pretty.
Did you see the guy? I saw an article the other day in some Japanese thing where the driver of a train got suspended or lost his job because he had like a tab of anime open on his like dashboard.
Was it Rail Wars?
Yeah, and like one of the customers snitched.
What the fuck?
I was like, bro's just going, dude, let him watch some anime on the side, bro. I'm sure with that.
They were like, yeah, I saw him watching Sword Art Online. I can't believe the fuck. Let's see. In order to become a Shinkansen driver, you must have worked 2 years as a station attendant, 2 years as a conductor, and 2 years as a 1067 millimeter gauge train driver. What's the fucking difference? Shinkansen drivers must take a national examination. Okay, so you need a license for it, obviously. Shinkansen drivers must not wear white socks.
What?
Wait, why not? Wait, why?
And most people hired are between 23 to 27 years of age.
Train drivers need to have Japanese citizenship.
All right,
That makes sense. But
yeah.
Why the socks?
how much do Shinkansen drivers get paid in Japan?
That's
Google
the
it.
weirdest job specification I've ever heard in my life. You're
Yeah,
like,
right?
what happens if you turn up in the job interview with white socks? They're like,
It's like, get out.
you failed.
You failed. They make 75K a year.
okay.
That's how outdated this article is. This is about 75,000 USD.
It's not.
It is not that
Ooh,
anymore. Oh,
it is.
I wish we had that ratio.
Yeah, yeah.
That sounds like, not to like besmirch it at all, but for the amount of experience in exams you have to do, $50,000. It's not a whole lot.
No,
But like,
not
I
really.
feel like if that was a position in Europe or America, you'd definitely be getting double that.
Yeah. Well, because the amount of time as well, you probably have to just sink into not only doing the license, but then again, it's like I think it's a total of 6 years. You have to be like conducting a regular train.
Yeah.
It's like kind of fucking crazy.
That's a lot. There's a lot.
Come on, JR. Pay your Shinkansen drivers better.
But
Fuck's
did you
sake.
hear about that? There's also like a court case where JR was, they were docking the driver's pay by like 100 yen because he was like 1 minute late. So they took off 100 yen because it was like the equivalent of what like a minute of his time was worth.
Yeah. Right.
And he went to court. He was like, this is bullshit.
For 100 yen?
I think it was more about the message. That it was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
well, you can't take away my pay.
Yeah, because I'm
And
1
I
minute
think
late.
I think he won.
Well, yeah, rightfully so. It's 1 minute.
Yeah, I think maybe like, yeah, it's just, isn't that insane that like, when was the last time you could do that in like America or Europe where you could take away pay?
God knows.
It must be against a lot of labor laws.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
That's what I would imagine in a lot of other countries. I'm not sure what the labor laws are.
I mean, look, don't get me wrong.
Or he takes money off for being 1 minute late instead of 100 yen. Type that in.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the fact that, you know, the trains in Japan are so sensitive when it comes to like what time they leave, what time they take off, all that kind of stuff. Love it.
Yeah.
You know, not taking that for granted. But man, 1 minute, it ain't any skin off my back, man. Like,
And you know they ain't got any policy for overtime work as well.
No, hell no.
Well,
Hell no.
these types of companies, you know.
I do like the how on time it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
It is great.
Yeah, it's working.
Coming from England, you know, it works.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like I'm comparing to Australia where it's like 30 minutes late and the conductor's like, oh, sorry, mate. It's like, doesn't even feel bad about it at all.
I think rail is obviously very well funded in Japan in general, so it's it's a hard comparison to make because
of course
I think there's a lot of money, and also a lot of money is made because people ride them a lot. But I guess it's tough.
It is.
There it is. What is this? Two drivers who had to pay.
Train driver who had his pay cut for being 1 minute late is awarded 45 cents after he died.
Wait, this is even more.
Wait, this is even more fucked up.
What is that article?
Like what? A Japanese court has ordered the 59-year-old driver's employer to pay back wages that have been docked for the lateness.
After he died?
After he died. What? After he died of an illness.
This is an Onion article. I swear to fucking God. There is absolute... What?
Oh my God, I need to make a video on this.
This is insane.
He was supposed to drive an empty train, but he actually went to the wrong platform, started driving the train 1 minute later than scheduled. 1 minute later. That is kind of unhinged. I think like I can understand if you're 5 minutes late and they're not happy because you didn't have prudent it is, but like 1 is
1 minute.
1 is not noticeable.
People don't notice 1 minute.
1 minute. It takes 1 minute to get like the doors fucking closed.
Like most watches are 1 minute off.
Yeah.
You know, like no one's gonna notice.
That seems excessive to dock for 1 minute.
And the fact that they were like, they turned around was like, man's dead, we'll give him back his money.
Yeah. They're like, here's
45 cents, fam.
This is like satire. I swear to God.
This can't be
Man
real,
died.
bro.
Here's your 45 cents.
No
Our bad,
way.
actually. Our bad.
Yeah,
If it wasn't Vice News, I would be convinced this was an Onion
Yeah,
article.
it was in Okayama.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the West Japan Railway to return the 45 cents in reduced pay to the driver.
What did they say? Scroll down a little bit. Mikawa said that though being a minute late doesn't seem like a big deal, enforcing punctuality with such strictness was a way for train companies to control their employees. It's the way to constantly watch your employees, and if they make a mistake, they'd carry out pretty severe punishments like pay cuts or layoffs. Even make you write reports saying you'll never make the mistake again.
What the fuck? Is this like primary school?
Yeah.
Like writing a letter to your teacher?
Actually, I read something else as well that apparently, can you Google if this is true? I think sometimes if they were late, and I think they are changing this now, but they used to make train conductors who were late do clean toilets.
Really?
Yeah, if they were late,
like in the bullet trains and stuff.
Yeah, so bullet trains, but normal trains, because Japan had a really bad horrific like train accident because a guy was going too fast into a corner.
Yes,
that's like 10 years ago or like 10 years ago.
Right?
And he derailed the train, and there was obviously a lot of people were like, how does this happen?
Yeah.
When they started looking into it, they realized, holy shit, if they're late even 1 minute, the penalties are so severe that they were forced to take risks, aka speeding up when they shouldn't have been. And there shouldn't be a case where like you have to speed up to make this deadline and risk the tons of lives.
Yeah.
And so then I think there's a lot of scrutiny, and then some things were forced to change. But obviously, not everything changed.
Yeah, this article was from 2011,
Yeah,
where J.R. West
Clean toilets and cut weeds as punishment.
Yeah.
Train delays and other lapses. Yeah.
Oh damn, man.
But I think I don't think they still do it now. Hopefully.
I hope not.
Hopefully.
I hope.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Joey, you're 1 minute late. Go and clean the toilet, you piece of shit.
If you had said that at this office, I would quit.
I'm the one would quit.
I would complain.
I'm going to be on toilet duty.
Bro, you would. Bro, you'd be perpetually in the toilet.
Yeah, if we actually enforced that in this office, God, we would get this done so much. This office would be spotless.
Yeah. Our fucking office would be like, our recording session would be half me taking a shit, and then the next half would be like me cleaning the shit that I just took. You know? And then we'd have a 5-minute recording session. That's it.
Oh my God. Yeah, I hope they don't enforce this anymore, because that is absolutely immoral.
Yeah, I mean, mentalities are very different. I feel like at least in Western, we've gone a lot in the opposite direction where we're like,
We're a bit too lax.
It's not a bit too lax, but then like any kind of then punishment of any kind seems too much. 'Cause
Right,
we're not,
right.
We're not used to it.
Yeah.
True.
Well, you go to London, and it's just like 9 times out of 10, there's going to be a strike going on.
Yeah.
Really?
But then it's like, that like you also shouldn't like, first of all, you should never have to punish workers. You should never need to ever do that.
No.
But also, there's just,
Just a
people,
little spanking.
just a little,
Just a little spanking.
Just a little slap.
just, people aren't getting paid enough and they're overworked. So it's like, what do you like? Who are you to blame? If any one of these fucking rich assholes who make all the rules and don't give any of the money to the services that we need, they should be getting spanked and made clean toilets.
Yeah.
Every time they fucking decide to cut budget and send money to shit that doesn't matter, or funnel money into other tax loopholes for dumb shit, rich
Yeah.
people. Fucking annoying, man.
Welcome to the world.
Yep. World's a cruel place, man.
Yeah.
Capitalism.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying.
That's how it all ends. Capitalism.
It always ends in that.
But like people in Japan, they'll hear this. I don't know if people will be like, that makes sense.
Yeah, they'll be like, but that's Shogunai, bro.
Yeah, they're like, well, there needs to be consequences. And you're like, God damn. Like, don't you work a job, don't you?
Like take one step into these people's shoes and you won't be saying that shit. You know?
Yeah. Well, Japan, they like being harsh on everything.
Yeah.
Well, it's like they'll be very harsh on some things. Like they'll go, obviously with all the stuff that made the rounds, all the tourist stuff. They'll pick the most extreme solution to mundane problems.
Yeah.
And then when there's actually a problem, they'll be like, Shogunai, nah.
No,
because it's too difficult to tackle.
Have you seen the guy who was at the Hachiko statue with like the massive sign?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Can you put it up?
Which one?
Search up. So there was this guy who was apparently standing outside of Hachiko statue with a massive sign for tourists.
Okay.
With just like do's and don'ts. And this is like you know when you like.
It was the one second row third.
Yeah, that one.
That one?
Yeah. This is like going through the terms and conditions.
Look how big this is.
Look at this.
Welcome to Japan, but
traveler proliferation alert. Stop forcing English. Japanese people also have privacy. You are a pervert and a stalker. What are you guys doing? Kabukicho is not a place for sightseeing. Yes, it is. Don't wander around with a can of alcohol.
Bro, you look at some of this and you're like, have you seen your salary man?
Do not carelessly enter entertainment facilities and game halls managed by adult entertainment businesses. Why? They're there for a reason. You can live without a trash can on the street corner. Okay, I mean, I agree with that one. Is it okay for you to be there? Japanese trains are a meditation space. Okay, look, I get...
No, my favorite part is right at the bottom. Japan travel tips. Hearts.
Anyway, after all of those, here's some places I recommend. Okay, look, I get... There's a part of me, I'm looking at this from both sides. I get the whole thing of, okay, it is true, there are a ton of tourists in Japan that are being
most definitely.
absolute shitheads,
Most
right? Like being completely disrespectful, not realizing that there are different, ethical rules for different countries and stuff like that. And then on the other side of the coin, you get people like this who are trying to send that kind of encouraging message to not be a dickhead to these tourists, but just doing it in the worst way possible. That just makes them look like dickheads. You know what I mean? Like,
I think it's insane just to see how big of a boom in tourism that Japan has gotten to the point where it's just like, I don't know if the infrastructure is like prepared for it, especially a city like Kyoto, which
oh my god,
Before they had the what was it?
They shut down. They had to shut down the
the Gyoen-dori. They had to shut that down.
I just think, oh man, it's so weird. The whole Fuji debacle was
the wall that they
was
made?
like,
do you want to explain to anyone?
Yeah, so there was a Lawson's people kept taking pictures of because it looks cool. It looks like Japan. There's a Fuji and a Lawson's.
Yeah.
And there was a whole conversation around like, why are they doing this? Why are tourists so stupid? Why are they turning up and taking pictures? And then like when you actually like look, when you actually like have a think as to what's going on here. So what all of these articles and all of these discussions and everything, and even like YouTubers talk about it, didn't include was that like, so this Lawson's, right? The reason why people were flocking to this Lawson in particular, and it was such a problem, is because about, I don't know, 50 meters I think like east of it is literally where all of the buses, the train stations, all of them stop.
Yeah.
That's where they end.
Yeah.
So obviously, when they get off a bus ride or a train ride, what are you going to do? You're going to go to the fucking Konbini.
Yeah.
And you see Fuji and Konbini and take a picture. People, they made it seem like people were like going out of their way to come to this Lawson's to take pictures and be a nuisance. It's like, no, you had all of the train stations and all the buses stop here. That's why people are taking photos. And then why would you think the solution is to then try and cover up with this shit piece of tarp that cost locals 1 million yen, $8,000? Why was that the solution? Turn it in, try and manage it, try and make money from this. If tourists are going to do this, find a way to then monetize this, find a way to kind of regulate it. People are going to take advantage of it no matter what you're doing.
Or it's just like, how do you regulate it? How like you can't? It's a balancing act, right? Because right now there is just like so many tourists in Japan to the point where it's weird to think that Japan has kind of become, because of the exchange rate, it's kind of become like a cheap holiday now comparatively. If you can afford if you can afford the ticket, then comparatively to a lot of like European holidays, especially, it's just become a cheap holiday destination. And you get tourists coming in that's come in knowing that's a cheap holiday destination, but the service that they get is not cheap at all.
Yeah.
It's like premium. This is you normally pay a premium for the services you get in Japan. So you just have this situation where because of the situation, so many people are flooding in to a point where I don't think Japan has ever had this many tourists flood in a single time before.
Oh, no.
And they're just not prepared for it. They're not prepared to handle this many people.
Which is ironic as well, because they were certainly prepared for it before the Olympics got cancelled. And then they were like, well, that's never going to happen again. And then it happened.
I think the thing is like the businesses and the government were like, we want tourism, but then obviously like the day-to-day people who are around it are like, well, I don't really want that many tourists.
Yeah.
And so there's kind of like a disconnect between businesses that want to make money and governments want to make money, and then the local people who are like, I just kind of want to work, but it's like it's a lot to deal with. But this one, I don't know. I just felt like this was the worst solution of all.
Oh no, 100%.
This was like because not only did it not work, it made a huge spectacle about it, attracting more tourists. Right? When I feel
now
like,
they're coming to see the wall.
now they're coming to like go to the place where all this drama's happening. I just felt like and time and time again, Japan always choose the option of like destroying or getting rid of the thing, as opposed to like maybe taking advantage of it. There was like I remember Chris was telling me about, there was like a tree somewhere in Hokkaido. There's one tree in the middle of a field that looked amazing to take photos with. And I guess to get to the tree, I think occasionally people were going over like, I think it was like private property.
Right.
And the solution was, what do you think the solution was for the Japanese?
Cut the tree
down. Yeah. Which is like, this is like, what a way, like if this was the UK, they would have made a fucking line. They would have had like a stall there. They would have had a guy who like you pay to take pictures.
Yeah.
Like they would have like there would be opportunistic people who would be willing to take advantage of
Do you think Japan, the Japanese culture want that though? Because it's
yeah, but if your culture's getting it, regardless, like you would have to completely close the borders again. You are going to get this. It's not whether you want it or not. People are going to show up at a Lawson's.
It's a
you can
conflict
either sit
of
here and complain about it, put up expensive walls that don't work, or you can find a way to work around it and make it easier to manage these tourists that are inevitably going to come. We can't undo the clock. We can't say like we don't want tourists. They're coming.
It's a conflict of interest, right? Because in the case with say like Fuji Kawaguchiko, which is where the Lawson thing is, right? The local government is looking at like the amount of money that's coming into the country through tourism and is going like, oh, this is great. We're getting a lot of money. Like it's helping us to like grow the town out, and this is income that we haven't seen ever since before the pandemic. So this is awesome. But then there's a conflict of interest of the people who live there who are like, no, I just want to be fucking peaceful. I don't really need it. Like, yeah, the extra money is cool, but now I'm tossed up between like, do I struggle to get customers but also not have to deal with foreigners, or deal with foreigners and get the money?
Well, I think the problem is we've seen this cycle of like the tourism cycle so many times before, and it's like the real question is the money going to the government or is it actually going to the local people and the local businesses? Because there's so many examples like right now where like Hawaii, for example, where tourism made a big boom to this place, put the prices up, and then you're getting to a point where like even locals can't afford to live there anymore just because everything's become so inflated.
They do I know some places in Shibuya have started doing dual pricing.
Yeah.
Where it's instead of wording it, the foreigners get charged more. It's worded normally that this is the normal price and locals get discounts.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a little unfortunate because sometimes us who live here who look foreign, it's a little awkward when you're like, nah, I'm good. I'll have the local price, please.
Yeah.
Like,
It's like, stop capping.
But like in a way, like I kind of understand the pushback because I've seen it a lot with my own country, with Thailand.
Yeah.
Like I said, I went to a Thai boxing match, and it got to the point where because so many tourists are watching Thai boxing matches, the local people, the Thai population, can't actually go watch a boxing match of like their own local boxing teams and fighters and shit like that. And in a way, it is sad. It's sad. It's great for the economy, but not for the local economy. Arguable for the country economy.
Yeah. But I guess like if there's a demand there and people are showing up, it's kind of like there's not really much you can do, and then figure out how to at least make this manageable for you as the business owner, which means normally just catering to those people that are showing up and want to pay more, right?
Exactly.
I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's just kind of how it works. Like I don't like Japan is trying to push back on this, or at least local people are trying to push back on this.
Yeah.
And it just gives this weird mixed message of like you're not welcome, which is fine if they're not. Like it's like they're not. You don't have to be welcome everywhere. You're not entitled to be. But then it's also like you are then in turn creating more problems for yourself because you are not just being like, how do I deal with this in a way that can just benefit everyone? I don't know.
Well, Japan has had the history of being very not welcoming to the outside world.
Yeah, it has, right? Like, and, what was their first solution? Cut it all off, and then America came a knocking.
Yeah. America's like, knock, knock, I brought Jesus.
Like, I mean, when you look at anything Japanese related online, especially when you read comments, it's very obvious that like people do not like tourists at all. At least online. Like, I mean, when you're talking to people on the street, it's very different. But like netizens are very.
I can very openly say that I think Japanese people deep down are some of the most xenophobic people in the world.
Well,
and it's unfortunate.
The fact that you can do a policy of like, hey, look, I'm going to charge a local versus a foreigner this pricing, and then how is it based off of? Well, there's only one way to
how you look, baby.
Yeah, which is like it's such a like if you try to do this in any Western country, we'd be like,
oh my god, could you imagine if they tried to do it in America?
Yeah, you wouldn't.
It would be a fucking war.
You would be shut down.
Yeah, 100%.
But Japan's such a homogenous country where this is you can kind of get away with it. And also the Gion one, I think. They shut down the district obviously now, and they charge a 10,000 yen fine if you go in there. And the language on the thing says something along the lines of like private property you can't enter.
Yeah.
But originally when they were having the conversation, it was banning only tourists.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of questions being like, how do you determine who's a tourist?
Yeah.
Like that's
a very dicey.
This is like you just stop every guy that isn't Japanese looking, and then be like, excuse me, like pay the money. And you're like, fuck off. Like,
it's like a Zaru card. Do you get like a bouncer?
Yeah. It's just and then is it fair that you stop everyone that doesn't look, like you let all the Asians through? Like,
the Chinese tourists are like, all right.
I think a lot of these are just objectively bad solutions.
No,
it's like a problem. Like is
Japan has historically been so good at that of just looking at a problem and going, I have a solution. It is the worst solution ever.
Well, it's like, and also like other things that I saw that just made me think like, what do you do in Japan? Like I saw a guy that a father and a son got arrested for making Kamen Rider masks and selling them.
Oh yeah,
they got like 10 years. Something like, can you listen?
I did see that.
The sentence was ridiculous
because it was against copyright.
Because they broke the copyright.
Oh,
selling
they didn't get fucking written approval.
Yeah.
Or
I
something.
can't remember. They were being charged something outrageous. What I thought. Click on
65-year-old twins.
65-year-old twins. They're being scroll down.
10 million yen.
Younger brother selling them for about 2 man or each, so for about 5 years, and then about 10 million yen. I can't remember what they were going to charge them. They were going to charge them with, I can't remember what I saw. It sounded ridiculous.
But either way, it's ridiculous.
You're arresting a guy for running an Etsy store.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, you have the right to stop them from selling that, but I just don't think you should be arrested.
No.
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't know the full story. They could have been menaces for years. They could have been breaching copyright for
menaces.
They could have been doing this.
Devious.
Like, obviously, if you breach copyright, right? I think that there needs to be consequences if you're, because that's how it works. We need rules.
Yeah, for sure.
But there needs to be like, there needs to be a limit about what you can do.
Yeah.
The dude was selling masks with his brother. This was not like a global operation. You know what I mean? Like,
they're like, we're smuggling masks out of the country.
I mean, it's like, why?
It's like a drug bust.
Like Japan will take the low-hanging fruit and will like throw the SWAT team. They'll throw the crazy police at it, and they'll make a big spectacle over arresting a guy who was making fucking Kamen Rider masks.
Yeah, well, yeah, because the Japanese police are probably thinking like, oh,
but then,
finally
like, when
something
there's
to do.
serious stuff that like they actually could like start addressing. They're like,
yeah, right,
bro, I'm gonna go arrest another guy who sells Nintendo Switch games with cheat codes on them. Like, oh my god. Like, for fuck's sake.
It's ridiculous.
It's just sometimes it's so depressing watching, like, I don't know, just seeing the choices that the local governments or police makes. We're like, this is just so dumb.
I mean, I knew it was going down the shitter, especially like at the beginning of the pandemic when the government was like, all right, we need to help all of the Inaka towns out because no one's traveling there anymore. So what's our solution? We could like maybe give them a grant or something. Nah. Oh, I know. We'll do this thing called the Go-To campaign, where we basically pay for everybody's like vacations, and so they can support the government, support the local governments. And then someone was like, yeah, but wouldn't that like spread COVID more? They're like, yeah, don't worry about that.
There's a lot of, you know, and
The
obviously when
worst
they
thing they could've
a lot of
done.
short-sighted policies, like obviously when they had the whole message about please drink more because kids aren't drinking. Because 20-year-old people, kids aren't drinking as much.
Yeah.
They were like, we need people to drink more. It's like,
Yeah.
what? No, we don't.
No,
this is
we
a great
don't.
thing.
No, we
This is
don't.
a great thing. Don't make people drink more. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's all short-sighted, man. They never think long-term about anything, and it's actually terrifying.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just a shame because you're, you know, it's just, you're like, why?
Well,
Why is the solution to people taking pictures to put up a tarp that is clearly not going to do anything?
Also, what's stopping people?
No, God, it's got holes in it already.
Yeah, people just poking holes and then sticking the lens
Yeah,
through it.
like obviously, there's the only way they could fix it if they built like a concrete wall around this Lawson that had like a military-esque checkpoint. And don't give Japan ideas. I didn't say that.
Also, there's literally nothing. There's literally nothing stopping people from just walking around the top and just taking it from the other side. It was the biggest fucking waste of money ever.
I don't know. It's just like why specifically that? Why specifically that point?
I just told you earlier.
Because
it's
because
right next to the bus station.
Yeah, and also because it's the perfect vantage point of Mount Fuji sitting directly on top of the Lawson. So Japanese people are like, oh, kawaii.
It's literally just right next to where everyone got off the bus and train, went to the Lawsons to get their snacks, get waters, and then they would see the view.
Yeah. I mean, what I meant to say was like, I mean, Mount Fuji ain't exactly small.
No, again, like,
it's not like you can only take pictures of Mount Fuji on like one angle, you know.
Yeah,
that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
It's like, why don't we just walk down the road? It's like, no, it needs to be here.
Most people aren't like going out of their way to get pictures, right? So I think it's just, it was literally
convenience.
It was the closest shot that looked kind of like, oh wow, Japan. And that just happened to be there, right? And again, like I just wish that they thought of a better solution. Why not have like, I know they already had like I think they already had a guy there who was like shuffling people away and whatnot, which is probably realistically the only thing they could do.
Yeah.
I don't
Problem is
think
you have to fucking hire a guy just to like people manage in a law sense. Yeah, I mean it's dumb, you know, it's dumb.
I'm sure the I don't know, like if it was that bad for the Lawsons, they would be interested as well in hiring some staff to
yeah, I mean the only thing you can do is hope that the money that all these tourists are coming into the local area is actually getting back to the local people. You know, that is the only hope you can get. Because if it's not, then you have a bunch of people who live there who are just getting annoyed by tourists every day, and they don't see any difference in their business.
And they have an addition of an ugly wall.
Yeah, exactly.
That they probably had to pay for with their taxpayer money.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it's like, cool.
$8,000 for that wall.
Everyone wins.
$8,000 for the cheapest wall I've seen in my life. I think my wall in TwitchCon was more useful than that.
Yeah, that's what they should do. They should have a white wall that people can draw on.
Yeah, they should have done that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just distract them.
You
Anyway.
should just make a photo point and like herd the people there.
Yeah.
Like I feel like you just make a little square area and herd people there.
Yeah, and it's like 100 yen.
Oh, maybe not that, but like.
Well, if they wanted to, right? Like they could easily be like, oh, you want to get the perfect angle? You know, 50 yen to like come into here and take it with like.
Bro, how are you gonna enforce that? Get the picture police on it. Get the picture police.
Get the picture police.
Hey, put that phone away.
Yeah.
Hey, that's 100 yen per picture actually.
I feel like there was just so many better ways than building a shit wall.
Yeah, no, 100%.
We're gonna build a wall. It's gonna be the best wall, and the tourists are gonna pay for it.
I gotta wait. Let's just get rid of Mount Fuji.
That's what they would do. I think that's the Japan's like.
Japan is like hoping it erupts.
Japan's like, wait, it's taking too long to erupt right now.
This is embarrassing. The tourists are ruining Fuji. We've decided to ship Fuji off to Okinawa. We decided to cut it out like a Looney Tunes saw.
We just got a bunch of dynamite together and we'll just make the explosion ourselves.
God damn, it's just like, it's just, I just can't. The solutions they come up with for just over tourism is just so.
It's so brain dead. But yeah, that's about it. Thanks for listening to us bitch and whine and moan as always. But hey, look at all these patrons.
Look at all the patrons.
These people definitely stay healthy and be respectful when they come to Japan. They don't punch holes in the wall. I hope.
Just be respectful as a tourist.
Just be respectful, man. It's not hard.
Yeah.
Just learn the etiquette and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
But hey, if you want to support the show and check out our exclusive Patreon weekly content, then make sure to follow us on patreon.com/trashtaste. We have a brand one for you that you can go watch right after this episode. A brand new one that you can go check out after this episode. Moon on, roll the clip.
Stroke 6. How many strokes am I watching you?
You need to be quiet.
How many strokes I had watching you, Thai boy?
What's this? All in one.
That's all right. Tiger was like big dog. But hey, if you want to check that out as well as a bunch of other Patreon exclusive content plus supporting the show, then head on over to patreon.com/trashtaste. Also follow us on Twitter, send us some memes on the subreddit, and if you hate our face, listen to us on Spotify.
And we will see you guys next week.
Bye.
Serene McKellen, he put his soul in that line.
He did not have to go that hard.
Yeah, because I didn't realize he said it like, because I'd only seen that line, right? So I didn't realize that he said it like a few times before that line, where he was like, "You shall not pass. You shall not pass," and then he whips. He fucking shall not pass. He parries this attack, and then he drops that banger line, and then I was like, oh, me, the goosebumps are shaking, man. Holy shit!
Such a good scene.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Trash Taste. I'm your host for today, Gant. Joining me once again are the boys. Joey, wake the up. Joey, wake the There's a coffee right there, Joey.
First of all, swearing. Second of all, I'm not the only one. Do you know how many episodes I've seen open up where Connor's like yawning? So I don't want to hear it.
I power up.
Yeah.
I'm very excited today.
I'm very excited.
When I started playing JRPGs, I thought, you know what, this is really fun because I get to talk about something that I never thought I'd be able to talk about.
Yeah.
And it was fun seeing those conversations come around. So I thought we should do an episode where we actually watch or play the other things that we were never ever going to play.
Or that we
delaying.
Yeah. So we forced ourselves to get our fellow
we
co-hosts.
forced each other.
We forced each other to. We forced each other to watch, play, or even read or listen to some of the media and some of the entertainment that we've been talking about for a very, very long time, because that's the only way we can actually go out and do our own thing.
So basically how this worked is, so if we were deciding what Joey should watch, read, play, or whatever, me and Grant would decide on 4 things that Joey had to consume for at least 1 hour so we could talk about it. So we all consumed 4 different things, but some of us did the same things. I think
Don't say consume. Don't say consume. Consume just sounds so bad.
Well, you consume it.
Consumed it.
Oh.
So
ate it up.
here's
Would
the
you
list.
would you really want to say you consumed some of like the greatest pieces of media?
Yeah, I consumed. So, for example, okay, you know what you do? We should say the 4 things that we were all given.
All right.
Okay.
And then we'll figure out how to go and approach this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Joe, what did you get given?
So I was given a lot to watch. 2 to watch, 1 to play, 1 to read.
Okay.
So the one I read was Domestic Girlfriend.
Yes.
I wonder who suggested that one.
Connor was like, Joey needs to read Domestic Girlfriend.
And then I,
Fuck off. I also had to read Domestic Girlfriend.
so I was given to read Domestic Girlfriend. I was given to play, of course, Fear and Hunger.
Me too.
Yeah, same with Gaunt.
Yes.
And I was forced to watch the first episodes of Breaking Bad.
Yes.
And
Joey and
Arcane.
Yes.
Yes.
So
nice.
So we're going to be talking about that later on. Connor, what were you forced to read, watch, play?
Listen. Okay, first of all, I have a problem with play because I was given a visual novel, but I didn't play shit.
you played
Which
some,
visual novel?
Saya no Uta.
Yep.
Yes.
That was
Some
me and
Saya?
Gaunt's
Yeah.
combined effort.
I've never heard of this fucking thing. Sayonara Eri.
Yep.
Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd. I listened to the whole album. You can guess whose request that was. And Domestic Girlfriend.
Okay.
I read 40 chapters of Domestic Girlfriend.
Holy shit. Okay.
all right.
Damn. Okay.
I didn't get that far.
Yeah, well, I wish I didn't. We'll talk about that. John?
All right. Well, I got forced to watch and play a lot of things. So, of course, Joey just mentioned Fear and Hunger as well. What else did I watch? I played Cuphead as well, because that was Connor's request.
Yep.
He asked me to play a gamer game.
Good choice.
Gamer game. I had to watch... Okay, so they requested that I watched the first 3 episodes of Avatar: Last Airbender.
Yeah.
But honestly, that was more of a, we're not sure what the last thing should be. So I sat down and I just had a brainwave. And even though it was more than an hour, I thought you boys would enjoy this reaction more. So I watched the first movie of Lord of the Rings. I watched the Fellowship of the Rings.
You're committed.
Yeah, I was committed. I was like, I think this would work better than Avatar: Last Airbender, even though it was 3 hours instead of 1 hour. So that was as long as all the other things I did.
Yep.
And of course, I watched Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, the first 4 episodes.
He finally did
the first 4 episodes of it.
Oh my god. So obviously there's a lot of shows and games and stuff like that that have been massive memes in the Trash Taste lore that are, I guess, finally going to come to rest.
Yeah, exactly. And we can finally talk about it. And we did something special for this episode. So we actually filmed our reaction in its entirety for everything that we watch, play, listen to, whatever. So for you Patreons, you can watch like the full reactions to everything. And what do we want to start off with?
We should start with Fear and Hunger. I want to hear you guys' full
Fear and Hunger?
Fear and Hunger? Okay, we start off with Fear and Hunger.
And there is a lot of PPs in that game. You might have noticed.
Yes.
So if you
We didn't download the mods.
if you want to watch this episode with all of those reactions like fully in the episode, you can go do so over Patreon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it'll be a lot
Trash
longer, way longer than this one. The director's edition, you can say.
This is the Snyder Cut.
So if you want to go over and watch that with all the reactions as we're talking about it, go over to the Patreon. It's going to be there, and it's going to be good.
Yeah, patreon.com/trashtaste.
Link in description.
Yeah, so
Fear and Hunger. Yes, I'm so happy that both of you guys played this.
Yeah.
First of all-
I could feel your excitement when I loaded it up.
All right, first of all right. Tell me, just tell me.
You look like a giddy little kid right
Just
now.
tell me everything.
Okay, well, at least with me,
Okay, first of all, I know. Who did you pick? Who did you pick? Who's your character?
I chose 3 characters.
Just 3?
Bro,
Yeah.
Wait, you got an hour, Joey. How the fuck did you have time to pick 3?
Bro, I died every 5 minutes. And I'm like, this game is ass.
So allow me to, I'm sure all of you know, I'm obsessed with this game called Fear and Hunger. Basically, the premise of the game is that you enter the dungeon.
Yeah.
And each one of the characters that you choose, which is not explained at all, it's like you pick a character.
Yeah.
You pick a character and they have their own reason for wanting to enter the dungeon.
Yeah.
And you are loosely explained this through the starting kind of game almost. Because your choices matter right away from the get-go,
Yep.
as you might have found out.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I was just following my heart. So I picked the last person. I forgot the actual name is, the Berserker or whatever. Hunter?
Ragnvald?
Yeah, I forgot what his class was.
It's the Outlander.
The Outlander.
Okay,
that
that's
is
the
it.
only character I didn't pick.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we
yeah.
have 2 completely different
Did
playthroughs.
you, which difficulty did you pick?
I picked Fear and Hunger. I was
Yeah, I wasn't going to do any other one.
I saw the harder difficulty and I was like, all right, for this game, I don't mind being a pussy.
So you picked the easiest.
The easiest.
the easiest.
And it was not easy. And it was not easy.
No,
at all.
no.
It was not
I
easy.
was like, oh, okay, this is like the easier difficulty. All right, let's pick it. I thought it'd be a little
so
bit easier.
I boot up the game,
Yeah.
and I was like, okay, there's a backstory
Yeah.
to this all, and you get this sets the tone pretty early on because the first thing you have to choose is like you're fucking stranded or something, and you have to choose whether you want to cannibalize people or not to survive.
Yep.
And what did you pick, Joey?
So my
His characters don't have
Yeah,
that.
my characters.
Your characters don't have that?
So one thing I've
Oh,
noticed.
shit.
Yeah, so this is why I was glad I played different characters.
that's very cool.
Because the way that each of the characters' stories even begin is completely different.
Yeah.
I mean, I think in the case with is it the Necromancer? I forgot which one it was.
Enki, the priest.
The priest, yeah, the priest, for example, where you like the structure of the dungeon is just different from the beginning.
really?
Yeah. So that's when I was like, because I played the first two characters and I was like, okay, the map like seems pretty much the same, like in both entrances. So I was like, okay, I can kind of figure out where I'm going because I've already died 5 times here.
Yeah.
But then when I played the third character, I was like, wait, this looks
So-
nothing like the other two characters at all.
So there's 3, I think 3 or 2 different layouts that the map can be.
Yeah.
At least the starting area.
Mm.
The
Yeah.
rest of the game is all the same, but the
Yeah.
starting area is, well, it's not starting, but the castle area
Yeah.
has like 3 layouts, I
Yeah.
think, that are random.
Yes.
So you just randomly go.
I guess I just randomly.
And all
got
the
them,
items
yeah.
are always random.
Yes, I noticed that as well. Yeah.
So you can't go to like the same barrel and get the same item.
Oh,
It's
really?
always
Yeah.
different every round.
Oh, shit.
Because I remember like I was playing as the priest guy and I got like a bunch of like really sick equipment which he couldn't equip because you know it's a different like class. But you know JRPG player I was like okay I get that, it's whatever, you know, I'll just hold on to it just in case and I'll remember it for when I play as like the other like more melee characters.
Yeah.
I went obviously I die. I start my new game up again but with a melee character this time. And I was like all right, I know exactly where like I remember exactly where like the meat cleaver was. I remember where like the helmet was and I go there and it's like you got 5 torch boxes. I'm like what the fuck? It's randomized?
Yeah, it's all totally random.
It's all random. Yeah.
Oh, it's all random?
All random.
Everyone's different.
Yeah.
All right, so I loaded up a game. I only played one character, and I'm wondering how much of the game you experienced, Joey, because if you changed character every time you died, I died every like 5 minutes.
Oh no, I did too. I tried each character three or four times each. I'd say.
Right.
Until I basically did it enough times where I'm like, okay, maybe I just picked the wrong character.
Could you walk me through like the first 5 minutes of your run?
First 5 minutes, so of my
Like,
run.
This is the first run.
Yeah, the very first one, load up the game, make the first choices. The only thing I really remember from the first choices was, do I eat this person? Because it was such a visceral way to like visceral choice you had to make.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe it would be the game would be make it easier if I cannibalize this person. I'm gonna choose not to. maybe something good will happen out of that. I can't remember exactly every other choice that I made from the beginning, but I remember getting the ability. I think it was Bloodlust or something like that. And so I was like, cool, I got a free ability out of the choices I made. So immediately I load up the game, I go in the dungeon, and immediately you get hit by this fucking terrifying atmosphere. It's just everything about it. The first thing I did actually was try to go out through the mist because I was like, wait, I've seen this horror movie before. You go the opposite way. But obviously you can't run away. You need to go in the dungeon. And then I immediately get ambushed by one of the guards after just walking around. And I was like, all right, I'm going to try using my ability, Bloodlust or whatever it is.Maybe that'll power me up and get me through my first fight. So I use Bloodlust. Doesn't seem to do anything. He walks closer and then beats the shit out of me. and I die. And that was like, well, that didn't last long at all. Also, I thought, okay, so there's this coin flip mechanic. Right? And I didn't know about this. I mean, you briefly talked about this. I didn't know how often it came up. So I thought, okay, this just shows what my playthrough was like, right? I lost about 6 coin flips in a row. I immediately die. I try again, lose the coin flip, immediately die, and then every coin flip I had for the first like half an hour, I lost. So I thought I was doing something wrong.
You thought it was a scripted event?
I thought it was like I thought I had to like unlock some game mechanic to be like, all right, now you can win the coin flip. No, it just turns out I lost about 6 50-50s in a row.
I think I lost like 12 in a row one time.
Oh shit!
That's a real gacha gamer move.
Yeah, I was like, where the fuck is my gacha luck?
See, because for me with the coin flips, I was actually getting pretty lucky at the beginning. I think I won like 4 or 5 in a row. Especially against like the giant guard, for instance.
What did you think of his design?
No. So I was gonna say like for me when I was fighting against the guard for the first time, right? The coin flip was the least of my worries. Because I was like I learned from the first couple of enemies, like the disgusting jellyfish monster guy, that I was like, oh, okay, so
disgusting jellyfish monster.
You didn't see the guy?
No. Okay,
He's like at the beginning.
I'll explain.
But anyway, so as I was the first couple of rounds, as I was actually getting into combat first couple of times, I remember John's video where I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Each like individual limb can also attack.
Right.
So instead of like, because I was like going for the head and kept missing, so I was like, okay, let me like get rid of the limbs first.
Yeah.
So when the big like guard guy came and in his one hand I think he has like the giant weapon, I was like, I'm getting rid of that first. Because that just seems like a bad idea. And then I cut off all of his limbs and I was like, why am I still getting hit? And then I realized, oh, his cock is attacking me. Because I didn't even see the cock until I cut his legs off, and I was like, I thought I cut. Oh, like I knew the game had a lot of like phallic imagery in it, and it does, obviously in the backgrounds and stuff. But like I was like, I didn't think it was gonna be like that blatant. Like, I was like, oh, that's a schlong right there, and it's attacking me.
Wait. What is? Can you show me a picture of this jellyfish guy?
I know why you didn't see him.
Oh, you didn't see it?
I think I can explain what happened.
Okay.
Yeah, because I fought him like every single run, and he was probably one of the easier guys.
Okay, no, I
this
didn't see
guy.
that.
Okay,
No.
so because I love hearing you guys not know what the fuck is happening.
Yeah.
So to give you a bit of backstory, basically every character, as you know, you did 3 characters. Your character, you're presented with basically the reason why your character is heading to this dungeon.
Yeah.
So Ragnavold,
he wants revenge.
He wants revenge because Legarde, who to explain the story, it's Berserk.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's Berserk the game.
Legarde is Griffith.
Yeah.
And Ragnarvold was basically his family was murdered by Griffith's or Legarde's men as they attacked his village. So he wants revenge. So he goes in and obviously he gets on this boat and then unfortunately doesn't make it very far and you have to start. You can either cannibalize or you don't.
Yeah.
So with that choice, as far as I remember, the benefit to cannibalizing is that you unlock the ability where you can basically, if you kill an enemy, you can just eat them and regain health.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's any downside to taking it. It is actually just kind of annoying because you can accidentally cannibalize someone and not loot their items, and then you can't get the items again.
So you have to loot first.
You have to loot. Yeah.
Right.
So anyway, so that's his reasoning. And all of those choices matter. So Bloodlust. So unfortunately, Ragnarvold is the worst one of all the characters. He has by far the worst kit in the game. He seems like he should be badass, but he kind of just sucks.
Great.
And every other character that Joe chose is good.
Good.
It's kind of like there's like one that's A, two that are B, and then there's F, which is Ragnarvold.
I mean,
totally
don't worry. I probably didn't do that much better than you, to be honest.
So Ragnarvold's reason he's going in there to confront him, and then Das, who's the knight, which you played as.
Yes, he was good.
It's a girl actually.
Oh, okay, she was good.
Basically, she's Casca. So she fell in love with Legarde and wants to know why Legarde kind of like fucked off. So she's going to the dungeon to find Legarde. And then obviously Enki is a priest who wants more knowledge, wants to learn more about the dungeon itself as opposed to Legarde. Obviously there's something weird happening in the dungeon. And then the mercenary wants to pay off his debts because his wife is currently a prostitute.
I think the mercenary I got the furthest with.
He's got like probably the nicest kit to work with. But there's also like so the game is really punishing, as you found out.
Yes.
And it doesn't tell you anything.
No.
So one thing, for example, that it doesn't tell you, which I don't understand why it doesn't tell you, because this one just doesn't make sense to me, is that you might have noticed on the coin flips, there's actually like a ×2 in the corner. You actually start with 2 lucky coins, which allow you to flip an additional coin if you hold down shift.
See, I didn't even see the
I thought that was the amount of coins I had.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So you always be able to do the coin flip, right? But you can actually like flip another coin to do it twice. But obviously, it only
that would help for
only the odds to 75, so it's not perfect. And you only, these are rare pickups, so you have to really save them. And obviously, when every enemy in the game is doing a coin flip, you're like, all right, now this is kind of getting a little worrying. But then, as Jerry mentioned, the combat is kind of interesting with the guard, right? Like, it's a perfect example of why I think the game is so cool in this way. Is that the guard, right? He has maybe has a mace in one hand, a cleaver in one hand, and
a schlong.
So how do you kill him, right? His schlong attacks too. So the only way to reliably kill people is to chop both their legs and then go for the head. Because the accuracy, if you go for the head, is so low that it's like a 1 in 10. So you might.
I didn't know that.
So you might hit their head. But obviously, if you're going to hit someone in the head, if they have no legs, hitting them in the head becomes a freebie. You might have noticed when you got rid of his legs that an exclamation mark appeared above his head, which means that the headshot is like, it's good to go for.
Oh, no, I didn't get that at all.
Oh, okay. So you do that. But obviously, here's the problem, right? And this is where it's just such a simple design concept, but so genius that like, so he has a cleaver and a mace in one hand. But to kill him quickly, you got to get rid of his legs. But if he gets a hit on you with the cleaver, you permanently lose your arm. And there's no way. There's no way to get it back. There's a way to get it back. It's a little.
Let's assume there's no way to get it back.
In an average run, there's no way to get it back. So you're pretty much having to play around. I do not want to lose my arm. Or because if he hits you with the mace, he crushes your bones. Which makes you take more damage or do less damage. It's one of the other ones. So now it's like you're like, oh my god, I want to kill this guy quick, but I don't want to die. And healing items are like non-existent. So if you die or take damage, the max healing item is like it's like a 20 heal. So like getting even hit once is bad. And then on top of that, if you lose a coin flip, you'll be lucky if you survive it. But if you do survive it, you're pretty so low health that it becomes really hard to play the rest of the game. Sorry, I'm ranting on a bit here. So that's stuff that the game, all of this is not explained at all.
No, I mean,
which makes it kind of cool.
I like that part. I definitely like that part about the game, that it is just like, because like the first couple of runs I went into, I was treating it more as like a JRPG, but then very quickly I found out it is not that, which is cool. But then at the same time I had that like level of appreciation of the game. I was also like, oh, that means that this game is literally RNG hell.
It's all about playing around RNG. But you can be prepared by, I guess, just having to unfortunately to play the game.
Yeah, exactly.
But, so one of the things that I thought was so cool right away, and Gaunt fell for this, is that you're immediately in this courtyard, right? And what do? You go forward. You see the gate. And the reason you didn't see the amoebas is because Joey went to the left.
I went to the left side.
Oh. There's a little storage, little hole thing.
Next to the dead horse.
That looks like a kind of like alleyway. If you can show it.
I totally missed that.
And what the game is trying to tell you without telling you is like, look, it's too dangerous to keep going into the castle. This is the courtyard. It'd be like the Fear and Hunger style.
I got there. This is the first I got.
Yeah,
Wait, did you ever go into the gate then, Joey?
The one on the right?
No, the main.
Yeah, I got in there. I also got into the door on the right with a talisman I picked up.
Fuck, I did not go anywhere but like the top.
So type
top
in Fear
gate.
and Hunger start screen area.
Yeah, I got to that area.
This. Yeah, open that. Yeah. So basically the game, it's almost inviting you to go in there.
Yeah.
But very quickly what you realize is that you just cannot go in here. You can, but it's very tough.
I actually got pretty far, I think.
You can, yes. You can actually. There is actually you can get pretty good at it, like dodging enemies. Like you don't actually have to fight enemies, and the way that they work is that they can only move in like blocks. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so
you can realize you can dodge around.
This episode is sponsored by Tokyo Treat.
Guys, have you ever wanted to have a taste of Japan, of what we get to eat? Well, thanks to Tokyo Treat, they're inviting you to experience Japan from the comfort of your own homes.
But God, what is Tokyo Treat?
Tokyo Treat is a monthly pop Japanese snack box where you will get up to 12.
Tokyo Treat
is these. Back to the episode.
I guess I'll explain my playthrough. Because I only had one character, and I thought this was like I bashed my head against this area because I was like, this is the only place I need to go. Therefore, this is the place. This is what I need to figure out. So, I'm gonna say this right now, Connor. I really fucking enjoyed this game.
Oh, hell yeah.
I had a great time.
Hell yeah.
Number one, this is like the type of horror that I fucking love,
Yeah, me
which is
too.
like Lovecraftian horror, where it just every enemy you encounter and everything you see in that castle just screams something that is just outer worldly that humans just should not understand and should not ever encounter at all. And I fucking love that feeling. I was terrified playing the game.
It's horrifying.
Yes, it's fucking horrifying. And especially the music as well. The way the music,
drumming.
the fucking it wasn't even music. It was just sound that just like it was like fucking brown noise or some shit like that.
Yeah,
like,
no, the atmosphere of this game and like the visuals and everything, just like the theming around it is like also something I absolutely love.
Yeah.
But man, I can't say I had fun playing this.
It's one of those games where like you
I just don't have the patience.
Yeah,
for
you're
it.
like this is pain, but the more you're like in it, the more you're like I'm just so sucked into the world.
Yeah. So I wanted to be sucked into the world if I could play it for more than 5 minutes at a time. You know.
So I had like so many little aha moments in my playthrough. The first part was, of course, figuring out that like after being killed by the guard for about 10 times or some shit, then I started realizing, oh, instead of trying to use bloodlust, maybe let's like cut off all the limbs first, and then I would eventually get to the point where I would cut off the arm first so we can't like cleave my arm off, and then I would just like RNG it and just go for the head.
That's normally a safe way of handling
Yeah, yeah. And actually, I would cut off. I didn't realize this, but can you search up? I don't know how many guards there are in Fear and Hunger.
It's the main one.
The main one.
Guard,
Fear and Hunger main guard. So can I ask something?
Yeah.
You didn't see the scary version.
Oh, so yeah. That was like the version.
That's the normal one.
Yeah, that's the one I fought. Yeah.
That's the one I fought as well. I'm just kind of having this realization now. Is that his dick?
Yeah.
That's his dick.
That's his cock.
I thought it was his tail.
What? That's his cock.
I was like, oh, his appendage is like shaking or something. I was like, I gotta cut off the tail. No, the tail's doing too much damage. So yeah, I would cut off the cleaver, cut off the tail, and then go for the head. And if I get hit, I would basically just restart my run. I'd be like, all right, dead run. Let me try again. But so before I figured that out, I basically just ran past them.
Well, congrats, you figured out the optimal strat of the game.
Yeah.
Which is to avoid fighting.
Yeah. Basically, I would realize that I just had to avoid fighting for as long as possible.
Yeah, but isn't that cool that like the game, it knows that you've been taught to fight everything that comes your way. That's what we do in video games.
Yeah.
And so you have this game that almost never rewards you. You don't get loot. You don't get XP.
Yeah.
There is no reason to ever take a fight.
Yeah.
Like there's literally no. Because obviously we're just programmed to get a fight and we get stronger.
Yeah.
But in this game, there is you are always basically pushed to be like, do not fight. There is zero benefit to fighting unless you're fighting a boss or there are some aspects of the game that need to. But it tries to teach you really early on, like you don't need to fight. And also it tries to teach you like, all right, look, going through this gate is not working. Why don't you try somewhere else? But if you to pick one of the harder modes, so one thing that it's not a spoiler or anything, but one thing that happens if you pick even I think one higher up is that you might have noticed the dogs barking. Did you ever fight those dogs?
No.
Okay, well, good because you're not supposed to beat them. They will actually in the harder versions go into the castle and chase you down.
Oh,
but they won't chase you down if you go down the side way.
Right.
So, I don't think telling you any of this is going to like help you much. It's kind of just pointing you in the right direction. But even then, if I told you like that, it's not going to affect. You're still going to have a really hard time because the game again doesn't tell you anything.
Yeah.
And my first playthrough, which I managed to get to an ending, I pretty much missed like 70% of the game's mechanics.
Yeah.
There was so much of the game I didn't know because it's never explained. And it was only ever like through kind of looking at my playthrough and seeing what other people were doing. I was like, whoa, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
But that was really awesome is that I had this whole experience from 20 hours of playing the game. And I thought, good job, Connor, you've done it. You've beaten it. And then I'd missed like half the story. I'd missed half the game mechanics. And I was like, oh, okay. So I went back to play it and I had so much more fun than getting to explore some of the other stuff. I was like, oh, this is fucking cool because the universe is so awesome.
Yeah.
Like the lore they've set up.
What were you supposed to do with the girl that you saved from the cage?
That's so that.
So I saved her.
I have no idea.
Okay, so my first run, I got the first character. He learned the skill lockpicking, which was really helpful because I managed to like get through
He's a
doors.
mercenary,
The mercenary that can lockpick. And I think it's like my first or second playthrough of the mercenary. I found a girl trapped in a cage, and it was like, oh, I can get her out. Yeah, this girl. I can get her out with my lockpicking skill. I was like, oh, sick, great. So I lockpick it, and then I got her out, and she's like following me now. She's like part of my party. I was like, oh, sick, fuck yeah, reinforcements, cool. These will make the fights much easier.
Yeah.
She doesn't do shit. Literally, like she every time she hits, it's like 0 HP, 0 damage, and she's got like 10 HP herself, and I'm like, what the fuck? I went all the way out of my way to get you out, and you immediately die. So what are you supposed to do with her? Is there like some kind of like complicated shit you have to do with it, or
okay?
Or is it just like a red herring?
I'll give you some surface level stuff because there's a lot to the story that involves her.
Yeah.
But again, this is like how the game goes. You're supposed to beat the game on like a very surface level.
Yeah.
And then be like, okay, I feel confident now. Let's go and try and explore a bit more of the story.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the one thing that like is the immediate benefit of having her is that she'll take hits.
Yeah. She was basically a meat shield.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so just the story dies if you die.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if she dies in your party,
Yeah.
you just continue on.
Yeah,
It's no
yeah.
big deal, right? So that's the immediate benefit. The other benefit, if you had a time to explore a little more of the top level, is that you find a kitchen knife that for some reason is the size of what a kid can hold.
Okay.
And she will hold that knife.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't do much damage.
Yeah.
But
It's better than zero.
you might have also, did you search the bookshelves at all?
Yes.
Okay, so I was
Yes.
gonna get to that.
Right.
But Joey, were you able to save?
Okay. Once.
You were able to save once.
I saved once as the mercenary, which I think was the furthest I ever got.
Okay.
Yeah.
The second time I was playing as the priest guy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I lost the coin toss, and then the torture guy found me, and then I got tortured to death.
Yeah. So
which was fucking horrifying.
So the exact same thing happened to me as well. So I remember like the aside from like killing the guard for the first time, like the very first aha moment that I got was tried saving. And I was like, okay, I lost the coin flip. I'm getting tortured to death. I have all my legs and arms chopped off. This is
and
bad.
cuts his dick off as well.
Yeah, and
Cuts
the
his
dick.
off,
And
yeah.
it's always the fucking dick. I don't know what it is about this game. I'm fucking cutting dicks off, but it is always the dick. But I remember, so at least in my playthrough, there was the room with the bed in it, and then there was this guy who was like running away from the
Yes,
torture.
yes.
So Humphrey, I think.
So Humphrey
Yeah,
or whatever.
something like that.
Yeah. So instead of saving, I basically went up a bit more. So I had this cutscene where I went to this room and like I heard footsteps, right? And then it gave me the option to be like, what do you want to do? Do you want to run away? Do you want to ambush? Or do you
Oh,
want
I
to
got that
just
as well,
fight?
yes.
Yeah. So I ambushed.
Oh, okay. I hid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fucking pussy. You take the fight always. Because if you ambush, what would have happened is that you would have ambushed the torturer. Right?
Oh.
So I was like, fucking great. You fucking you kill him, and he's like defenseless as well. He's like the easiest, one of the easiest
free fight.
Yeah,
Right.
the easiest enemy I fought in the game. And I was like, I could kill you fast, or I could go straight for the head. And I'm like, nah. I'm going for every
Yeah, I
single
did
limb.
that too.
I'm going for every single limb, and it felt so fucking good.
Damn.
And then you behead him. And so you kill him. And so I was like, I wonder if this gives me a free save, right? So
Yeah.
I was like shitting myself because I was like, okay, I'm gonna try and save now. And then I saved, and it didn't give me a coin flip. And I was like,
Oh.
holy fucking shit! I have a free save.
Oh,
this is
shit.
gonna save me so much. I checked the time. 5 minutes of progress. I was like creaming myself over making 5 minutes of progress in the game.
Yeah.
But eventually, like I found a scalpel in another room, and I was like, I don't know what the fuck to do with this. This is useless to me. I can't because I couldn't use it as a weapon. So then I explored the bookshelves as well, and I was like, I feel like I should do a pro gamer move and read. Yeah. And so I started reading, and by reading these random books, some of them were like alchemy spells that I'm sure like meant nothing to me. And then one of them was like, okay, you can use the scalpel to skin enemies and then make a fucking skin cloak from your enemies to hide your smell. So I was like, holy shit, okay.
Right.
So I had already beaten 2 guards, so it gave me the option to skin them, and this sounds fucking horrific, by the way. It gave me the option to skin them if I killed 2 of them, which luckily I had, and basically so I could just walk around undetected by every other guard.
I
So
actually didn't even know that.
I didn't know that?
No, I know a lot about the game. I didn't know.
Which is
Wait, that's sick.
Yeah. So I made like a skin cloak out of the guards that I killed. So that way, even if I didn't have a torch, if I was like, unless you're like right next to the guard, they just wouldn't notice you. So I got free reign to just explore that entire area.
Right.
And I got like all the way to like, okay, so this is going back to when I kept getting killed. So sometimes when I got killed by the guards, they would like chop my legs off, and I would wake up in this fucking nightmare.
yeah, I did that, yeah.
Like, it was like waking up in fucking like
in a womb.
Yeah, in a vagina or something.
Yeah.
You've just been birthed, and you're just like fucking crawling around.
yeah.
You're like crawling
That's
around,
fucking nasty.
and you're like, kill me,
Yeah.
please. But I was eventually, thanks to the skin cloak, I was eventually able to get to that area with like my legs intact and just explore further in the castle. And then I hit another bed, and then I was like, all right, let's try saving this. Died, and I was like, all right, the hour's up. That feels like a good place to stop.
Yeah,
But it got to the point where I felt like I was making progress in the game, just like naturally without the game telling me anything. It was just like me discovering these mechanics by myself.
Yeah, it kind of wants you to save and then just start going like and trying stuff.
Yeah.
Like that thing you were too scared to try earlier. Well, you have a save like 2 minutes ago when you try it. See if you die. Let's see what happens. And pick up this information.
Yeah.
It wants you to read the books. The books tell you a lot about like what's going on.
Yeah.
And allow you to kind of piece together what you should be doing.
Yeah.
And obviously you kind of figure out, as you kind of explained, you need to keep going deeper and deeper in this dungeon
Yeah.
to find out what's really going on. And obviously when you go into that like dead body room, you're like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the courtyard was the one that fucked me up as well. Like, I'd walk outside and it's like, oh, there's a bunch of people being naked and hung. That's lovely.
Oh, that I've completely blanked my mind on that. But it made me,
and then I walked. So the first I got was I got through that courtyard and I managed to open the door, even though for some reason when I went there the first time around I couldn't open the gate for whatever reason.
Yeah.
This time I managed to get in.
Yeah.
And then on the other side of the door, what awaits? A bunch of dudes dressed in black, sacrificing something to the Lord or something.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck's happening here? I talked to one of them and he immediately killed me. So
it's kind of funny because I think Undertale when Undertale came out, that required you to talk to everyone.
Yeah.
And so I think it made a lot of people think like if there's a talk mechanic in the game, that must be the key to figuring out the game.
Yeah.
It is absolutely not the
No,
case
it's
with
not.
Hunger.
Okay.
There are occasionally enemies where talking to them is what you need to do, but it's so rarely that it's kind of genius in a way where it's like you're always on edge. So you don't want to talk to someone because they could get a free hit on you.
Yeah.
But then sometimes there is the time when you have to talk to someone and you're like, fuck, I need to figure out based on all the clues when that is. But it's so punishing and unforgiving that you're like, God damn it.
Yeah.
But it feels so unbelievably satisfying when you figure something out, like the skin cloak.
Yeah.
Because you're like, holy shit, this is so fucking unfair. I just figured something out without having any help.
I would say this is going to sound like a fucking curveball. The closest gaming experience I've had to Fear and Hunger is probably Jump King.
Because it's about resetting and just going at it again.
Trial and error.
It's about trial and error, and it's about like because the game is so punishing, you feel such a rush from the smallest amount of progress. Like just being able to go to a different room or just kill a single guard gives you such a feeling of like victory. And I just remember like having the safety net of finding a save point I didn't need to coin flip for. That was like insane to me. And then I got tilted because I found another save point and I didn't need to coin flip for it at all. So I was like, oh, this is great. I saved over my previous save file and then I went exploring again and then I went back and they were like, actually, it's dangerous now. You need to coin flip every time. And I was like, fuck! I just saved over my save point.
It's probably one of the only games that I would highly recommend always saving on a new save.
Yeah.
Because you never know when you might have accidentally fucked yourself over.
Again, that's my JRPG brain. I'm like, I only need one save.
Yeah, me too. Same. You know, just what's the worst that could happen. And this one, it's like, oh, you might have accidentally used a resource, or you might have taken too much damage.
Yeah.
You actually need to go back.
Yeah.
But what's so cool about it is that you spend so many hours just trying to survive that you don't even consider the story.
Yeah.
And so when you get more confident and you're like, all right, I'm starting to get a hold of this dungeon. I'm starting to figure out how things work. Then you can start. All right, now I want to figure out what's going on.
Well, it was actually the whole world that made me want to continue playing it. Because if it was like the game mechanics alone, I'd be like, I don't want to do
I mean,
this.
the game mechanics, like, frankly, suck.
Yeah.
For like,
yeah.
It's pretty unforgiving. It's unfair. It's almost bullshit. at times. Like a lot of stuff. Also, like, there's a lot of programming issues where like stuff just doesn't work. Like there are some abilities that they say work that just don't.
Yeah.
It's very troll. Like I think the defense stat is just completely broken. It doesn't work at all in the game.
Yeah.
I would like to explore more of the world and the story and the lore because it is fucking fascinating. It's just, I do not have the patience.
I want to spoil one thing for you that absolutely like made me like think, holy shit. The only issue is that there are a fair amount of things in the game that even if you were really paying attention, you would just never find out.
Yeah.
Without someone else who just found it out online. But it's almost kind of fun in a sense because you're like, I've learned so much that when you feel like, okay, I'm kind of beyond spoilers. Like I know the story, I know what's going on.
Yeah.
When someone tells you something, you're like, oh shit, you can do that.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, I'm gonna try it. And it's really interesting. I mean, I want to show you one.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think I'm gonna continue playing this game, but this is not a game I would ever play not on stream.
You gotta, please stream it. Please stream you playing it because I think you're gonna continually have your mind blown.
Yeah, because there was like so many things where I'm like, I need. This is the one game where I need people to handhold me through some of the points.
Yeah.
Some of it is just like it was really cool discovering for myself, but there were some points where I just literally did not know what to do, and I was just like bashing my head against the wall.
I'm trying to think like what are some kind of really cool things that I can kind of help explain that don't spoil much because there are.
I mean, I actually I'm more inclined to be like, don't say anything more to me because it was really cool just going into this completely blind and just discovering all for myself. And I think I'm gonna continue playing this game because I think the biggest thing that intrigued me were some of like the monster designs, just the way
the monster designs are sick
just the way it makes you feel, man.
So you got here, right?
Yeah.
This place.
Yeah.
All I'm going to say is you should try and interact with this wall.
Oh, okay.
You should go and talk to it and see what happens.
Wait, is that when the fucking wizard guy pops out?
Yeah. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Wait, did you see that?
Yeah.
Wait.
I did not see that.
That's when the game for me was like, oh shit.
No, that fucking terrified me. And then he summons the fucking demon or some shit like that.
What?
Yeah.
This is like, how did you accidentally come across this? Because I didn't think to do this.
JRPG brain. I was trying to I tried to interact with everything and anything. So if anything had an interact button, I would just press it. You can probably just load up my playthrough.
Oh yeah, you got it. Oh yeah.
Yeah. This one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
So check this out, Jay.
Yeah. So I was crawling around and I was like, I'm sure there's something to interact with here. They wouldn't send me down here just to crawl around and restart the game. So I just that music as well. Yeah. This I was like terrified actually during this point. And then the fucking demon that comes from the back as well. What the fuck?
Oh my god. That's fucking terrifying.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, what is that?
You are crushing great pressure. Oh my god. Yeah, your reaction there of just it was literally how I was. I was like, oh, good again.
Because this was before I like made any progress. This was before I even killed an enemy.
Yeah.
So you found this? See, I didn't find this at all in my first run.
Yeah.
Fun. Oh, I found that. Yeah, I found that too.
Yeah.
But I didn't have any lesser souls, so I couldn't use it. Oh, you found a lesser soul?
Yeah, I found a lesser soul.
I didn't find a lesser soul.
How did you find a lesser soul? I did not find this mechanic at all in my first playthrough. But this is how you literally gain abilities.
Yeah.
I didn't know this.
Yeah, I found lesser souls by killing things.
Yeah, and then the stones that you have.
Yeah, I did not find a lesser soul.
Yeah.
Shit, that's crazy. You figured that out.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
That's
literally my first 20 hour playthrough didn't find it.
I think the way I made progress in this game was like something like Jump King where you just save scum and you just like I just interacted with everything, even if it was just like a bookshelf or a table. Like there was like rotten meat on the floor and I'm like, what happens if I eat it? I literally just tried doing everything.
There's a purpose to like 90% of the things.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like almost everything you come across, it can be used for something.
Yeah.
So you just don't know what.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no punishment for holding more stuff in the game.
Yeah.
So you should just pick up everything.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think my OCD JRPG brain actually helped me here because I did try to kill everything, even though you just said the most optimal way to play the game is just to avoid every enemy.
Yeah.
I would avoid every enemy until I found a save that was safe or like save point. I would
Then you
literally
try,
like
yeah.
backtrack.
Kill everything.
Kill the enemy. If I took damage, restart. Just do it, and I would get like random drops of items. Some of them I didn't know what they were, but I just kept everything, and I just kept replaying
That's
it.
smart, yeah.
Yeah, and then I think I made decent progress in the game, and I was like, this feels fun. But also, this is it's gonna take a lot of patience.
Yeah, it is patience testing for sure.
And I feel like I need a few thousand people to handhold me because I don't want to do this by myself.
That's fair. That's fair.
When I played it, it was so niche. So there was like even people when I was live streaming, they didn't really know what to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a few mechanics that I was like, this is legit impossible to figure out.
Yeah.
Without someone telling you this.
Yeah.
And I guess I won't tell you.
So conclusion. Really fucking enjoyed the game, and well, I'll probably play it on stream when I have the courage to experience the rest of it, because it does take a lot of courage.
Gotta cut off those tails.
Yeah.
Cut off those tails. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp.
This year has gone so quickly. What's something you're proud of in 2024 so far? What's something you still want to accomplish this year? When life goes fast, it's important to take a moment to celebrate your wins and make adjustments for the rest of the year. And therapy can help you take stock of your progress and set achievable goals for the next 6 months.
Guys, from my personal experience, I think not enough guys like to talk about themselves and how they feel, because sometimes there's just a barrier, even when talking with mates. And I've gone through a point when I've actually really benefited from talk therapy. There wasn't necessarily something I thought was wrong with me, but it definitely helped me. All right, so I guess we can move on to our next thing. Connor, what do you want to talk about?
What would you like me to talk about first? What do you want me to talk about first? You can choose. Dealer's choice. I chose, so you can choose.
Let's go with your first visual novel.
Yeah,
I am
curious.
so curious about how your first visual novel experience was.
Yeah, so do you, I guess, do you want to set the stage or shall I?
I guess I'll explain why we chose
Yes, I'd
this
love to know
one.
why.
Because obviously, we played a few visual novels, but in terms of having a lot of visual novels I play, the beginning is just so fucking slow, right? Because it's just like, okay, you get introduced to the girls or whatever, the boy is going to high school, and then yada yada yada, slice of life. And I'm like, Connor's gonna fucking want to off himself if he plays one of those. Sai no Uta is one of the first visual novels I played that just like has such an interesting premise from the get go, and then like the hook comes, and then you just want to keep reading and keep wanting to like go through the entire story right up until the end. And it's not that long of a visual novel compared to like other visual novels as well.
If I wasn't crunched for time, I probably would have gone through it all.
Oh fuck yeah!
Oh hell yeah, dude.
I wanted to see where it was going. So I guess it was the first thing that I was like, oh god. I boot up the game, and it was like, what level of censorship would you like? I was like, what?
Okay,
There's like 4 different levels.
Because you're playing
of,
the
like,
Steam version, right?
Yeah, and I was like, fucking 0, please.
Yeah.
And then immediately boots up, and it looks like the fucking Fear and Hunger dungeon. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, I actually think Fear and Hunger.
It literally looked like a blood dungeon.
Yeah, it really
does,
I think they both have very similar things in common, actually.
It was just the can you type in, I got it actually.
Yeah.
I booted. Actually, I'll just show a screenshot from my
Yeah.
thing. I boot that shit up. I was like, what the fuck?
What's your reaction?
I don't know. Actually, this is a story work of fiction. The procedures and conditions described herein are imaginary and do not reflect. Okay. Okay. Grotesque images. Why? Look at this. 4 options.
Oh my god, man! I wish Fear and Hunger had that.
Yeah, right.
Look at this.
Yeah.
This is what I remember.
Yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, I remember. I was like, what the fuck is this? And then it starts like this, like gibberish. Just like
gibberish.
But it's fucking horrific.
Yeah. So do you want to explain the premise of the story then?
I'll do my best to
Yeah,
explain
yeah.
it. So yeah, basically, it opens up. You see this like abomination of flesh and noises.
Yeah.
And the character that we're following, he can kind of make out that these 3 like flesh abominations are kind of talking in a language that he understands.
Yeah.
And slowly as they're talking, he starts to understand it more. And it's revealed that these are his school friends.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh my God, what happened? And then it cuts immediately to the school friend who sees everything normally.
Yeah.
And he sees his friend who's just kind of being a bit weird,
Yeah.
being very jaded. And so then it's kind of revealed that he sees the world in this abomination way. Everything he smells, everything he hears, every kind of sense you can imagine.
Yeah.
Everything is grotesque, it's bloody, it's gory, it's people don't even sound the same, and they look like these like this, I guess, whatever this drawing is supposed to be. They look like sacks of flesh.
Yeah, like guts and blood everywhere on the walls.
Yeah, and they're talking about like a ski trip, and so even stuff like he doesn't want to be there, so he's like, I'm gonna go excuse myself. So he knows, we're revealed to us that he is aware that it is the normal world and he sees it this way. So he knows he's in the real life world and he sees it in just a weird way.
Yeah.
A little wacky way. So he's trying to keep his cover, right? And
Yeah.
so but then there's even some weird stuff like he's trying to leave, trying to excuse himself, and in his way he sees it as his friend like spitting acid on him.
Yeah.
But in real life he's just like, hey man, where you going? So you're like, what the fuck is going on? And then he goes home and all his walls are flesh.
Yeah.
Like, what the heck? Then we go to the hospital where he has his weekly checkup and we find out that he had some very experimental surgery. And the other patients who also had this surgery also reported having horrible kind of visions and stuff. But he tells the doctor, no, I'm okay. Lying because he's a bit worried about what's going on.
Yeah.
It's also revealed in this all in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That when he's talking to the doctor, he's pressing the doctor about finding out where this person is. And the doctor doesn't like these asking. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
He's on vacation.
Yeah.
But we know something's awry. But when it starts to get really weird, is about 30 minutes in, he's miserable after this doctor's meeting. Everything's flesh, everything's gross, and he starts to describe how, but there's one reason why he likes living. And when he gets home, this fucking cute 10-year-old anime girl is not affected by this flesh grotesque. Like, oh hi, she is immaculate. His smell of her is amazing. She looks beautiful.
Yeah.
He's fucking her for some reason. Listen, it's a little weird. It's a little weird.
It is very.
Listen, the walls are made of flesh. What did you expect?
Yeah, this is a mid 2000s visual novel. So.
So it's very fucking weird, and so we try to slowly figure out, through the characters, what's going on. Why is this girl being seen as flesh?
Yeah.
And then we revealed some interesting information about this girl, because I can't even spoil the game, so I don't know what happens.
Yeah.
But that she doesn't want to eat around him, and he's eating all this weird flesh stuff because everything looks like flesh to him, and he's eating it, and he's like, it just tastes like shit. But it's really like real food. It's like carrots and broccoli, but to him it's like flesh. But she won't eat around him. But one day her friend confesses to him that she loves him, and he's like, well, you're a flesh goblin to me. It doesn't say that, but so he's like, you're disgusting. You disgust me. You're vile. Says it to him. A bit overkill, right?
Yeah. The worst she can
say. But she's like, nah, you're a flesh goblin. You're a piece of shit. I hate you. It's literally like that. It's like literally like comical levels of like, you are the worst piece of man. And then obviously her best friend hears this, that he said this, and she's like, what the fuck? That's not cool. I'm gonna go fucking talk to him at his house.
Yeah.
But he's not home right now. But guess who is home? Little Saya, 10-year-old Saya's home. But it turns out that we find out that Saya, she's not a little girl at all. We kind of get the hints that she's some kind of flesh-eating monster herself.
Yeah.
And then she kills this roommate.
Yeah.
And then eats the food. And around where I got to is when he finally comes home after she'd killed this person he doesn't realize.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, well, what's for dinner? She's like, I got this thing that I was eating. It's kind of embarrassing. I don't know if you'll like it. And then he starts eating. He's like, oh shit, this tastes fucking awesome. Obviously implying that it's the flesh.
The flesh, cannibalizing.
And also there's another weird detail that was mentioned where they like, she's like, I normally get my food from the local park. I was like, what? What food? I was like, is it kids or is it pets? Please tell me it's pets. And
that's when you got to, that's where you got to?
I got a little further. I got to the point because we also find out that how he met this girl was that she was doing like wacky pranks in the hospital that he was staying at, where she would go and visit people at 3 a.m. Challenge. And she was trying to scare him, but he was so happy that there was someone who finally wasn't like flesh monster. That he was like overjoyed. Yeah. So that's how they became to know each other. And so she asks him, or he offers to help find this missing doctor who she is interested in finding, who has something to do with all of this.
Yeah.
And that doctor is the one that the other doctor doesn't want to talk about.
Yeah.
So clearly something's going on with this doctor. And where I stopped was he goes to his house, the doctor's abandoned house, and his friend follows him and then confronts him there. And that's where I got to.
Yeah. Yeah, that does happen. It's been so long since I played Sayonara, so like there's like small details that I kind of forgot about that you reminded me of. But I definitely do remember him eating the delicious meal for the first time. I remember I was like, what the fuck is this?
I was like, thank you for this delectable meal.
Finally some good fucking food.
And like this is like his house that he can't stomach it, so he bought a bunch of random paints and painted all over his house.
Yeah.
And apparently the smell is so vile and disgusting of paint thinner.
Yeah.
Like it's like a miracle that.
Yeah, I remember when I was playing this game. Well, I was in like middle school, I think, when I played this game, or like maybe late primary school. It was the most horrifying thing I've ever played in my life.
It doesn't help that all the pictures that they use, like all the pictures are like real pictures. They're like deep fried.
Yeah, exactly.
The house, the outside of the house, like that's just a deep fried image of a real house in Japan. It kind of added to the creepiness of it.
It's like, how much of a sepia tone do you want to It's like, yes.
It's like the worst Instagram filter you can think of.
They got to like his neighbor confronting him about the smell.
And
then I got to like where she's like, do you want me to take care of you? And I guess she like sucks him off.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot about that.
And then I guess they fuck, and that's kind of where I got to. Where I was like, all right,
You're like, nah, I'm good.
Peace out. I'm good.
It was just weird. Like I kind of wish I played it all in one go just to see where I went. I kind of wish I like played it on stream as well. I think it'd be so fucking funny.
I don't think you played this on stream.
I know you can't.
Yeah.
I know you can't. I figured out like an hour in. I was like, I can't play it. And I bet it's gonna get weird.
But like in terms of like, this is like very early. I guess
famous.
It was infamous. Fucking hell, yeah.
Does it get infamous because of stuff that happens later on?
No, it's the whole package.
It is the entire package.
I was gonna say, 'cause it's pretty fucked up from where I got to.
No, because this came out during the time where, again, it was kind of like the mainstream visual novel world.
All romance.
All like gal gays and era gays that were just like based in reality. And then along comes this game where literally 30 seconds in and you're subject to some of the most horrifying imagery at the time. You know?
I think my biggest issue with this was, the fact that there are like adult scenes in this. And I think there are adult scenes in this because of the fact that this is a visual novel, and back in that day, visual novels were very much associated with, hentai games and rogues and stuff like that.
There was very few, if not any, like all ages visual novels back in this time.
And I think the thing that makes this visual novel stand out, similar to like when Fate Stay Night first became a thing, was that it had a story that was fucking fantastic. But then I feel like the creators were like, all right, it's a visual novel, so we gotta add sex scenes.
We gotta
add sex scenes.
That sex felt really weird, but also in a very way, like kind of powerful in the sense of like, that she's some kind of but like she's like this grotesque monster. So when by this time you're using sex, well, we don't see the sex, but the sex is described to you. You're like, like, he's fucking like the Fear and Hunger God.
Yeah,
It's like
exactly.
a vile, like gelatinous blob that he's
Yeah.
fucking. And you're like, God.
I think
that's
it
so
was
vile.
used in like a really effective like horror storytelling.
It feels peak 2000.
It is.
Like back when like there was no limit on edge.
Yeah,
And,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Every story had to be the most fucked up, vile
Yep.
thing for no, like sometimes for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
There's like no reason for it to like they'll just kill a dog. And I'm
Yeah.
like, why?
It's
Because
like
I could.
it's like Elfen Lied or something. Where it's like,
With
how do we
chopping
make this
limbs.
more edgy? All right, okay.
Open up with a cut off arm on the
Cut
ground.
off
That's
arm.
the first
Yeah,
thing.
I will say like it was very grotesque, but they didn't show a whole lot. Like it was all told or described.
Yeah.
Like and it felt like they could have easily have gone overboard if they wanted to, but they didn't, which I kind of appreciated.
Yeah.
Like, with
It's
the-
like,
when
it's
they,
like a good horror novel, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's the way that these scenes are described, which is more horrifying than actually seeing
I
them.
just hate the character we play as. His thought. I hate listening to him speak.
Yeah, he's a
Which is me.
fucking.
He's just a weirdo.
He is a weirdo.
Yeah,
he's a weirdo and an outcast, and I guess that's what makes that character work. Just
Yeah.
because he's so okay accepting some of like the fucked up shit, and you know, eventually, you know, his everything just gets more and more fucked up, and he just kind of like whichever route you decide to take in the visual novel, you know, you can end up accepting it. But like, it's so to give you a bit of background on this visual novel, it was written by Gen Urobuchi, who wrote Madoka Magica, Fate Zero.
He wrote this?
Yeah, he wrote this.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So I think this is one of the things that really got his name out there before he really started going into the anime world. And obviously, you can't make an anime out of out of this story that he wrote. He wrote Psycho Pass as well. I forgot.
You can probably make an anime out of this. I don't think it'd be good.
I don't know.
It's gonna be tough,
Yeah,
especially
yeah.
in this day and age.
Yeah.
I don't know what the second half can. The last. Third, fourth.
Last.
I got a quarter through it, so I got what's next.
Yeah, so I think you basically I think you stopped at a good point where you're like, all right, I'm kind of hooked on the story
Yeah.
because for the longest time, it's playing visual novels is grinding through the fucking shitty parts.
Yeah, I never made a decision.
Yeah.
My entire 1 hour of play.
Yeah,
It was-
yeah.
I was just reading.
Yeah.
I didn't appreciate the enter simulator. I was just pressing.
Well, that's it.
I never got to like decide any or even choose a dialogue, which is
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
But I was like, why don't we just make a book?
I mean, that's kind of what this is.
It's just a book.
Yeah, in terms of
I mean,
like,
he did release a book eventually.
Yeah. In terms of what this is way more in line with literally that, just a visual novel where you don't make too many choices. There are like good endings and bad endings and different endings.
There's always like last minute choices.
Yeah.
right? Like near the end.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
make- it's not like a choice that you
Exactly.
make from the start that
Yeah,
affects everything.
exactly.
Yeah, it's not like something like let's say Doki Doki Literature Club where it is, you know, there are a lot more choices and that actively affects a lot of like the routes you go through because, you know, that was trying to do something different with visual novel gameplay, but very much with this, it is very much just.
I never played Doki Doki, by the way.
You don't play that?
No.
Okay. Well, with Doki Doki, that definitely does have a point where it hooks you, but it is way further on than with this. The reason I wanted you to read this mostly is just because it's so
no
intriguing.
bullshit, yeah.
It's so like the world you get dropped in. There are you get dropped into this like world with these characters and what he perceives the world to be, and you have like a million questions, and it's like and it's really good at feeding you just enough information to be like, oh shit, fuck, okay, I want to know, I kind of want to know what happens next, and then you find out a little bit about the girl, and then he starts doing fucked up things, and you're like, okay, so she is obviously feeding him some meat and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think the problem I have with a lot of visual novels is that not every like scene provides information. Sometimes there are scenes that are just characters talking.
Yeah.
But doesn't give you any information that helps you like understand the world or the story better.
Yeah.
And the one thing I did like about this is that at least every single scene I left learning something else about this world.
Yeah.
In like a meaningful way.
Yeah.
Which I found very helpful because a lot of the times I've done visual novels in the past that just 30 minutes of characters going, tee, what are we doing today?
Yeah.
And like this doesn't tell me anything.
Well, that's why Sayonota was so well received, even though
The
it's
Steam
like it
reviews
is
are like overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I think Gen Urobuchi realized that was a massive problem with a lot of visual novels, and so he just decided to cut off all the fat.
Yeah, make
and
it
to be
4 hours.
like,
Don't fucking,
bam,
like-
this is the
yeah.
story. Every scene matters, every dialogue matters, and it's just like bam, 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 no fluff or anything like
And
that.
it feels like a natural progression of events.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
when you're playing it.
Yeah.
It feels it's like very well done.
Yeah.
The first, I don't know if it gets worse later on, but the first hour is very, very, it hooks you.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of what the fuck moments as well.
It gets better and better.
And that's why like I remember doing this entire thing in one sitting because you get to the point where you're already intrigued by the world. You start asking questions, and then when those questions are answered, you get given more questions, and you're like, well, shit, now I want to know what that is about. And the 4 hours go pretty fast, actually. It went pretty fast for me on my first playthrough. And I think I think more visual novels should be around this very digestible kind of like playthrough completion time. Because a lot of visual novels are just like fucking 20 hours. Like even something like Doki Doki, which I understand why you need that slice of life bit at the beginning. God, it felt so long.
Doki
God,
Doki,
it felt so long.
I think for me, Doki Doki took 6 hours, 7 hours.
Yeah. That's about like on, especially in this day and age, that's about on just like pushing the
too long.
playthrough time that I'm willing to do. I think Doki Doki one playthrough is also about 4 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours,
Something like that,
but it definitely doesn't hook you as quick as this does. I guess like also. Do you think you would be as intrigued by it if it didn't have any visuals? Like because
No,
it
the
is a
visuals
visual
help.
novel.
The visuals
Yeah.
help really like paint the world.
Yeah.
The flesh stuff is so visceral that
Yeah.
I think it's very helpful to kind of put you in like, oh, this is how fucked up it is.
Yeah.
Rather than telling you, here's a wall of flesh.
Yeah, exactly. I think the biggest thing that hooked me right at the beginning was just like being greeted by that wall of flesh, and you're like, it looks so grotesque that if I didn't have any visuals and just had to read this, I don't think I would have been as hooked as fast by the story this is trying to tell. Fuck yeah, man. Fuck yeah. I'm glad you had a good time.
I mean, it was what the fuck.
Yeah.
Like, why did you make me play this? But it was a good time.
And Gen Urobuchi's a sick son of a bitch, but
Maybe-
goddamn, he can write a good story.
Maybe fucking read out the Glob Glob 5000 from Suckathon over here.
Oh, the Gat 9000.
Dude, look at his house, man. What the fuck, dude? How do you even do that?
Look at your reaction. It's like, oh my god.
There's just so much where I was just like, what the fuck? Why? I was just stressed out. I was just, especially when she like goes in the house, wants to like confront him.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just gross.
Also, the visuals have kind of aged decently well.
Oh, the doctor was bad though. I'd let her.
I mean, I
would absolutely would.
I mean, I forget. Okay, so obviously Saya is not who she seems, but I didn't remember that she was like fucking that young. Back when I played,
So I'm not sure what age she's supposed to be, but they do hint that she's like quite young.
Yeah.
But I mean, hey, it's a fucking. It's a glob.
It's a fucking Lovecraftian.
It's a Lovecraftian. You know what I mean? Like,
nightmare
obviously, that's also a product of the time. But also, like, I don't know if that's what the character is like. He's like portraying what he thinks. I don't know what the reason is. I gotta it. It could be like this is what he wants. He might just want. But I mean, listen, he's like a weird person.
Yeah, he is. He is a very
also,
weird
like,
person.
They play his whole family died card as well. Which is like, classic 2000.
Of course. Or it wouldn't be like a fucking anime fucked up high schooler if you had if you didn't have dead parents.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. Weird, man. Weird. Just the way it opens is just so. Oh my god.
It is easily one of the most just like right off the bat intriguing visual novels I've had.
I will say there wasn't really any characters I really connected with on this one. This is much more of a this is a mystery. It's grotesque. It's scary, and you just want to find out what happens. And I think it just delivers. That's what Gen Urobuchi just tried to focus down on that one package, and I think he really delivered it in a very tight package in this one. And
I think I reacted really strongly when I first saw that. I should have won that. What the fuck? Hey, the wriggling massive flesh mouth bubbles. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? I was just very confused.
Yeah.
What a good way to open a game, though.
Yeah, right. With like the sound as well. The sound design. It's kind of like that fucking Hate and Fear and Hunger when it just hits you with like the fucking you're like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, so two horrific things that we started off with.
Well, patrons, if you want to look at all that in detail, go and watch the full version on Patreon.
Yeah.
This episode is sponsored by ShipStation.
If you watch Trash Taste, you know we're a bunch of little dum-dums here. We don't know how to optimize our business, but when we're taking
become
growth.
Back to the video.
What did you else watch, Garn? Joey. What
Me?
you did Fear and Hunger?
Yeah, I did Fear and Hunger as well.
Oh, you played, what else you play or read?
I watched Breaking Bad.
Okay. I can't believe you never watched Breaking Bad.
Never.
What the heck?
And I will say, that was easily one of the best first episodes to a show I've ever seen.
Right.
Like, it's fucking nuts. That pilot is crazy.
What a fucking
What an
pilot
amazing
episode.
first pilot. So I did find it funny how the first episode literally ends with like just Walter just being a Rizzler. but yeah, I mean, like the way that it just like I knew the basic premise of the show, right? Of the whole thing of like, but the thing is, I didn't know about like Walter White's backstory of like how I knew he was a chemistry teacher, but I didn't know why he eventually became, to start making, the drugs. So it was really cool to like see his life at that point of being like, he's like down in the dumps with his job and like, he's, the students laugh at him, he hates his job, blah, blah. And then when the doctor was like, you've got how many months to live? And he was just like, yeah, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna make some drugs. I was just like, let's go. But no, it's so cool because it's like, it kind of Tarantino's you at the beginning.
Yeah.
So it immediately just hooks you in with this like really intense chase scene, which is like really well shot, really cool. And then it just like cuts to the 6 weeks later.
He's in the desert, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then it cuts to the
desert,
6 weeks earlier and you're just like, what the fuck happened? I need to know. And yeah, the whole progression and I guess reasoning for it all, it made sense. Like logically, it made total sense of why Walter decided to go down that route because he's like has a terminal illness. He wants to like go out with a bang, I guess.
Yeah.
But man, just some of those like scenes were just so intense. Like when he throws the red phosphorus in the pan and kills the two guys, I was just like, girl, fucking
that was in episode 1.
That's episode 1.
I completely forgot that was. I thought that was episode like 2 or 3 or something like that.
But that's the thing. It's like this first episode was so jam packed with so many things happening. Like not just in terms of like plot progression, but also just like Walter's character. Like kind of you can see Walter's character grow just within one episode. It literally felt like I watched like 3 or 4 episodes at once.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was fucking fantastic.
Are you gonna continue watching?
Oh, 100%.
Was there a reason you never watched Breaking Bad? Or
it's just one of those shows where like
you just hear so much about it.
I hear so much about it, and also I was like, well, I would like to kind of like binge this show. And at the time, it was still kind of airing. So I was like, I'll wait till it's finished airing. And then I guess just never got around to it.
Yeah.
But I'm glad I finally got around to it. Now I can binge it. So.
Do you think you're gonna continue it straight away, or
I would like to?
Did you watch this with Aki or just by yourself?
Just by myself because I was like, I was actually really tempted to just off camera just continue watching it.
Yeah.
But I was like, no, I think Aki would enjoy it too. So I think I'm gonna watch episode 1 with her again. And then we're gonna binge it.
There's like not a single bad moment in the show.
Yeah.
It's every single season, every episode is just amazing.
Yeah. I mean, like if you're starting off like that, I can't imagine how good it's gonna get.
What was the moment that you got like hooked?
The moment I got hooked, I would say, is definitely when I think it was the moment where like Walter confronts Jesse for the first time,
right?
Like because he's at like the meth house like crime scene with his like brother-in-law or whatever.
Hank.
And then he like sees Jesse like jumping out after he's finished the Rizzling.
The Rizzling, for fuck's sake, Joe.
After he finished the Gat 9000, and then he follows him home, and then he's like, like make meth with me or I'm taking you to the police. And Jesse's like,
what?
Yeah.
And I was also like, what? Yeah, and then like, he's talking about like, this is a heating flask. And he's like, I don't use that in my craft. I use chili powder. And I'm like, Jesse, you fucking idiot. It's like, that's not good. And then that whole montage where they're like in the RV in the desert and he's just he's just cooking.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
like, this is like pure glass. Like, this is like pure glass grade. How did you do this? And it's like, it's basic chemistry. I'm like, fuck yeah. There's just so many like cool one-liners and just like moments that you really get to see just like the character growing in real time and in like a really logical way, which I think is like super cool. But like, I was also wondering like, with the way that the episode is set up is like, it kind of tricks you in a sense, because up until a certain point, until like Jesse and Walter start like actually cooking for the first time, you think like everything's kind of going smoothly. You're like, I'm sure something is going to happen that will put them in danger, because you get reminded of that first scene that you see, right? So the entire time I'm watching this, I'm like, okay, so how the hell did it end up becoming like the beginning part? And then when it actually happened, I was like, oh, okay, that's genius. That's so good.
I mean, I'm wondering how much time they must have put into planning this first episode.
I don't know.
It is so dense to the fact that you're describing it, and I'm like, oh, in my mind, I thought that happened in episode 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Because to me, it was just like so much is condensed into such a short time frame. They establish so much about the characters and also hook you with the stakes. And because I think the biggest thing that hooks you immediately was like, he has this problem that he has to solve. He has like. Wait, what did it end on before I start talking, actually?
It ended on
in the desert.
Yeah, so it ended on so the beginning scene opens up and it cuts away when like he hears the sirens coming and he expects that he's going to be confronted by the police, so he's like waiting with the gun.
Yeah.
And then when it actually happens in the second half, you realize that it's not the police that's coming, it's a bunch of firefighters.
Yeah,
and they just drive past.
Yeah.
And then he's like, all right, and then Jesse wakes up and he's like, what the fuck happened? And then he somehow makes it home. His wife asks, where have you been? And then he just, without saying anything, just starts having sex with her. That's how the episode ends.
I mean, it's supposed to be like, because now he's like rock hard, because he's like feels like, he's finally living life.
Yeah, exactly. Which is like such a cool way to like show that like character progression, like rather than like getting the character to do like this whole monologue about like what happened. It's just like, no, actions are going to speak louder than words. Like you get to see just within that first episode the difference in self-confidence after he's gone through all of that. And like that's just a cool way to show character progression in like less than an hour.
I like the show a lot.
Yeah, no,
I
I
like the show a lot.
Thoroughly, like I legitimately think that might be one of the best first episodes to a TV show I've ever seen.
It continues to be the best episode and just the best one of the best TV shows of all time.
It's crazy how it like just doesn't fall off.
No,
it stays that good.
Okay,
and it just gets better and better and better and better.
Yeah, I think like a lot of people there's
to me
like masterpiece episodes later on.
Yeah, to me, like I feel like for the longest time, Breaking Bad for me was kind of like Hunter x Hunter, where I'd heard so much about it that just from hearing what everybody else was saying about it, I was like, that sounds like a show I'm going to enjoy, and I'm probably going to.
Yeah.
And then when I actually went and watched it, I was like,
Aren't you glad we forced you to watch it?
Yeah, with this one, yes.
Yeah, let's go. Okay. Only the most critically acclaimed TV show of all time.
Yeah. Oh god, Joey. Oh no, you have to watch a 5-course meal of the best TV show ever made.
Yeah.
Oh, woe is me.
No, but you guys know me. There was a chance I might not have liked it.
No, there's not. I don't know a single person that watched it.
Okay.
I mean, it seems insane to me now that I think this is true. Where originally the original plan was
they thought it was going to bomb.
They thought it was going to bomb, and Jesse was going to like be written off in the first season, I think. Season finale. Shit. Yeah, but because Aaron Paul's portrayal of him made him so fucking likable.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know that Jesse is a major character throughout the entire season of Breaking Bad, and it's insane to think that after viewing that first episode, the original plan was to be like, nah, he dies.
I mean, I could see why. Like, they try to make him annoying.
Yeah,
but
he almost dies in the first episode.
Yeah, he comes off as so endearing.
Yeah, it is.
And because I think when the show was coming out, there's another show out around the same time about a pregnant mom who had to sell weed, and I think there was like a lot of when they were originally going to make the show, there's a lot of concern that they thought that the show's just not going to do well because it's a show, it's kind of the same premise, it's already kind of doing well.
Yeah.
But then it turned out to be, I mean, one of the best TV shows of all time.
Hell yeah.
And very iconic role of all
time. Yeah, I'm wondering because I don't think it did like properly pop off in popularity after the first season. It felt like it was like 3 seasons in or something.
I started watching 3 seasons in.
Yeah.
And the hype around like weekly around the final season was immense.
Yeah.
I was like 18 at the time. And I remember that every week, it was all everyone talked about. Are you watching Breaking Bad?
Yeah. So it's completely finished now?
Yeah, it's completely finished.
So 5 seasons, right?
5 seasons. Very dense. Okay. It's the complete story and a definite ending as well.
Right, cool. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch the rest of it.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Like more than I thought I was going to. Like I had a feeling I was going to enjoy it just from what I heard, but that was like far better than what I thought.
It's just fucking peak.
It's just so good.
Amazing storytelling. Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll go next then.
All right.
Let's do a movie or TV show this time. Sure. So, finally watched Lord of the Rings.
Let's go!
Fellowship of the Rings all of the way through.
I can't believe it took you this long to watch it.
I can't believe it took me this long as someone who likes fantasy
to
watch it.
Did you like it?
Yeah, it's fucking great.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude!
My heart stopped beating. I thought he was gonna be like,
it's like
and Mr. Frodo. I think I'm kind of glad that I'm watching this as like an adult and not as like when it first released when I was like way younger. I don't think I would have appreciated it.
You don't.
No, you don't.
Especially Fellowship of the Rings because
very lore heavy.
It is so lore heavy, and I I think I remember watching like 30 minutes when I was like younger at my cousin's house, and it just seemed so fucking boring, right? Because I was like,
It's a lot of talking at the beginning.
There's a lot.
I'm just like, who the fuck? What is it, Mr. Frodo? Why the fuck do I care about this? It's a ring. Where are the action? Where are like the fighting and shit? But like watching this as an adult, now that I've grown like a bigger appreciation, the fucking world building and lore is it's insane to think how old this is and just how big of an effect this has just had on pop culture in general and just like the entire fantasy, right? Because
Tolkien is an absolute master at like world building. It's crazy that he thought up all of that like fucking whenever the hell he wrote the first book. Like,
yeah, exactly. When did the original Lord of the Rings come out? Because
it was in the 50s or 60s, I think.
I thought it was earlier.
I think it was earlier.
Yeah, I thought it was like the 30s or something like that.
Lord of the Rings book come out.
It might have been. You know what? Actually,
1954.
Oh, 1950s. Okay.
Because I know he was still alive when Dune.
But he released The Hobbit in the 30s, which is the same world.
Okay. So he released The Hobbit in the 30s.
Yeah,
Okay.
which is the prequel to Lord of the Rings.
The prequel to Lord of the Rings. Yeah, just like seeing I guess the origin of so many of these fantasy creatures, because I know that, for example, a lot of this is taken from European mythology. But a lot of our images of what these like what these what elves are, what dwarves are, what wizards are, they all come from this. They all come from Tolkien's interpretation of these mythical beings, and it's insane to think how much power this single story has had, or this single world has had, for our perception of just modern fantasy and just fantasy in general, like wizards having pointy hats or like things like that. So I was just like so intrigued with this world, even though all of these genres have been, portrayed to death in modern fantasy, it was interesting still to this day, seeing the depth of this world, and also getting attached to some of these characters as well.
Who's your favorite?
Samwise. Mr. Frodo. Oh man, I need a best friend like Sam, man. That the scene at the end when Frodo just gives up and everyone, he's like, nah, I need to do this by myself. And Samwise's like, no, Mr. Frodo, don't leave me. I'll come with you. I'll come with you. And I'm like, oh man, what a real G.
That's a real G.
Oh man, he's the goat, man. You realize that Sam's the goat of the story. It's not about him, but he's always there helping.
Yeah, he's so fucking likable. And a lot of the Fellowship of the Ring is just a lot of setting up the world, setting up the conflict, and talking as well. And I thought I would get bored through a lot of it, but most of it now I've grown an appreciation of just like the wider world building and the wider politics. In terms of the individual characters so far, just because there are like so many fucking characters, it was hard to get a grasp on every single one. But they did a really, really good job at just setting up the banter and the chemistry between everyone. Like
I love Gimli.
Gimli, I felt was like the comic relief character of everything.
Like Legolas was so like brooding and sexy and like good at archery, and then Gimli let's do it. Let's go. What are you doing?
Yeah, because like out of everything that I watched or played this time, I think this is the one where I had the least amount of reactions, just because I was so immersed. I was locked in, man. I was locked in.
I haven't watched the first movie in like over 10 years. But I remember I always love the scene where they like have to decide if they're going to go through the mountain or like around it. I love that when they were deciding that. I think that's the first movie, right?
Yeah, that is the first movie.
I love when they come, they're like, well, we gotta go the dangerous way.
Yeah. Well, it's either the less dangerous way, the more dangerous way, or the fuck you are going to die way. And I was a bit concerned about because you forget how old this is if the CGI would have aged at all, and surprisingly like a lot of it still holds up. Some of it looks a little janky, there are some things a little janky, but for the most part you absolutely don't notice it at all. And
how was it getting to see the You Shall Not Pass?
I was going to get to that. So I obviously know that iconic scene. I've seen that iconic scene out of context, so I thought there was so many. I would admit there were a lot of scenes in Lord of the Rings where it was like a fucking meme moment, and half of my watch through was just going,
one does not simply enter
one does not simply just enter Mordor or whatever. And the other thing was like Gandalf being like, I have no memory of this place.
I forgot that one.
And it was like a really serious moment where you're like, oh shit, they're fucked. And then he said that, and I just laughed. So I was scared that because when I think it's the Balrog or I forgot the name of the creature.
I think it is the Balrog.
So Balrog or something. I think it's Balrog. I can't remember the exact name of the fucking fire demon creature. Yeah. So when they started running for that, I was like, oh shit, oh it's coming, it's coming. And I thought that because this scene had been such a big part of pop culture, and I'd seen the scene, that I was like, it's probably not going to hit. It's probably not going to hit as hard. I know it's epic, but it's probably Balrog. That's it. And and holy shit, just seeing the build up of it and Ciaran McKellen, he put his fucking soul in that line.
He did not have to go that hard.
Yeah, because I didn't realize he said it because I'd only seen that line, right? So I didn't realize that he said it like a few times before that line, where he was like, "You shall not pass, you shall not pass," and then he fucking whips, he fucking shall not pass.
He goes in.
He goes so in. He parries this fucking attack, and then he drops that banger line, and then I was like, oh fuck me, the goosebumps, I'm fucking shaking, man. Holy shit,
such a good scene.
And then unfortunately, like he dies right afterwards. And then,
I
but like,
if we could see your reaction.
Yeah.
I'd love to see your. I'd love to see your reaction.
It's literally like the last 10 minutes, right, of the first movie. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's literally right at the end.
yeah. So I don't know how I reacted to this because I might have been just so immersed.
Oh God, you look so sad. You look so sad.
I was like,
Bro, no, you look distraught. What the heck?
I can't believe they just did that to my boy.
Yeah, so it was like after that I actually like, it's those moments where I fucking love media where I'm like, I'm not much of a reactor. I'm more of like a,
Yeah, like internal.
fuck me.
yeah.
That was, so that's my biggest praise to Lord of the Rings. You could see how emotionally
You
locked
weren't-
in I was.
bro,
Like,
you weren't even blinking. Like, you were so just like.
I was just emotionally locked in, and then when he died, I was like, oh fuck, I'm like feeling emotions now.
And I love the like one of the first battles is like when they fight all those knights, and I forgot who died. What's his name? He dies.
Boromir.
Boromir.
Yeah, Boromir.
I love that. As a kid, that was the most hype. Like, I had the game where did you play the PS1 game?
No.
There's a game where you have to fight like 100 knights in the PS1 game and recreate.
Oh,
it. It's so
shit.
fucking
Oh,
cool.
shit.
It's so hard.
Yeah.
Oh man, so many memories. Such a good time.
It just made me, especially watching the You Shall Not Pass scene, it just made me sad that I couldn't get to experience this in theaters.
Yeah, me too. If they released it in Japan again in the theaters, I'd go in a heartbeat.
Yeah, because I like, even though I knew that scene, I didn't know a lot.
You didn't know the context
I didn't know the
around it,
context.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's going on with Gandalf as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, you spoiled a little bit about the Gandalf.
Yeah, but I mean, surprisingly, it didn't matter at all because
it's not going to change the hype.
No, when he dies after like doing that, I felt genuinely sad, even though like I knew it was.
Yeah, we saw it.
You look distraught, bro. Little bro look distraught.
You could see, look, like me watching that scene is like 10-year-old Gant. That is the most genuine. I am not a YouTuber anymore. I am a child experiencing this fantasy story.
As you should. It's a great story.
And I feel bad because I don't really have many reactions to watching Lord of the Rings. It's just me because I like halfway through, I had like the lights blaring, I had my contacts on, and I was like, I don't want to do this. So I like turned. That's why it was like dark. Because I turned the lights off. I put my glasses on because I was like, I just want to be me. When I
respect.
And I'm very. I told Sydney I was watching Lord of the Rings, and somehow she didn't know I hadn't watched Lord of the Rings. I guess we never had this conversation before. She just assumed. So she was like, all right, well, I got this weekend's plans. I have this weekend's plans on your schedule now. We're watching all Lord of the Rings, and I'm like, I'm excited to watch the rest of it.
Yeah, you watch this weekend?
Yeah,
yeah, you should. It's so good.
I mean, it makes me sad, like I said, that I couldn't experience it in theaters, but
it's still great.
It's still fucking fantastic. Even it didn't feel like 3 hours. I thought it would. I thought it definitely would, but it did not feel like 3 hours at all.
I really hope they play it in theaters.
Yeah,
and they play well. I hope. I'm holding out.
Yeah,
so they played The Godfather recently, and I watched that. And that was really fun.
Oh,
we'll talk about that another time, though.
Yeah. It'll be amazing to watch this in theaters.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Oh,
So you like it? So far, we all like the stuff we've been. Well, maybe Fear and Hunger you're in.
Yeah, I'm kind of half off on Fear and Hunger.
I knew you weren't gonna like it.
Yeah,
So
no,
that's
there's lots
okay.
I
I'll
appreciate
take
about it,
that.
but yeah.
So far, we all like everything.
Yeah. We all know each other pretty well. I guess.
What do you want me to talk about next? I got to talk about either.
I want to hear your thoughts on Darkseid.
Yeah, go on.
You want to hear my thoughts on Darkseid?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Go on.
This is probably the only time we are ever going to hear a succinct review of an album from Sea-Dog VA.
This is probably going to be a very short segment because I'm wondering how much Connor's going to be able to say about this.
Yeah.
So I fucked up. I didn't record my audio, but like just so you, Joe, I was like, you know what? I got to appreciate just the music.
Yeah.
So I put a blindfold on and I just listened.
Oh no, that is the best way to do it.
So I didn't know when the songs were changing, which was really annoying because I was not annoying, but it was nice.
Yeah.
Sometimes I can tell.
Yeah.
So Dark Side of the Moon. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Pretty good.
What
did you like about it?
I liked when they actually sang. There was a lot of songs where they didn't do that.
I feel like you need to be on some kind of substance.
Oh no, 100% you need to be on drugs.
Yeah. I remember like Dark Side of the Moon because it's all like one song, or
Pretty
it's
much.
like 2 songs, right? Pretty
Yeah,
much.
it's like the entire album flows into each other. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the first song was just like just noise.
An intro.
Yeah, it was like. Oh.
Yeah, it was an amalgamation of all of the noises you are about to hear for the next 40 or so minutes.
So when I finished, I was like, okay, I remember the ones I liked, and then I looked at the list, and I was like, oh, the ones I liked are all the ones that have like 10 times the plays of the other songs.
So let me guess, time, money.
Yeah, time, money. Those are the good ones.
Yeah.
Because the other ones were like they were too. Like atmospheric for me, where I was like, I don't think I'd listen to this. Like this feels something like my dad would try and convince me is super cool and hype.
I mean, this is like the most dad album of all time.
Yeah, and I'd be like, all right, Dad. And like, there are some good songs though.
Yeah.
Well, it's a 50-year-old album.
No, I know. Yeah, it's like 1974.
Yeah. 73.
Yeah. And like again, and I when I was listening, I was like, I could picture the time when this came out. And I could imagine this being like just a product of the time of like it really matches the energy of the 70s.
Yeah.
You know. But
yeah, I'm gonna